The shock deep in my soul, the chaotic illusion, the intense feeling of emptiness coming from every part of my body. All of this left Uchiha Jin with no time to think about anything else. Survive first. There seemed to be a lot of wounds on his body, and the slightest movement caused heart-wrenching pain. Uchiha Jin tried his best to numb himself and not let the pain affect his actions. They're catching up. Damn it. With a curse, Uchiha Jin cheered up and followed the instructions in his memory, squeezing himself and refining chakra with all his strength. Strands of blue energy gathered in the body. Sure enough, if you squeeze in, you can still find some. His body felt increasingly empty, but Uchiha Jin didn't care about the consequences and squeezed as hard as he could. You can't even survive. Why are you still thinking about overdrafting? A black shadow gradually flashed in the field of vision. His eyes turned scarlet, and 3 Megatama were evenly arranged. Through the vision of the Sharingan, Uchiha Jin clearly captured every move of the enemy. Monkey face mask. Root. As a member of the Uchiha clan and possessor of 3 Megatama, Uchiha Jin was suddenly assassinated by the Root during his mission. Unfortunately, the original body's resentment was still a little lacking. It was more of disbelief, and it didn't open the kaleidoscope. Uchiha Jin complained about how incompetent his predecessor was. He was somewhat dissatisfied with having only inherited 3 Megatama. Whoosh whoosh. He took the initiative to activate the mechanism set up in various places, and dozens of kunai surrounded the monkey-faced ninja from all directions. Ding 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 ding. He drew his sword and struck out continuously. Uchiha Jin's mechanism still worked, cutting the opponent's thigh and shoulder. Sadly, the wound wasn't deep. The monkey-faced ninja came in front of the weak Uchiha Jin, and the long sword in his hand reflected a cold light. Without a trace of sympathy or words, he rushed forward to kill. Uchiha Jin was highly focused, perfectly replicating the techniques in his memory. The 5 kunai in his hands drew graceful arcs, intercepting the monkey-faced ninja's attack route. His hands were weak and trembling, but he still made the standard seal. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. The chakra in his body rushed into his throat frantically, his chest heaved violently, and suddenly a huge fire dragon was spewed out by him. The ferocious fire dragon submerged the monkey-faced ninja in an instant. Boom! Flames and dust. It took a full half-minute before it gradually began to dissipate. A cold light suddenly appeared. Puff! It wasn't the sound of a knife piercing into skin and flesh, but rather into wood. I won. Uchiha Jin's weak murmurs reached the monkey-masked ninja's ears. A hot liquid surged up from my throat, my vision became blurred, and my body fell to the ground. In the last moment of his life, this root ninja seemed to have no emotions at all. Cold and numb. It's a relief. Uchiha Jin fell to the ground, gasping for breath. After defeating the last enemy, he could finally take a short break. After regaining some strength, he stood up to clean up the battlefield, erased all traces of himself, and then disappeared into the dense forest. Starting with 3 Megatama is not bad, and everything that happened before the death of the predecessor also made it almost possible to go one step further with 3 Megatama. After careful analysis, Uchiha Jin felt that this was even more perfect. The Sharingan is about to evolve, and the eye technique has not yet been finalized. Everything is possible. Then he seemed to think of someone. His eyes were cold, revealing endless murderous intent. If you travel across time and space into this body, you will have to take on the other person's identity. As members of the Uchiha clan, he and Danzo were destined to have an everlasting hatred. Is the Third World War over? Recalling the information in his mind, Uchiha Jin learned that more than half a year ago, the Third Ninja World War ended with Konoha's victory. But even after the Ninja World War ended, local conflicts never disappeared. The world is still full of blood and gore. Killing is everywhere, there is no legal constraint, no moral condemnation, and large numbers of people die every day. In contrast, the Konoha in my memory is indeed a pure land. Even the Uchiha clan had an infinite attachment to Konoha and a desire to protect this beautiful place. But the Uchiha, who was not good at expressing himself, hid his feelings in the deepest part of his heart. Some time ago, second young master, Suzuki was born, and the Nine Tails rebellion hadn't broken out yet. Uchiha Jin analyzed the current situation and tried to create as many opportunities as possible for himself. On the way back, they did not encounter any so-called ambush. It seemed that Danzo thought that the previous team was enough to deal with Uchiha Jin. A warm breath. Back in Konoha, Uchiha Jin felt relieved and his pace slowed down. Go to the hospital to treat your injuries first. Hokage Rock is the most dazzling place in Konoha. No matter where you are in Konoha, if you look up, you can see the carvings of successive Hokage that symbolize glory. However, underground in the brightest place of Konoha, the darkest existence of Konoha is hidden. Root. Waste. 3 Jonin can't assassinate 1 Uchiha Jin. As soon as Uchiha Jin returned to the village, Danzo got the news and became furious. Damn Minato Namikaze, he's meddling too much and I can't spare any help for the time being. I'll let you live for a while longer. Uchiha Jin had no idea that Danzo was angry at the root. Logically speaking, it's just a simple assassination and shouldn't be treated so lightly. But the fact is, it had been more than half a year since Minato Namikaze came to power, and Danzo finally got a chance to cause trouble, but he messed it up, and the depression he had been feeling for so long suddenly erupted. Uchiha Jin has taken sick leave these 2 days and does not need to take any missions for the time being. Minato Namikaze is very easy to talk to in this regard. First of all, the Uchiha clan cannot be exterminated. Receiving the original body's memories means that one soul has completely merged with the other person's. Uchiha Jin was influenced by the other party's soul and had an inseparable feeling for his family. Not to mention that he originally felt that there was nothing wrong with the Uchiha clan being just a little bit arrogant. We are all from the same village, so there are bound to be a few tsunderies. Why can't we tolerate them all? Rumors are inevitable. However, this should not be the reason for the Uchiha clan to be exterminated. It should not become a tool for some ambitious people to achieve other goals. First of all, the first thing is strength. The most convenient way to gain strength is undoubtedly to open your eyes. As a member of the Uchiha clan, we cannot give up our unique advantages. What's more, his eyes are 3 Megatama, just 1 step away. The strength of the predecessor has long grown to its limit, and if you want to break this bottleneck, opening your eyes is the best, fastest, most convenient, and most direct way. While Uchiha Jin was recovering from his injuries, he was also planning his own development direction. If the Uchiha clan wants to survive, the simplest trick is to save Minato Namikaze. The 4th Hokage obviously had a very good attitude towards the Uchiha clan. After all, Kushina and the wife of the Uchiha clan leader were best friends. At the same time, the 4th Hokage himself also had a friendship with Uchiha Fugaku. When the 4th generation came to power, the treatment of the Uchiha clan improved significantly, and Danzo's actions against the Uchiha clan were repeatedly frustrated. The 4th generation has made an indelible contribution to this. As long as the other party can be saved, the genocide of the Uchiha clan will become nonsense. But this is easier said than done. The death of the 4th generation can be said to be what everyone expected. Only by truly understanding the darkness of this world can we stop looking at certain events from a simplistic perspective. The fundamental purpose of the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion was to eliminate the 4th generation. Otherwise, giving Konoha a blow, are you crazy? Obito might have this idea. Is Danzo crazy? It was inevitable that the 4th Hokage would be targeted. As he gradually took back power, he was targeted by the elders. The 3rd Hokage was also dissatisfied. The other villages were even more eager for something to happen to the 4th Hokage. Flying Thunder God was too buggy, and there was also Obito. Uchiha Jin was overwhelmed. He felt like the whole world was against him. Is this the norm for a powerful ninja? In the end, after various assumptions, Uchiha Jin discovered in despair that Namikaze Minato seemed unable to be saved. It's not that there are too many enemies, but the reason for this guy's death is a bit confusing. It would be fine if a group of people assassinated him and he died in battle, but there is still hope if he prepares in advance. But Nimaheifu Minato died for love. It's outrageous. It's too late to build relationships, and he may not accept my advice. It's a bit weird to tell someone to pay attention to your wife's safety for no reason. Well, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Uchiha Jin's injuries began to heal. He took the time to adapt to everything in this body. Throwing ninja tools, familiarizing yourself with hand seals, and releasing various ninjutsu. He also practiced illusion techniques intensively. I don't know if it's because he has a natural talent for this, but in just 3 days, Uchiha Jin not only completely digested the illusion, but also made slight progress. He also paid attention to physical skills, but unfortunately the time was too short and the results were not very obvious. Uchiha Jin devoted himself to training, and time passed rapidly, making him feel more urgent. She's going to give birth in a few days. He got the news that the Hokage's wife was going to give birth in the next few days. He easily found out such a top secret. It's not that he is so powerful, but the news is widely circulated on the streets. This made him at a loss for words. Are you making such a big fuss about the production time of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Don't the higher UPS know that the seal will weaken during the Jinchuriki production process? Just think about how dark this is. When competing for the Jinchuriki, they kept saying that the Jinchuriki needed to hide and fade out of people's sight, but at this critical moment, they come up with this. Minato Namikaze obviously didn't realize the problem. I thought that the villagers were celebrating for him becoming Hokage, and they were all smiling as they walked on the street. Alas, I traveled through time almost on the cusp of time. Fortunately, he was given a few days to adapt. Minato Namikaze can't save him, so he won't be saved. The main reason was that he had been thinking about it for a long time and felt that it conflicted with some of his own goals. I need the Kyuubi's chakra too. For greater power, he also needs the Nine-Tails chakra. Simply cultivating a pseudo-nine-tailed fox is very exciting. Without consciousness, just a battery, by then Uchiha Jin will also have other means besides eye techniques. Slow down the progression of blindness and buy yourself as much time as possible to find a solution. As for the guilt in my heart, I did all this for Konoha. In recent days, Konoha has been unprecedentedly lively. The news of the births of 4 generations of wives was known to almost everyone. The villagers celebrated spontaneously one by one. It can be seen that the 4th generation is truly loved by the villagers. It took only 1 year, and while his outstanding military achievements in the 3 wars were certainly a factor, his governance itself was also obviously very effective. Uchiha Jin didn't have a lot of training these past 2 days, he just did a simple warm-up to prevent a sudden outbreak of the Nine Tails Rebellion, but he was in poor condition. The specific production time is not clear, and it is difficult to accurately determine the specific day and time. Uchiha Jin waited boredly. The ninjutsu scroll in his hand had been read countless times. Fire style, great fire extinguishing, this is what he applied for from his family. As an excellent jonin, he is qualified to learn this ninjutsu. Although this ninjutsu cannot produce the terrifying effects of Madara-sama in later generations, its power is exaggerated enough that Uchiha Jin did not let it go. This body has the 3 attributes of fire, wind, and water. It's a pity that the Uchiha clan does not follow the ninjutsu route. Uchiha Jin's talent in illusion is not bad either. In addition to being proficient in fire jutsu, he only learned a few water jutsu and wind jutsu to deal with emergencies. That's confusing. Boom! Just when Uchiha Jin was bored and thinking, a terrifying chakra fluctuation came. This was followed by a terrifying roar and the earth shaking violently. Here I come! Uchiha Jin understood and was also surprised. Although he was mentally prepared, he was obviously still shocked by the terrifying power of the nine-tailed fox. This huge amount of chakra is terrifying. Putting down the scroll in his hand, Uchiha Jin's feet erupted with chakra. The art of instant body movement. Get close to the nine-tailed fox as soon as possible. At the same time, he did not take the right path, but chose a remote and unknown corner. Of course, a shadow clone was also left behind. That bastard Danzo will not give the Uchiha clan a chance to support him, and will even conduct a strict investigation of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Jin needs to show up. Since we won't be fighting anyway, we'll just stand among the crowd. The Nine Tails were venting wantonly, the aura of tyranny filled every corner, and the Nine Tails were destroying crazily. Tisk, 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 how scary. Uchiha Jin couldn't help but sigh as he watched the Nine Tails' every move. What a powerful force. I can't contend with it yet, but it won't be long. It's okay to admit your shortcomings. Uchiha Jin is just afraid, otherwise why would he just hide and wait for an opportunity to act? He suppressed the fluctuations of chakra in his body, trying to hide his presence as much as possible, and at the same time, he tried to contain the malice in his heart as much as possible. He did not go to watch the battle between Minato Namikaze and Obito. Can't see it either. Both of them are masters of spacetime ninjutsu. The battlefield changes extremely quickly during the battle. If you want to have a good viewing experience, you need to run back and forth. Not easy to chase. Uchiha Jin had been watching the nine-tailed fox's movements from a distance. The 4th generation has appeared. He perked up. It's ready. He judged the situation early on, analyzed the most open area at the moment, and guarded here in advance. Sure enough, the 4th generation entangled with the nine-tailed fox for a long time, but was unable to defeat it, so he used the Flying Thunder God formation. Fuck you. Uchiha Jin's face turned green. Why is it the tailed beast ball? Memory bias is killing people. He had forgotten about the tailed beast ball. Looking at the purple-black energy ball that suddenly appeared 100 meters away, the terrifying fluctuations made his heart throb. Seal at the fastest speed. He felt that he had broken through the upper limit of seal formation. Earth escape, earth flow wall, water style, water wall, wind style, suppression. Because it had no earth attribute, the earth flow wall he cast was obviously fragile, but he used 2 layers of water flow wall inside and outside. The chakra created a large amount of wind, which filled around his body and relieved his stress. Boom! Uchiha Jin only felt a buzzing in his brain, and then his whole body was flipped over, swinging in the air like a kite with a broken string. The terrifying explosion caused his body to become somewhat sluggish, making it difficult to control. Fortunately, the airflow decompression prepared in advance prevented him from being seriously injured instantly due to the impact. After tumbling in the air and landing heavily on the ground, Uchiha Jin looked towards the location of the explosion. Hiss! Outrageous! A large pit with a diameter of 100 meters. It was transferred out before it was completely condensed. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the nine-tailed fox would be in its complete form and with its fully condensed tailed beast ball. Phew, luckily it didn't explode right in my face. Uchiha Jin shook his head, trying to make himself as clear-headed as possible. There is still a buzzing in my ears. He looked at the battlefield and saw Minato Namikaze about to transfer the Nine Tails. This way. The Nine Tails was moved to a nearby place by Minato Namikaze. Then Namikaze Minato disappeared for a moment and reappeared with Kushina and Naruto in his arms. King Kong blockade. Golden chains pierced through the sky and earth, rising from all directions, forming a cage. The raging Ninetales was tied up and suppressed by the unique chakra in the golden chains, roaring unwillingly. Shiki Fusion. The fourth Hokage summoned the god of death, and a huge phantom of the god of death appeared behind him, tearing the Ninetales apart and swallowing it into his stomach. Together with them are 4 generations of souls. Chance. Uchiha Jin finally waited for the opportunity. The nine-tailed fox was unwilling to give in and, full of resentment, launched a final attack. He didn't want to be sealed into that weak guy's body. His attack was blocked by the Yondaime and Kushina with their lives. Uchiha Jin's attack was now complete. The wind chakra continued to rotate in the palm of his hand, and a disc was formed. The edge of the disc was extremely thin wind, and the rapidly rotating wind produced an extremely terrifying cutting force. He suddenly expanded the disc in his hand and threw it out. Whoosh! It hit the nine-tailed fox's tail, successfully cutting it to about 1/3 of its size. As if he had foreseen everything, Uchiha Jin moved smoothly and used his tail to seal it into the scroll. What? No one could have expected that someone would attack the nine-tailed fox at this time. Minato Namikaze no longer had the energy to think about these things and activated the final Bagua seal. The Ninetales was pulled by the power of the seal and rushed into Naruto's body frantically. Uchiha Jin was being hunted down by the 3rd generation. Damn old man, you didn't contribute to the nine-tailed fox's battle, yet you chased me, the one who attacked the nine-tailed fox, with such great effort. Uchiha Jin cursed the 3rd generation in his heart. He really couldn't figure it out. Did these 3 generations eat shit? The 4th generation is dead. Aren't you supposed to be attending a funeral? Fortunately, we arranged it in advance and used the trap to get rid of the 3rd generation. The price he paid was that he was hit by the 3rd generation stick, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. In short, it was a heavy blow. I'll remember this grudge. Uchiha Jin was disguising his identity the entire time. After escaping, he immediately reunited with his shadow clone to complete the identity change. The shadow clone continued to flee, luring the 3rd generation away before disbanding. Phew, what a disgusting old man. Uchiha Jin tightened the scroll in his arms, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Ahem. Jin, what's wrong with you? Uchiha Jin's cough caught the attention of his companions. Nothing, maybe it's because the injury I sustained some time ago hasn't healed well yet. Be careful, hidden injuries are the most fatal. New. Uchiha Jin once again took note of the 3rd generation in his heart. The 4th Hokage sacrificed himself, the Ninetales was successfully sealed, and the blockade of the route ended. Such an elite force is being abused like this, what's the point of keeping it? A cold light flashed in the depths of Uchiha Ren's eyes. Back home, Uchiha Jin hid the scroll and began to treat his injuries. The skin injuries are not serious, just some abrasions, and simple bandaging will do the trick. The serious ones are internal injuries. It took him a lot of effort to adjust himself. When it comes to recovery, you can only rely on yourself. You definitely can't go to the hospital. Or, take a mission during this period, go out for a while, and when you come back you can blame your injury on the mission. After thinking about it, Uchiha Ren still felt that this kind of injury could not be ignored. The next day, he came to the mission center. After midnight, the news of the 4th Hokage's sacrifice had spread throughout Konoha, and a sad atmosphere permeated everywhere, but normal operations still had to be carried out. Especially at this moment, more manpower was added to external defense, and the 3rd generation introduced a number of measures overnight. Uchiha Jin chose a shorter mission. That's it. Receive the task on the same day and set off on the same day. He carries the scroll that sealed the Ninetales' limbs. On the border of the Fire Nation, look for an uninhabited cave. Go inside and set up early warning devices outside. The Kyuubi's chakra. When the scroll was opened, the entire cave was filled with violent and cold chakra. Tisk, let's put the training aside first. He collected the Ninetales chakra for another purpose besides cultivating a fake Ninetales. Open your eyes. The death of a relative requires too much time to plan, and he can't wait that long. He would feel at ease only if he could master the kaleidoscope sooner. Danzo has already set his sights on him, and he has already suffered losses, so it is very likely that they will fight to the death. Without enough confidence, he would never dare to leave the village to carry out missions. He even guessed that Danzo would not miss the opportunity this time. The Ninetales chakra can drive people crazy, especially all kinds of negative emotions. From this perspective, it is no exaggeration to say that the nine-tailed fox's chakra is an amplifier of negative emotions. The opening of the kaleidoscope is nothing more than a violent emotional fluctuation. Uchiha Jin didn't know how intense it was, but actively cooperating, coupled with the effect of the Ninetales chakra, was the limit of what he could do. I hope I won't be disappointed. He has no impulse. First guide some Ninetales chakra into your body and see how much you can bear. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan has a suppressive power over the Ninetales, but only the Mangekyo can have a noticeable effect, and the ordinary Sharingan has almost no effect on the Ninetales. However, it is more effective in dealing with the erosion of the Ninetales chakra. Uchiha Jin breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the situation had stabilized a little. It's okay, not too repulsive. The Nine Tails chakra is meant to enter the eyes, that if it causes too exaggerated a reaction, not to mention opening the eyes, the person will be directly crippled by the erosion of the chakra. Even with just the tiny amount of chakra from the nine-tailed fox, the suppressing effect of its pupil power still exists. Also, my body seems to be surprisingly resistant to the erosion of the tailed beast's chakra. I don't know if he is a special case or if all the Uchiha clan are like this. Without wasting too much time, he conducted the verification and began to prepare for the real eye-opening work. The Nine Tails chakra was filled with a violent aura. Even though Uchiha Jin had the ability to resist it, he was obviously affected and his emotions were somewhat unstable. He tried his best to divide the Nine Tails chakra that he introduced into his body. Take a small amount and apply it to the eyes. Uchiha Jin's consciousness was a little confused. A lot of negative crazy emotions flooded his mind. However, these were not his emotions, but external ones. There is no change in the Sharingan. He tried hard to recall, bringing in his original body's memories, and recalling the assassination that night. He tried to recreate the scene, the emotions, the anger. The existence of the Nine Tails chakra effectively filters out other rational factors for him. Sanity is madly reduced. He forgot his identity as a time traveler, and he seemed to have really returned to that night. In fact, the emotions are stronger. The strong emotions finally triggered changes in the Sharingan. The three Megatama slowly rotated. It wasn't very fast at first, but as time passed, Uchiha Jin became more and more excited, and the speed of rotation became faster and faster. The three Megatama seemed to be connected into one, and after images appeared, 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down. The intense pain restored Uchiha Jin's sanity a little, but he could not get back into the state no matter what. He simply gave up and expelled all the Nine Tails chakra from his body. He took out the mirror and looked into his own eyes. When the three Megatama are connected, they form a strange shape. There are 3 more circles on the picture of Obito, which makes it a little blurry. Success! Although the pattern was a bit sloppy, Uchiha Jin was still excited. Once you open the kaleidoscope, your strength will leap forward. It's just a little blurry, and the pupil technique isn't fully formed yet. It'll take some time, but that's okay. Opening the kaleidoscope with this clever trick is satisfying in itself. Uchiha Jin wasn't too harsh. The kaleidoscope he had just opened consumed too much energy, and the needle-like pain almost made him faint. This is a pain that goes deep into the soul and is hard to describe. It's not just physical pain. He closed the Mangekyo. At this moment, he didn't even want to maintain the 3 Megatama, hoping that his eyes would recover soon. Even if the kaleidoscope is turned off, there is still a slight pain. Fortunately, it eased over time. Rest for a while, and then adapt to the current strength of the Sharingan. After completing the mission, return to Konoha. Since the kaleidoscope opened successfully, most of the purpose of this trip has been achieved. As for the subsequent tasks, he didn't take them seriously. Hopefully, a root ninja will come this time, so I don't have to make excuses myself. In this way, all the internal injuries he suffered could be traced back to the root. As long as the person who knows the situation is killed, who will know the details of the battle? 2 days later. After returning to Konoha, Uchiha Jin went to the hospital as he wished. He was relieved that his internal injuries were not serious. I hope there aren't any hidden injuries left. Now that we have the kaleidoscope, we can start preparing for many things. Uchiha Jin did not delay and began to carry out the next plan. Now that combat effectiveness is guaranteed, the next step is further protection. After all, you can't rely too much on the kaleidoscope, it will ruin your eyes. Fake nine-tailed fox is a good way. With nearly unlimited chakra, he can also possess the combat power of a cage under normal circumstances. And to do this, you have to find someone. Orochimaru. It's unknown how long it took to train the fake nine-tailed fox in the fire temple, and it's obvious that the technology was not mature enough. If Uchiha Jin wanted to obtain a more mature pseudo-nine-tails as soon as possible, he naturally had to find Orochimaru. He is the best in the world in many fields including tissue culture. You just need to make some preparations in advance. Orochimaru is moody that you need to show your value as much as possible without exposing your Mangekyo. Only then will you be qualified to trade with him. Now that Orochimaru has not defected yet, Uchiha Jin needs to hurry up, otherwise it will be difficult to find the other party. After resting at home for 2 days, Uchiha Jin started to get busy again. It is not difficult to find Orochimaru, as he rarely leaves the village after the 3 wars. Jiraiya went out traveling, Tsunade took Shizen away, and Orochimaru stayed in the village to do research. Then he was backstabbed by Danzo and his reputation was ruined. Orochimaru may not care about so-called fame, and his pursuit of Hokage is just a childhood obsession that it doesn't matter whether he becomes Hokage or not. The key lies in the attitude of the villagers and human nature. Once the emotion of disappointment arises, some people are destined to leave. After the lab was taken down, where was Orochimaru supposed to be? Uchiha Jin was also thinking. He recalled Orochimaru's movements. Are you trying to raise funds to build a laboratory? I have enough money to open a laboratory outside. Research freely. Orochimaru is interested in Itachi. The pursuit of the Sharingan actually began with Itachi. Itachi was too dazzling, which attracted Orochimaru's interest and made him pursue Itachi obsessively. Later, after being defeated by Itachi's Mangekyo, Orochimaru became interested in the Sharingan. In fact, if you look into it thoroughly, Orochimaru is still interested in Itachi. What he wants most is Itachi's eyes. I found you. Uchiha Jin discovered Orochimaru's trace from the Uchiha clan's territory. The other party was indeed lurking near the Uchiha clan. Ren, the clan leader, notified you to attend the clan meeting. Is that so? Got it. Uchiha Jin suppressed his eagerness to find Orochimaru and planned to go to the clan meeting first. As a Jonin with 3 Megatama, he is obviously qualified to participate in the clan meeting. Moreover, as the backbone of the family, he is indispensable to the clan meeting. At this moment, hundreds of people had already gathered in the Uchiha clan's ancestral hall. Clan leader, the 3 generations have gone too far. That's right, my Uchiha clan has done nothing wrong. Why should we relocate? A series of indignant voices reached Uchiha Jin's ears. This made his heart sink. I almost forgot that the Uchiha clan was forced to move their clan land. How can this be possible? The clan land in the center of the village is the symbol of the Uchiha clan's reputation. It is a dignity that cannot be trampled upon. Uchiha Jin also has a bottom line. His determination to prevent the Uchiha clan from being exterminated expresses his attitude. Danzo, you little bastard, are up to something again. As soon as the 4th generation died, he couldn't wait to jump out. What a mad dog. Master Ren, we Uchiha clan must not migrate. Yes, Master Ren, you must make the decision for us. Uchiha Jin also has considerable prestige in the Uchiha clan. After all, he is a senior ninja. After comforting everyone and saying that he would do his best, Uchiha Jin stepped into the ancestral hall with a heavy heart. Jin, you're here. There were already more than a dozen Jonin or family leaders in the ancestral hall. Everyone had a gloomy look on their faces. What exactly happened? Uchiha Jin asked about the situation. It's still that mad dog Danzo. As soon as the 4th Hokage dies, he jumps out to cause trouble. Humph, my Uchiha clan has done nothing wrong. Why do we need others to understand? Uchiha Jin had a general understanding of it. It was about the Sharingan pattern in the 9 Tails pupils that night. Danzo seized on this and ordered the Uchiha to hand over the murderer. It's simply the thief crying stop thief. This is really the thief crying thief. Uchiha Ren couldn't help but speak out his thoughts. Yes, the thief is crying thief. Maybe this time it was arranged by that old devil Danzo. Hasn't he done enough to assassinate the Hokage? Everyone thought about Danzo's usual style and suddenly felt that this possibility was quite high. For a moment, all the senior executives present agreed with Uchiha Jin's opinion. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, rubbed his brows and had a headache. Among all the ninja clan leaders, his is the most difficult one. The Uchiha clan was too unruly, making it truly difficult to suppress them. It was all very well that the clan leader was powerful, and the clan members admired him. Absolute strength would attract a large number of people to follow blindly, but the key was that Fugaku didn't have that kind of strength. Not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Seeing that all the tribe members had reached a consensus, he found it difficult to utter the words he had prepared. I originally wanted to comfort my clan members first, and then continue to fight for the position of Hokage. In fact, Uchiha Jin's point of view also opened up his mind. Yeah, that guy Danzo is definitely capable of assassinating the Hokage. Anyone who knows him knows how crazy he is. As for the Sharingan incident, it's clearly a frame-up. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly became clear-headed and felt as if everything had suddenly become clear to him. As for the claim that it might be the kaleidoscope in the family records, he also found a reason. Since Danzo knew about the existence of the Mangekyo, it was not impossible for him to forge a pattern. The clan leaders' ideas were changed, and the conflicts that were about to break out in the clan meeting were resolved. During the conversation with Fugaku, he also expressed his own views, saying that he would uphold justice and would not let the glory of the Uchiha clan be trampled upon by their generation. This meeting directly united the Uchiha clan. As for Uchiha Jin, he kept his achievements and fame hidden. He didn't expect that his opinion could have such a big impact. He knew some of the truth and knew that Danzo had colluded with Obito to carry out the 9 Tails rebellion, so he came up with the idea of crying stop thief. Others really didn't think of this. Few people would have thought that a disaster like the 9 Tails rebellion would befall a high-ranking official like Danzo. Coupled with the bright Sharingan pattern in the 9-tailed fox's eyes, everyone was immediately confused, and everyone began to suspect the Uchiha clan. With the help of some other records, the Uchiha clan's legendary Mangekyo was uncovered, and the whole thing was almost finalized. The main reason for the tribesmen's confusion and dissatisfaction is that they feel really aggrieved, have done nothing wrong, and are unwilling to suffer injustice. The clan meeting ended, and the clan members outside also received a satisfactory answer that they returned home and waited for the next news. Uchiha Jin's prestige had unknowingly increased slightly. This is all invisible and difficult to detect at the moment. After returning home, Uchiha Jin recalled the incident and felt a little heavy in his heart. Saving the Uchiha clan is not as easy as it sounds. Such a prominent family has many people watching over them. Even the three tribes of pig, deer, and butterfly are probably on guard against them. Such a huge family with so many honors is really intimidating. Whenever a politically savvy Hokage appears, he will think of suppressing the Uchiha clan. That won't work. We need to shift our focus. Being too prominent will bring disaster. Look at the Senju clan, who were almost wiped out in World War II for the so-called glory. The remaining members of the tribe also hid their identities and completely lost the former splendor of the Thousand Hands tribe. The Sarutobi clan has developed rapidly since the third generation came to power. Now that we have a closer look, we find that, except for the bloodline, they are not inferior to the Uchiha clan at all. This is something that no one noticed. Unknowingly, the Sarutobi clan reached this point. Kind of situation. Even the Shimura clan, to which Danzo belonged, quietly followed suit and developed very low-key. During the Third War, these two tribes did participate, and their proportions were even reasonable, otherwise they would have been targeted. However, their losses were not as great as everyone else's. Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes, as if he had an idea. First, divert the Uchiha's attention. This is a long-term goal. At this stage, we must ensure that the family does not move out of the center of the village. In this way, at least the problem of genocide is mostly solved. In the center of the village, no one dared to take action. With so many ninjas here, it is impossible to launch an operation of that level quietly. Even the third generation doesn't dare to do it. The family's move out of the center itself provided conditions for the Root's actions, Itaka's actions, and even Obito's joining. This is even more unacceptable. As for whether Danzo will give in, Uchiha Jin never expected the other party to give in. The Uchiha clan will never compromise, and that is enough. The village's current strength is already insufficient. Is it still possible to force it? Also, kill. Even Danzo would feel heartbroken if I killed you, and I would lose all confidence if I killed you. As the patriarch of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku also has his own abilities. With sufficient reasons and excuses, he finally started to fight back. The third generation was also made suspicious by Fugaku's reasons. To be honest, although Namikaze Minato infringed upon some of his interests after coming to power, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, he was generally satisfied with his successor. If Danzo is really doing bad things, he has both the motivation and the ability. Especially the third generation, who knew his old friend's character, was even more convinced that Danzo could do it. It would be fine if he didn't say it out loud. At most, he would have a little doubt in his mind. But all of this was brought to the table by Fugaku, which was a headache. There was no chaos on Danzo's side, but the third generation was in chaos first. He was somewhat lacking in confidence, and was no longer as resolute as before in dealing with the Uchiha clan. To be honest, in the eyes of the third generation, Danzo was really not very friendly to the fourth generation. In this situation, anything could happen. Danzo felt a little resentful towards his old friend for not fighting back because of his lack of support. Uchiha Jin achieved his goal, and the migration of the Uchiha clan came to a temporary end. However, there is still a lot that needs to be dealt with later. If the Uchiha wants to gain a foothold, their reputation must not be tarnished again. This incident served as a reminder to Uchiha Jin. The Nine Tails Rebellion has just ended, and already there are some negative comments about the Uchiha clan. This must be stopped. What people say is scary. Uchiha Jin, who comes from the 21st century, has a deep understanding of this. In this world, individuals with great power do have a certain ability to transcend so-called rumors, and they can ignore them. But the strange thing is that the world actually cares about such rumors. White Fang committed suicide because of the villagers' accusations. There are a lot of specific disappointments with the village, but wasn't the initial trigger the collective accusations from the villagers? If a person is suppressed for too long, is blamed, and begins to doubt himself, he will be unable to stop having wild thoughts. The Uchiha clan must not be defiled. We have made countless contributions during the 3 Ninja World Wars. How can we allow a villain to act so recklessly? To be honest, Uchiha Jin's contribution to Danzo is almost invisible, but he is able to occupy an elder seat and even dreams of getting promoted to become the Hokage. He made contributions during World War II, but not many. What next? Almost all of them are working on their own villages. Even in the Third War, he participated in the war between the village and the Hidden Mist village, and led the battlefield there to the final victory. But he was holding the entire route in his hand. Instead of doing his job, he gouged out his own people's eyes on the battlefield. It's simply hateful. Besides, the biggest contributor to the victory at the Hidden Mist battlefield wasn't him, but Might Guy. Without Might Guy, who almost destroyed the 7 ninja swordsmen at the beginning of the war, Konoha would not have lasted that long. Maybe it will lead to mistakes on the other two fronts in the entire battle. Cancer. So-called rumors need to be stopped. Uchiha Jin also had an idea about this. It just drags more people into the water. Don't worry about it. Haha, Uchiha Ren doesn't give them this opportunity. If you don't help me, I will drag you into it by force. Watch the show to the end, no one can have an easy time. I'm saving you. Uchiha Jin thought about it and found nothing wrong. As long as the Uchiha clan's flag remains high, other ninja clans will not be harvested, which in a disguised way will save them. Moreover, the unity between the Uchiha clan and the villagers is itself related to the peace of Konoha. There is no need to explain how important the Uchiha clan is in maintaining order in Konoha. It is precisely for this reason that reconciling the conflict between the two sides is of great significance to Konoha. So, I'm doing this for Konoha's own good. Uchiha Jin felt at ease and decided to drag other ninja clans into the water. Who doesn't have a dark history? Target the Shimura clan first. Just revealing the dark history will not help the Uchiha situation at all, and they still have to find a scapegoat. In other words, another center of contradiction. Since you attributed the nine-tailed fox to my Uchiha clan, I won't hide it for you anymore. At worst, we can just expose the existence of the root. Who is afraid of whom? You, Danzo, assassinated the Hokage, and you are not allowed to say it? Let everyone see what kind of family can raise such a guy. Hey, this is strange. A family like this has developed unexpectedly well, even better than the pig, deer, and butterfly. Now the Uchiha clan is still a bunch of tsundere guys, so Uchiha Jin had to take action himself. He created several shadow clones, each of which changed its appearance and went to various places to start a public opinion war. It's time to change some of the customs in the clan. Being tsundere is fine, but if you do that, it will be me, the non-tsundere, who will be the one to do the hard work. Uchiha Jin decided to make his clansmen a little more sinister. This needs to be considered in the long term. In a flash, 3 days passed. Thanks to Uchiha Jin's efforts, Konoha's condemnation of Uchiha changed from a one-sided debate to a two-way debate. With a start, Uchiha Jin's views will have loyal supporters. These fans began to consciously express their own opinions. This immediately muddied the water. The Shimura clan was brought out by Uchiha Jin, and also attracted the attention of other ninja clans. Especially the sentence, "Oh, the Shimura clan has developed as well as the Inoshikacho clan," which made all the ninjas suddenly realize that there seemed to be nothing wrong. Unknowingly, the Shimura clan has developed to this point? The Sarutobi clan has no unique advantages. Before the third generation, they were no different from the Inoshikacho clan, not to mention the Shimura clan, which was almost dependent on the Sarutobi clan. At this moment, the Shimura clan was actually slightly ahead of the Inoshikacho clan. At the same time, some people followed the clues and accidentally discovered the development of the Sarutobi clan. In this era of the ninja village, especially after the establishment of the ninja school, some ninja family values it has been diluted and gradually become more dependent on the village. Some ninjas in a family still have deep feelings for their family, but they care more about the village. This is subtle and unstoppable. They even have a blind worship of the Hokage. It was only at this moment that someone noticed. Hokage, are you really selfless? Why did the Sarutobi clan develop so rapidly? The Sarutobi clan is fine, after all, there are some passive factors involved. They gave a lot of benefits for the sake of the Hokage. But what is the Shimura clan? They are extremely low-key. Where do the opportunities and resources come from? There were some things he couldn't help checking. Once it is revealed, it can no longer be covered up. This is even more true in the world of ninjas, where collecting some intelligence is still very easy. That's what ninjas do. Who doesn't have connections in various departments? The original matter of the Uchiha clan now forced other ninja clans to get involved. It's not about solving the Uchiha clan's public opinion problem, but their entry creates another topic. Well, I don't care whether the problem can be solved on my side or not. Anyway, we can have fun together and it will reduce the pressure on me. Uchiha Jin is very irresponsible. After he started it, he disappeared. We still have to look for Orochimaru. I was so busy with clan affairs that I forgot about the main business for a while. The sooner you start cultivating the Nine Tails chakra, the better. Especially the technology you need to understand it yourself. It's not impossible to directly ask Orochimaru to help train him, but there are too many uncertainties. What if Orochimaru secretly puts something like a cursed seal in there and uses himself as a resurrection vessel? He still hopes to do it himself. Looking for the clues he found a few days ago, Uchiha Jin found Orochimaru. Orochimaru, one of the 3 famous ninjas, has a bad temper. Looking at the huge snakes in front of him, Uchiha Ren's breathing stopped for a moment. The pressure brought by the body size is really too great. Fortunately, he has extraordinary concentration. Whoosh! The huge size did not make it difficult for Wanshi to move. His movements were still agile, and the huge snake tail made a sound of breaking through the air. Uchiha Jin's 3 Megatama were activated and he had already entered the state. It seems that Orochimaru is testing me with 10,000 snakes. In this case, the battle cannot be too difficult. Make seals with both hands. Fire style, great fire extinguishing, a sea of fire spewed out of his mouth. Although no damage was caused to Wan Shi, the large area of burns made Wan Shi angry. After landing, Uchiha Jin kept staring into Manzo's eyes. Reduce movement of other parts of the body as much as possible, and the 3 megatama in the eyes rotate rapidly. Manchi looked at Uchiha Jin with anger. Suddenly, its gaze became unfocused. Uchiha Ren jumped and landed on its head, but still saw no abnormality with the snake. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, as if he had discovered something interesting. A very powerful illusion. By activating the Mangekyo, even the abilities of the 3 Magatama form were enhanced. The illusion cast by Uchiha Jin's 3 Megatama is still eye-catching. For Orochimaru, the ability displayed by Uchiha Jin was not enough to make him afraid, but it was enough to make him look up to him. The dull eye slowly regained a bit of liveliness. Wan Shi recalled what had just happened and suddenly became extremely angry, shaking his head wildly. Damn it, the Great Lord Wan Snake is going to eat you. Uchiha Jin jumped down easily, staring at Wan Shi with his scarlet eyes, making the other party feel creepy. Tell me, what do you want from me? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Jin and asked him why he came. I hope your story can attract my interest. Naturally, it's a deal with Lord Orochimaru. Oh, a deal. Trading is the various skills that Uchiha Jin needs. As for the conditions, Uchiha Jin told Orochimaru some information in his mind to satisfy Orochimaru's curiosity. This is to attract the other party's interest. Then he took out the big head and some information about Akatsuki. The most important of these is the existence of the Rinnegan. This is the most attractive. However, there was still a suspicion of getting something for nothing, so Uchiha Ren gave him some additional information. For example, those related to the 6-path sage and some principles of the tailed beasts. Some existence related to eternal life, this is his condition. Of course, he didn't say anything directly about eternal life. At present, his relationship with Orochimaru is not yet deep enough to bring up this topic. Take your time. Orochimaru has a lot of stuff on his hands, so dealing with him is inevitable. After all, it is all about the exchange of knowledge, and no one suffers any loss. Uchiha Jin looked at the scroll in his hand and smiled with relief. Open the scroll. Your sister. Sure enough, cheap things are not good. I was careless. After reading it, Uchiha Jin found that the various devices were a bit scary. Spend money. It's not just a few 100,000, but tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. This is not science, it's a waste of money. Uchiha Jin's face looked extremely bad and gloomy. Orochimaru is already raising funds himself, so he probably won't bother with me. But if he can raise so much money, why can't I? In later generations, Orochimaru opened laboratories all over the ninja world. It's simply inhumane. He must have mastered a way to make money. This is a rich woman. Uchiha Jin began to think about how he could get the money in a short period of time. It won't take long to research this technology. He took a quick look and found that there were no overly advanced operations. What is valuable are some of the steps and principles. In a world with chakra, both micromanipulation equipment and other means in the microscopic field are more convenient. Unless he is clumsy, Uchiha Jin will be able to get the hang of it quickly. But these machines cost 20 million taels initially. This does not include subsequent maintenance and consumption. The raw materials such as nutrient solution required for cultivation also cost money. This is the big deal. So, I've misunderstood Orochimaru's wealth. It was poverty that limited his imagination. How could he know that what was truly valuable were not those laboratories? But it is the consumption that is still in operation in those laboratories, especially containers such as petri dishes. There are no anti-monopoly laws in this world, at least not for the strong. Perhaps this is why Orochimaru was able to raise so much money. He has a monopoly on a technology. Uchiha Jin was thinking about what he could monopolize. As for the family, you can't just borrow it if you want it. It requires going through the process and meeting various conditions. Moreover, the purpose of all funds must be explained, which is obviously unacceptable to Uchiha Ren. He didn't start the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion, so it has nothing to do with him. But, you're holding the Nine Tails chakra, oh no, half of it, and you're telling me it has nothing to do with you. Who was the third generation chasing that knight? If it wasn't him, he would have become him. Therefore, before Obito and Danzo were killed and the case was closed, the news that Uchiha Jin had the Nine Tails limbs in his hands must be suppressed as much as possible. Alas, making money, let your mind diverge and think about whether there are any money-making industries in your past life that you can learn from. But he also discovered that the problem was that he wanted absolute monopoly. It has to be absolute skill, otherwise it's easy to imitate. Rubbing his brows, Uchiha Ren felt a little headache. Even if he thought of related industries, he seemed to have to research these technologies himself. This is obviously impossible. It seems that we can only use the last resort. The merchants in this world don't seem to be good people. I can find a few of them and take them over. Don't blame me, I'm doing this all for Konoha. There is nothing wrong with strengthening yourself, eradicating the cancer Danzo, and saving Konoha in disguise. I can't run the business myself, so I have to keep the existing staff. This requires studying illusion techniques. In the next few days, Uchiha Jin studied Orochimaru's techniques while also reading up on knowledge of illusions, which also touched upon some aspects of brainwashing. His talent for illusion is really good. It's not about the Sharingan's aptitude in this area, but rather the understanding of illusion. In fact, it's not just illusions that I have good talents in other areas that I can draw inferences from. One example. Recently, my fire jutsu training has progressed very quickly, and my wind and water jutsu are also catching up. Uchiha Jin is very satisfied with his talent. Why don't you choose me to travel through time? I have good talent. For half a month, Uchiha Jin has been developing a very new illusion, the art of slavery. Fortunately, the theory involved was not very difficult, and he developed it smoothly. In the final analysis, it's just piecing things together, and then smoothing it out to make it coherent. As long as it works, there's no need to change it anymore, in case something goes wrong. This thing is magical. Some changes in chakra cause some changes in nerves, which is more puzzling than writing programs. After all, the rules of the program are like that, and the rules of illusion are actually not that comprehensive and complete. Many of them are explored rather than artificially stipulated in an orderly manner. In half a month, Konoha's public opinion became increasingly diverse. The Uchiha clan, once at the center of the limelight, has somewhat faded from the villagers' sight. Even under some guidance from Uchiha Jin, the restoration project of Konoha was underway, and the villagers paid more attention to this aspect. Every day is different, giving them hope in life, rather than dwelling on the pain of the past. It turns out that it is very easy as long as the direction is right. We also need to investigate the intelligence of some merchant groups. We can't target innocent merchants without any reason. We are not bad people. We won't rob people's property indiscriminately. Uchiha Jin did not investigate in the village. In the world of ninja, people are somewhat conservative and traditional. Danzo's ninjas are meant to make silent contributions, to be tools that can sacrifice anything for the mission. Such ideas can occupy the absolute mainstream and even stand on the side of justice, which shows how traditional the thinking in the ninja world is. It is for this reason that Uchiha Jin, a ninja investigating business issues, is very eye-catching. The correct approach is to accept the mission and then find a black market to buy intelligence after going out. There are all kinds of people in the black market, just hide your identity. And that's exactly what he did. Received a long-term mission to investigate the movements of the land of Earth. It has been so long since the end of the Third World War, but there are still some small moves on the part of the Uegakure village. One by one, they are obviously not very smart, so why are they so pedantic? Uchiha Jin couldn't understand. This ninja world is synonymous with distortion. The essence of the ninja world war is to consume the number of ninjas. Otherwise, have you seen anyone plundering anything? Even if you lose the battle, what can you do if Konoha doesn't give it to you? As for more land, there is basically no change. Local wars have almost always continued, and the territories of various countries have never changed. Oh, yes, small countries are exploited. Who cares? I just need to do my best. Uchiha Jin was able to complete the mission he accepted alone, and he didn't need anyone else to get in the way. Hey, I knew someone was following me. Just right, let me test my pupil technique. Uchiha Jin seemed very calm when the root sent someone to assassinate him again. As long as you are prepared, there will be no danger. When it comes down to it, the strongest root is only the Jonin. Unless Danzo takes action personally or takes the enemy by surprise, Uchiha Jin, with his Sharingan's insight, will be on constant alert, and no matter how many people the root sends out, it will be useless. Because I'm already a kaleidoscope. 3 Megatama slowly rotated in his scarlet eyes, capturing the movements around him. Come out, Uchiha Jin said. Whoosh whoosh. 3 figures surrounded them from different directions. 3 more Jonin. Uchiha Jin grinned out at this moment. He suddenly felt that there were so many Jonins in the root. After so many years of development, using the most cruel methods similar to raising goo to train ninjas, it's understandable that there are so many high-end combat forces. Otherwise, why is the root feared by other ninja villages? Such a powerful force, like a machine, only knows how to complete the task. It's really scary. Uchiha Jin's eyes unknowingly opened the Mangekyo. He performed the most basic visual disruption. This is a little trick he has figured out. As a rational Uchiha, he didn't want the changes in his eyes to attract other people's attention. Those who notice the changes in their eyes will be influenced by this little illusion and subconsciously ignore the changes. Those who don't notice it will be even less likely to notice it. I only have the pupil technique for my left eye. The right eye will take some time. Ever since the dojutsu was conceived, Uchiha Jin has directly known the relevant information about the dojutsu. What troubled him was that the pupil technique of his left eye was somewhat auxiliary. Illusion technique. Uchiha Jin referred to Shisui, combined the instant body technique and the clone technique, and added the interference of illusion to develop the prototype of the illusion technique. The clones left behind are disguised by chakra and can be seen through at a glance, but he himself is the medium of illusion. It will make people involuntarily think that it is the real body, which will interfere with judgment. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. The Great Fireball is the most challenging fire release technique, and its power depends on the user's mastery of the technique. Suddenly, a giant fireball was spit out, and the fiercely burning flames engulfed everything, and it exploded in front of the rat-faced ninja. Earth Escape, Earth Spike technique. The fireball exploded, and the soil splashed, and some of Uchiha Jin's chakra took the opportunity to merge into the soil. At this moment, the soil turned into thorns, forming a sky full of thorns. Puff puff puff. The rat-faced ninja was burned by the explosion and shot by dense earth spikes, almost losing his combat effectiveness. This combination ninjutsu is also unique, right? Uchiha Jin had never heard of it anyway. Unfortunately, without the earth attribute, it's a bit difficult to practice the nature change of Earth Escape, and the power can't be increased. I can only use these techniques. The cat-masked ninja and the dog-masked ninja rushed over in an instant after launching their attack from Uchiha Jin. Hey, I'll sacrifice 2 kunao. The pattern on Uchiha Jin's left eye began to rotate, and 2 slightly larger kunao disappeared from the ninja tool bag. As he said, he was sacrificed. What can you get? Chakra exploded under his feet, and he used the instant body technique to leave the spot. Get 2 smaller kunao. 2 kunao appeared silently in the space. The locations where the 2 kunao appeared were very clever, right on the route that the 2 enemies had to pass. Moreover, it's so close. Puff. The mysteriously appearing kunao ended the lives of the 2 jonin. His neck was inexplicably pierced by a kunao, and a dignified jonin died from it. Ha, what are you doing? How could I give you this opportunity to pass on information? Uchiha Jin pays the most attention to his own intelligence and does not give the rat-faced ninja any chance. The opponent was already seriously injured. He stared with his left eye, and the pattern inside was rotating. Sacrifice again. The kunao that inexplicably appeared in his throat ended the life of the rat-faced ninja. His Uchiha Jin suddenly covered his left eye, and the pain forced him to bend over. His left eye technique was a form of sacrifice, and after sacrificing, he could obtain what he desired. The simpler the technique, the less sacrifice required and the less pupil power consumed. At the same time, the greater the difference in value, the greater the consumption. The equivalent exchange after the sacrifice actually includes this aspect. It's not that you can't use the gains from the sacrifice to kill, but the result cannot be obtained directly. For example, if the position where the kunao appears is set in front of the person who is charging rapidly, the death of such a person will not be counted in the value after the exchange. However, directly placing the kunao in the vital parts of a living organism and penetrating it from the inside comes at a price. Distance counts too. This ability itself is actually not suitable for combat, but Uchiha Jin understood it very well and was able to use it in combat. The second use was not very cost-effective, and he will not do it again, but the previous use was obviously very successful. As long as I find your root, you'll be doomed. Uchiha Jin, who possesses the Mangekyo, seems to be very good at this. It's okay. Having a way to fight is enough. This eye technique was not originally intended for combat, so it's incredible that it can have such an effect. Sacrifice itself also has losses. After sacrificing the kunao and rematerializing it, it should be enough to deduct the pupil power, but the kunao became 1 size smaller. Next, we can try to explore other applications of this pupil technique. Place the 3 bodies together. He endured the pain and opened the kaleidoscope again, activating the pupil technique of his left eye. Sacrifice. After sacrificing 3 corpses, can his biological essence be perfectly absorbed? The pupil technique is activated. Hiss, this is sour and refreshing. Energy surged from deep within the body, nourishing and pleasurable, but the eyes felt an indescribable pain like a needle prick. Uchiha Jin was in pain and happy. Even some eye muscles received feedback and were moisturized, but there was still severe pain. A line of blood and tears had already appeared in Uchiha Jin's left eye, and his Mangekyo had long been closed. At the same time, he almost subconsciously dared not open his left eye. Is this the price of perfect integration? Even so, Uchiha Jin did not dare to attempt an imperfect integration. What if it gets distorted? Accidentally growing a 4th leg would be even weirder. Article 5, Article 6, ugh, what the hell? It turns out that my pupil technique has a good effect on improving physical fitness. After a while of relief, despite the pain, he still opened his left eye to judge the changes in his vision. There's blurring, but not much change. It seems that paying special attention to the eyes is beneficial. Although blindness is still inevitable, its service life has undoubtedly been greatly enhanced. That is to say, in the future you can endure the pain and consumption of overdraft every time, but the cost will be much lower. It's good either way. It's a pity that this bug is not too perfect. It would be even better if all the costs could be perfectly compensated, especially if the pain is reduced a little bit. Uchiha Jin wiped the non-existent saliva, cleaned up the battlefield, and prepared to leave. He was very satisfied with the pupil technique of his left eye. When he had time, he would use this pupil technique to improve his physical fitness. Uchiha Jin felt that after this upgrade, his chakra amount had increased significantly. My soul cannot be elevated, but my soul itself is powerful. Especially the Uchiha clan, they had feedback in this regard after he opened the Mangekyo, and they were not short of spiritual energy. So, is it possible that I haven't even cultivated a pseudo-kyuubi yet, but my physique already has a considerable amount of chakra? Uchiha Jin was somewhat tempted. Can you return this technology? Can I make another deal? After thinking about it, he felt that there was a high probability that he would be beaten to death by Orochimaru. Thousands of snakes bite. 10,000 snakes in the true sense. Besides, it's a bit painful to use my own chakra. Uchiha Jin was a little scared that his own chakra might consume his lifespan. It's okay for small fights now, but in the future, if the battle reaches the level of Hashirama Senju, and he has to consume his own chakra to perform a large-scale ninjutsu, it will be different. There are still benefits to cultivating a pseudo-kyuubi. Just like Hashirama Senju plus the Nine Tails, wouldn't that be even more invincible? The black market was easy to find, as his predecessor had been there. He quietly changed his appearance and suppressed the aura of his chakra. Distribution of medium-sized business groups. Can. After reluctantly paying 1 million taels, Uchiha Jin checked the information, confirmed that it was correct, and left the black market. He didn't try to shake off the pursuers behind him, he just needed the corpses. Another wave of sacrifices. Although there are more people this time, they are somewhat weak and the effect is not as good as the 3 senior ninjas last time. I didn't expect a medium-sized business group to have such huge benefits. Uchiha Jin studied it carefully and all he saw was money. These business groups are really rich. I can't question the huge expense of hiring bodyguards. Since you are so rich, you really need to prepare personal protection. Shipbuilding. Uchiha Jin has his own goals. You're exploiting the fishermen, so it's time for me to come and deal with you, representing justice. Closing the scroll, he made a seal. Bang. You stay and continue with the mission, I'll go do the real work. Leave the shadow clone to complete the task, and go start your own business. Uchiha Jin traveled all the way across the land of fire and arrived at the land of waves. This place can be said to be the place where capital of the entire ninja world is gathered. In this tiny country, capital is rampant. Team 7's first mission is to Wave Country, which is related to the monopolized bridge building industry. With the information on the black market, Uchiha Ren easily found his target. The Tokugawa family is one of the giants in the monopoly of the shipbuilding industry. Their residence, this is a castle. A huge warship, like a castle. Before he could make a move, Uchiha Jin saw endless wealth beckoning him. I don't know if the ninja villages are crazy. What's the point of war? Wouldn't it be easy to just capture a place like this? Shaking his head, Uchiha Ren stopped thinking about it. Maybe there are other concerns. The protection is quite strict. After a brief investigation, Uchiha Jin was surprised by the defenses of the Tamikawa family. It's okay, it's still within my control. Uchiha Jin opened the Mangekyo. The cost of just opening these eyes is actually not that great. What is really scary is when you use the pupil technique. Using these eyes to perform illusions and other operations only consumes more energy than using 3 Megatama. It consumes ordinary pupil power. Uchiha Jin quietly entered the castle. The art of slavery, it was his first time using it, so he wasn't very confident about the effect, so he used all his strength, and his target was an ordinary guard. The effect is okay, but it takes time. Uchiha Jin made some comments, but he didn't express any dissatisfaction. Control others and want to do it instantly? You're dreaming. With the help of this guard, Uchiha Jin easily found the living area of the Tamikawa family. The defense here is tighter. I had no choice but to force my way in. He appeared openly and attracted everyone's attention. The scarlet eyes are particularly eye-catching. A large-scale illusion is performed. Looking at the elite guards falling one after another, Uchiha Ren curled his lips. They are all warriors. The movement outside seemed to touch the existence inside. Uchiha Jin looked a little solemn. Each chakra aura is a strong presence. Grey Bone Demon Kagaya Izumo. Looking across the courtyard at the guy who appeared, Uchiha Jin recognized him. A traitorous ninja from the Hidden Mist village. Kagaya Izumo, a ninja of the Kagaya clan, masters the corpse bone vein and has the title of Grey Bone Demon Man. During the Third World War, he disappeared inexplicably, and was later defined as a traitor by the Hidden Mist village. I didn't expect to come here to enjoy myself. In addition to Kagaya and Izumo, there are 3 other rebellious ninjas from the Hidden Mist village. He discovered that the capital of this wave country was very fond of the rebellious ninjas from the Hidden Mist village. That Kato hired Zabuza Mamakai, and the Tamikawa clan here also hired Kagaya and Izumo, the rebel ninjas of the Hidden Mist. Uchiha Jin doesn't want anyone to know about his Mangekyo information. However, this group of rebellious ninjas are quite powerful and difficult to fully control. We can only ask the Fuchuan family to replace their guards. Many kunao appeared in his hands unknowingly. Sacrifice. The sudden disappearance of the kunao was alarming. Uchiha Jin performed the illusion technique. The figure is swirling, and the illusion is combined with the technique of instant body movement and the technique of clone, and the proficiency is brought to a higher level. After several actual combats, it became more perfect. Water style, waterfall technique. The castle of the Tamikawa clan was a huge warship, anchored in the harbor with the sea outside. Very suitable for water escape. Under normal circumstances, the strength displayed by Kagaya Izumo and several other rebellious ninjas of the Hidden Mist is enough for the Tamikawa clan to protect their wealth. I'm afraid you won't move. Uchiha Jin smiled, and the sacrifice effect was finally triggered by him. He materialized a thumb-sized kunao in the air, which pierced into everyone's throats. Kagaya Izumo had a kunao stuck in his neck, but he did not fall down. At the critical moment, he grew new larynx and stuck the kunao. Although it was still punctured, at least the trachea was intact. Uchiha Jin thought to himself that this was troublesome. 10 fingers piercing bullets. With the whizzing of her finger bones, she pierced through the phantom clones and determined Uchiha Jin's location. Willow dance spring dance. A large number of bone spurs protruded from his body, surrounding his entire body to form a perfect defense. At the same time, he pulled out the entire arm bone from his shoulder and turned it into a bone sword. Wind style, suppression. The strong wind pressured Kagaya Izumo. Wind style, vacuum jade. Uchiha Jin's left eye recovered a little, and he was finally sacrificed again. Kunao is hard to guard against and appears randomly along Kagaya and Izumo's route. If you're not careful, it can pierce your wound. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Uchiha Jin opened his mouth and spit out a huge fire dragon, roaring towards Kagaya Izumo. Boom! The flames engulfed her, and Kagaya Izumo rushed out of the flames. Hey, sacrifice! The sky was filled with flames and sacrificed. A fist-sized fireball appeared in front of Kagaya Izumo's chest. The fireball, compressed to the extreme, was extremely unstable and exploded with a loud bang. It turns out that these operations can be done. Compress the flame. Then kunao is also possible, but the consumption is a bit high. But a sharper kunao means greater destructive power. Kagaya Izumo's chest was blown into a bloody mess, with her internal organs exposed, but his sternum protected everything firmly. Even so, it was still charred. It's over. Uchiha Jin fired a large number of kunao. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. He spewed out several flames that attached to the kunao, and a rain of fire fell from the sky. Sacrifice. Part of the flames in kunao were sacrificed, breaking through the defense and falling on Kagaya Izumo. Thump. Kagaya Izumo fell to the ground unwillingly. Phew, fortunately, I can bear it. Feeling the condition of his left eye, Uchiha Jin said it was okay. A battle won't cause much damage to your eyes. Having dealt with most of the forces himself, Uchiha Jin easily captured the master of the Tamikawa clan. Several core members were brainwashed by him using the technique of slavery. This time, Uchiha Jin used the most complete version, which took him more than half an hour. At least, there's no way to escape the impact for a few years. When the request was made, Uchiha Jin did not make it too excessive. He just asked them to take out 30% of the profits every year. Well, it was a lot of money, but he had earned it. Let's change the guards too. Before leaving, Uchiha Jin thought carefully and confirmed that only these guards had seen his Mangekyo, and he had indeed taken care of them all. Take away Kagaya Izumo and a large number of corpses. Among this group of guards, there are quite a few warriors who have honed their physiques much more thoroughly than ninjas, so the effect of sacrifice to improve their physique should be quite good. There is also Kagaya Izumo, whose physical enhancement from the corpse bone bloodline is extremely exaggerated. Finding an open space, Uchiha Jin performed a sacrifice. My physical fitness has grown a lot again. My chakra has almost tripled compared to the beginning. This is quite huge improvement. Of course, my control over chakra has not kept up. I have to exercise well after returning to the village. He does not expect to open all 8 gates of the 8 gates of ninjutsu at the same time, as this is a power that costs his life. However, the first 3 or 5 gates, whose damage is not that high, can be practiced. Why not use the power that is increased for no reason? It can be regarded as an amplification type of ninjutsu. Especially the first 2 doors, which can be opened and closed, can remove the limitations of the brain, fully control yourself, and relieve physical fatigue. These 2 effects are simply free enhancements. Finally, we'll purchase some equipment and try to set up a laboratory. Uchiha Jin did not immediately notify the shadow clone to reunite, but went to collect the experimental equipment he needed first. With part of the Fuchuan family's wealth in his hands, he successfully made the purchase. Strengthen the illusion every year in the future. In this way, I will definitely have enough funds for my experiments in the future. Uchiha Jin secretly admired his own wisdom. The bulky equipment is not difficult to transport, as there are special matching reels. But you can only do this once, otherwise the equipment will be damaged. What do you mean by once? You just want to make more money. If relocation is necessary, it is definitely better to put the instrument into the reel. When the time comes, come to them to inquire, and they will definitely have the corresponding products. Uchiha Jin sneered, but still had to buy it honestly. The laboratory is basically no longer a problem. The next step is to cultivate the nine-tailed fox organization. In addition, now that the laboratory is open, other research can also be attempted. Meet up with your photo clone, fill out the mission report, and then return to the village to submit the mission. Uchiha Jin won't need to carry out any missions, at least for a short period of time. He was wounded. That's right. Wounded. I was attacked by some masked ninjas and was lucky to escape. As for whether the third generation believes it or not. Anyway, Uchiha Jin said that he didn't dare to go out on the mission. There was also a mix of other tribesmen in his tone. I feel like the Uchiha clan is being targeted. It's too dangerous for us to go out. Try to make them more careful. That you can only judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart. A few sarcastic remarks will make you feel comfortable. As for the third generation's gloomy face, what does it have to do with Uchiha Jin? So after Uchiha Jin left, the third generation found Danzo and asked him face to face whether he had attacked the Uchiha clan ninjas. The third generation could not tolerate attacking ninjas from the same village. Back then, he was the one who supported Orochimaru in conducting human experiments. The reason they fell out was because Orochimaru used ninjas from his own village, right? Maybe it is also possible that because this matter was exposed, for the sake of face. But how similar is this time? Since Uchiha Jin's affairs were exposed, he had to take action. And Uchiha Jin was so sarcastic in the mission report, wasn't his underlying meaning that he wanted to punish Danzo? Shut up, Danzo, I'm the Hokage. Hiruzen, I do all this for Konoha. Hiruzen. Uchiha Jin didn't know about the quarrel in the Hokage's office, but even if he did, he wouldn't be interested. It was just a few words. He found himself under surveillance by many root ninjas. This is very annoying. Bang! Uchiha Jin, what are you doing? Danzo shouted angrily, pointing at the corpse in front of him, his voice stern. Uchiha Jin said nothing and looked at the Hokage. Jin, what's going on? The voices of 3 generations of old people tried to sound calm. Report to Lord Hokage. Uchiha Jin pronounced the word Hokage clearly. I discovered that these people were monitoring my Uchiha clan. I originally thought they were Umbu ninjas, but after a closer look, I found that they were not Umbu members. How dare you disguise yourself as a Konoha Umbu ninja? How audacious of you. These people, yes, 15 in total. Where are the rest of the people? Kill them all, leaving no one behind. Uchiha Jin looked at the third Hokage without any fear. He is expressing his attitude at this moment. Spying on my Uchiha clan? Was this the order from your third generation? If not, then these people are not masks of the Umbu, and the people I killed are spies. He's a spy. There are subtle differences between the Roots mask and the Umbus, and this is the difference that Uchiha Jin mentioned. Uchiha Jin. Danzo roared, angry at Uchiha Jin for ignoring him and the consecutive loss of 15 men. Elder Danzo, I heard that the Shimura clan has been a bit chaotic lately. That you're not staying in the clan to maintain order. Uchiha Jin, you're meddling too much. Haha, okay then, it's my fault, okay. I always feel that even my own family has too many dirty things. Such elders are not very capable. Uchiha Jin. My ears are not deaf, I can hear. I'm an elder. Uchiha Jin did not answer, but looked at Danzo in silence. In fact, he didn't intend to completely break up at this time, but perhaps because he felt more confident after the kaleidoscope was turned on, he broke many of his previous plans. At the same time, even after careful consideration, he found that now was the best time to break up. Even when Konoha was weak, they fell out, and even the third generation Danzo had to endure it. Why should I back down? The situation in Konoha is not good and conflict cannot break out. Why should I endure it? You know the situation is bad, but you still cause trouble? Sorry, I am neither Hokage nor an elder, just an ordinary ninja. I don't have such a broad perspective. Hokage-sama, I heard that many bodies of our Uchiha clan have disappeared. It seems that someone is coveting our clan's Sharingan. Although I don't know why, I still feel it is necessary to ask. Uchiha Jin revealed his cards and looked at the third Hokage. Third Sama, the ninja families of Konoha, their bloodline limits are coveted by others. Will the village intervene? Silence. There was deathly silence in the office. Neither the third Hokage nor Danzo had expected that Uchiha Jin would reveal all this. Jin, some things are not what you think. I don't care what terms the patriarch discussed with you or how we reached a compromise. I only know that someone is coveting the eyes of my brothers and sisters. Uchiha Jin didn't care about the third generation's bullshit explanation. He knew it, but even so, the third generation didn't want to interfere. In other words, at most they would warn Danzo and not investigate the previous events. At least there will be no so-called punishment. How ridiculous this is. Treat me like a child and coax me? Konoha has declined to this extent. He turned and left. No nostalgia. Logically speaking, as a jonin, doing this would be a great disrespect to the Hokage and the elders. But that's what he did. So what if I don't have power? Can I not speak out? He has already warned the two people today that if there is a next time, he will take action directly without any worries. As for various crimes, he didn't intend to care about them. He always felt that the so-called rules were meant to make life difficult for honest people. No one who breaks the rules is severely punished. What is the point of having these rules? Uchiha Jin felt that this kind of rule did not conform to his understanding, so he would not abide by it. Anyway, with the kaleidoscope, he is confident. Before the Fourth War, I had absolute confidence. Also, the tribesmen need a good leader. Some people must resist, otherwise they will be. If you keep feeling depressed, you will eventually get sick. When it comes to things like this, you have to be brave enough to do them and not be timid. Because once you do it, you will find that there is actually not so much to worry about. Having made a meaningful beginning, Uchiha Ren felt very satisfied and happily built a laboratory for himself. His laboratory is located under his own house. Through the sacrifice of the left eye, a large amount of underground space was directly hollowed out. The consumption is not great and there is no movement at all. He used Earth Escape to reinforce the surrounding ground, and then separated it into several independent spaces to store different types of equipment separately. Energy supply room, culture room, operation room. Get familiar with these instruments first. Once you are familiar with it, you can start cultivating the Nine Tails chakra. That's right. Uchiha Ren thought of a question at this time. What I trade is the technology of cell tissue culture. It is difficult to say about one cell, but it is not a problem to cultivate a clone body from the limbs of an arm. But this thing should be able to be used to cultivate the limbs of the tailed beasts, right? That should be possible. The next day, Uchiha Jin finally received education from the third generation. It was not done by the third generation himself, but by a member of the tribe, Uchiha Shisui. He never thought that his first meeting with this legendary figure would be under such circumstances. During the 3 wars, Shisui had already gained a certain degree of fame, and the title of Instant Soul Shisui resounded throughout the ninja world. Now, he at least has the strength of a jonin. The young jonin should have been the treasure of the family, but he became a tool of the third generation. Jin-senpai, Hokage-sama told me what happened to you yesterday. Uchiha Shisui respected his seniors very much and spoke politely, not seeming to be out to accuse them. You shouldn't have killed them knowing they were ninjas from the village. Seeing that Uchiha Jin was not listening very much, Uchiha Shisui had to get straight to the point and express his disapproval of his killing of the root ninja. Oh, then do you know how much blood of our clansmen these guys have on their hands? Uchiha Jin taunted. Uchiha Shisui lowered his head silently. You've experienced this too, right? You know, I almost died at their hands? Do you know the consequences of dying at their hands? You know, there are even some members of the tribe who can't even die? I understand that you have to endure unfair treatment, that you are doing it for the village, but we can't stand it. The village was established for everyone, not to suppress everyone or enslave everyone. That's all I have to say. Think about it carefully. Uchiha Jin tried to change this person's mind. He felt that Shisui was still young and should have a chance to change. At least, his words made him reflect. What, 3 generations of trust? Haha, so what if you don't trust me? I am so hesitant, afraid of losing the trust of 3 generations. Then what? What happens when trust is truly lost? When you really try it, you will find that the consequences are not as serious as you think. Crisis of trust? Is there a thorn in your heart? People with the third generation's personality have a thorn in their heart when they see someone. Moreover, due to his indecisive character, he would not make up his mind to do anything just because of such a one-time incident. Without disturbing the thoughtful Shisui, Uchiha Jin left and continued with his plan. The training of ninjutsu is going quite smoothly. Uchiha Jin has expressed his admiration for his talent in ninjutsu many times. There's a reason why God allowed him to travel through time. His understanding of the changes in the nature of fire style is growing day by day, as are water style and wind style, which are now almost progressing at the same pace. Uchiha Jin was also very satisfied with his performance. In his opinion, with his talent in ninjutsu, his physique that could be continuously improved, and his considerable chakra in the future, there would be no problem for him to possess the strength of a cage without relying on the Sharingan. I don't know if I have the talent to cultivate my bloodline limit. Uchiha Jin naturally had his own ideas. Bloodline limit is a qualitative change, its power far exceeds that of ordinary escape techniques. Moreover, some unique effects cannot be achieved by ordinary escape techniques. I have the 3 attributes of water, fire, and wind. Among his attributes, the fire attribute is not the largest, but the smallest part, and Feng Shui has a slight advantage. However, the original body mainly practiced fire escape, supplemented by water and wind escape. These three attributes of talent are wasted in vain. However, we can't blame him entirely. After all, he developed the Sharingan to perfection, which saved me a lot of effort in inheriting it. He also played an important role in my successful eye-opening. After all, the three Megatama piled up the negative emotions of the Mangekyo, and the original body definitely contributed more than half. As for ninjutsu, the opponent also used the Sharingan to copy a lot of it, creating good conditions for Uchiha Jin's training. Even though I can copy and paste directly, I still need to practice hard to increase its power. How did Kakashi get the title of copy ninja? Just the Sharingan? It's out of the question. The Uchiha clan in the past had so many Sharinans, and each one was a copy ninja. It was because of Kakashi himself that he had a very high understanding of most ninjutsu, and even the copied ninjutsu was no worse than the ones he practiced himself. In the battle with Zabuza, the Great Waterfall technique and Water Dragon Bullet technique he copied were almost as powerful as Zabuza's. This is the difference. Of the two Feng Shui attributes, Ice Escape is the most suitable. Uchiha Jin is still thinking about the possibility of practicing his bloodline limit. If the proportions of the two Feng Shui attributes are large, then Ice Escape is obviously the most suitable. But, Ice Escape doesn't seem to suit me very well. The Uchiha clan mainly uses Fire Escape, but he suddenly uses Ice Escape. It's a bit abrupt. No rush. It won't be too late to make a decision after I get Hashirama's cells and transform my body. By then, maybe I will inherit the wood release directly and there will be no need to study ice release. With the sacrificial eye technique, perfectly fusing Hashirama's cells is no longer a dream. He doesn't even need to study any technology. Sometimes Uchiha Jin would think that the reason he obtained this eye technique was perhaps because he had too many wishes. The Sharingan is known as the eye that reflects the soul, and the birth of the eye technique is also based on the obsession of the person who opens the eye. Uchiha Jin's sacrifice might really be what he thought. As for the pupil technique of the other eye, alas, it's not healed yet, but it will be soon. He could feel that in a few days, his other pupil technique would be completed. Since they were not completed together, it is most likely not the same pupil technique. I don't know what this second pupil technique will be. Uchiha Jin thought back to his thought process over the past few days. Making trouble? He remembered that he seemed to have spread a lot of rumors in Konoha. Could it have a similar effect to Kota Amatsukami? Or, murder? Your own team. There has always been a lot of murderous intent hidden. After all, every time I go out, there is a tail at the root, which is really disgusting. And the guy watching outside. Why think so much? You'll know when the time comes. Uchiha Jin stopped fantasizing about the eye technique to avoid disappointment. These days, he plans to find Orochimaru to continue the transaction. Orochimaru has a lot of good things in his hands. Technology is one thing, but these Uchiha Ren don't really need it. The sacrificial pupil technique allowed him to achieve some effects on his own. On the other hand, there is ninjutsu. Orochimaru has information on all forbidden techniques. This is the greatest wealth. In this ninja world, ninjutsu is wealth. Take the Flying Thunder God technique for example. Orochimaru doesn't know how to use it, but he must have tried it, and there is information about it. As a disciple of the third generation, this aspect is very convenient. It is extremely difficult for others to obtain forbidden techniques, but Orochimaru has seen almost all of them. This is the gap in identity. The transaction with Orochimaru went very smoothly. After several transactions, the two of them established a certain connection. Alas, information other than immortality really has little appeal to Orochimaru. Looking at the water-style water-breaking wave scroll in his hand, Uchiha Jin sighed. This can also be considered a forbidden technique. The forbidden water escape technique recorded in the Book of Sealed. Well, it was developed by the second Hokage. It's quite powerful, but few people seem to be able to master it except the second generation. Even if some people have mastered it, they are not very skilled and are not famous for it. At least it's a technique that can be used immediately, so it's okay. Also, after 2 familiarization sessions, next time I can discuss the art of immortality with Orochimaru. That will be the big part of the deal. Presumably, Orochimaru also realized that he still had very important information waiting for him. Uchiha Jin is still very aware of his own performance. He was just an ordinary person before he traveled through time. Although he had been imitating the memories of his predecessor, there were always some shortcomings. Shui Duanbo, if you master this technique, you must find a chance to report it. This technique, which is only found in the sealed book, has been obtained by me, so I have to report it. Otherwise, Danzo might have taken the opportunity and bit him hard. Before Orochimaru defected, tell him the origin of this jutsu. It came from him anyway. The cultivation of the Nine Tails chakra went smoothly, and Uchiha Jin felt very relaxed that he had plenty of time to practice this water jutsu. Speaking of the Nine Tails chakra, it's time to try to adapt. If you want to master the Nine Tails chakra, you must first become familiar with this chakra. Uchiha Jin needs to use the sacrificial eye technique to make his body perfectly adapt to this chakra. Only then will you be able to make a seamless transition and directly complete the qualitative change of strength. There are also senjutsu. No one in the Uchiha clan has mastered senjutsu yet. I don't know how powerful the power can be when the Mangekyo would release tailed beasts and senjutsu hit a person. Can you reach the level of Senju Hashirama? Maybe. Uchiha Jin couldn't guarantee it either, but at least we have the foundation to compete with them. At this stage, it is estimated that only Obito can pose some threat to him. The opponent's Kamui was simply a bug to him. Without Minato Namikaze's reaction speed and combat level, or absolute strength, he really couldn't guarantee that he could withstand Obito's attack. I don't know if my sacrifice can earn me a subspace. Uchiha Jin also felt that he was dreaming. What kind of sacrifice can obtain the subspace? The price of such an unrelated sacrifice is extremely terrifying, and it is very likely that it will blind you. Even if you are blind, it cannot be achieved. Oh, I hope the second pupil technique will be more powerful. He could only hope that the pupil technique of his right eye could help him restrain the divine power. After returning home and going to the laboratory, Uchiha Jin took out the Nine Tails chakra and began to try to adapt. To open the Mangekyo, he borrowed the Nine Tails chakra, and his own eye power was highly compatible with the Nine Tails chakra. After such a long time, the influence of the pupil power on the body has also passed, and my own resistance to the nine-tailed fox has indeed improved. Feeling the condition of the Nine Tails chakra in his body, Uchiha Jin made a judgment. But that's not enough. You need to reach a very high level of control so that you can use the Nine Tails chakra, almost like controlling your own chakra. Of course, for the sake of the eyes, it doesn't have to be so perfect. The slightest change in the body will affect one's condition. The perfect fit that you have spent a lot of effort to transform will deviate more and more with practice. Do you have to spend money to maintain it? Just adapt as best you can. As for chakra control, large-scale ninjutsu shouldn't be necessary. The macro-constraint force will be sufficient. If you need fine control, just use your own chakra. After figuring this out, he began to use his own pupil technique. Sacrifice. Sacrifice the Nine Tails chakra in your hand. Make your body as adaptable as possible. I don't think much has changed. Uchiha Jin clearly knew from the feedback of the eye technique that the result he needed had been achieved, but he just couldn't feel it. Give it a try. He once again took out some chakra from the petri dish and integrated it into his body. I still feel the erosion, but it's extremely weak. I can also control the Nine Tails chakra to a certain extent. He formed seals with his hands and mobilized the Nine Tails chakra to circulate within his body. Bang! A figure identical to Uchiha Jin appeared beside him. Very good. The result satisfied him. Leaving his shadow clone to continue cultivating the nine-tailed fox's limbs, he left the laboratory. Time passes. Practice and cultivate the nine-tailed fox's limbs. Uchiha Jin's life was simple yet fulfilling. He even wished he could divide his time into parts and use them accordingly. He was also using his shadow clone, but even so, he still felt that time was not enough. As your practice deepens, you'll discover how much time you waste if you want to make further progress and achieve greater breakthroughs. With the change of nature, Uchiha Jin successfully broke through the shackles of his predecessor and stepped into another world. This may be due to the opening of the Mangekyo, or it may simply be Uchiha Jin's talent. The power of his ninjutsu has now reached the level of Kage. 3 attributes in parallel. But it is extremely difficult to go further. In terms of ninjutsu training, Uchiha Jin is just an ordinary one among the Kage level. It's no wonder that he is obsessed with ninjutsu. In fact, when it comes down to it, ninjutsu is the foundation. Isn't the technique of the thousand hands really a ninjutsu? Even the pupil technique cannot match it when it is cultivated to the extreme. Of course, pupil techniques must also be mastered and developed well. Uchiha Jin wasn't comparing anything, he just wanted to have it all. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Besides, my talent is capable of that, so why not? Why not? He successfully mastered the water-breaking wave in his hand. He was very clear about the principles of this ninjutsu and mastered it very smoothly. He was even making improvements and continuing to increase the water pressure, intending to develop an indestructible water blade. It seems that there is such a technique, but since there is hope for his own development, Uchiha Jin will not waste resources on trading. In 3 months, Uchiha Jin's progress was indeed small. There has not been much breakthrough in the upper limit of strength. It's really big. Even without using the Sharingan, he possesses 100% of the strength of a Kage. With the 3 Megatama, his strength can be even stronger. Maybe it can't be compared with the veteran strongmen like the 3rd generation, but there is no doubt about it. I'm already worthy of being beaten 50-50 by Kakashi. Ninja school has begun, and Uchiha Itachi is enrolled. Uchiha Jin sighed, feeling a sense of urgency. Itachi is about to start school. Is the night of genocide far away? No, what's the point of annihilating a clan? The family didn't even migrate. However, he couldn't let his guard down. Regarding Uchiha Itaka's ideological education, he would try to correct it if he had the chance, but in order to save the family, he had no choice but to change the other person's mind, and Uchiha Jin had no interest in that. Ultimately, it all depends on your own strength. If he had the power of Hashirama Senju, would he still need to worry about his clan being exterminated? Now it's not a matter of genocide. Now, the Uchiha's mission is to return to glory. By the way, Danzo has become a lot more obedient since last time. That it seems the third Hokage must have been quite upset last time. Unfortunately, even so, the third generation was only put in solitary confinement, and they were reluctant to shut down an organization like the Root. Some time ago, Danzo finally regained control of the Root. After regaining control of the Root, Danzo did not change his bad habits and began to interfere in political affairs again. The dignified Hokage, the third Hokage, is really... Uchiha Ren shook his head, not knowing how to comment. Establishing the Root, no, letting Danzo assist him was his biggest mistake. We're going to the battlefield tomorrow. Clean it up properly. The battlefield is still very dangerous for him. In this world, individual power is extraordinary, but not completely transcendent, and numbers can still kill strong people. The third Raikage was besieged by tens of thousands of Iwagakure troops and eventually died of exhaustion. This is the most obvious example. Maybe the strength is not enough. If you reach the level of Senju Hashirama or even the Sage of Six Paths, you might not have to worry about these things, but unfortunately, I am not one of them. When he goes to the Kumagakure battlefield and faces the enemies of the Kumagakure village, he has to be much more cautious. If you are not careful, you will be seriously injured, and then the Roots will seize the opportunity and kill you directly. On the battlefield, I think my wind style will be greatly improved. This time, it wasn't just Uchiha Jin. Orochimaru also seems to have been recruited to go to the Kumagakure battlefield. The situation over there is somewhat serious. Is it pushed to the limit? Uchiha Jin really didn't expect that there would be such a war before Orochimaru defected. A local war is also a war. Moreover, this conflict with Kumagakure is no less severe than the situation between the two sides during the Third War. In other words, except for a few other countries not joining in, other aspects are not bad compared to the Ninja World War. If Orochimaru were to lead a war in such a situation, it would certainly take a huge amount of energy. Fortunately, my superficial identity is just a jonin. I can just take it easy and try to stay away from the top battlefields. He did not set out with Orochimaru. Early the next morning, he packed up his supplies and set off alone. Doesn't it mean that even if you know someone is watching you, you still have to walk alone? But Uchiha Jin can perform better this way. Danzo is definitely planning a big move this time, Uchiha Jin guessed. On the way here, he was not ambushed by anyone. It's a bit unlike Danzo's style. According to his methods, crazy biting is the norm. Are you afraid of being killed? Not really. Uchiha Jin knows the background of the Root. In the 3 battles, there was not much damage to the Roots. In fact, taking advantage of the unique period, Danzo captured countless talents and used the Third World War as an excuse to train them. There was death and sacrifice, but there was much more to gain. Hinata Hisashi is in charge here for the time being. On the northern battlefield, the Hyuga clan has always been the main force. Sending him, a member of the Uchiha clan, must have been Danzo's doing. There's no real reason to send a jonin here. However, Hinata Hisashi was a relatively rational person. He did not make things difficult for Uchiha Jin and registered normally. The Hyuga clan. In fact, Uchiha Jin could see it from the arrangement. The third generation prepared to take action against the Hyuga clan. This is his policy. Since coming to power, he has been suppressing the major ninja clans one after another, sparing no effort, and now it is the Hyuga clan's turn. The Uchiha clan has always been suppressed, but they were suppressed when the third generation was struggling with whether to live in peace or something. After the Third War, Konoha has been at war with Kumagakure? Uchiha Jin recalled and found that there seemed to be a war going on here. It seems that the Hidden Cloud village has made several attempts to refuse to acknowledge its final defeat in the Third War. The agreement is not fulfilled. It's just shameless. In other words, the Hyuga clan has been suffering losses here. The third generation is simply not human. This family, even the powerful ones, will be dragged down. As expected, being forced to sacrifice Hyuga Hisashi was not only due to the problem of the main family and branch family system, but more importantly, it was the power of the Hyuga clan, which really had no ability to resist. So pitiful. Uchiha Jin silently sympathized with them. Now I am still proud that I have made great contributions to Konoha, but the next thing is that I will be abandoned by the village. Shaking his head and saying nothing, Uchiha Ren returned to the tent and began to rest. He was quite tired from the journey. He thought that the people sent by the Root this time were very capable and could actually escape his eyes. Unexpectedly, there was no one there. It forced him to fight wits and courage with the air. On the battlefield, it is best to keep your spirits in good shape. Just 3 hours after Uchiha Jin arrived at the battlefield, Orochimaru finally arrived with a large army. With their help, the situation on the front line improved a lot instantly. Uchiha Jin was a senior ninja, so he had some privileges, and he was not assigned a position immediately when he went to the battlefield. The duties of a jonin, which involved managing frontline operations, must also be arranged personally by Orochimaru. Genin and Shinin, these people entered the battlefield and started their mission directly, which is why there was a very obvious reduction in pressure. Orochimaru arrives. Uchiha Jin had almost woken up from his nap. Defense work on the southern coastline. I'm sure your benevolent master's methods will be able to handle this task. Orochimaru seemed to think that Uchiha Jin's trade with the water break wave was because he was good at water-based ninjutsu. Uchiha Jin was too lazy to explain to the other party. Since it's the southern coastline, let's go here. It is much safer than the battlefield in the center. As a jonin, I am responsible for the defense of the entire southern region, but it is really difficult and dangerous. But for Uchiha Jin, considering his true level of strength, it is extremely safe. The main thing is that no matter how many enemies there are here, there is a limit, and it is much less dangerous than in the central battlefield. Uchiha Jin gladly accepted the appointment, and he was very satisfied with the appointment. As long as he stayed hidden, he would not only be safe, but also be able to develop well. After all, accepting missions in the village is a bit annoying. Not only does the difficulty fluctuate, but you also have to run back and forth. The missions on the battlefield are much simpler, as you almost have to fight on the spot. I silently gave Orochimaru a thumbs up in my heart. As expected, he is the trading partner I have my eyes on. His ability to make arrangements is absolutely perfect. On the battlefield, the Hyaga clan was not very happy with Uchiha Jin's arrival. As both families inherited the same eye technique, there are many secret comparisons between them. This time, the Hyaga clan is gathering here, so what does it mean that they sent a member of the Uchiha clan? Also, as soon as the other party arrived, they directly took command of the southern battlefield. In the eyes of the Hyaga clan ninjas, Uchiha Jin was here to steal the credit. Divide the battlefield. Uchiha Jin's arrival did not change anything, the layout remained the same. Really, a bunch of people who don't even realize how much of an advantage they've taken. A shadow-level official is here to take charge for you, so just be happy. But he didn't reveal his thoughts. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If he reveals his cage-level strength, Danzo will probably be anxious. By then, the roots will join forces with outsiders to surround him, which will be quite dangerous. In daily life, he still displays the strength of a normal jonin. Of course, Danzo had sent out 3 senior ninjas, but they were all dealt with by him, so his strength was slightly improved. An elite jonin, I guess. This also prevented Orochimaru's appointment from being too ridiculous. A large number of ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village also arrived at the front line. The situation between the two sides ignited instantly. Battles of all sizes are fought almost every day. Even though he didn't encounter any cage-level enemies, the daily hustle and bustle and the atmosphere of the battlefield still made Uchiha Jin a little tired. This was something he had not expected. The battlefield was much heavier than he had imagined. The frequency of battles was a bit high, so Uchiha Jin had to slowly experiment with his various ideas during the battles. However, due to the pressure of the battle, low-level mistakes were reduced to an extreme every time various means were tried. He was making rapid progress and quickly making up for his shortcomings in ninjutsu. He is accumulating, and it won't be long before his ninjutsu level will be improved. Since it is close to the sea and most of the enemies are lightning-based, Uchiha Jin's training in water and wind jutsu has clearly surpassed that of fire jutsu during this period. It can finally be said that it is in line with Uchiha Jin's own attributes. Among his attributes, Feng Shui and Feng Shui are inherently stronger than fire. The cutting power of the wind escape technique is extremely strong, which gave Uchiha Jin an idea. He began to develop his own wind escape technique. When he first came here, he had already created a prototype of the Chi Yuan Zhan. It played a key role in cutting off the 9-tailed fox's tail. However, because it was just a new product, it was not as powerful as he imagined. As he continued to practice wind escape, he gained more knowledge and became confident that he could perfect this technique. I hope I can achieve the indefensible characteristic. The airflow, which is almost a 2-dimensional sheet, and the rotation speed are enough to cut everything. By using ninjutsu to replicate this ability, Uchiha Jin will no longer have to worry about Susanoo. It wasn't his Susanoo, but the enemy's. If I use my Ki Wan Zhan, I wonder if your Susanoo can block it? You just can't let yourself get hurt. The power of Kienzan is a bit incredible, and there is a possibility of accidental injury, so Uchiha Jin needs to take some protective measures. Just set it up so that if it gets close to my chakra, it will collapse on its own, right? It should be possible to incorporate these things into ninjutsu, right? Isn't there a transcription seal? It will work when certain conditions are met. Isn't it suitable for your situation? Moreover, this is also the sealing technique of the Uchiha clan, and it is not difficult to obtain. Uchiha Jin imagined the birth of this Kienzan. This takes too much time. Developing ninjutsu is never an overnight task. He verified his conjecture in the battle, and the immature Kiwanzan also appeared on the battle stage one after another. Let its own light bloom. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. This damn world. Uchiha Jin somewhat understood the ninjas in this world, why they were all crazy. Before, killing people and completing missions felt just so-so. But when he actually participated in a war, he found out that this world is really shit. He himself is going crazy. There was killing every day, and even the corpses piled up like mountains. This was not an exaggeration. This was what Uchiha Jin himself experienced personally. The killing of dozens of people that time made Uchiha Jin, who had obviously experienced and was familiar with killing, vomit. Living in such an environment every day can easily lead to mental problems. Uchiha Jin is relatively resilient, at least he is rational and grew up normally in his previous life. The ability of self-comfort and recovery is quite good. The people in this world have experienced such scenes since childhood, so you really can't blame them for going crazy. Except for someone with a big heart like Naruto, everyone else would probably go crazy. Uchiha Jin sighed. Sigh for this world. Perhaps, this world shouldn't exist? Uchiha Jin woke up in shock. How could such an idea be born just like this? He was stunned. Perhaps, those who threaten to destroy the world. Do have a point. Uchiha Ren's eyes were a little complicated. Clean up the battlefield and return to the command center of the sub-battlefield. Along the way, he figured it out. No matter what others do, he just needs to protect what belongs to him. Perhaps, those people in this world who have not gone completely crazy have such firm beliefs? Protect Konoha and protect your loved ones. What about me? He didn't know what he was protecting. The Uchiha clan? No, he was just an outsider, not a native member of this family. But he also obtained all the memories of his predecessor, Uchiha Jin. He inherited the identity of Uchiha Jin. Well, Uchiha Jin found that he was a little confused. However, he knew that the idea of destruction was not right. Perhaps, a goal like changing the world can make me more determined. He knew that if he continued like this without a goal or a belief, it would be difficult to persevere. Damn this world. This world is indeed not for normal people. The Hidden Cloud Village has recently begun to intensify its actions. During this time on the front lines, Uchiha Jin also made a name for himself. The illusion technique that combines the instant body technique with the illusion technique and the clone technique shines brightly. In addition, both the powerful water break wave and wind release ninjutsu are very famous. Uchiha Jin did not show off too much. Many times, even after killing someone, he would not publicize his achievements and tried to keep a low profile as much as possible. Danzo, old dog. He guessed that it was probably that old dog who was adding fuel to the fire again. This time, are you going to flatter me to death? Uchiha Jin has been feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis lately. It looks like Danzo is about to take action. He needs to find an opportunity to go back to the village. On the one hand, life on the front line was too depressing and he really needed to relax. On the other hand, the Nine Tails chakra cultivation needs his inspection. It has been nearly 4 months. If the cultivation is overdone and the aura escapes, the entire Uchiha clan may never be able to clear its name. While Uchiha Jin was thinking, he was also refining chakra. Any traces of the 3 Jonin? With my current strength, what I have shown is indeed enough to deal with it. The chakra was almost refined and the other ninja tools were ready, so Uchiha Jin rushed towards the area mentioned in the intelligence. Along the way, he was cautious, with his Sharingan open, paying attention to changes around him. Lightning release, earth walk. A blue electric current rushed from the ground. Uchiha Jin observed the reaction of chakra in advance through the 3 Megatama. He exerted force on his feet and jumped with all his might, activating the chakra under his feet and attaching his body to the big tree next to him. His eyes were fixed on the direction where the lightning had just struck. 2 seals are already prepared in hand. The Indian style is still going on. Wind style, great breakthrough. A large amount of airflow was generated in front of him, destroying all the bushes and weeds in front of him. The enemy's figure also appeared. Cloud Ninja. Uchiha Jin frowned. The other party was obviously lying in ambush. Ambush me in advance? My whereabouts are kept secret. Although he had doubts, he did not stop. In the ninja world, never stop what you are doing. Wind style, vacuum wave, it spews out blade-shaped air masses one after another. Illusion technique. Chakra exploded under his feet, and at the same time, wind chakra wrapped around himself, and Uchiha Jin seemed to blend into the surrounding wind. During this period of time, he has also been practicing his ability to move instantly. After all, the illusion technique was developed based on the instantaneous body technique, and the basic practice of the instantaneous body technique cannot be neglected. One phantom after another was left behind. Uchiha Jin had long since stopped being obsessed with attracting attention with the illusions he left on his clone. Any enemy who actively observes and tries to find his true form will be disturbed and experience hallucinations. A small mistake can lead to a big disaster. Uchiha Jin is not greedy for credit. A characteristic of his illusion is slight guidance. Just a little mistake and I can seize the opportunity to kill the opponent. Holding a long sword, Uchiha Jin harvested the lives of the Cloud Ninjas one by one without any emotional fluctuation. During this period, he also became numb. Wind-style vacuum jade. A large amount of wind chakra is condensed in his hand. Faintly, there was an air current swirling into a spherical shape. After being compressed by Uchiha Jin, the spherical airflow turned into a disc shape, and the blue chakra shone brightly. Combined with the airflow brought by the surroundings, the hissing sound of tearing space made people's scalp tingle. Whoosh! Chi-Yuen Zhan. The disc was thrown out by Uchiha Jin and drew an arc in the air under his control. The Uchiha clan's shuriken manipulation technique was now used by him to control the Kienzan. I have to say, this move really suits him. Uchiha Jin can easily grasp all the necessary conditions. The sound of whizzing through the air continued to be heard, and the blue disc circled in the air, reaping the lives of the Cloud Ninjas. Puff! The Arakuman was completely cut in two, his intestines spilling out onto the floor. Uchiha Jin's expression remained unchanged. He had seen such scenes countless times. Lightning release, thunder fang in the distance, two swords crossed, accumulating lightning and thunder, and suddenly slashed down. The crackling sound of thunder and lightning came in an instant. Wind style, great breakthrough. Finally, a large amount of airflow was expelled, and the sharp airflow cuts through everything, blocking the spread of lightning. Even so, Uchiha Jin was still affected. An electric current flowed through his body, causing slight paralysis and affecting his movements. Earth escape, Earth Dragon Bullet. The earth shook, and a large amount of soil rose up, forming an earth dragon that covered Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin's body movements were a little slow, covered by the earth dragon. Boom! Uchiha Jin's figure disappeared and was hit by the earth dragon and buried underground. Earth escape, Earth spike technique. Suddenly, a spike of earth protruded and pierced the attacker's feet. Earth escape, heart beheading technique. Suddenly, the ground pulled the opponent into the ground, and the disc hovering in the air swept over and cut off his head. A figure slowly rose from the ground. It was Uchiha Jin. Phew, thank goodness there's a sacrifice. The timely sacrifice of a large area of land beneath his feet gave him a chance to buffer himself and avoid being killed by the combined attack of the ground and the earth dragon. But even so, it's not easy. After confirming that the enemy was dead, he performed a sacrifice and used the body energy transformed from one of the corpses to heal his injuries. After being on the battlefield for so long, he has long been accustomed to this. It's just killing someone. After the sacrifice, all you get is a ball of physical energy. What psychological burden can you have? Your own life is the most important thing. Is there anything wrong with maintaining your own condition? Uchiha Jin recalled the process of the battle and was convinced that the other party was ambushing him. There was a reaction of chakra in the distance, and he hid quietly. Three masked figures appeared. The moment he saw them, Uchiha Jin understood the whole story. Damn it, old dog Danzo joined forces with the hidden cloud village to attack the people of his own village. Such an existence must never be abandoned. Do you really think that you will choose to swallow your anger like other ninjas? As Uchiha Jin himself has always believed, the village exists for the benefit of everyone, not for the oppression of others. When conflicts arise, the interests of the village will be harmed, so the problem should be solved at the root, rather than being timid and swallowing one's anger for the so-called interests of the village. Why should I take a step back for the benefit of the village? Perhaps he underestimated Uchiha Jin's abilities. Indeed, in this battle, Uchiha Jin used the Mangekaya and performed the Eye technique. This is how he avoided the attack of the Earth Dragon Bomb. Genbu's late arrival caused their plan to fail. At the same time, they had to bear the wrath of Uchiha Jin. He attacked in anger and killed 3 root ninjas. This time, Uchiha Jin swore that he would never tolerate it and really started to retaliate. Uchiha Jin no longer stayed. What a shitty battlefield. Ita's better not to wait. Anyway, he had wanted to find an excuse to go back to the village to recuperate for a while, not even bothering to say hello. Uchiha Jin passed by the Land of Waves and got some money from the Tamikawa family and bought some culture medium on the way. In just 2 days, he disappeared from the battlefield and stood at the entrance of Konoha village. Danzo, I kind of want to kill you this time. Finally, I got the chance. Uchiha Jin registered. However, he used illusion to guide the 2 people registering at the door, and they seem to have ignored his identity as a senior ninja, ignoring the premise that he should be on the battlefield at this moment. I have to admit, illusion is really useful. After entering the village, Uchiha Jin headed straight for the root. Uchiha Jin had noticed the existence of the roots before. Deep in the forest behind the Hokage rock, it's hidden so deeply. Looking at the root entrance in front of him, Uchiha Jin's eyes were extremely cold. Water style, water breaking wave. A small jet of high-pressure water spurts out of the mouth. Boom! The solid root gate had no power to resist this high-pressure water column. Within the roots, a shrill alarm sounded. There was a roar from Danzo's office. he naturally judged the movement of the brazen attack on the root gate. That's why he was even more angry. As a dignified root, this is a humiliation. Boom! As Danzo rushed out in anger, a continuous roar was heard. The entire ground where the roots were located shook violently. Oh damn it! Danzo rushed out. I saw huge fire dragons. Boom! The entire route was engulfed in flames. Masked ninjas appeared one after another, staring at Uchiha Jin and making seals with their hands. Water style, waterfall technique. Uchiha Jin did not hide anything, he was just what he looked like, not even concealing his aura. To be honest, he was really angry this time. He was fighting for the village on the front line, but was stabbed in the back by his own people. Anyone would be angry after such an experience. He couldn't stand it. Moreover, this reason did give him enough confidence. Wind escapee vacuum jade in his hand was a huge sphere formed by wind chakra, which gradually compressed into a disc. It also needs to rely on the changes in the vacuum jade to be performed. This is the shortcoming of the key enzyme. There are still many joints that need Uchiha Jin to study. Unless he can get some theories and techniques about Reborn, he should just study it honestly. The anime is very detailed, but the operation, binding, and order and rhythm of chakra's eruption all require precise design and skills. The so-called details are just superficial details. A huge blue disc took shape in his hands. Whoosh! Uchiha Jin! Danzo had already emerged from the root, and upon seeing Uchiha Jin, he was enraged. He didn't expect that the one who attacked the roots was this guy. New and old grudges were superimposed on each other at this moment, and he hated Uchiha Jin very much. Stop him! There's quite a bit of commotion here, and the entire Konoha should have felt the changes. It won't be long before someone comes over. Uchiha Jin won't be able to remain rampant for long. Chi-Yuen Zhan. A huge blue disc passed through the air, its extreme cutting force terrifying. Wherever it flew past, there were always a few root ninjas who didn't have time to dodge and were neatly cut in half. Bang bang bang. There were bodies falling to the ground. Danzo recognized that this was the Kienzan ninjutsu that Uchiha Jin mastered according to the intelligence. There was a hint of heat in his eyes. This kind of technique also greatly increases his combat power. He majors in wind escape. It's one thing to hear about it in the intelligence, and another to see it with your own eyes. The Kienzan hovering in the air, reaping the lives of root ninjas one after another, made him feel the horror of this technique most realistically. Few people could dodge the almost fleeting blue light in time, let alone continue to control the enemy. Uchiha Jin didn't know that Danzo was focusing his attention on his Kienzan. Illusionary body technique. His figure passed by, leaving behind a trail of phantoms, and a kunao appeared in his hand. His purpose is very clear. Danzo. Feeling the threat to his life, Danzo's pupils contracted and he was extremely shocked and angry. He didn't expect that Uchiha Jin was not only making trouble, but actually wanted to kill him. Wind-style vacuum wave. A violent gust of wind blew out of his mouth, and a large amount of wind chakra turned into a gale, destroying Uchiha Jin's clones one by one. Danzo's strength is also not weak. In addition, due to special reasons, his physical fitness did not decline with the passage of time, and his physical skills level remained quite complete. As for ninjutsu, his understanding deepened with the passage of time, and his progress was quite obvious. Water style, water breaking wave. A high-pressure water jet spurted out of Uchiha Jin's mouth. The high-pressure water gun swept past quickly, and the huge rock behind Danzo fell. Whoosh! Danzo, who was in the air, was pierced through by the Kienzan. The body, cut into two pieces, fell to the ground with a thud. The root ninjas around were stunned. They were a little flustered. Danzo, dead? Uchiha Jin showed no mercy and continued to form hand seals. He knew that Danzo could not die. Stop! Uchiha Jin. Behind him, the voice of the third Hokage sounded, and a large amount of chakra emerged. Uchiha Jin didn't care and formed seals 3 times faster. Wind-style vacuum wave. A large amount of blade-like airflow was ejected by him, bombarding Danzo's body. Earth escapee. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose from the ground and collided with the blade airflow. Boom! Uchiha Jin's pupils contracted, and he controlled the Chi-Yuen Zan to spin and slash towards Danzo. A theta s enough. The third generation seemed completely enraged. Fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. 3 fire dragons rushed out from the distance and collided with the blue disc. There was a loud bang and the earth shook. The air currents spread out in all directions, causing everyone present to sway. Uchiha Jin, if you attack the elders, you are betraying the village. The third generation mobilized a large army and directly rebuked Uchiha Jin. He was really furious at this moment. Attacking one's own people in the village is a big taboo. Not to mention, Uchiha Jin's target was Danzo. Danzo is not only an elder. Moreover, he is the leader of the roots. Here are the roots. The root is part of the Umbu after all, so if you convert it, it's no different from hitting the Hokage in the face. Even Uchiha Jin ignored his previous attempt to stop him, which was a slap in the face. Today, if this guy cannot be severely punished, where is the face? There are a large number of Umbu ninjas following behind. The Umbu is fine, as long as the order is given, they can still keep it secret. The key is the large number of normal ninjas who also follow them. How will they view it? Uchiha Jin remained calm as he looked at the angry third Hokage, but his heart was extremely calm. Jin, what happened? A ninja from the Uchiha clan arrived and asked Uchiha Jin about the specific situation. Some people also pleaded for him. How could Uchiha Jin be a traitorous ninja? He had no reason to betray the village. He made great contributions to Konoha on the front line. Is the third generation going to erase his achievements? I have to say that Uchiha Jin's promotion of his battle record has been perfect in the past few months. Danzo wanted to praise him to death, but it undoubtedly created a good momentum for him. The ambush on the Cloud Village side did not work, so Uchiha Jin naturally had to enjoy the remaining benefits. Uchiha Jin felt a wave of fluctuation. This is the breath of pupil power. As a member of the Uchiha clan and possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he has the keenest perception of pupil power. The third generation was also shocked that he saw with his own eyes that Danzo, who was originally broken into two halves, disappeared, and Danzo walked out intact without any harm. There is no doubt that Danzo used his Inamai. The third generation, on the other hand, is not clear about this. What shocked him was the method Danzo used, which even he had hidden from him. If Uchiha Jin knew, he would definitely scoff at what do you mean by hiding it. It's obvious that his Inamai sacrificed the Sharingan to activate it. Because of this, his anger, which had just subsided, surged up again. The look he gave Danzo was filled with murderous intent. Uchiha Jin, are you going to betray the village? Danzo broke out in a cold sweat. The sharpness of the Kienzan was still fresh in his memory. In an instant, he was cut, without any power to resist. Not only that, the Chiyuan itself flies extremely fast in the air, and the effect combined with other attacks is simply terrifying. Fortunately, the third Hokage arrived in time, otherwise even if he could be resurrected once, he didn't think he would be able to resist the second time. That's why he was filled with rage. Almost died. I was just a little bit away from death. Uchiha Jin also felt regretful. Yes, he was almost able to kill this guy. It can be seen that the other party is delaying his resurrection, which means he must not have many Sharingan. The current technology is not mature enough, and it is estimated that he has not yet replaced his arm with the Sharingan. At most, his bandaged right eye may be equipped with the Sharingan. If the third generation hadn't stopped him, he might have been able to kill this guy completely. Danzo, why do you have the aura of Sharingan's power? Uchiha Jin looked at Danzo with a gloomy look, ignoring Danzo's accusation and asked back. The third generation was stunned that he felt it carefully and found that there was indeed the power of the Sharingan. Moreover, it was not emitted by Uchiha Jin. The other Uchiha clan members present also felt it, and there was anger in their eyes as they looked at Danzo. Your right eye that's always bandaged is the Sharingan, right? Although Uchiha Jin was asking, his tone was very affirmative. Beneath the calm tone, there was also endless anger. The Uchiha clan members couldn't help but question out loud. Atheta enough, seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the third generation spoke out to mediate. Uchiha Jin, why are you in the village? Shouldn't you be on the front lines? Also, why did you attack Danzo? He has to get the rhythm. Uchiha Jin was slightly disappointed. 3 generations, when people get old, they tend to make mistakes. Since you're back in power at this age, why not be more cautious? Uchiha Jin's gloomy tone made the third generation a little unbearable. Presumptuous. Danzo spoke. How can you say anything nonsense about the Hokage's affairs? Yeah, we have no right to judge what's happening with the Hokage, Uchiha Jin taunted. Then, the conflict turned to Danzo again. On the battlefield, I was attacked by root ninjas, my whereabouts were exposed, and I was ambushed by the Kimagakure. What do you think, third Hokage? One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Especially the Hyaga clan, who had been watching the show in silence, reacted violently. Too many of their clansmen are on the front lines. If someone is causing trouble, no one can feel at ease. In fact, it was not just them, all the ninjas present were in an uproar. If you think about it carefully, is it possible that so many ninjas who died were killed because the information was leaked by their own people? Not only the most recent war, but also the 3 previous wars. At that time, the roots were already extremely large and possessed this ability. There were many senior ninjas at the scene who had a say that they asked what was going on. Are those comrades who fight desperately on the battlefield facing the possibility of being betrayed at any time? Danzo was silent. He didn't expect that Uchiha Ren would dare to tell him all this directly at this time. How dare he? Isn't he afraid of causing chaos in Konoha and giving the hidden Cloud Village a chance to find an opportunity, causing the front line to collapse? The third generation's mind was also confused at this time. How dare Danzo do such a thing? How audacious! His next thought was how to save his old friend as much as possible. Uchiha Jin, are you sure you are a ninja from the root? What does this mean, third generation? Uchiha Jin's opinion of the third generation had reached rock bottom. How can a person who can't distinguish between personal feelings and justice become the Hokage? It was obvious that he himself was promoting the will of fire. Why is it always like this when it happens to me? Didn't you catch a few spies pretending to be Umbu last time? The third generation spoke slowly, cursing Danzo in his heart. He has to clean up the mess. Uchiha Jin was also shocked by the shameless appearance of the third generation. You. Pointing at the third generation, Uchiha Jin was at a loss for words for a moment. So, those 3 rude Jonins became spies? Danzo also agreed with the third Hokage, claiming that he had not revealed Uchiha Jin's whereabouts, nor had he sent anyone to assassinate him, nor had he done anything against the village ninjas. Even more, how could Danzo know the whereabouts of the ninjas on the battlefield? Many people present breathed a sigh of relief. They would rather believe the first half of what Danzo said. As for the second half of the sentence, it was not directed at the ninjas in the village, just treated as a dog farting. Danzo, the route needs a thorough investigation. The third generation and Danzo sang the same tune and were about to end this farce. As for Uchiha Jin's faults, they will not be pursued further. Obviously, they also want to keep things peaceful. Uchiha Jin had a cold face and left with the Uchiha clan ninjas. The power of Danzo's Sharingan has not yet been fully explained, but I hope the third Hokage can give the Uchiha clan a satisfactory explanation. After the commotion, he felt a lot better. It should have worked. Having been in the ninja world for a long time, Uchiha Jin is not too stupid. The Hokage's office building is so close to Hokage Rock that he has no chance of killing Danzo. This time it's just to vent my anger, plus some other purposes. First of all, affirm I can stay in the village for a while. As for the family, there shouldn't be any problems for now. He was wrong, and so many ninjas saw it, and they still threw dirty water on the Uchiha clan, so don't blame him for holding on to this matter. Especially the Sharingan thing. Uchiha Jin gave face to the third Hokage and did not insist on Danzo proving his innocence on the spot. If he continued to condone Danzo to attack the Uchiha clan, the entire Uchiha clan would be disappointed. When the time comes, he will destroy the reputation of 3 generations of his family with just one move. You don't want to be insecure in your old age, do you? At this stage, the 3 generations probably attached the most importance to their political achievements and reputation. Uchiha Jin had just reminded the other party. In addition to so many purposes, Uchiha Jin naturally has another plan. Since they have attacked the roots, they naturally have to search the contents. He acted quickly, launching attacks one after another almost the moment the root ninjas and Danzo rushed out. The huge momentum and the flames rising into the sky not only attracted 3 generations of them, it also provided cover for the shadow clone to sneak into the roots. The time we just spent was also to delay the evacuation of the shadow clone. Hashirama's cells, a success. After returning to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jin was naturally invited over by the clan leader. I explained the whole story. At the same time, Uchiha Jin also tested the attitude of his family head. I found that the other party didn't seem to be in a mood to compromise. Compared with the original book, it seems quite different. Uchiha Jin guessed that it might be because he had let out some anger during the previous confrontations between the family and the village. This thing is addictive. It's healthier to argue. What? The Hokage and Danzo teamed up to suppress us? No, I'm going to go against him. He may be hesitant at the beginning, but with sufficient confidence in knowing that he is right, after a few victories, he will easily become addicted. Why is Danzo so rampant? Isn't it because he was spoiled by the other clan leaders? In the original trajectory, why did Uchiha Fugaku tolerate everything? Wasn't it because he had never experienced this kind of pleasure? Uchiha Jin let him taste this feeling, and he underwent some changes imperceptibly. Of course, all this is his own speculation. It is also possible that Fugaku has this kind of personality. After confirming that the clan leader was on his side, Uchiha Jin no longer had any worries. After returning to his home, he went to the basement to check the cultivation of the Nine Tails chakra. Luckily I got back in time, otherwise something would have gone wrong. Uchiha Jin looked at the huge, deformed red figure and felt a little relieved. The Nine Tails chakra has been cultivated to 10 times its original size. It's just an irregular shape of meat. He tried it and found nothing unusual. Same as the original Nine Tails chakra. Test the regeneration ability. The recovery speed of this thing needs to be checked out. If there is no problem, Uchiha Jin feels that he can start trying to study the seal of the Jinchuriki. He doesn't want his life to be connected with the tailed beasts. He just wanted to use chakra, that was his idea. Anyway, this blob has no consciousness, so connecting them together won't do much good. When sealing it, there's no need to seal it too thoroughly. I should set up some separation methods so that this pseudo nine-tailed fox won't be completely connected to me, and it will also be easier to continue training it in the future. 10 times the size of the original severed limb, the amount of chakra is astonishing and has great use in today's era, but there will definitely be more to come later. Uchiha Jin was in no hurry to test it. He took out the harvest from the shadow clone, Hashirama cells. He gained a lot from this attack on the roots. Hashirama cells are one thing, but the harvest of some research data is also quite important. Time was urgent at the time, and although the shadow clone did not select too much, it was obvious that he took a quick look and knew its value. Hashirama cells, the first generation, the tissue taken from Senju Hashirama. This is the biggest harvest, the most primitive form of Hashirama cells that have not undergone any cultivation. Maybe I can give him a surprise. And next to it should be the ninjutsu research lab. There were many scrolls at that time, and he randomly selected some wind and water jutsu. There are also some scrolls about bloodline. There are wood release scrolls and other bloodlines. Research on various bloodlines. The key points of bloodline fusion. Analysis of the risks of fusing bloodlines. Looking at the contents of each scroll, Uchiha Ren felt that he had made a fortune. This time it was not in vain. There is so much research on just one root. It seems that Orochimaru was really tricked. He was certain that most of these studies were done by Orochimaru in collaboration with the root. Tisk tisk tisk, I'm Orochimaru's loyal traitor. These things belong to Orochimaru, so logically, they should also belong to me, the traitor. Uchiha Jin exchanged them for something equivalent and felt that it was natural for him to get these. After going back upstairs and checking, he found no surveillance and began to study it carefully. A little more serious research. These scrolls certainly cannot be fully understood overnight. He just wanted to get a general understanding first to facilitate future planning. The basics of wood-style ninjutsu are all included. Water-style ninjutsu has several signature techniques from the second generation. Wind-style ninjutsu is the most comprehensive. Basically, everything is included. Uchiha Jin was very satisfied. If it's just ninjutsu, it's enough for me to practice. Then there are the research results. The research on all aspects of blood inheritance focuses on transplantation. There is also research on the Sharingan. Holding a scroll in his hand, Uchiha Ren looked a little distant. He studied the scroll more closely and found that it contained research and analysis on the Sharingan. Some basic tests are available, very comprehensive. In addition, there are some issues regarding Sharingan transplantation. Damn it! Uchiha Jin snorted coldly and hated Danzo so much that he wondered how many Sharingan were consumed in this experiment. And there is no doubt that these Sharinans were not obtained through legitimate means. In fact, it's not just that their eyes were gouged out when collecting the bodies. It's very likely that these Uchiha clan ninjas were killed by the root themselves. Uchiha Jin felt annoyed just by looking at him. He finally endured it. Let's vent our anger together next time. When his strength reaches a certain level, not to mention the level of Hashirama Senju, nor the invincible ninja world, as long as he is the strongest in Konoha, he will take action without hesitation. The position of Hokage? You better take it. The Sarutobi clan really thinks they are something important. After these few times, the third Hokage's favoritism towards Danzo has completely made Uchiha Jin realize his situation. When people get old, they become emotional. All the ambitions and aspirations are gone. In the original work, it was Orochimaru and others who helped him die for Konoha. But ask yourself, does he deserve this treatment? Not worthy. The current third generation is undoubtedly not suitable for the position of Hokage, for if we go to Konoha, I have to ask him to leave. Before that, we need to get rid of Danzo first. Then ask this foolish third generation to step down. There's no rush. The Uchiha clan suffered heavy losses in the Third War, so we need to slow down a bit. There is also centripetal force. The entire family also needs Danzo to continue working on it and then unite. Uchiha Jin has the patience. After all, he himself needs time to improve. Collect the pile of scrolls and return to the basement. Take out a test tube. Inside is green nutrient solution and a piece of muscle tissue. It was Hashirama's cells. Seal off the breath. He set up some simple sealing techniques around to isolate the chakra aura, which was not very difficult. He learns it quickly. Now, I can try the pupil technique of my right eye. During the more than 3 months on the front line of the battlefield, the pupil technique of his right eye had long been developed, but he just had no time to try it. Now, with Hashirama's cells, he was ready to give it a try. The pupil technique of the left eye is a sacrifice. Sacrifice certain items and get relevant feedback. This involves very advanced yin-yang escape techniques, otherwise it would be impossible to guarantee the fulfillment of the conditions after the sacrifice. The pupil technique involving such advanced yin-yang escape is naturally very powerful. Uchiha Jin had tried it before, and he had shortened the time it took for his body to adapt to the Nine Tails chakra to a few seconds. One sacrifice was completed. And it's more perfect. The same principle applies to improving physical fitness. Perfect. He has always relied on sacrifice to improve himself, and he dared not cancel his perfect setting. Although he knew that this setting would greatly increase his energy consumption and increase the consumption of kaleidoscope pupil power, he was also worried that without this setting, various accidents would occur during the fusion process. Now there is no need to worry. The pupil technique of the right eye is for archiving. Similar to the principle of Izanagi, the body state is recorded and it can return to the recorded state at any time. Whether it is death or something else, it can be achieved. The consumption is not as terrible as Izanagi. Perhaps this technique itself involves yin and yang escape, rather than just yin escape. Relying on yin done, fantasy distorts reality and turns imagination into reality. This is Izanami. Uchiha Jin's right eye pupil technique seems to be not only the ultimate of yin done, turning the virtual into the real, but also the coordination of yang done. Record the current state, then give it a try to see how reliable the sacrifice of the left eye is after cancelling the perfect setting. Cooperate with the left and right eyes to achieve the same effect and see whether the total pupil power consumed is more or less. He is still in the stage of exploring pupil techniques. These are essential. Try it on a corpse first. Resurrection after death will definitely consume more eye power, and Hashirama cells will undoubtedly be more likely to cause death. He releases a corpse from the scroll. It turned out to be a ninja from the hidden cloud village. They have the ability to refine their bodies through thunder escape, and their physiques are strong, so the improvement is quite significant. Sacrifice. His eyes turned into a kaleidoscope, and the pattern on his left eye was spinning. One of the corpses in front of him was missing, and it turned into pure energy and entered Uchiha Jin's body. Uchiha Jin felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring, and the improvement in his physical condition could be clearly felt. Sure enough, by removing those unnecessary conditions, the loss in the middle can be greatly reduced, and the consumption of pupil power is not great either. Uchiha Ren felt his own consumption and the extent of improvement, and came to a conclusion. By the time he had completely digested the warm current and his physical condition had greatly improved, he still didn't realize that there was anything wrong with him. It seems that my physique is strong enough to resist those adverse reactions and I can hold on. He doesn't think it's a matter of luck. I have a strong physique and have experienced many sacrifices and absorptions, so I have the most perfect absorption impression. In addition to these improvements, my physique will not be destroyed all at once. He tried a few more times, and it was just as he expected. It wasn't a matter of luck, it was simply because he had a high resistance. Sacrificing corpses to improve physical fitness will consume less energy in the future. Only because of the right eye pupil technique did he dare to experiment so unscrupulously. After all, it's your own body. He carefully examined his body, refined chakra, and consumed chakra, and found that there was no problem. Get used to it for a while first. If there are no problems, you can proceed to the next step. Once he is sure that there are no adverse reactions, he will save the file again. We should also try to develop the number of simultaneous archives to make it more convenient. The pupil technique also needs to be developed, and it is not possible to defeat everyone in one go. For the next 2 days, Uchiha Jin exercised normally. As for the Hokage, he has been dealing with the root affairs these past 2 days. Danzo's move on Uchiha Jin was beyond his expectations, and he really wanted to make drastic reforms based on the opportunity he had mentioned before to thoroughly investigate the root. In the past 2 days, the turmoil surrounding Uchiha Jin has gradually dissipated. Perhaps the third generation also wanted to cool down what happened that day. The topic that Uchiha Jin brought up was really a bit sensitive. Although he attributed the cause to the appearance of a spy in the root that day, he still needed to provide sufficient evidence. Not only that, Danzo will also lose control of the root again. He even temporarily stripped him of his position as elder. Go home and reflect. These were his exact words. Uchiha Ren was disappointed, but the others were actually satisfied. Perhaps it's because I've had so much experience that my requirements have been gradually lowered. The root also underwent a major investigation, and many of its personnel were sent to the Umbu by him. Of course, this is a big project and cannot be completed in 2 or 3 days. But the actions of the third generation did give an explanation to all the ninjas. As for Uchiha Jin, he couldn't keep dwelling on the fact that he attacked the root that day. If you put yourself in their shoes, anyone would be very angry if they were treated like this. Symbolically, the third generation punished Uchiha Jin to reflect at home for a month, and then go to the battlefield to atone for his sins. Uchiha Jin curled his lips fiercely when he received this punishment. Only a month. He was wondering whether he should do something else. 1 month is a bit short. During this time, he was preparing to fuse Hashirama's cells. Unlike improving physical fitness, fusing Hashirama's cells will definitely cause various changes in the body. The adaptation period is somewhat long. 1 month is not enough. Let's take a look first. He still needs to experiment. Look at the later corrections and see how much pupil power is consumed. First fuse, then sacrifice to correct any problems, the total amount of pupil power consumed. Compare it with the pupil power consumed by direct perfect fusion. 2 days later, he went to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup to confirm that there was no problem. He saved his status again. Subsequently, the fusion of Hashirama cells begins. Hashirama's cells, fuse them. Sacrifice is initiated. From the microscope, the small amount of interpillar cells removed under the microscope disappeared with the sacrifice. Then, after losing about a quarter of it, it merged into his body and dispersed throughout his body. He felt a tearing sensation all over his body. In an instant, it seemed as if infinite power emerged. There was no obvious leap forward in physical fitness, but it seemed as if something was being consumed intensively. Uchiha Jin calmed himself down, endured the pain and felt the changes in himself. It feels like something is continuing to grow inside my body. In the laboratory, with the help of some simple physical examination equipment, he observed that white cells similar to cancer cells were spreading rapidly in his body. After obtaining some information from the root, Uchiha Jin also knew the consequences of fusing Hashirama's cells, and began to check them one by one. There are signs of petrification all over the body, but they are relatively minor. Perhaps it was because of the body's strong resistance and the small amount of Hashirama cells that were integrated. Although the fusion was not perfect, it was at least uniform and sufficient. Perhaps these reasons give his body the most basic resistance. Woodification has been curbed. However, the tearing pain all over the body still exists, getting more intense. It felt as if there were densely packed knives inside his body, cutting Uchiha Jin's flesh and blood bit by bit. He felt the tearing pain and began to understand why Hashirama's cell transplant had failed. Not everyone can bear this. I have a strong physique and full cells. The energy is integrated into my body time and time again, and the improvement in strength is obvious. In addition, the fusion is also through pupil technique, so it is very sufficient. But it is still so difficult. Always check your physical condition in the instrument. Uchiha Jin discovered that the changes in his body were most intense when he first integrated into the body, and as time passed, the changes in his body gradually subsided. However, the white blood cells in the body are still spreading. Fortunately, the number was not large, and as the body's defense mechanism was activated, it was effectively suppressed. Good. The pain in his body eased somewhat, and Uchiha Jin made a final assessment. A powerful feeling of emptiness came over me. The presence of Hashirama's cells made him feel full of strength, but this was followed by an immense hunger and emptiness. The division of Hashirama's cells just now absorbed a large amount of his nutrients. Good boy, the transplantation of Hashirama's cells also requires consideration of nutrition. Uchiha Jin said he learned it. I have never thought about this issue. I don't know if replenishing it in time will still deplete my vitality. Uchiha Jin thought, if Hashirama Senju could eat his fill and eat a little after each fight, wouldn't he not die of exhaustion? Hey, that's an interesting question. He felt as if it made sense. But there is no need to explore. Transplanting Hashirama's cells is nothing more than wanting to improve physical fitness and would release. Feeling that his physical condition had improved, Uchiha Jin tried to release chakra. Would release, he formed hand seals and began to transform the properties of his chakra. The chakra produced by Hashirama's cells mixed in the chakra began to change, and eventually wooden sticks grew from his hands. Sure enough, it was inherited directly. Uchiha Jin sighed. Hashirama's cells aren't as difficult to fuse as you might imagine. Hiss as if stimulated, Hashirama's cells in his body began to grow again, and Uchiha Jin even had white spots on his body. He quickly checked his physical condition. Fuck, it started again. The lignification of the cells also begins again. Good boy, it turns out that it was just a temporary silence just now. Hashirama's cells are really a scam. I suddenly had a new idea. Uchiha Jin suddenly had an idea. Bloodline limit, is it about mastering the perception, or is it about being able to use it at will after fusion? That is to say, if one has sufficient understanding of a certain bloodline, can one condense it in another body? The bloodline of the corpse bone vein is unclear, but the bloodline produced by the fusion of attributes should be possible. In that case, if I fuse the bloodline cells and try to comprehend this bloodline as much as possible before my body becomes diseased, will I be able to maintain my understanding of the bloodline and fuse this bloodline even after my body returns to its original state? Yes, what belongs to others is always theirs. Only what you have integrated yourself can make you feel at ease. If all of Hashirama's cells were broken and integrated into every cell in his body, Uchiha Jin would not feel uncomfortable. But in this situation, Hashirama's cells are scattered throughout his body, or they are stuffed into his body by human cells. There's a feeling that's not very comfortable. Not to mention the possible occurrence of diseases at any time. The left eye pattern rotates. No, it would cost such a huge price for Hashirama's cells to be completely integrated into his body after being shattered. Realizing that the consumption of his pupil power might be too great, Uchiha Jin did not take action. When sacrificing corpses, the price is not so high. Transformed into pure energy, it merged into his body. This wasn't a huge price to pay, but Uchiha Ren needed more than just an improvement in his physical fitness. Would release and chakra amount are the key. The steps are carried out separately, and one's own body does part of the resistance. The consumption of pupil power is indeed greatly reduced, but it is still a bit too much. Adapt to it. Perhaps this is how the right eye pupil technique should be used. Before your body collapses, gain some insights quickly and start recovering your right eye. I don't know if I can recover after using a technique like Jishin reincarnation. Uchiha Jin thought he could give it a try. As for who to use for the experiment, he already had a goal in mind. Danzo, you are the only one who has transplanted the Sharingan, and you also know Izanami. If Izanami can reverse this situation, then there is no reason why his right eye technique cannot work. The current task is also very simple, which is to adapt to wood release. Uchiha Jin made his decision and was no longer vague. In fact, this is equivalent to transferring the pain in the eyes to all parts of the body. It's worth it. Uchiha Jin thinks it's worth it. Besides, pain is something you just have to endure until you get used to it. In battle, it is inevitable to get injured, and the pain is almost the same as being cut by a knife. Even Uchiha Jin, who had just traveled through time, could endure the pain caused by the scars all over his body at that time, let alone him now. Since we are all going to return to our previous state, we should try not to improve anything else during this period of time. When the time comes to recover, the body will be completely restored to its previous state, and all the chakra or other things that have been trained will flow back. So unnecessary work can be avoided. For the next 5 days, Uchiha Jin spent time in the basement studying wood release. Having some wood release scrolls in his hands also made it more convenient for him to study. I've gained some initial insights, and have a basic understanding of the changes in nature. Now the wood chakra in the chakra is all the enlightenment of Senju Hashirama. It is a bit difficult for Borin to transform it into his own bit by bit. However, all things are difficult at the beginning. With the foundation, it will be much easier to gain insights in the future. Hashirama's cells are spreading really fast. Even Uchiha Jin's body could only resist for 5 days before it felt it could no longer hold on. This is the most direct and primitive confrontation. If we can hold out for 5 days, we can use other means next time. He needs to try all kinds of methods. In fact, the fact that he was able to last for 5 days was probably due to the inhibitory effect of his Sharingan on Hashirama's cells. It just so happens that the research data on roots can be useful to me. The Sharingan's ability to suppress Hashirama's cells is definitely yet to be discovered, and by then being able to persist for a longer period of time will also be beneficial to his understanding. 5 days is really a bit short. Restore your body to the state it was 5 days ago. Based on what he had gained in the past 5 days, Uchiha Jin began to try to integrate the wood release bloodline. If we can succeed in fusion at once, we'll be thankful. Although he knew the hope was slim, he still said he had some expectations. Bang! The chakra in his hands suddenly exploded. The amount of chakra was small, and the explosion did not cause any harm to Uchiha Jin. But, fatally, the fusion failed, and the chakras from the meridians in the hands to the chakras in the shoulders were all eroded. As the chakra that failed to fuse was slowly eroded. This was the result of Uchiha Jin cutting off contact in time. As expected, the fusion of bloodlines is full of risks. The chakra in his arms was constantly eroding his 2 arms. The pupil technique of the right eye has been activated. Time seems to flow backwards, and all changes return to the starting point. The consumption this time is very small. After using the eye technique twice, Uchiha Jin had a rough understanding of it. The longer the time between saving and loading a game, the higher the consumption will be. At the same time, the more outrageous the changes in the body are, the greater the consumption will be. What is so-called outrageous does not seem to refer to the degree of erosion of the body. According to Uchiha Jin's understanding of the eye technique, it should be the kind that is missing arms and legs. Without an arm, he needed a yin-yang escape creation to make up for it, which would naturally consume a lot of energy. So, from now on, the pupil technique of the right eye is actually best used as an auxiliary training. Even the previous time when he used Hashirama's cells, the consumption was not great, enough for him to use it hundreds of times. Even if you have a deeper understanding of pupil techniques and consume less energy, it will not be a problem to perform them thousands of times. Nice pupil technique. He continued to try. Fusion once is clearly not enough. It may not necessarily be a lack of understanding on your part, it may just be a simple problem of technique. There is still hope. He tried again and again. 3 days passed and he finally gave up. Alas, in order to save time and get a better price-performance ratio, continuing to comprehend is the best option. It's definitely not because my understanding is not enough. My current understanding is enough to integrate wood release, but it requires too many attempts, which is not worth the effort. Yes, that's it. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. This is to deepen my understanding and make it easier to integrate. It just so happened that during these 3 days, Uchiha Jin was not simply integrating wood release. He also studied some research data on roots. Hashirama's cell suppression and sealing techniques can even do these things. It truly deserves to be the highest level of power system of the Hokage. At the same time, Uchiha Jin was also somewhat impressed that the root was able to develop such a set of sealing techniques. To be honest, I have to admire the fact that a technique was developed specifically to inhibit one person's cells. In fact, as long as the chakra control is up to standard and there is a certain level of proficiency in the required techniques, one can master the sealing technique. The difficulty lies in the control of chakra and the depiction of the technique. The technique is strange and complicated, and the biggest problem is being able to depict it smoothly. Uchiha Jin has always paid great attention to the training of chakra control, especially as Ki Enzendut. If he wants to get rid of the hand seals and become a sealless ninjutsu like Reiznan, this aspect is unavoidable. What's more, every time he performs the kin slash, he is actually training his chakra control. Carve the corresponding surgical procedures into the body. Uchiha Jin began the second fusion. This time, he did not reduce the amount of Hashirama's cells, but increased the dosage. Since the recovery of pupil skills is related to the duration, we should improve the efficiency as much as possible within the limited time. More Hashirama cells mean a more intuitive experience. Hiss, I was careless. Uchiha Jin felt the pain in his body and cried out for carelessness. More Hashirama cells also mean more intense backlash, grass. This is so sour and refreshing. Uchiha Jin endured the pain and activated the sealing technique. The division of interstitial cells is inhibited. However, the burden and erosion on the body have not changed much. I can still hold out for about 5 days. Uchiha Jin felt the extent of his body's woodinization and made a judgment. 5 days is the longest time before the wood nature appears in your body. With a deeper understanding of pupil techniques, he tried his best to ensure that when he used pupil techniques to restore his physical condition, the structure of his body would not change too much. The price of turning from flesh into wood is too high. Naturally, there is more than one method explored by the roots to inhibit the spread of intercolumnar cells. Uchiha Ren adopted it one after another, and it produced more obvious results. A 5-day safe period can be guaranteed. To be able to research to this point, the root must have conducted countless experiments and provided countless specimens to Orochimaru. Thinking of that terrifying number, Uchiha Ren's scalp also tingled. Behind every achievement is the contribution of countless people. However, it was useless. It only prolonged the time it took for Hashirama's cells to spread and erode, which was not a significant effect. If they cannot completely coexist and reach a balance, it means that this is an immature technology. Yamato was an accident after all. It turns out that the Sharingan still needs to be suppressed. Unfortunately, the current research has not yet begun. Or rather, Orochimaru hasn't started yet. At least it was not recorded in the information Uchiha Jin obtained from the root. However, these are not problems. He has his own Sharingan, and it is the Mangekyo Sharingan, which is very convenient for research. First of all, opening the Sharingan itself can effectively suppress Hashirama's cells. That's not necessary this time. Let's try it next time. This time, I am capable enough to last for 5 days, so there is no need to add more means. 5 days is a good period for reflection. In this way, another 5 days passed. With more abundant Hashirama cells and more intuitive understanding, he had a better understanding of wood release. No time wasted in fusing the wood release technique. He knew that this weapon was not sharp enough. Continue to increase the amount of Hashirama cells that are fused, and this time, always keep the Sharingan in the 3-Magatama state open. The inhibition of the stromal cells was indeed obviously, the consumption is a bit high. Maintaining the Sharingan itself consumes a lot of chakra. Otherwise, with the personalities of most Uchiha clan members, they would have to walk around with a pair of Sharingan open every day. Fortunately, although Hashirama's cells have obvious side effects, the amount of chakra they provide is quite considerable. In addition, Uchiha Jin increased his meals to 5 a day, and the amount of food he ate at each meal also increased, so he managed to hold on. In 5 days, the erosion of his body by Hashirama's cells was far from reaching the point where he needed to use his eye technique, but he still used his ability to roll back. Once again, he directly integrated into a large number of Hashirama's cells. He simply sacrificed a tissue the size of a fingernail and then integrated it into his body. Fortunately, he had enough experience so he was not overwhelmed by the initial intense reaction. Relying on the suppression of the Sharingan, he successfully survived to the 5th day. Correspondingly, his gains were also amazing. The understanding of the changes in the nature of wood release is already very profound. 5 days passed, and finally, Uchiha Jin's period of reflection came to an end. After tinkering in the laboratory for a whole night and making sure that nothing would go wrong after he left the village again and headed for the battlefield. Some time ago, he left suddenly without any report. Fortunately, he killed a large number of Kumagakure ninjas that time, and the Kumagakure ninjas who failed in the ambush became suspicious of Uchiha Jin's whereabouts. After all, Uchiha Jin did show up the last time he came, but he killed all of their assassination members by himself. Once again, they said that Uchiha Jin disappeared, leaving Konoha's coastal front empty, and they were afraid it was a trap. By the time news of Uchiha Jin's incident in Konoha spread, Konoha had already responded and replenished the manpower caused by Uchiha Jin's departure. Uchiha Jin did not feel the slightest bit of guilt about leaving. Before leaving, he killed so many hidden cloud ninjas, which really made them feel very grateful. No matter who revealed his whereabouts, just blame that guy. I can't even protect my whereabouts. I may be assassinated by others and my own people at any time. Of course, I should run away. Don't blame me, someone is harming you. Uchiha Jin doesn't indulge Danzo. It's very frustrating to be bullied by him. It's still this way. Orochimaru is really good at making arrangements. Still on the coastal front, Uchiha Jin took office. This time, it seems that Orochimaru knew Uchiha Jin's strength, and the difficulty of the task arranged by him was also increased to a higher level. Uchiha Jin exclaimed that he shouldn't reveal too much. Should people with strong abilities be exploited? This is not a fantasy world with guaranteed realm, but a ninja world. One mistake and even the Jonin would fall flat on his face. Feeling the pressure of the mission, Uchiha Jin felt a little overwhelmed. The next day after returning to the front line, he was exhausted. In a battle, he finally revealed his cage-level strength. That's right, let's be frank. I won't pretend anymore. I, Uchiha Jin, am at the cage level. The main reason was that he found that the cage level seemed to be more of a deterrent. The facts were exactly as he expected. Shadow level is a deterrent. The amount of his tasks was visibly reduced, but the difficulty was undoubtedly increased. Uchiha Jin had more time to himself. He naturally used it for cultivation. This time when he returned to the village, he strengthened himself a lot. A lot of ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village were sacrificed, and those who suffered less damage had their physical fitness significantly improved and their chakra levels also increased. Uchiha Jin's current chakra capacity is far beyond that of ordinary people. The changes in the nature of wood release were also very smooth to comprehend. The integration has made encouraging progress. At least, Uchiha Jin saw hope. It's a shame he can't fuse Hashirama's cells anymore on the front lines. The problem now is that my earth escape technique isn't very good. There is no earth element in Uchiha Jin's own attributes. He was born with a disadvantage in practicing earth escape. The body does not have this root, so it is difficult to gain insights. Even if the insights are gained, the body still needs to adapt and adjust a little bit. The fusion of the two attributes has a primary and secondary order. Referring to his own situation, Uchiha Jin is naturally based on water and supplemented by earth. Time passed quickly on the front line, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Uchiha Jin has made great progress in the fusion of wood release. The reform at Root was finally completed, most of the staff were withdrawn, and Danzo took over Root again. Danzo also discovered a lot of missing information. However, he thought that it was taken away by the third generation during the reforms and did not realize that it was the work of Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin is not very optimistic about the reforms of the Root. Some even thought that the third generation was inviting a wolf into the house. The ninjas of the Root almost only obey Danzo. They were all cursed and brainwashed from the very beginning. His admiration for the third generation is not even as great as that for Danzo. Even if Danzo made any move, these Umbu ninjas might interfere with the third Hokage's vision. I need to find another opportunity to comprehend wood release. The fusion has reached a bottleneck, and Uchiha Jin needs to feel the feeling of performing wood release when fusing with Hashirama's cells. Hashirama's cells aren't on him, and there's no chance of finding one on the battlefield. Well, Uchiha Jin hated war at this moment. Waste of his practice time. Since it is not allowed, let's improve it in other ways. We can put the matter of wood release aside for now. Uchiha Jin's own improvement has not yet reached a bottleneck. There's still room for improvement in the three types of escape techniques: wind escape, water escape, and fire escape. My illusion technique also needs to be improved. Also, the development of the Sharingan must be expedited. He also needs to adapt to the regular use of the kaleidoscope as soon as possible. After all, if the plan goes well, he will be able to open the Rinnegan soon after the Eternal Eye comes out. By then, the span will be too large, which will be difficult to control yourself. Although war is not conducive to peaceful cultivation, it is also a good opportunity to hone one's skills. Uchiha Jin intends to hone his skills, which can only be improved in combat. There is also Earth Escape, which will also be discussed during this period. Uchiha Jin discovered that his talent in ninjutsu was really good. Even with so many projects, I can still take care of them. Perhaps it is because I received a very comprehensive education in my previous life, experienced information bombardment, had a broad imagination, and had a full understanding of everything. As for lightning release, you can also study it. Since we are in conflict with the Hidden Cloud village, you can take this opportunity to learn it. Uchiha Jin knew that there were advantages to gathering all the 5 elements of escape techniques. The 5 elements are mutually generated and restrained, and they complement and promote each other, and can make progress together. As long as one has enough understanding, perhaps cultivating 5 attributes will be easier than cultivating 4 attributes. In this way, Uchiha Ren was at the front line, executing while completing the task. He also did not forget to practice, and his 5 elements escape technique improved steadily. In the eyes of the enemy, his upper limit in ninjutsu may not have been improved, but his means of response and attack range have undoubtedly been greatly broadened. The illusion technique, which symbolizes Uchiha Jin's level of illusion and physical skills, has also been well perfected. During this 6 months, Danzo seemed to have disappeared and did not take any action to harm Uchiha Jin again. There was even no further action against the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Jin knew that all this was just an illusion. During this period, the war slowed down, Orochimaru was transferred back, and the new cage-level fighter, Uchiha Jin, took on the important task here. Calculating the time, it's almost time. Uchiha Jin is also keeping track of the time. There is no doubt that Orochimaru has been entangled with the root again during this period. Through the information from the Tamikawa clan, Uchiha Jin knew that Konoha's demand for some resources had increased, and these were undoubtedly needed for human experiments. To be honest, after Orochimaru returned, Uchiha Jin didn't want to be alone on the front line. Being the commander-in-chief of an army is a lot of pressure. Although he is selfish and often unwilling to suffer or care about others, under normal circumstances, he still has a little sense of responsibility. He is busy every day, and even though he has adjutants under him and pushes all the chores to them, Uchiha Jin is still under great pressure. He has been hoping that someone can save him. After sending messages to the village many times, the feedback I received was that there was no suitable person. Orochimaru was participating in an important experiment, and at Uchiha Jin's request, Orochimaru was unable to do it. Jiraiya? He hasn't returned to the village yet. I was tired of wandering around outside, and when I heard that Uchiha Jin had appeared and the war was going on smoothly, I decided not to come back. No matter how I called him, he wouldn't come back. Not to mention Tsunade, who has hemophobia, so the third generation didn't even consider it. In fact, it doesn't matter if there is no cage-level person in charge at the front line now that a few more elite jonin can also stabilize the situation. However, it's safer with Uchiha Jin around. It will be easier to deal with emergencies. Since Orochimaru has defected this time, you, Jiraiya, will eventually come back, right? I have been on the front line for half a year, and he has been staying well in the village. If they don't give me a job, I will be really anxious. Orochimaru did not disappoint Uchiha Jin. In November of the 52nd year of Konoha, it was revealed that Orochimaru was conducting human experiments on Konoha ninjas. The third generation dismissed Orochimaru from many of his positions and stopped his research projects. 2 days later, things did not cool down. Orochimaru fought a fierce battle with the third Hokage in the Forest of Death and successfully defected. Jiraiya returned to Konoha upon hearing the news. At this time, Uchiha Jin submitted his application in a timely manner. He wants a replacement. Jiraiya wants to chase Orochimaru? That's a task for later. You're in the village now, I want to go back. Even if you let me go hunt down Orochimaru, it would be fine. I, Uchiha Jin, only achieved my breakthrough at the hands of Orochimaru. I was also shocked and couldn't believe that the beloved Lord Orochimaru had defected. I want to go and ask in person why Orochimaru defected. I will personally bring Orochimaru to justice. Uchiha Jin clearly stated in his application that he was qualified for the job. Apart from that, his words showed that he didn't want to stay on the front line any longer. It's not that he's being too presumptuous. In fact, no one said that. After all, I have been on the front line for more than half a year. The war situation is not that tense now, and even ordinary ninjas are rotated every few months. This time Uchiha Jin's request was approved. The village sent out the Inoshikacho, the previous generation of Yamanaka Inoichi combination, and the cooperation of the three of them can also achieve a shadow level effect. As for Jiraiya, he went to hunt down Orochimaru. Uchiha Jin returned to the village to rest. Wrong. It is to return to the village to recuperate. After getting the approval, Uchiha Jin also breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that Iwagakure is unstable again. Please don't let me go there again this time. Uchiha Jin also thought of a reason. He was at a critical juncture in his training and couldn't go. Can't they be dragged one by one? I dragged too. In the past 6 months, he has finally figured it out. In this kind of local war, although the achievements are real, the admiration and fame are also real. But it cannot compare to the contribution of the Ninja World War. Anyway, he has earned enough credit this time, so he is too lazy to brush it. Climbing in status is almost useless unless you have the ability to turn the tide in the Ninja World War. To become the Hokage, one must rely on strength, on usurpation no, on the support of the people. At this stage, the priority is to improve our strength. The most important thing is to have the strength to protect the village. The handover went smoothly, and Uchiha Jin returned to the village with some experimental supplies that Tamikawa had prepared earlier. After checking his own laboratory, he found that there was no problem with the Nine-Tails tissue and Hashirama cells cultivated there. The research on the Pseudo-Kyuubi Jinchura Ki can now begin. He wanted the Pseudo-Kyuubi's chakra, but he didn't want to become a Jinchura Ki in a symbiotic form. During the past 6 months, he has also been thinking on the front line. The solution is there, and what is needed is continuous development and research. Regarding the 2 basic techniques of wood release, water release, and earth release, Uchiha Jin has also made great progress. consciousness of another wave of Hashirama's cells would release chakra. In the past 6 months, his physical condition has improved again, and he can withstand more Hashirama cells. Another 5-day period of reflection. Sure enough, the true meaning is to integrate and comprehend at the same time. There is nothing wrong with saying that if you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. However, this also requires a full understanding of what you are doing. Otherwise, a good tool may not be suitable for what you need. The next step is to fuse the wood release technique, and the energy core technology also needs to be perfected. Of course, since Orochimaru had just defected, some of the things that needed to be exchanged were quickly exchanged. Third Hokage, you don't want Konoha to lose 2 cage-level people in such a short period of time, right? No. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage reacted strongly and said that Uchiha Jin's request was impossible. The Flying Thunder God technique is too dangerous and not suitable for you. Uchiha Jin frowned, feeling it was ridiculous. Is it up to you to decide whether it is suitable or not? I sighed secretly in my heart. Never mind. It was expected anyway. He was just trying it out. If the Flying Thunder God technique doesn't work, then the spiritual transformation technique should be fine, right? What? Not possible either? I was wondering why the Uchiha clan is so lame. Spiritualization techniques related to spiritual energy, may be beneficial to the Sharingan, but the Uchiha clan has not done any research on them. So that's how it is. Everything is stuck. Uchiha Jin calmed down. Darkness walking technique? Alas, Ren, you should know that although the darkness walking technique is an illusion, it is really not suitable for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Jin was also furious. This old guy keeps saying things that are inappropriate. Do you really think I have no judgment? He didn't even mention the name Impure World Reincarnation. After thinking about it, he finally chose a series of sealing techniques including the 4-symbol seal. It just so happens that studying the energy core requires advanced sealing techniques. 8 gates of ninjutsu. Shouldn't the 8 gates of ninjutsu be obtained from Emperor Kai? Perhaps seeing Uchiha Jin's anger, the third generation also felt that he shouldn't go too far. After all, they exchanged their merits for the forbidden techniques in the sealed book. Sometimes Uchiha Jin just can't figure out something. As a hypocritical politician, how come the third generation doesn't act hypocritical in front of him? Uchiha Shisui, the third generation that Uchiha Itachi faced, was definitely not like this, right? Can a hypocritical person show such an ugly face? Alas, maybe I am too powerful and he feels threatened? Uchiha Jin took the scroll of sealing technique, returned home and began further study. Uchiha Jin did not delve further into the third generation's barely concealed expression of suppression. Anyway, I have never been too dependent. The other party's attitude could only be said to have angered Uchiha Jin step by step, making him more determined that the Uchiha clan needed its own Hokage. The 4-symbol seal is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, but with the fall of the Whirlpool country and the death of Uzumaki Kushina, the sealing technique has undoubtedly completely lost its connection with the Uzumaki clan. After just a quick glance, Uchiha Jin could feel the greatness of this sealing technique. The various complex structures inside are simply dazzling. Let's not talk about the depiction. Practice makes perfect. The construction of these structures alone is a vast science. The connection and arrangement between the techniques are vividly displayed in the 4-symbol seal. Being able to portray and having a thorough understanding are two completely different things. One is a simple copy, the other is to make it your own. What Uchiha Jin needs is naturally the latter. He needs to enrich his sealing skills as much as possible, and then combine the various sealing techniques to develop an energy core. Of course, if possible, it is acceptable to borrow from existing technologies. Uchiha Jin is not that stubborn. Why not take the more convenient path? Time is unpredictable. Sometimes, time flies by, and sometimes, it takes an extremely long time. Immersed in the world of sealing techniques, Uchiha Jin forgot the passage of time for a moment. 10 days later, he had initially replicated several sealing techniques. The Sharingan is really convenient. Even the sealing technique could be replicated, and with Uchiha Jin's own cooperation, it was easy to carve it out. Of course, this ease is only relative. You can't learn how to copy the Sharingan just by looking at it once. It takes a little bit to build up a complete structure in the Sharingan copy content. The 4-symbol seal, when depicted, could be a villa. Even with a copy of the Sharingan, you would still have to scan every corner of the villa and build a complete structure one by one in the database. This is why it took him 10 days. Finally, it's done. From now on, I can just take some time to study it every day. I don't need to devote all my time and energy to it like I did in the past 10 days, except for some basic training. Devoting yourself to one thing is very efficient, but also very energy consuming. Once it continues for a long time, the efficiency will be greatly reduced. If you want to maintain high efficiency for a long time, it is more reasonable to carry out multiple tasks at the same time. The matter with Orochimaru has come to an end. He has completely escaped. Recently, the entire ninja world has been paying attention to the defection of Orochimaru, one of the three great ninjas of Konoha. The other party clashed with Jiraiya many times and finally left the Land of Fire. Afterwards, he disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. As expected, with Orochimaru gone, Konoha has become even weaker, and there's been some movement from the Uchiha village. Uchiha Jin actually has no real job in the family, let alone in the village. But in the outside world, he controlled a medium-sized business group like the Fuchuan family. The intelligence agencies are very complete. Through the intelligence from the Tomikawa family, he had a very accurate grasp of the situation in the ninja world. Uchiha was in conflict with Konoha, and Uchiha Jin was called over by the third Hokage to ask about his intentions. Obviously, Uchiha Jin was not interested in this. In the end, he stayed in the village on the pretext of practicing. As for the heavy responsibility of this war, it naturally fell on Danzo. These punishments can even be said to be severe penalties. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, most of the roots have been demolished by 3 generations. As compensation and as an opportunity to redeem himself, the third Hokage handed over the war with Uchiha to Danzo. The Fire Nation is relatively okay, with a relatively flat terrain consisting mostly of forests and plains, while the Earth Nation is mountainous and hilly. When conflicts break out between the two sides, they are all small-scale battles. It is these small conflicts that affect the situation on the entire battlefield. Such a situation is very suitable for spy organizations like Root to play a role. It can be said that the third generation gave Danzo a good opportunity this time. Even though Uchiha Jin knew this, he didn't want to waste his energy. I've already said that countless small-scale conflicts must be very tiring. As for Danzo's meritorious service and whitewashing himself, haha, it will never be possible. The third generation now sympathizes with his old friend, but when Danzo is about to be completely cleared and his fangs are about to be exposed again, he will definitely rebel again and start to suppress him. Uchiha Jin chose a clearing in the Forest of Death as a place to practice. Orochimaru had been here before, but now it belongs to him. He had also tried to look for Orochimaru's laboratory, but unfortunately, it had been emptied by the village long ago, and nothing valuable was left. Uchiha Jin's only gain was getting in touch with Orochimaru. As the enemy's lair, there are quite a few snakes here. Through these little snakes, Uchiha Jin and Orochimaru successfully established contact. This connection will come in handy sooner or later. Uchiha Jin still needs many forbidden techniques. If he hadn't been busy with training recently and hadn't had the energy to study another forbidden technique, he would have definitely made a deal with Orochimaru directly. Orochimaru was also in a busy phase for the time being. He was very stable in the later period, and even secretly controlled the Kusaga village, but the period after he defected was not so easy. The hunting efforts of various ninja villages were quite intense, and there were also wandering ninjas like Kakuzu who had to try their luck. The most important thing is Akatsuki. Orochimaru was a member of Akatsuki during this period, and Uchiha Jin doesn't want to get involved with them for the time being. Obito's Kamui is somewhat unsolvable, so if you can avoid meeting him, it's best not to do so. Every morning he would practice physical skills for 2 hours to feel the changes in nature. In the afternoon he would practice illusion and study sealing techniques. In the evening he would return to the basement to develop the Sharingan. Uchiha Jin's schedule is very full, and the effect is very significant. His strength improved quite rapidly. In fact, his improvement in strength was obvious during the time he served as commander-in-chief on the front line. Even without using the Mangekyo Dojutsu, his strength has improved significantly, and he has made great progress in the practice of many ninjutsu. It's just that he didn't show any breakthrough. In fact, Uchiha Jin's improvement is very obvious. After returning to the village, he devoted himself to cultivation and improved rapidly. As for the technology of the energy core, we have overcome one difficulty after another. After all, the model of Jinchuriki already exists, and Uchiha Jin has enough examples to learn from. It's just that the way to separate oneself from the energy source needs improvement. He did not stop fusing wood release, and tried it every night, but unfortunately he always failed. Sometimes, Uchiha Jin also wondered whether he should try a simpler bloodline, such as Ice Escape, and then continue with the fusion of Wood Escape. He quickly rejected this idea. Hashirama Senju's wood release is obviously not the same as the other people's wood release, so we can't simply assume that wood release is stronger than other bloodline limits. This is a generalization. Yamato's wood release performance is at best similar to other bloodline limits. If he was a little stronger, with an enormous amount of chakra, combined with fairy techniques and those powerful ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama, perhaps he could also perform wood escape techniques at the same level as Senju Hashirama? Uchiha Jin wasn't sure, but he felt it was pretty close. In other words, the statement that Hashirama Senju's wood release was eliminated by bloodline is correct. Water style fused with earth style is just normal wood style. Only by integrating Yang escape technique can one achieve Hashirama Senju's wood escape technique. Even so, the problem should still lie in physical fitness, immortal skills, and other aspects. The wood release that had been obtained from Hashirama's cells was only ordinary wood release. Uchiha Jin was certain that this was a wood release at the level of a Kekkei Genkai. So, even if it's a wood release at the level of Kekkei elimination, it's not something you can directly possess after fusion. It's more of a fusion method, or a qualification, that will be fused out involuntarily during combat. For example, when entering the Sage mode, is the wood release activated by Sage Chakra, the so-called wood release at the bloodline elimination level? Or does it need to be injected with vitality? First fuse the wood release, then the rest will make sense. There is little point in exploring this now. In the Forest of Death, Uchiha Jin unexpectedly met Uchiha Itachi. The other party was practicing beside a small river, throwing kunao and practicing the great fireball technique. I have to say, talent really does exist. Even Uchiha Jin had to admit that his talent was not as good as the other parties. On the fire style. In other aspects, Uchiha Jin believes that he is no worse than Uchiha Itachi. I don't have much talent in fire escape, it's more due to the constraints of my body, but my comprehension is definitely sufficient. While staying in the village, I naturally met Shisui many times. He and Shisui also had some discussions regarding the village system and the trade-offs between the village and the family. Uchiha Jin did not force family values on Shisui, but chose to downplay Shisui's obsession with this feeling. Let the other person be rational first, and then use some reality to make the other person realize the truth. Return to the embrace of the family. The third Hokage? An old man who was good at brainwashing. Don't listen to his nonsense. As for the changes, they cannot be seen overnight, but Uchiha Jin believes that as long as Shisui listens to him, he will not do the stupid thing of reporting his own eye technique directly in the original work. Nor would he be so foolish as to go directly into the root and be ambushed by Danzo. Without these, Uchiha Itachi would not have turned evil. It can be said that this wave is stable. During the practice, time passed quickly, and before I knew it, 3 months had passed. Uchiha Jin finally succeeded. Wood release. Holding a piece of wood in his hands, Uchiha Ren's tone was full of emotion. Finally the fusion was successful. In less than a year, he successfully mastered the wood release technique. He is very proud. Among them, the assistance of the pupil recovery technique is indispensable. Uchiha Jin was able to successfully integrate wood release after personally experiencing and mastering it many times, as well as having good conditions himself. It's still different from Hashirama Senju's wood release. The opponent's wood release will either be dominated by wood release during the fusion process, or the two attributes will be very balanced. Emphasize the heaviness. That's right, heavy. The wood release chakra transformed from Hashirama's cells is not very obvious when performing wood release in a small range, but once a large-scale ninjutsu is launched, the feeling of heaviness and oppression is very obvious. This is due to the scale of the ninjutsu itself, and also due to the change in its nature. On Uchiha Jin's side, water jutsu is the main method, and the integrated wood jutsu reveals more life and vitality. The wood release ninjutsu can still be used, but the summoned wooden sticks are slightly lacking in hardness and toughness, and their growth speed, that is, the speed of effect, and even the degree of difficulty are even better. To be more specific, for example, the grafting technique is a wood-style ninjutsu that Obito likes to use. You can control the wooden sticks to fork infinitely and continue to grow inside the enemy's body. Uchiha Jin's wood release became even more difficult to deal with. Even after certain improvements, the thorns will grow on their own even if he doesn't control them. For Uchiha Jin at the moment, this difference in emphasis does not bring him any harm. Even the wood release technique, which contains vitality and vigor, is of great benefit to him. In the wood release that he summoned, the vitality and energy also tend to be nourishing. With the help of wood release chakra, the eyes were moisturized. Although the damaged eyes could not be restored, the degree of damage was further reduced after the pupil surgery. This undoubtedly extended the lifespan of Uchiha Jin's eyes. It may not be as good as the Yangtun chakra of medical ninjutsu in terms of treatment, but it has extremely good effects in moisturizing, relieving fatigue, and recovery. Every time after practicing physical skills, Uchiha Jin would use wood release to nourish the cells in his body, which would greatly relieve fatigue. After the sacrifice to improve his physical condition, nourishing it with wood release chakra also made him feel much more relaxed both physically and mentally. There is also chakra refining. After each refining, the cells will be deficient, and there will be an indescribable feeling of emptiness. This made Uchiha Jin doubt for a while that there are few factors like love in the ninja world, and they are all trained. With the nourishment of wood release chakra, this deficiency can be greatly alleviated, and with sufficient nutrition in the body, it can recover quickly. The fused wood release was just some basic application, but it benefited Uchiha Jin a lot. Realizing the special features of the wood release he had fused, he had the prototype of a ninjutsu, a technique that uses his wood release to absorb life force. There is a kind of evil feeling, but since he had already made sacrifices to improve his physical fitness, there was nothing Uchiha Jin couldn't do. The ninja world is so cruel. When he sacrificed corpses to improve his physique, Uchiha Ren didn't even need to give himself psychological comfort. It is because I have experienced too many deaths in this world and have seen all kinds of deaths, most of which were caused by my own hands, so my ability to withstand them has long been honed. At worst, when developing the technology, we can use plants or animals for experiments. Stop the unnecessary killing. This is the last bit of conscience in Uchiha Jin's heart. No matter how he absorbs the enemy's vitality, he won't frown. The time required to develop the technique takes up the time previously spent on integrating would release. The research on the energy core has reached a certain bottleneck. During this period of development, he finally encountered a problem, and he felt that he needed to have a good talk with Scorpion. In addition, regarding the development of his own would release ninjutsu and the absorption of vitality, the reincarnation of the Sand Village could also provide him with reference. Uchiha Jin set his sights on the Sand Village. However, he was not impulsive. This kind of technique can only be mastered by high-ranking officials like Cho. This is just one of them. There is one more thing that even Uchiha Jin cannot be sure of, whether this technique has been developed yet. There is also Scorpion's regenerative nuclear technology. I don't need to inhabit the regeneration core with my remaining flesh and blood like he does that. I just need to learn from him how to use the regeneration core to provide chakra to my entire body. The regeneration core may not have been developed yet, but Uchiha Ren believes that the other party must have achieved corresponding results now. The final transformation is the most difficult step in Scorpion's regeneration core. What Uchiha Jin himself needs is actually the prerequisite for Scorpion's regeneration core technology. It is not difficult to obtain this information. Isn't Orochimaru teaming up with this guy? Moreover, the two sides seem to be conducting experiments together. Uchiha Jin had obtained some information from Orochimaru, and it was not difficult to judge that he was with Sasori based on this information. Make seals with both hands. Chakra fluctuates, releasing weak signals. Soon, a small snake suddenly appeared. Bang! The small snake becomes a big snake. Then Orochimaru walked out from the center of the snake. The movements are smooth and flowing. Uchiha Jin called Orochimaru's shadow clone over. Henkun, I'm a traitor ninja in Konoha now, so it's not good to have you be so closely associated with me. Having said that, Orochimaru doesn't seem to be asking Uchiha Jin to give up the deal or anything. After all, it is a good thing for the two parties to have connection and friendship. At the same time, Orochimaru was also testing Uchiha Jin's attitude. After all, you defected because of the pressure from Danzo and the third Hokage. I'm not on the same side as them, so why can't I contact you? Uchiha Jin didn't even mean to regard Orochimaru as a traitor in his words. This made Orochimaru look sideways. Okay, let's get down to business. I've even sent a shadow clone this time. I don't know what the deal is, but it's so formal. Uchiha Ren didn't waste any words and explained what he needed. Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and the long golden pupils almost shrank into needle points. It was obviously surprising what Uchiha Jin knew about him. The next moment, his eyes became dangerous. Are you investigating me, Ranjun? Uchiha Jin did not retreat at all and looked at Orochimaru calmly. I just happened to learn that Orochimaru-senpai could help me get the information I need. The two sides confronted each other for a long time. It seems that Ranjun is not as weak as the outside world has rumored. Orochimaru's meaning was very clear. The strength displayed by Uchiha Jin on the battlefield seemed inconsistent with his current performance. Why use all your strength when it's unnecessary? Orochimaru-senpai must be thinking the same thing, right? It's complete nonsense. As a ninja, you should keep it secret if possible. There is no need to show it naturally. However, although Uchiha Jin showed all the skills he could, the strength he displayed did not reach his full potential. Almost, they all keep their strength secret. Information about ninjas is still very important. Once someone figures out what's happening and targets you, problems can easily arise. For example, Kakuzu, a veteran cage-level figure, would be easily surrounded and killed as long as the secret of the earthly blade was known. The technology over there at Scorpion is not easy to deal with. It costs extra money, right? Uchiha Jin added silently in his heart. However, there is still hope of obtaining this kind of basic technology. When Orochimaru said this, Uchiha Jin felt relieved that he had a lot of skills there, and as long as he was willing, it would be no problem to exchange them for Scorpion's skills. Especially in the biological field, Scorpions also need it. I don't know, are Hashirama's cells enough? When it came to talking about his bargaining chips, Uchiha Jin was not at all vague. Orochimaru should know about Hashirama's cells and have come into contact with them. However, Danzo probably wouldn't give him the chance to take it away. Sure enough, upon hearing about Hashirama's cells, Orochimaru's aura leaked out a little. It seems that Hashirama's cells are still very attractive to this guy. The most original organization. Uchiha Jin added, raising his hand. Sure enough, Orochimaru was already planning to move. But this is not enough, we have to make some money at least, right? Uchiha Jin stopped raising the price. These are actually enough. Orochimaru had just defected, ending his cooperation with Danzo. I guess he missed Hashirama's cell a lot. After all, Hashirama Senju's power is indeed strong, especially his cells, which still maintain such high activity after his death, can reproduce almost indefinitely, and have extremely strong vitality. For Orochimaru, who is obsessed with immortality, it still has great value. Only Uchiha Jin acted early. Otherwise, in a few years, if Orochimaru hooks up with Danzo again, the other party probably won't be short of Hashirama's cells. Seeing this, Orochimaru knew that these were all the bargaining chips Uchiha Jin had, but he was still a little greedy for Hashirama's cells, so he agreed. At this time tomorrow, we will still be here to make the final deal. After saying this, Orochimaru's shadow clone immediately dissipated. Just one day, worth the wait. To be honest, Uchiha Jin felt most at ease when doing business with Orochimaru. This is the best trading partner. After the transaction, the other party may want to take back what they have and kill and rob. But don't doubt the quality of the items he trades, this can be sufficiently guaranteed. Go home. He separated out a small portion of the Hashirama cells in the basement and stored them away. Hashirama's cells contain powerful vitality, but Uchiha Jin does not intend to directly use Hashirama's cells to develop his own vitality-absorbing technique. There is no other reason. Expensive. Too fucking expensive. Every Hashirama cell in a unit was cultivated with real money. Open in the development stage, it is better to use animals and plants instead. At the later stage, when it is converted to the human body, Hashirama's cells can be used for final debugging. The next day, Uchiha Jin got the information he needed as he wished. As for Hashirama's cells, he also handed them directly to Orochimaru. Call out. After completing the transaction, Orochimaru suddenly stretched out his arm and swept over like a long snake. Uchiha Jin is also always vigilant. Bang! The piece of wood fell to the ground, and Uchiha Jin's figure appeared on the other side. Not only did he combine illusion and clone techniques and use them in the instant body technique to develop the illusion technique, he also made a simple combination of illusion and substitute technique. Sure enough, the stand-in is even more confusing. Orochimaru did not give up. He fell to the ground, and countless long snakes rushed out of his mouth, biting towards Uchiha Jin. Wooden escape wooden spindle wall rows of wooden pillars curved and rose from the ground, forming layers of shields to protect Uchiha Jin. Thousands of snakes bit down, and the wood branches flew out, but then new branches grew and replenished it. Wood style, thorn killing technique. Uchiha Jin's hands did not stop and he kept making seals. He put his hands together and the chakra was transmitted along the ground to Orochimaru's feet. Suddenly, a large number of branches sprouted from the ground. In just a moment, they formed a siege and entangled Orochimaru's figure. The wood strips shrink. Bang! Orochimaru dissipated in a puff of smoke. Many long snakes also fell to the ground, scattered, and drilled into the surrounding dense forests. After a while, they disappeared from Uchiha Ren's sight. Only a long snake was left standing. Finally, the long snake opened its mouth and Orochimaru walked out of it. The shadow clone just now was strangled by Uchiha Jin. This is a new shadow clone. It seems that Orochimaru is also very concerned about the situation here. That's right, it's would release after all. Since Senju Hashirama, he appeared again in the body of Uchiha Jin, a ninja from the Uchiha clan. The newly sent shadow clone sensed the chakra that permeated the surroundings and the wooden sticks that had not yet dissipated, and confirmed that this was a true wood release. A pair of vertical pupils contracted and shrank, and a long tongue stretched out of his mouth, licking the corners of his mouth. You are truly impressive. Nothing like Senior Orochimaru, who's about to make his move right after completing a deal. There was also some dissatisfaction in Uchiha Jin's tone. Although he had anticipated this and made arrangements, performing would release to attract the other party's interest, it was still unpleasant that the other party attacked directly after the transaction. I thought Orochimaru-senpai regretted the deal. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and smiled meaningfully. I'm looking forward to my next transaction with Ren-kun. I didn't expect Ren-kun to master the technique of fusing Hashirama's cells so easily. Orochimaru thought that Uchiha Jin had successfully fused Hashirama's cells. Of course, he also had doubts as to whether Uchiha Jin had acquired his current strength after fusing with Hashirama's cells. After all, the strength displayed by the opponent during this period also has an aspect in terms of chakra volume. Is it completely integrated without any side effects, or is it just a way to delay the effects? Is the purpose of adopting Scorpio's technology to solve the remaining problems? Whether this can be solved or not, we will have to wait and see next time. Obviously, regardless of whether it could be solved or not, Uchiha Jin was able to fuse Hashirama's cells for over a year without any obvious incidents, which piqued his interest. After Uchiha Jin seduced Orochimaru and prepared for the next transaction, he decisively ended the conversation. Leaving the Death Forest, he returned to his basement. Unfold the scroll and begin to study the technology contained therein. It has been checked before and there is no problem with the technology. He now needs to take a closer look. Good. After just one look, Uchiha Jin was sure that there were many aspects of his energy core that could be used as a reference. It's just a little bit short. Energy restoration itself. The regeneration core contains all of Scorpion's remaining flesh, blood, and soul, and can naturally be used to refine chakra. But Uchiha Jin's energy core contains the Nine Tails chakra. Later, perhaps Hashirama cells will be added. Then, the recovery of chakra must be guaranteed. The nine-tailed fox's tissue can autonomously absorb the natural energy in the air to recover. However, this is a bit slow after all. The Nine Tails organization, without consciousness, can't recover fast enough to match what Uchiha Jin can do in a large-scale battle. In particular, his mind was full of various scenes of devastating destruction, and Uchiha Ren placed a very high value on this technology. This is the key to his future battles. After obtaining Scorpion's technology, Uchiha Jin became busy again. Half of the time spent on practicing illusion was used to research technology. He has studied illusions to a certain extent and needs to refine them. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months have passed. Uchiha Jin did not achieve any substantial results. He stopped practicing. Looking at the information in the scroll, his brows furrowed. Another Uchiha clan ninja is being targeted. The first person that came to his mind was Danzo. The other party really didn't change his bad habits. That's how long it takes to get the roots back. Well, it's been quite long, more than half a year. The Uegakure side couldn't attract enough of his attention, right? Why did they attack the Uchiha clan again at this time? That's not the case. Uchiha Jin looked down and found out through the intelligence investigation of Tomikawa clan that all the ninjas of Uchiha clan died in strange ways. The information obtained by Tomikawa about the ninjas in the village, even if it was just the information about deaths, was actually not comprehensive. The little information that was available was purchased from the black market. Uchiha Jin investigated the tribe and obtained information showing that the bodies of the tribe members who had died recently were all badly mutilated, especially many of the wounds, which appeared at very tricky angles and did not seem to be in places that would normally be ignored. But I was actually attacked in such a place. Thinking back to the several parties that were unfriendly to the Uchiha clan and would eventually gouge out their eyes, Uchiha Jin quickly thought of the answer. That's right, eye gouging, which is why Uchiha Jin immediately blamed it on Danzo. It seems that Danzo wasn't always responsible in the past. Obito was also blamed for some of his actions. That's right, when thinking about the parties who needed the Sharingan, Uchiha Jin easily thought of Obito. Uchiha Madara did leave behind a legacy, but that legacy will eventually run out. Moreover, he guessed that Obito did this more to frame someone. It's unclear what the other party is thinking, but it's obviously unfriendly to the family. The Uchiha clan was in a good situation now, and was even recovering rapidly from the losses in the Third World War. He probably couldn't stand it anymore. The patriarch recently also contacted the third generation to report the situation. When sending tribesmen out, they are treated as cautiously as possible, and at the same time, they are investigating these incidents. Uchiha Fugaku had already put his words on the table of the third Hokage. Danzo must give an explanation. Uchiha Jin's unrestrained manner made him want to emulate him. Unexpectedly, it was quite cool. Talking back at 3 generations, speaking harshly. One by one, they all learned it. Uchiha Ren was not dissatisfied with this, but was very satisfied. Only with such a patriarch can the family avoid being cannibalized. Let the third generation realize that his previous form of coercion is no longer effective. At the same time, it is also sending signals to other families. They were the ones who caused the problem, so why should we, the ninja clan, suffer? Some ninjas did take action. Even the Ino, Shikaku, and Jo clans, who were close to the Hokage, reacted. On the surface, they have no conflicts, so naturally there is no behavior of being stubborn or rebellious. The main action is reflected in the delivery of grassroots talents. Before, due to Danzo's tyranny, each family had no choice but to send some of their descendants to the route to undergo inhumane training, and in the end they became neither human nor ghost. Now, they have become more confident. That's right. If Danzo is dissatisfied, does not abide by martial ethics, and attacks the younger generations of their family without reporting to them later, they can also fight back. They used to be very cautious, but now that the Uchiha clan has set an example, they can follow suit. It was Genshi's fault in the first place. It would be fine if he didn't compensate or get punished, but he still wants us to swallow our anger? Impossible. 3 months passed, and the ninja clan continued to take action. The most obvious is the resistance to the roots. There is no doubt that the root of the third generation's suppression of the major ninja clans is the sharpest thorn. It is always stuck in the throats of the ninjas and can take their lives at any time. Now, the ninja themselves began to resist. When a group of fed-up people start to rebel, they become addicted. It turns out that it feels so good to let everything out. In particular, the third Hokage, Danzo, and others were not as powerful as imagined. The law does not hold everyone responsible. It's not just that the law doesn't punish the masses. From the very beginning, the Uchiha clan didn't suffer too severe suppression when they resisted alone. After all, the third generation is still strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He appears very strong on the outside, but is actually extremely weak on the inside, always hesitating and hesitant. Especially now that the third generation is old, he is not suitable to continue serving as Hokage. It would be fine if I was just being cautious, but the key is that he is holding us back. Danzo was persuaded by the third Hokage himself. To be honest, the third Hokage was really afraid that all the major ninja clans would rebel at this time. Konoha suffered heavy losses in the Three Wars and the Nine Tails Rebellion, in addition to the ongoing war with the Hidden Cloud Village and the ongoing conflict with the Hidden Iwagakure. Konoha really can't withstand the ninja clan's coup. Even if one of the ninja clans staged a coup, it would be extremely detrimental to the situation in Konoha. Previously, they used this to deal with the ninja clan. Danzo accidentally went too far. You, the ninja clan, must be patient, otherwise the loss to the village will be too great. Now it's finally reversed. Danzo has been feeling really frustrated lately, and he's experienced the disgust of his old friend's earnest advice and unpredictable mentality. Over a 3-month period, members of the Uchiha clan were ambushed many times. With the special attention, Uchiha Jin followed up on the intelligence very promptly. He was speculating about Obito's whereabouts. Just wait, I'll kill you sooner or later. Shinwei is not unsolvable. After coming back from the front line, Uchiha Jin has been training in the village for 9 months. His strength improvement is also very obvious. After all, the period after he opened the Mangekyo, which was also the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion, was a period of rapid development of his strength. One of the benefits is the rapid increase in the power of physical and ninjutsu brought about by the improvement of physical fitness. Later on, although my physical condition continued to improve and there was still an effect, it was obviously not going to be as great. The outburst has reached the top of what I can control, and any further accumulation will only extend the duration. Mastering wood release is easier than you think. Perhaps, this was something he had integrated himself, and the changes in the nature of earth and water escape had been practiced to the point where Uchiha Jin made rapid progress when he comprehended the changes in the nature of wood escape, almost catching up with the progress of my own single attribute. With the scroll of wood release ninjutsu in his hand, his strength was further improved after he mastered it. Without the kaleidoscope, he can now retreat calmly even when facing a veteran cage-level opponent. If you add your own unpredictable means of sacrifice and the ability to recover at any time, you will have nothing to fear. The crucial energy core is only one step away. It's still one step away from what I envisioned. In fact, it is already available. He had already made one for himself and equipped it. A device was inserted into the lower abdomen, sealing the Nine Tails tissue inside. The dense sealing patterns allowed Uchiha Jin to easily mobilize the Nine Tails chakra. The problem now is that the Nine Tails organization is a bit slow in recovering chakra unconsciously. It's no problem to support Uchiha Jin in a big battle, but he will be weak for at least half a month afterwards. At present, Uchiha Ren is adopting the battery mode. As the name suggests, the Nine Tails organization sealed inside is treated like a battery and replaced when it is used up. Of course, the replaced batteries will not be thrown away directly, but will be charged, but the charging time is a bit long. It takes 5 minutes to charge and 2 hours to charge. For this purpose, he specially divided the Nine-Tailed Fox organization into more than 10 parts. Temporarily solved the battery life issue. It's just a bit expensive. Fortunately, he chose the right path when he was making money, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to afford it. Although the Fuchuan family is only a medium-sized merchant group, the wealth they possess is beyond imagination. But this is not a solution. If he consumes too much, the Fuchuan family will be dragged down by him. Problems that need to be solved must be solved. The chakra restored by the tailed beast should be the absorbed natural energy. After all, it is impossible to recover without reason, which does not conform to the law of conservation of energy. When it comes to natural energy, we cannot let go of the magic. Practice immortal arts. Uchiha Jin also made a decision. The next plan is to practice immortal arts. Nowadays, whether it is ninjutsu or other aspects, I have temporarily entered a period of slow improvement. The only thing that can bring about a significant improvement is the magic of immortality. It's just that the practice of this immortal technique is a bit troublesome. Uchiha Jin has a slight toothache. There are immortal arts in the ninja world, and he even knows the principles behind them, but that doesn't mean he can practice them directly. If you practice rashly, you will only be assimilated by natural energy and become a part of the world. The ninja world has 3 holy places where immortal arts are passed down: Mayaboku Mountain, Shikotani Forest, and Ryakai Cave. Among the 3 holy places, Uchiha Jin has no access to Mayaboku-san. This is a group that believes in so-called destiny. If Uchiha Jin goes there rashly, he will most likely not get the opportunity to practice immortal arts. They don't care about you at all. The Wet Bone Forest is even more mysterious, as all the slugs are split bodies of the slug immortal himself. In other words, there is actually only one slug immortal in the Wet Bone Forest. Tsunade, who was able to contact that side, would never help Uchiha Jin, a member of the Uchiha clan. Finally, only Longdi Cave was left. Dragon Cave. No special relationship, want for practicing immortal arts, Longdi Cave is the first choice. Because Orochimaru has a summoning contract with this side, he is easier to persuade. It is not a problem at all to trade for an opportunity to practice immortal arts. Of course, this was a unilateral agreement from Orochimaru. Whether Longdi Cave will give you a chance, and whether you can succeed in cultivation in the end, has nothing to do with the transaction. However, since Orochimaru has spoken, he probably just needs to prove himself, and there is a chance that he will qualify to practice Senjutsu in Ryokai Cave. After all, these are Uchiha Jin's own imaginations. The real situation may not be as good as you imagine. Why would the White Snake Immortal of Longdi Cave allow you to practice his magic? If there is nothing special about it, what benefits can there be for you to practice immortal arts? As for the threat of force, Uchiha Jin had never thought about it. Holy Land, what do you think of their strength? Especially the three immortals, they have survived for thousands of years. Apart from anything else, the accumulation of immortal chakra alone is quite terrifying. Uchiha Jin suspected that Hashirama Senju's magic did not come from the three holy places. Some people think that his magic comes from the wet bone forest, and that the ability of the slug is similar to Hashirama Senju's abnormal recovery ability. Recovery abilities don't just come from Senjutsu, would release itself can also be used. Uchiha Jin had previously speculated that Hashirama Senju's method of integrating wood release might be based primarily on earth release, or perhaps a balance between the two. Uchiha Jin mainly uses water-based jutsu, which represents life and vitality. If Hashirama Senju is able to achieve a balanced fusion, it makes sense that wood-based jutsu has both oppressive and restorative abilities. Therefore, Uchiha Jin had the idea that Hashirama Senju's magic did not come from the three holy places. Is it true that immortal arts are only available in the three holy places? The so-called immortal arts are nothing more than different means of integrating natural energy. Natural energy permeates the entire ninja world and can be absorbed anywhere. There is nothing wrong with natural energy itself, but the magic of the three holy places will show the characteristics of their respective races, which is naturally related to the method of entering the sage mode. Toad oil and the like only contain special natural energy that makes it easier for this race to practice magical arts. In order to more conveniently perceive natural energy and guide the fusion method, take toad oil for example, the rich natural energy contained in it is easier to perceive. At the same time, the integration of natural energy and chakra absorbed from it will have a certain guiding effect. The degree of mastery of immortal arts is probably due to following this guidance, and the integration method is closer to perfection. Try again and again, and find the feeling that maybe it's just like what they say in anime, blend in proportion. That this is really how immortal arts are practiced. It could also be that this was done to raise the bar for practicing immortal arts. Immortal arts themselves have methods for learning that can be recorded in writing or taught verbally, and they don't necessarily have to be taught through toad oil. After all, practicing immortal arts requires inheritance, and the biggest problem lies in the way of integrating natural energy. Being able to smoothly integrate it so that one is not assimilated by nature, while at the same time not causing a strong conflict, is in line with oneself. This is a useful magic technique. To learn immortal arts, you need to go to a holy place. Actually, there is one more thing. That is, even with the correct method, the fusion of Senjutsu chakra is not as simple as ordinary chakra. The natural energy is too violent, making it very easy to make mistakes during the fusion process, and once a mistake is made, the consequences are disastrous. And the Holy Land possesses the ability to promptly eliminate the risk of assimilation. Uchiha Ren actually had a bold idea. Practicing the magic arts of other races will ultimately be inferior, so it is better to explore the magic arts that are suitable for humans. But he didn't act on his own. There's still a huge risk in doing this. In fact, since Uchiha Jin has the ability to roll back, the risk can be reduced as much as possible. What we really need to worry about is wasted energy. This thing may not be able to be explored. Let's see if there's any chance here at Longdi Cave. Uchiha Jin thought about the question of whether it was suitable or not and decided to give up. Because of that little bit of willfulness, he wasted a lot of energy, not only delaying his own progress, but also consuming a lot of pupil power. The main reason is that he sees no hope. First, master a magical skill. Uchiha Jin did a lot of planning. Prepare for implementation. Come out. My good mood suddenly disappeared. In the distance, an Umbu wearing a cat-faced mask walked out. Uchiha Jin was a little surprised, because the other person has white hair. Kakashi, the legendary 50-50 chance. Kakashi caught the fluctuation in Uchiha Jin's eyes, but he didn't care. After 2 years in the Umbu, he had already been able to handle everything indifferently. Uchiha Jin, the Hokage is looking for you. After saying that, he used the technique of instant body movement and disappeared. When Uchiha Jin heard that the third Hokage was looking for him, he immediately felt troubled. An hour later, Uchiha Jin returned home with a scroll and a smile on his face. Look, this guy is someone you can't offend. Thinking about the last time he exchanged for forbidden techniques, and the third generation's face that refused to let him exchange this or that, compared with the other party's attitude of giving him the forbidden techniques reluctantly today, he felt relieved. Multiple shadow clones, although it's not a perverted forbidden technique, it's not bad, mostly free. Especially the third generation's expression of eating shit. It feels good to think of Uchiha Jin. Although the simple shadow clone technique can create multiple clones, it lacks certain techniques that not only is it inefficient, but the impact on the memory after it is removed is also significant. Although it is said to be useless, it is actually very useful. Especially as his chakra volume continued to increase, the effect of the shadow clone technique became more and more obvious. Even though he could maintain a high training speed, he couldn't avoid the shadow clone. Due to the time travel, his soul is strong and he can naturally withstand a great shock to his memories that he has always created shadow clones to practice together. Not to mention the technique of multiple shadow clones, this thing is not difficult, it mainly involves some of the techniques. Uchiha Jin put away his smile and began to pack up his supplies. After returning from the front line, he hadn't been on a mission for a long time. He used the excuse of cultivation, and his family arranged a sinecure for him in the guard force, which was why he delayed for so long. Now, Uchiha Corps needs a strong ninja to go and support them, so the third generation can only hold his nose and ask Uchiha Jin to go. Different times, different circumstances. The Hokage has a lot of power, but not that much. To put it bluntly, everything depends on strength. With Uchiha Jin's strength and the Uchiha clan behind him, it would be difficult for the third generation to force him. He could also force Uchiha Jin to go, and Uchiha Jin could not shirk his responsibility, but doing so could lead to further disunity. Among them, Orochimaru's elements also exist. Orochimaru's defection made the third generation more cautious. Since his closest and most trusted disciple could defect, it was really hard for him to trust anyone else. Especially Uchiha Jin, a guy who is wild by nature and lacks respect for the Hokage. If he is really forced to defect, Konoha will be laughed at by the other 4 major ninja villages. By then, it will probably not just be a joke. Konoha is weak, and it is not impossible for other ninja villages to seize the opportunity to start another ninja world war. The first 3 wars were when the third Kazekage of the Sand Village disappeared, and the Kumo village took advantage of the situation and invaded. The conflicts between the various ninja villages were on the verge of breaking out, and quickly broke out into the Third Ninja World War that affected the entire ninja world. Now, Konoha is in conflict and friction with both Kumaga Corps and Iwega Corps. Once Konoha becomes weak, the offensive will probably begin, especially the Kumaga Corps who were about to surrender. The war has lasted for nearly 2 years, and the other side is about to surrender. If Konoha is weak, the other side will definitely counterattack. Uchiha Jin himself had indeed stayed in the village for a long time. As a ninja, if he hasn't carried out any missions for nearly a year, if anyone were to evaluate him, I'm sure there would be people who would criticize him. He is thick-skinned and can choose not to care, but there is no need for him to cause trouble. This is also the reason why he took the task. Anyway, with his current strength, he is not afraid of being killed by the roots. Also, there is no need to worry about having to expose the kaleidoscope in order to survive. Go ahem, he has been practicing in the village for so long, isn't he just improving his skills besides the kaleidoscope? Hard work pays off. The success of wood release and energy core technology gave him absolute confidence. Of course, if possible, he doesn't want these cards to be exposed. These methods have other uses. Replace the energy core. Feeling the huge nine-tails chakra, Uchiha Jin sighed. The shadow clone technique has a limitation: it will divide the chakra in the caster's body equally. This is a disadvantage. But for the Jinchuriki, this doesn't seem to be a disadvantage. The chakra belonging to the caster will be divided equally, but the chakra of the tailed beasts in the body will not. Even when casting a shadow clone, one can control how much chakra is injected into the tailed beast. Referring to the improved energy core of the Jinchuriki mode, it naturally has the same effect. He controlled the nine tails chakra and injected it into the shadow clone. About that. Researching and practicing every day is enough. He created 10 shadow clones. They take turns on duty and conduct research and practice in the underground laboratory. After sealing 9 of the shadow clones to prevent the consumption of chakra, Uchiha Jin was finally fully prepared. There is no need to claim the mission. Tasks directly issued by the Hokage will be reported directly when the time comes, without the need for the task department to intervene. Land of Earth, 4 Eyes. Connecting with spies, Uchiha Jin had never carried out this kind of mission before. However, he had it before. After all, he had been a ninja for so many years, so he had to carry out all kinds of missions. According to the scroll, Uchiha Jin concealed his tracks and entered the Land of Earth. Come to a small town, find the recorded inn, and enter it. Booked a room. I got the information and started reading it. North, counter-encirclement. Frowning, Uchiha Jin felt that this mission was a bit uncomfortable, because the intelligence finally expressed that there were still several operations that needed to be coordinated. I don't know if 10 shadow clones are enough. After staying in the inn for one night, we left the town as usual the next day and headed north. Konoha Ninja. He did not reveal his whereabouts and saw that the Konoha ninjas were surrounded by a small group of IWA ninjas. Then, dozens of Konoha ninjas arrived from afar, join the battle and surround the Uegakure troops. Counter-attack. This is just the beginning. Although Konoha had the advantage in numbers, the opponents were elites, contrary to the usual practice of the Uegakure ninjas, and they were outnumbered. The two sides reached a stalemate. More and more Konoha ninjas showed up. Join the fray. Almost. Uchiha Jin judged. All the hidden Konoha ninjas came out. Relying on the insight of the Sharingan, Uchiha Jin was able to detect any movement. All Konoha ninjas are dispatched. Quietly, the Uegakure troops from farther away surrounded them. The Uegakure village, after all, follows the path of violent soldiers. Encirclement and suppression is their fundamental strategy. A Konoha team of 200 people. The Uegakure village has quite an appetite this time. Our spies are talented enough to be able to detect such secret information. Finally, the Uegakure ninjas who were surrounding them from outside were discovered by Konoha. They began to increase their efforts, seizing the time to kill the Uegakure elites in the center as quickly as possible. The other side seemed to have anticipated this and defended themselves tightly, waiting for reinforcements to join the battlefield. They even held back the Konoha ninjas, making it impossible for them to escape or break out. Hiss, there are over 1,000 people here, right? Ida worthy of being the Uegakure village. This entire small piece of plain has been fully utilized by the other party. The land of Earth is mostly mountainous and not suitable for group battles. This small plain is a rare flat area that can accommodate more than 1,000 people for battle at most. Uchiha Jin looked into the distance. Ida completely fenced in, he was also surrounded. This is normal. After all, in order to hide, the Uegakure ninjas were lurking in extremely remote areas. When Uchiha Jin arrived at the battlefield, he was surrounded. Try your best to hide yourself. Puff. His figure seemed to blend into the wind, without a sound, and he instantly appeared in front of an Uegakure ninja, and the kunai in his hand slashed across the other's neck, leaving behind a phantom body. The opponent's companions attacked the phantom, and Uchiha Jin took advantage of the opportunity to assassinate another Uegakure. Along the way, a trail of phantoms was left behind. Some of these phantoms are simply illusions designed to attract attention, while others are illusions designed to trap people in a fantasy world. The rock ninjas who were trapped in the environment could not escape Uchiha Jin's harvest. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rock ninjas died under Uchiha Jin's kunai. Uchiha Jin was extremely calm. This time his mission is to rescue the ninjas of Konoha. Thousands of enemies were not something he could deal with, nor was it part of his mission. Illusionary blade. A rock ninja shouted, recognizing Uchiha Jin's identity. Uchiha Jin had no intention of complaining about such a vulgar title. Rush towards the center. If so, the mission certainly cannot be to kill the thousands of Uegakure ninjas that surrounded them. Then, what remains may be to rescue the Konoha ninjas, or kill the Uegakure elite ninjas they are responsible for. Or perhaps both are part of this mission. Uchiha Jin knew that this was a trap set by the third Hokage. The tasks are not very clear. Recreate the White Fang scene. Uchiha Jin thought, did White Fang really give up the mission in order to save his companions? Or, when the mission itself is ambiguous, and a goal is forcibly added. But so what? I won't be misled by rumors. At worst, he could personally take action and create hundreds of shadow clones to manipulate public opinion. Uchiha Jin has no scruples. Just give orders like this and let your subordinates do it? No, I have no problem doing it myself. Uchiha Jin rushed towards the center of the battle group. He was not far away to begin with, and with his superb skills in teleportation, he soon arrived at the battlefield. At the same time, a disc condensed in his hand. The blue disc flew out of his hand. It drew an arc and made a sound of breaking through the air. Qi Yuanzhan flew out, and Uchiha Jin devoted some of his energy to controlling it. At the same time, his hands formed seals quickly, and the shadows of his hands became blurred. Water style, water breaking wave. There is a rapid stream of water coming out of the mouth. A stream of water, barely as thick as a thumb, shot out at an extremely high speed. A water blade was formed, and as Uchiha Jin swept it, it formed a large-scale attack. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. Earthen walls rose from the ground. Earth escape restrains water escape. This is because Earth style can easily defend against water style, which primarily causes damage through impact. The water-breaking wave released by Uchiha Jin uses penetration as a means of damage. As the water blade swept across, deep scratches were left in the middle of the earthen walls. Boom! Because it was scratched in the middle, the wall lost its balance and fell to the ground. Obviously, if they concentrated a little, the earth flow wall would not be able to defend against Uchiha Jin's water break wave. The prerequisite is that these people release the earth flow wall. If it was the earth flow wall that the third Hokage used with all his strength, even Uchiha Jin's water severance wave would probably not be able to penetrate it. Doryo Kyubi is a defensive ninjutsu. Uchiha Jin's figure flashed, and in almost the blink of an eye, he left behind several phantoms. A pair of Sharingan has already been opened. If you meet his eyes, you will definitely fall into an illusion. Even the Jonin are no exception. This is the result of his practice during this period. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Uchiha Jin quickly formed seals with his hands. Countless small fireballs came out of his mouth and scattered towards the Uegakure ninja in front of him. At the same time, a kunao flew out from his hand, drawing an arc towards another rock ninja in the distance. The kunao shot at a tricky angle made it difficult for the rock ninja to dodge, thus exposing a flaw. Konoha-style sword art crescent moon dance. Three figures attacked the Uegakure. A white light flashed, and the Uegakure's head fell to the ground. After killing the enemy, Moonlight Flowing Wind did not stop and went to another battlefield to provide support. This time, Uchiha Jin basically did not kill any enemies. He assisted other Konoha ninjas with his low-level ninjutsu. Whether it was illusion or 5 elements escape technique, he used the most time-saving and labor-saving means to support the Konoha ninja, create opportunities for them to kill. The effect was obvious, and Konoha quickly killed the Uegakure elites. At the same time, after killing the enemy, Konoha will have more manpower freed up and the balance will be broken. As the snowball rolled bigger and bigger, the Konoha side successfully ate the bait before the Uegakure surrounded them. Now that it's released, there's no need to worry that you should be mentally prepared to be eaten. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. Uchiha Jin had been accumulating strength for a long time, and jumped into the air. A sea of fire gushed out of his mouth. The sea of fire spread as his body turned, covering half of the rock ninja in the encirclement. Wind style, Chi-Yuen / the key ensign that was thrown out before still hadn't dissipated, and Uchiha Jin had somehow manipulated it to move closer to the direction that was not engulfed by the sea of fire. Brush! A blue light flashed, and the bodies of the rushing rock ninjas were cut off neatly, and blood spurted out. There was blood and body parts all over the ground. Walk! After all, Uchiha Jin had been the commander-in-chief on the front line of Kyumagakure for half a year, so he still had some leadership ability, and the power he exuded unconsciously was also convincing. Yueguang Liufeng, holding a long sword, was the first to rush out. His figure was as fast as the wind, and white sword light flashed one after another. He launched one slash after another, paving the way for those who came later. Uchiha Jin naturally couldn't let him overshadow him. Wind style, great breakthrough. A strong wind spewed out of his mouth, forming a violent storm. Blow away the IWA ninjas blocking the way ahead. Jonin is in charge of the other side. The storm swept through. Uchiha Jin performed a major breakthrough, and the late storm was directly rolled up to form a tornado, opening up a straight path. He rushed to the side and was responsible for resisting the Uegakure on this side, while ordering the Jonin among the Konoha ninjas to resist the other side and buy time for other companions to escape. Moonlight Flowing Wind swept the long sword in his hand, and his instant body movement technique hardly stopped. Including him, Konoha still has 5 Jonin. The Uegakure side seemed to have a large number of people, thousands of them, but when they formed an encirclement, there were only about 10 people at most in one direction, and their strengths vary greatly. The problem still lies in the reinforcements that keep pouring in from 2 directions. Uchiha Jin could easily resist, but the 5 of them had a very hard time. As a result, the retreat route of the Konoha people was increasingly heading towards Uchiha Jin. From a straight road, it becomes curved. They had already broken out of the encirclement, and the problem now was how to shake off the pursuers behind them. "I'll cover your retreat, you guys go." This was all Uchiha Jin could do in the end. No one can leave unless the people behind are stopped. After the great battle, the Konoha side was already weak and could not outrun the army behind them. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. When Uchiha Jin gave the order, he began to form seals, his hands moving quickly, leaving a series of afterimages. A huge dragon of fire spewed out of his mouth. The fire dragon roared and rushed towards the rock ninja behind it, covering the enemy with a swing of its tail to the maximum range. Uchiha Jin stretched out his hand and a blue disc flew past behind the Uegakure. Phew! There seemed to be a slight cutting sound, one after another. One by one, the rock ninjas fell to the ground in confusion and unwillingness, their upper and lower bodies separated, and their internal organs scattered all over the ground. The CD rushed into the crowd, but did not rush out. It drew an arc, changed direction, and continued to harvest the rock ninja who was in the front to the right. Uchiha Jin's scarlet eyes looked so evil and terrifying in the eyes of the Uegakure. When he glanced over, he always saw someone in a trance, and what greeted him was a ball of fire. Chi-Yuen Zhan cannot exist indefinitely and will eventually dissipate. However, Uchiha Jin had already begun to condense a new Chi-Yuen Zhan. This is different from the Raise-Non, which requires the disc itself to have a certain stability. As it cuts the enemy again and again, its stability is destroyed, and the chakra it constitutes is consumed, so the ki-en slash cannot last forever. Today's battle is destined to go down in history. The blue discs were flying, the scarlet eyes were trance-like, and Uchiha Ren was afraid of killing the Uegakur. The offensive slowed down. Uchiha Jin fought and retreated. The chakra in his body is also limited. A ninja can only fight against many at once, and if there are too many of them, there is a risk of insufficient chakra. Once the energy is consumed, it becomes a lamb to be slaughtered. The third Raikage, known as the strongest spear and the strongest shield, fought with an army of tens of thousands of rock ninja for 3 days and 3 nights, but still died of exhausted chakra. After all, individual power is limited. Before you possess extraordinary power, if you encounter a large army, you can choose to fight, but you cannot be surrounded. Uchiha Jin was lucky, as the number of Uegakur he encountered were only 1,000. The scene was not very large, otherwise even if he fought and retreated, he would be surrounded and unable to escape. Finally, Uchiha Jin even began to squeeze his body and refine chakra. He was also assessing the situation. The Konoha ninjas had left and his mission was completed. At the same time, the Uegakur troops behind them must have failed in their mission. As long as I get away, it will all be over. What a pity, I don't know the Flying Thunder God technique, otherwise it would be very convenient at a moment like this. Activate Flying Thunder God and disappear immediately, which is the best way to save your life. Uchiha Jin has coveted it for a long time, but unfortunately he has not yet obtained it. It is definitely better not to use the Nine Tails chakra if possible. Otherwise, in front of so many people, with solid evidence, the Nine Tails rebellion, which had finally been put behind it, would be brought up again by Danzo. The Nine Tails rebellion left a deep scar in the hearts of the Konoha villagers and is an eternal pain in their hearts. At that time, the Sharingan and the Nine Tails eyes actually saw ninjas, and powerful ninjas at that. How could the villagers who were fleeing at that time see the pattern in the eyes of the huge fox? It's several kilometers away, no one can see it. Moreover, the scarlet eyes and the black Megatama are not a very clear contrast in this book. From a distance, you can't really see anything except a sea of red. In the eyes of ordinary people, the nine-tailed fox with blood-red eyes does not look out of place at all. Only ninjas who were truly close to the Kyuubi, able to observe the other party while keeping their own skin, could truly see those eyes. The reason why the incident in the original novel became known to everyone was simply because someone fanned the flames. Under the influence of Uchiha Jin, Danzo gave in and the Uchiha clan did not end up being despised by everyone. At that time, Uchiha Jin confused right and wrong. Shake Danzo out. Bringing up past events, he said that this incident was most likely caused by Danzo in collusion with outsiders. The third generation was afraid that the impact would be too great, so he ordered both sides to stop attacking each other, and only then did things calm down. But once Uchiha Jin reveals the fact that he possesses the Nine Tails chakra at this moment, Danzo will have sufficient reason to attack the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan pattern in the Nine Tails eyes. Therefore, if you can avoid exposing the Nine Tails chakra, you should never do so. It doesn't have to be so absolute. The Nine Tails chakra cannot appear with me, it cannot be bound to me, this is the key. As long as the appearance of the Nine Tails chakra has nothing to do with Uchiha Jin, it can be used. Oh, and you can't appear with the rest of the tribe yet. Uchiha Jin thought for a moment and added, this is very suitable for opening a vest. Later, when he has enough energy, Uchiha Jin will find an identity in the outside world, whose characteristic is the Nine Tails chakra. Pseudo Jinsha Riki. As for the purpose and interest, it is to collect the chakra of the tailed beasts. The sealed space in the energy core can be separated. When the 9 types of tailed beast chakra are gathered, he will be able to change the tailed beast chakra at will. Although the nine-tailed fox's perception of good and evil cannot be inherited, at least it can be developed into a weakened version of the perception ninjutsu. Uchiha Jin also has direct control over the bloodline limits of other tailed beasts. It's so cool. This kind of task will be directly handed over to the vest when the time comes. Oh, wood release can actually appear on a vest. By then, the vest will attract the attention of the village. It would be convenient for Uchiha Jin to cause trouble in the village. The correct solution is to attack from both inside and outside. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Jin spit out a huge fireball, which exploded on the ground not far in front of him. The flames from the explosion engulfed him. The smoke dissipated, the flames subsided, and Uchiha Jin's figure disappeared. The Uegakur refused to give up and spread out to search. In the end, they swept the area within 10 miles but still failed to find Uchiha Jin. They didn't dare go any further. The time that had been wasted was enough for Uchiha Jin to recover a little. Thinking of the sharp blue light, which gave almost no time for people to react, and the scene of people being cut into pieces, they were horrified. The next day, the name of Blue Flash was announced by the Uegakur. At the same time, Uchiha Jin's achievements were also recorded by major ninja villages. There are even high rewards on the black market. However, Uchiha Jin was somewhat disdainful of this high price. Compared to the wealth that the Fuchuan family can offer, this reward is a bit small. He will definitely not appear in the scene in the novel where, seeing the bounty, he wants to pack up and exchange himself for it. Escape from the rock ninja. Uchiha Jin did not immediately go to the agreed location to meet with the spy to receive the next stage of the mission. He recuperated for a day, and with the help of wood-release chakra, he recovered to a certain extent and made up for the overdrawn body. His chakra was almost replenished before he came to another town. Same note, same handwriting. The content is completely different. It can be seen that the ink has not dried completely and was not written before the agreed time. Did the mission change temporarily? After reading carefully, Uchiha Jin confirmed this. The task is not easy. Uchiha Jin sighed. Sure enough, I knew not to reveal too much. After burning the note, Uchiha Jin thought for a moment and then broke out of the window. Soon after, a flash of fire engulfed the inn. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The earth shook, and after a long time, several ninjas dressed in Iwagakure village uniforms appeared. The whereabouts were leaked, and Uchiha Jin analyzed that there might be a problem with the spy. He did not continue with the mission. He did not leave any evidence behind, but passed the information back to the village and applied according to the normal procedures. Sure enough, 3 days later, the village replied that Uchiha Jin's mission was cancelled. The village's further instructions were to have him go to the Iwagakure front line to provide support for a period of time. That the village needed some time to prepare reinforcements, which would be gradually added to the front line within a month. According to the information from Tamikawa, Uchiha Jin learned that on the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, Iwagakure ninjas were chasing a certain white-robed ninja. The hunt lasted for a day and a night, and finally the white-robed ninja disappeared, and the Iwagakure ninja returned to the Land of Earth. Comparing with the records on the front line, Uchiha Jin was able to confirm that the other party was a spy of his own and fled after being discovered. No one was paying any further attention as Uchiha Jin was training on the front line. I also take some time every day to appreciate the energy of nature. External natural energy exists, but it is not strong and is difficult to perceive. But Uchiha Jin have enough patience. Although I have decided to go to Longdi Cave to learn immortal arts, it would be good to lay a good foundation. The Ryokai Cave was extremely eerie, and with the snake princesses all preoccupied, Uchiha Jin didn't want to stay there for too long. I'm afraid I'll be infected and become like Orochimaru. I am a young man with a good temperament, and I don't want to become a symbol of gloom and horror. At the front line, Uchiha Jin was only stationed there temporarily, so he was not given much power and it was difficult to hand over the power. It is also possible that the third generation was guarding against Uchiha Jin from making another great contribution. After a battle not long ago, Uchiha Jin became completely famous. Although it was not during the Ninja World War, Uchiha Jin undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention because he was given the title of Blue Lightning by Onoki from the Iwagakure village. You know, during the Third World War, it was the Iwagakure village that spread the title of Yellow Flash. Blue Flash. A title so similar to Yellow Flash shows how famous this title is. Uchiha Jin had no idea about this new title. It's just a title. As long as you are neat enough, no matter how dazzling the title is, it will become more outstanding because of you. In fact, the Iwagakure village does attach great importance to Uchiha Jin. His key ensign was a nightmare for the Iwagakure ninjas who survived that time. The sharpest cut ever made. This is also the description of key ensign in the report that Enoki received. A ninjutsu that can last for a long time and continue to harvest heads. The key point is that the key ensign is, after all, a ball of chakra, and the edges are as thin as paper. The sharp airflow rotates and controls the flight, almost like a flash of lightning, which cannot be avoided. It is precisely for this reason that during the time when Uchiha Jin was in charge, the losses suffered on the front line were greatly reduced. However, half a month later, Uchiha Jin left. The mission lasted nearly a month, and Uchiha Jin was already anxious to return to the village. The 10 shadow clones left behind disappeared one by one. Fortunately, he had time to practice at the front line, so he didn't feel sorry for those 20 days. For 20 days, I have been carrying out missions and have not made any progress in cultivation. How can you feel at ease? At your age, is it time to take a break? It is precisely because of this awareness that Uchiha Jin was able to improve his strength so quickly. I admit that talent is an element, but my hard work is also very important. On the way back to the village, Uchiha Jin left his shadow clone outside, moving a little slower, while his real body secretly went to the Tamikawa clan to obtain the supplies he needed, and at the same time used the Mangekaya to deepen the influence of the illusion. Meet up before the shadow clone arrives in Konoha. The cultivation of the Nine Tails chakra and the last shadow clone made proper arrangements before dissipating, and nothing went wrong. Hashirama's cells also need to be cultured. The tailed beasts have not mastered wood release, so Uchiha Jin cannot use wood release only to consume his own chakra in the future. He studied the energy core in order to reduce the consumption of his own chakra. The chakra of the tailed beasts is too violent. It is okay to use it to perform the means of controlling the tailed beasts, but it is not so easy to perform normal ninjutsu, not to mention to bestow new bloodline limits. It's almost impossible. Therefore, Uchiha Jin took a fancy to Hashirama cells, a tissue that can produce relatively mild chakra. Besides, maybe after practicing senjutsu, I will be able to perform wood release with the same strength as Senju Hashirama. People should have dreams. The wood release that I fused is different from Hashirama Senju's wood release. There's no need to just give up on Hashirama's cells before you push them to that point. Although this thing is difficult to cultivate, Uchiha Jin also included the large-scale cultivation of Hashirama's cells in his plan. After resting at home for 2 days, Uchiha Jin received another task. Go to the Hidden Cloud battlefield to finish off the battle. The Hidden Cloud village surrendered. There is more or less Uchiha Jin's factor in this. The battle in the Land of Earth made him completely famous. At the same time, the Hidden Cloud village also witnessed the strength of Konoha, and they chose to surrender as they were already on the verge of surrender. The more times like this happen, the more we cannot relax. If it is a false surrender, the losses will be very heavy if we launch a surprise attack when the victorious side is evacuating. This is also the reason why the third generation sent Uchiha Jin to provide support. Not only Uchiha Jin, the third generation also sent a series of elite ninjas including Kakashi. After only a few days of rest, Uchiha Jin set out again. This time, Kumagakure surrendered, and the situation in the ninja world changed again. The most obvious impact on Uchiha Jin is not that he has more free time. The biggest impact is the attitude of the Hokage. Under pressure from the situation and the circumstances of Konoha, the third Hokage did not oppress Uchiha excessively, and even tried to persuade him with kind words and promised him benefits before he accepted the offer. Things changed when Kumagakure surrenders completely and Konoha only has Iwagakure as its enemy. The third generation will change its face again. But it doesn't matter. Uchiha Jin is also waiting for the surrender of the Hidden Cloud village. Lita SC who can beat whom. The evacuation took place without incident. The Hidden Cloud village's plan did not stem from surrender itself. Only 7 days later, Uchiha Jin returned to the village again. The rewards from the 2 missions were not enough to redeem the forbidden technique, and the third generation would most likely not allow him to redeem it. Uchiha Jin switched to some conventional lightning-style ninjutsu. He actually mentioned Chidori and wanted to learn it, but the third Hokage refused, saying that it belonged to Kakashi and Uchiha Jin needed to go and ask him himself. Uchiha Jin almost burst into curses. If I could find Kakashi, would I need to ask you? I don't know where the Umbu ninjas are carrying out their missions every day. If they were that easy to find, I would have gone to farm Chidori myself. And that divine kaleidoscope. To be honest, it was only after Uchiha Jin traveled to this world that he realized that many things are not as simple and natural as he had imagined. Except for plans that only involve yourself, and except for large-scale, unchangeable, and easy-to-participate events, otherwise they are basically difficult to achieve, there is no need to make such plans. For example, to improve your impression. It has been more than 2 years since he traveled through time, and Uchiha Jin has only seen Kakashi once, when the third Hokage sent someone to call him some time ago. No time to build friendships. There is also Might Guide. Uchiha Jin had previously determined to learn the 8 gates from him, but for more than half a year, he didn't meet him. Running around the village every day? Green tights? Unless you squat there for 2 or 3 hours, it will be difficult to get it. The entire Konoha is comparable to a fairly large city in the previous life. It would take a long time for even Kai to run around Konoha. Although Uchiha Jin wanted to learn the 8 gates from Kai, he really didn't have time to ambush the opponent. You can only rely on luck to see if you can meet him. The result is obvious, Uchiha Jin failed. Such a long time. It is not unreasonable to practice alone for a long time. He obtained the ninjutsu related to lightning release and began to practice. The nature change of lightning release was the one he had the worst grasp of, so this period of time was a good opportunity to improve on it. Relying on the sacrificial eye technique, Uchiha Jin added points to himself, improving his physical fitness and leading to a significant improvement in his physical skills. But in the end, he didn't fully explore it. Fighting skills were honed through killing, but the body was not explored to the limit. In addition to not focusing on practicing physical skills, the lack of lightning escape is also another aspect. Digging on your own is far inferior to the coordination of lightning release. During the period of rapid growth and strength, Uchiha Jin tried his best to eliminate inefficient training. As time passed, his strength grew slower and slower, and he gradually began to pick up those projects that required time to polish. Physical skills and lightning escape are one aspect. In-depth research on basic ninjutsu is also the direction he is planning. The illusion body technique fully demonstrates the role of the 3-body technique, a basic ninjutsu. It may not be very impressive, but it is definitely the most basic ninjutsu for a ninja. More than a month passed, and Uchiha Jin achieved good results in the 3-body technique. Needless to say, the clone technique, combined with the instant body technique and illusion technique to form the illusion technique, is basically Uchiha Jin's signature skill. The substitution technique was perfected by Uchiha Jin by combining wood release and clone techniques of various attributes. It saves the trouble of preparing a substitute, and the effect is also improved. With fewer steps, the chance of being discovered is naturally smaller. By the way, Uchiha Jin also plans to add illusion later. The principle is the same as that of illusion. Even if it is discovered, the other party will inevitably be affected by the illusion while observing the substitute. Uchiha Jin actually values the final transformation technique the most. Transformation technique, which can utilize the characteristics of chakra to change appearance. This is very effective for spy missions and hiding identities, but is rarely used in combat. What Uchiha Jin values is the ability to use chakra to confuse vision. Using transformation techniques to change the kunao in your hand, making it longer or shorter, is the key to victory. You can also cast illusions on it. Uchiha Jin discovered that illusion and three-body technique really go together. The flaws of the three-body technique are obvious, but when combined with illusion, it can not only make people ignore these flaws and avoid being discovered, but also pull the opponent into the illusion. It is a perfect match. According to his own ideas, the future illusion technique is probably not just a combination of the instant body technique and the clone technique, but a series of ninjutsu derived from the combination of illusion technique and the three-body technique. This will be a genre of its own. Others may also have such means, but Uchiha Jin is definitely the first one to develop this style so comprehensively. Well, if there's someone else, I can fight him and see who's stronger. That person will be the founder. Uchiha Jin is very reasonable. For the same school, whoever is stronger is more orthodox. Is there any problem with that? All this is just speculation. While practicing physical skills and lightning escape techniques, Uchiha Jin also studied the three-body techniques. He only made some simple improvements to them, and it would take some time to successfully combine them with illusion techniques. However, Uchiha Jin gained a lot from physical skills and lightning escape techniques. He discovered that his rewind eye technique was simply the best cheat for developing various forbidden ninjutsu. Using lightning to stimulate the body's muscles is inherently dangerous. It would take a lot of human experiments, exploration, and experience to hope to develop a suitable lightning-style ninjutsu. It's not without reason that Kakashi is praised for being able to develop Chidori on his own. I was so lucky that I didn't get myself paralyzed during the trial and error process. There may have been support from Minato Namikaze and theoretical guidance, but there is no doubt that it still depends a lot on luck and talent. Uchiha Jin has a good understanding, but his body does not contain the attribute of lightning. It is difficult for him to practice lightning escape, and his ability to control lightning escape chakra is even worse. It is normal for accidents to occur when developing lightning escape ninjutsu. Of course, there are benefits to failing again and again. Experiencing it yourself is always more intuitive than watching from the sidelines. Perhaps a bystander sees more clearly, but this is because a bystander will never know how many factors the person experiencing it personally has to worry about. If you look at things from a reflective perspective and are the person involved, you will have the most genuine experience. However, in the development of ninjutsu, the person in charge is often dead, and there is no second chance, or third or fourth chance. Once a big mistake is made, there is no regret. Uchiha Jin was able to repeat himself, gain personal insights, and correct himself again and again. Get on the right track quickly. It is not difficult to master the thunder escape, but the difficulty lies in stimulating various parts of the body and combining them with hand seals. How to stimulate to better activate the body. In what order should stimulation be carried out so as to be better applied in combat? After stimulation, cells activate and muscles contract to provide greater strength. I want to throw a punch and use the lightning chakra to more deeply stimulate my waist, hands, shoulders, and legs. How should I arrange it, and to what degree should I stimulate it, so that it will be more natural and more powerful? These are all things that need to be explored. Fortunately, Uchiha Jin has the eye reversal technique. Although he did not get a completely perfect version after more than a month, at least he had the initial version of his thunder escape body tempering technique. Stimulate the body without causing any harm, improve physical fitness and activate cells. This is a foundation. Later, Uchiha Jin will continue to improve it, and eventually versions 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0 will appear. The reason why it is called thunder release body tempering technique is mainly because Uchiha Jin positioned this technique as a technique used to train physical skills. Killing methods can be added, but they are not the fundamental ones. With the help of the thunder release body tempering technique, the potential hidden in various parts of the body is fully tapped. Uchiha Ren's most obvious feeling was that his physical fitness had become stronger. The amount of chakra is also greater. On this day, Uchiha Jin did not practice. Signed the defeat agreement. The Cloud Village has sent a delegation, led by the leader of the ninja army, to Konoha to sign the defeat agreement. Uchiha Jin received the mission and was responsible for the defense. He knew that this defeat agreement was actually a conspiracy of the hidden Cloud Village. In this war, the Hyuga clan's performance on the front line was outstanding. Even though Uchiha Jin performed many times, the greatest contributor to this war still belonged to the Hyuga clan. Their white eyes give them a great advantage in intelligence reconnaissance. The suppression of intelligence put Union in a passive position almost all the time in this battle. The Hidden Cloud village, which is good at coveting the bloodline limits of other villages, naturally also turned its attention to the Hyuga clan. It is true that they came here to sign the agreement, but it is also true that they came here to seize the White Eyes. Kawahiko is the leader of the Kumigakure's side who is responsible for leading the negotiations with Konoha. He is a sturdy middle-aged man. Rude according to intelligence, this person's strength is okay among the Jonin, but not the top one, and cannot be compared with the elite Jonin, but his IQ is very high. At the same time, extremely loyal. Uchiha Jin did not deal with the other party, he was very focused on his own mission. It is enough to pay attention to the other party, but there is no need to deal with them. After all, he is going to die in a few days. The third generation assigned the task to Uchiha Jin, this time with bad intentions. It would be fine if the Union side signed the agreement properly and didn't do anything tricky. If Uchiha Jin fails to discover and stop him in time if he does something wrong, the third generation will definitely convict him. Uchiha Jin's reputation has been a bit high lately and needs to be suppressed. In addition to Uchiha Jin, the third Hokage naturally also arranged many Umbu to be on duty to keep an eye on the Kumigakure embassy. After Uchiha Jin's mistake, the third Hokage couldn't just let Kumigakure do anything, so these Umbu were there just in case. It sounds nice, but in fact it is just a place to wipe your ass. The night is extremely quiet. Konoha, the embassy where the Kumigakure delegation is located. A dark shadow flashed by. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. If no one was watching closely the whole time, no one would have noticed. Uchiha Jindu made a mistake and didn't see it. However, he had arrangements. His weak wind chakra blended into the surrounding air, and he could feel the flow of air. This is the method used by Uchiha Jin to monitor. Similarly, this is also the way he practices the changes in the nature of wind escape. Only by integrating into the wind and feeling the wind can we understand the nature of the wind more comprehensively. Wind is diverse and multifaceted, and everyone perceives it differently. This also means that the understanding of wind can be multifaceted. Uchiha Jin's instant body technique is to integrate the flowing nature of the wind, follow the flow of the wind, and increase the speed of the instant body technique more silently. A black shadow flashed by, causing changes in the surrounding airflow and attracting Uchiha Jin's attention. He sensed the direction the other person was heading from the wind. As expected, the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Jin observed that none of the Umbu around him made any movement. He was a little confused. With so many people taking turns to monitor, not even a single mosquito can get out, right? Since they don't care, just go by yourself. He followed the changes in the airflow without making any sound. If there is no wind, then the wind chakra will be integrated into the air, influencing the wind to flow in the direction you need. Restrain the airflow around. Uchiha Jin could confirm that someone's eyes were on him. He was discovered, but no one came forward. He felt something in his heart and understood the reason. Danzo. He followed the dark figure in front of him, staying far behind to avoid being discovered. When the three Megatama are activated, they can be seen clearly even in the night. The purpose is clear, Uchiha Jin said to himself. It seems that this was really premeditated. At the same time he noticed that there were other people around. The Sherinan, which has transformed into a Mangekaya, has a strong insight even if it remains in the three Magatama state. He spotted a few masked ninjas. Root, Umbu, both. They watched as the dark figures belonging to the Kumigakure delegation entered the Hyuga clan mansion. Uchiha Jin carefully climbed up the wall and looked inside the Hyuga clan. He was not very clear about the distribution of the Hyuga clan, so he did not run around. After the black shadow turned over, Uchiha Jin caught up with it, but it had disappeared long ago. No one knew where it ran to. Squatting on the wall, Uchiha Jin looked up. It was suddenly awkward. The figures around were also squatting on the wall, monitoring something. Logically speaking, the defense of the Hyuga clan, a powerful family, should not be so poor that they are being monitored by someone squatting on the wall of their own house. The problem still lies in the war that just ended. The Hyuga clan suffered heavy losses, and most of the clan members were exhausted. The structure of the branch family and the main family is also one of the points. The outermost part of the Hyuga clan's territory was just where the branch family was located, and the defense was much lax during this period. As for the internal situation, where the main family is located, it is much more strict, the most tightly guarded existence at any time. Kawahiko is quite capable to be able to abduct Hinata. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Among the Konoha high-level officials, there is someone like Danzo who can collude with outsiders to frame his own people in order to become Hokage. There are naturally many such people at the bottom. There are also members of the Hyuga clan's branch families who could not bear the oppression of the main family and secretly colluded with outsiders. A bird in a cage controls a person's life and death at any time, not his thoughts. Otherwise, there would be no secret at all when dividing the family property. What's the difference between a puppet? Oh well, a conscious puppet. What a brilliant puppetry. The success of Kawahiko's actions was definitely due to an insider. Moreover, the other party can also influence the guards near Hineda's residence. These are not important. They are the internal affairs of the Hyuga clan and Uchiha Jin has no right to interfere. His purpose was still the incident itself. Squatting on the wall, not long after, a loud shout came from inside the Hyuga clan. Who? The loud and powerful shout was very abrupt in the quiet night. Uchiha Jin perked up and pricked up his ears to listen. There was a burst of chakra. The sounds of fighting were heard. It was an intense, but seemingly one-sided attack. All that was heard was the sound of the power coming from the soft fist. There was no sign of ninjutsu. Uchiha Jin's eyes narrowed. In the Sharingan's field of vision, a figure was seen climbing over the wall on the other side. When Hinata Hayashi was chasing, he discovered Uchiha Jin and others. Among those present, Uchiha Jin was an accident, and the other Umbu and Root ninjas totaled as many as 10 people. Just squat here and don't move. No support, no idea. Uchiha Jin didn't move either. Hinata Hayashi snorted coldly. Continue the pursuit. The Byakugan's ability to detect things allowed him to see everyone's situation clearly. The sounds of fighting were heard in the streets. Bagwa Zang. The blue chakra light lit up. Uchiha Jin looked over there and saw blue energy flashing. The banging sounds continued. Well, dead. According to the memory in his mind, Uchiha Jin knew that Hinata Hayashi had beaten the other party to death. The surrounding Umbu ninjas moved. They headed to where the fighting had broken out. When I arrived at the venue, I just saw the decisive scene. Hinata Hayashi landed his last palm strike and Kawahiko fell to the ground. After picking up Hinata and making sure that everything was fine, Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward. Remove Kawahiko's mask. His pupils contracted violently. He stood up suddenly and looked at the people who had just arrived at the battlefield. At this moment, he understood everything. He gave a bitter smile, realizing that he might be in big trouble today. In fact, he is just a Kumagakure ninja, and there is nothing wrong with accidentally killing someone. Especially for him, the head of the Hyuga clan, there will be no loss. But the key is that at this moment it was the time when the war between the two villages ended and the Hidden Cloud village came to sign the defeat agreement. During this period, he killed the leader of the other delegation. No matter how I try to justify it, it's unclear. This is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is the behavior of the Umbu ninja. As the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi is also very sensitive to politics. He knew that the third generation was going to take action against the Hyuga clan. As for Uchiha Jin, Hinata Hayashi didn't know his purpose, but since he appeared here and didn't stop him, he must not be a good person. The other party is responsible for the protection of the Hidden Cloud mission. Since he caught up with us, there is a high probability that he knows Kawahiko's identity. Well, the battle was not fierce in the Hyuga clan's territory, but once they left the other clan's territory, Kawahiko began to resist and the battle between the two sides became very fierce. Shortly after the Umbu, Uchiha Jin and others arrived at the scene, ninjas came one after another to check the situation. On this quiet night, the head of the Hyuga clan killed the leading ninja of the Kumagakure delegation. The embassy was also in an uproar, and the Union delegation began to become chaotic. This night is destined to be a restless night. Uchiha Jin watched everything happen. He didn't stop. If it is stopped, without all this, how can we drag the Hyuga clan into trouble? Hokage's office. Everyone gathered. The third Hokage frowned, looked like he was worried, and sighed. Danzo's face was expressionless. One by one, the senior ninjas were awakened from their sleep and rushed to participate in this senior ninja meeting. The Hyuga clan leader killed the head of the delegation sent by Kumagakure to sign the agreement. This matter can be big or small. The key is the attitude of the third Hokage. Just now, the Kumagakure delegation went to the Hokage's office and threatened to hand over the murderer. They made a big fuss about this incident. The third generation's unhappy complexion stems from this. There is actually no custom that messengers cannot be killed, but that does not mean that there have never been cases where enemy messengers were killed. However, it is rare for the enemy to surrender and the enemy side to accept the surrender and then kill the messenger. The one who suffered the most was actually Konoha, which claimed to be righteous. Since its establishment, Konoha has always had a positive image. Even after the Third World War, for the sake of their so-called image and justice, the three generations were not too harsh in the agreement, and the compensation they demanded was far from enough to make up for the village's losses. Just insist on being a good person. This time, the third generation actually did not seem to be so obviously trying to suppress the Hyuga clan. He had just made a contribution, so it was impossible for the third generation to be so hasty in taking action against him. This time he was really pushed forward. Many of the Umbu members who were inspected this time were recruited from the root, and Danzo got the news faster than the third Hokage. Realizing that the delegation was taking action against the Hyuga clan, Danzo immediately came up with an idea. Even the outer village of Kumagakure has begun to covet the Byakugan, so how could Danzo not want it? However, in comparison, the Sharingan that can perform Izumi's resurrection is more attractive. But, he doesn't have to use it, but he can equip his subordinates with it. With a subordinate who has the Byakugan, the root's abilities will be taken to a higher level. He did not issue the order with the intention of suppressing the Hyuga clan. However, when Hyuga Hayashi accidentally killed Kawahiko and the Kumagakure delegation made a fuss, making the whole incident a sensation, he took advantage of the situation and planned to suppress the Hyuga clan. That's how politics works. It is coincidences one after another that constitute the inevitability of history. It is only a matter of time before the third generation Danzo and his men suppress the Hyuga clan. The other ninja clans have already suppressed it, even the Uchiha clan has taken action, so how could the Hyuga clan not take action? Under Danzo's persuasion, the third generation also decided to test the Hyuga clan. Kumagakure surrendered, but can start a war again at any time. Konoha's philosophy is peace. If this matter can be suppressed, it is naturally better to suppress it. This is the policy of the entire village. Under the leadership of the third generation, this policy even tends to be inclined to save face and maintain the village's peace-loving image even if it causes losses. Uchiha Jin also didn't understand why there were people who supported such a frustrating thing. It's really incomprehensible. He watched everything coldly. Watching Kawahiko get killed. Watching the cloud-hidden village delegation causing trouble. Looking at each of the Jonin as usual. Looking at the sad faces of the three generations. He said nothing. Hyuga clan leader. The third generation's tone was very heavy, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. "Oh, you're so stupid, why did you kill Kawahiko?" He sighed repeatedly, his tone filled with both blame and protection. That it was eye-opening to see so much emotion contained in just one sentence. A politician indeed. Uchiha Jin sighed. Hinata Hayashi said nothing. He could see the true face of the third generation, but what could he say? The third generation spoke so nicely at this time, and you wanted to contradict him again. By then, people will start to criticize him for not knowing how to appreciate a good person's kindness. He could only remain silent. The Kumagakure delegation demands the handover of the murderer. The third generation was silent for a long time, and finally Danzo said this coldly. There was silence in the Hokage's office. The Hyuga clan's Jonin then put up a fierce resistance. Impossible. A member of the Kumagakure delegation sneaked into my Hyuga clan and kidnapped my Hyuga clan's eldest daughter. Their intentions are evil. He deserves death. All right. Danzo shouted. How could Kawahiko sneak into your Hyuga clan without any reason? Also, the Hyuga clan is heavily guarded. How could a Kawahiko kidnap an important member of the main family? Danzo's words left the Hyuga clan speechless. What should I do? Is there a traitor in the family at this time? Is there a traitor? Very proud, right? Want to make it known to everyone? Hinata Hayashi remained silent. Uchiha Jin, you are in charge of the Kumagakure delegation. Why did such a big thing happen? During the silence, Danzo suddenly changed his offensive and pointed the spearhead at Uchiha Jin again. With a grin, Uchiha Jin finally received the rebuke. You also bear a great responsibility for Kawahiko's murder. What a big hat. He just said that the Union delegation demanded that the murderer be handed over. So, do you want Uchiha Jin to die in his place? The Jonin were all alarmed. Uchiha Jin was also shocked. When it came to cruelty and ruthlessness, Danzo was still the best. Kawahiko's stealth ability was very strong, and he had planned it all in advance. When I discovered him and arrived at the scene, the tragedy had already occurred. Uchiha Jin excused himself and made a defense. Hinata Hayashi glanced at Uchiha Jin. Don't think he didn't see it at that time. It was clearly seen in his Byakugan vision that rich Inten chakra was gathered in his eyes. Who else could it be but a ninja from the Uchiha clan? Moreover, that powerful eye power is undoubtedly Uchiha Jin. Hokage-sama, the hidden cloud village is being unreasonable. Danzo forcibly dragged Uchiha Jin into the Hyuga clan's problem. At this time, Uchiha Jin also the prepared rebuttal began. He began to refute Union's mistakes. Everything is very natural. He stood on the same side as the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Jin was grateful to Danzo in his heart. I am Konoha, and I am not afraid of the hidden cloud village. This time, they are begging us, they are surrendering, and we are the victors. The winner compromises with the loser. What kind of logic is this? Did we achieve our victory by begging the hidden cloud village? Uchiha Jin spoke very rudely. Of the 3 ninja world wars, which of our Konoha's victories was achieved in this way? He even brought up the 3 ninja world wars. We in Konoha are not afraid of trouble. I've never lost a war, so why should I be afraid of him? At the same time, it is also secretly ironic. If we really agree to the demands of the Kumagakure delegation this time, it would mean that we are begging Kumagakure to end the war. In this case, how was the previous Ninja World War won? Konoha's reputation was directly tied to this incident. Danzo also had a grim expression on his face. What nonsense! Uchiha Jin's long-prepared rebuttal almost put Danzo and the third Hokage on the spot. Today, you cannot agree to the request of the Union delegation. The third generation Danzo was very angry. Danzo stared at Uchiha Jin with a vicious look. The Jonin watched with trepidation. In fact, Danzo's skills in cultivating his energy are not that bad. It's just that Uchiha Jin almost killed the other party last time, and the relationship between the two sides can be described as incompatible. Danzo was able to keep his composure in front of other people, but for some reason, he couldn't help himself in front of Uchiha Jin. The murderous intent in my heart kept rising. A heated debate broke out in the Hokage's office. Somehow, the Cloud Hidden God Diplomatic Corps, which had been at the embassy and had received the promise of a reasonable explanation from the third generation, broke out again. From what they said, it seemed that they knew Konoha had no intention of handing over the murderer. He threatened that the Hidden Cloud Village would start a war again. Meanwhile, within Konoha, terrorists were spreading rumors. It was claimed that Hyuga Hayashi killed the leader of Kumagakure who came to sign the agreement after surrendering, causing the relaxed relationship between the two sides to break down again. On the front line, the Hidden Cloud Village is eyeing the enemy with eagerness and is about to launch another war. Uchiha Jin had left his shadow clone outside to watch everything happen. He did not come forward to manage, just helping the main body collect intelligence outside. He doesn't plan to participate in this public opinion. Theta's right, don't participate. What's the point of simply fighting against a common enemy? In wars and missions, there are always situations where the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan carry out tasks together. This couldn't make both families put aside their prejudices and cooperate to fight against the third generation, so Uchiha Jin naturally didn't do enough in the Hokage's office. How can the Hyuga clan fight against the third generation without suffering some humiliation? In the case of the Hyuga clan, the vast majority of disciples from branch families are like birds in a cage, and can only obey the orders of the main family, but how could they possibly fight against the third generation? They must suffer losses. Afterwards, Uchiha Jin will launch his own public opinion offensive. This caused the Hyuga clan and the Hokage lineage to be in complete opposition. At this time, the Uchiha clan, which is also opposed to the Hokage lineage, can cooperate with the Hyuga clan. What Uchiha Jin did in the Hokage's office today became the basis for cooperation between the two clans. Although there was a plan, it was not Uchiha Ren's attempt to frame someone that he was just making full use of some people's original plans. What's more, the three generations really went too far. Uchiha Jin guided the Hyuga clan's hatred and allowed them to vent it, which was obviously more comfortable than holding it in. At least, that's what he thought. To endure and to be able to release are two completely different concepts. The Jonin conference ultimately did not produce the desired results. Hyuga Hayashi remained silent the entire time, but since Uchiha Jin, who was implicated, began to argue, he, as the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, could not remain silent. His proactive argument inspired the Hyuga clan's senior ninjas. Finally, as a last resort, the voting process began. In fact, the third Hokage can make a conclusion with just one word, but this hypocritical old guy wants fame. In the end, the number of Jonin from the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan was not as many as the Jonin under Danzo's command. No, they are the Hokage family and the Jonin under Danzo. There is no doubt that the Hyuga clan needs to hand over the murderer. Who is the murderer? Hyuga Hayashi. However, they have all expressed it so tactfully for 3 generations. It's not just because of Hyuga Hayashi being the leader of the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is of great strategic significance to Konoha. If we really hand over Hyuga Hayashi and get rid of him, that would be a real bargain for the Hidden Cloud Village. There is naturally room for maneuver if the clan leader Hyuga Hayashi is not directly asked to be handed over. That is Hyuga Hizashi. The two look almost identical, and when the time comes, they can put the blame on each other. It's worth it to split up the family and exchange one for the clan leader. It's a pity for such an excellent ninja like Hinata Hizashi. Danzo's plan is nothing short of vicious. He would force the Hyuga clan to hand over the murderer, and then he would send someone to accidentally pass on this method to the Hyuga clan. The branch family was created to protect the main family, which is the purpose of the Hyuga clan. At that time, the Hyuga clan, who are already under high pressure, will naturally seize the opportunity when they see the light. However, in this way, the relationship between the branch family and the main family will inevitably become even worse. Hinata Hayashi was at least the person in charge of the branch family, which was equivalent to the position of the head of the branch family. His death caused extremely severe conflicts between the branch family and the main family. This can be considered a weakening of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan was still struggling when the noise outside attracted everyone's attention. If you listen carefully, you can hear the sound of handing over the murderer. The route was very efficient this time. Danzo, who was proficient in brainwashing, used rhetoric to turn things upside down in a very short time. Now more and more villagers are outside, all strongly demanding that the murderer be handed over. Peace is hard won, and we cannot allow the murderer to destroy the peace that has been paid for with countless lives. It's ironic. In the process of achieving peace, the Hyuga clan, who made the greatest sacrifice, was coerced by the villagers into handing over the murderer with such an excuse. When Danzo was spreading the word, he did not say that it was the Hyuga clan leader who killed the leader of the Hidden Cloud village. Alright. The third generation came to the outside of the office to appease the people, and his tone was full of hope for peace. He said he would definitely explain to everyone. Danzo's actions did not have the permission of the third Hokage, so he felt a little resentful. But Lita S solved the problem first. The third Hokage made the final conclusion based on the voting results. Dismiss. Uchiha Jin left in silence. This time, he was also punished. Share the joys and sorrows. In order to win over comrades in the future, Lita S sacrifice ourselves. Opposite, it's a punishment that's neither painful nor itchy. You don't have to pay any price with your life. On the way back, all the tribesmen were cursing Kawahiko. Why are you running around for no reason? Not only did he die, but he also implicated them. Fida S right, it wasn't just Uchiha Jin who was implicated. The guard force is naturally responsible for tasks such as escort. Although the punishment is not very severe, it is still unpleasant. Uchiha Jin comforted them. Next, Ida S time to wait. When will Hinata Hisashi die? When can I start my next action? After returning home, Uchiha Jin did not go there in person this time. Create a shadow clone, let the shadow clone change its appearance and go to investigate. The main body enters the underground laboratory. Using multiple shadow clones to practice, Uchiha Jin's own chakra is naturally insufficient. During the practice process, the changes in the nature of the chakra caused by the progress of the transformation will cause problems in the composition of the shadow clones themselves, and they will disintegrate directly on the spot. Therefore, when using shadow clones to practice, every bit of progress will consume one shadow clone. Even Uchiha Jin, who has a lot of chakra, can't withstand it. The Nine Tails chakra is needed, and the underground laboratory is equipped with an aura-isolating barrier to prevent the Nine Tails chakra from escaping. Uchiha Jin's own chakra is far beyond that of ordinary people, but if he uses shadow clones to continue practicing, he can only maintain 2 shadow clones. Many Jonin can do this. The reason for this is actually not Uchiha Jin's fault. It is still a question of cultivation efficiency. Chakra is formed by the fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. As the understanding deepens and the spiritual energy changes, the structure of chakra itself is constantly transforming. The shadow clone itself is too fragile, not to mention the changes in its internal structure. With each additional realization, the change in chakra is enough to make the shadow clone dissipate on its own. The amount of unused chakra recovered was not as much as imagined. Even if the main body was closer, there was still a loss of more than 40%. In Uchiha Jin's words, this is the trouble of being gifted. I am too talented, which causes me to waste too much chakra during my training. Well, logically speaking, creating multiple shadow clones seems to be a more cost-effective option. The more shadow clones there are, the less chakra each clone is. With the same amount of perception time, the less chakra is left at the end, so less chakra is wasted. However, all this is based on the assumption that the time of the final collapse remains unchanged and can be measured. But how can there be a fixed efficiency in understanding this thing? Moreover, according to this statement, if Uchiha Jin summons a large number of shadow clones at once, less chakra will be wasted, and it is even very likely that they will dissipate at the right time. But Uchiha Jin couldn't withstand the huge impact of the memory. His soul was only slightly stronger, able to withstand more impact. Even though the two souls merged, his own soul was not necessarily stronger than the original soul. Perhaps, with the continuous use of the Nine Tails chakra and the development of the Sharingan, his level of willpower can be improved. He couldn't withstand the memory impact of dozens of shadow clones, but Uchiha Jin could withstand about 10. This requires the use of the Nine Tails chakra. He created a shadow clone, split his chakra in half, and then added the Nine Tails chakra. Consumed the Nine Tails chakra to maintain its own existence, and retain as much of its own chakra as possible to feed back at the end. In this way, the only chakra consumption of Uchiha Jin is the consumption of perception and the loss after the shadow clone dissipates. This will maximize his endurance. When your own chakra is less than the minimum required to cast a shadow clone, stop. If you need to use the Nine Tails chakra, you have to go to the basement. For 3 days, Uchiha Jin stayed in the basement to comprehend the changes in nature. With 10 times the efficiency, 3 days are equivalent to 30 days. In a month, the nature of the lightning escape has also made considerable progress. The main reason is that my original foundation was poor, so I seem to have made great progress. 3 days passed and the incident continued to ferment. Uchiha Jin always keeps a shadow clone outside to gather intelligence in order to prevent any changes in public opinion. Don't let Danzo suddenly interject bad words about the Uchiha clan. There is also the movement of the Hyuga clan. Under the villagers' public opinion, the Hyuga clan suffered some damage to its reputation. Hinata Hisashi struggled for a long time, but finally chose to die in place of his brother. Finally, the matter was settled. But for Uchiha Jin, this matter has just begun. Coming out of the basement, Uchiha Jin took over the route and began his own public opinion offensive. Public opinion, which had just calmed down, rose up again. But this time, it was more circulated among ninjas. Among the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, the branch family is very dissatisfied with the main family. Uchiha Jin's shadow clone changed his face and said that as a powerful family, the Hyuga clan should not be weak and given that handing over their own ninjas for no reason is a cowardly act. In order to confuse the ears, Uchiha Jin even pretended to be some branch families and spread the rumor that the current clan leader would eventually lead the Hyuga clan downhill. Not worthy of being the patriarch. In addition to the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Jin did not let go of other aspects, including the third-generation Danzo and even the Uchiha clan's failure to supervise properly. The idea that we shouldn't compromise is basically the same as the debate Uchiha Jin had in the Hokage's office that day. With a little thought, you can guess who is doing it. With experience, Uchiha Jin is very good at controlling public opinion. The Hyuga clan as a whole remained silent as before. The main reason is that Hyuga Hayashi didn't want to betray the Hokage lineage, so even if he was suppressed, he accepted it. The branch family has strong hostility towards Hokage Danzo, and of course, even greater dissatisfaction with the main family. Such a contradiction actually made Hinata Hayashi feel relieved. This can also be considered a weakening. The third generation also saw the effect and did not delve into the forces behind this public opinion. Only Danzo felt something was wrong, but he was happy that he had achieved the result he wanted. He had just started to stir up public opinion, but suddenly stopped. Perhaps the voice that was suppressed during the root action jumped out, causing the subsequent chaos. The whole process was not very smooth, but the third generation Danzo and his companions were satisfied, and Uchiha Jin was also satisfied. In fact, according to the ideas instilled in ninjas during their training, and according to normal development, the Hyuga branch ninjas would at most be dissatisfied with the main family. They may feel helpless towards some villagers, but they will never be dissatisfied with the third generation of Danzo. Uchiha Jin mixed this emotion in and passed it on. Not many people truly share this sentiment, and they don't express it loudly. Of course, even those who do share this sentiment don't dare to express it out loud. In my heart. Among them, Uchiha Jin paid special attention to one person, Hyuga Niji. He found a way to reveal the cause and effect of this incident to the other party. He didn't even exaggerate, but instead presented the truth from a very objective perspective. Well, not in person. I definitely can't deal with this kind of thing myself. He used this in various forms. Careless words, notes. Although there is nothing wrong with the incident itself, Uchiha Jin used an illusion. Niji's emotions were guided by him. The problem now is to wait for Niji's verification. As time passed, Niji gradually found out the truth of the matter and found that everything was fine. That's when everything exploded. Unfortunately, it takes time. It took who knows how many years for Niji to grow up, and Uchiha Jin couldn't wait that long. In other branches, several capable senior executives and core members were guided by him using his rhetoric. When it will explode depends on how long they can endure and how well Danzo and the others cooperate. So tired, after doing all this, Uchiha Ren also let out a long sigh. Itaki is graduating this year. Before one crisis is over, another crisis arises. Uchiha Jin was just about to start training when he received this piece of news. In the 54th year of Konoha, Itaki was already 8 years old. That's right, 8 years old. He started school at the age of 6 and has been in the ninja school for nearly 2 years now. It's not bad to graduate this year. In ninja schools, any school period longer than 3 years uses the extra time for brainwashing. Even within the 3-year school system, there is a lot of brainwashing, but the methods are more brutal. The longer the period of subtle brainwashing, the more deadly it is. Under a 4-year, 5-year, or even 6-year school system, graduating in 2 years can actually reduce the impact of brainwashing education. Itaki's strength is almost enough to fight Chunin. After completing missions and honing his skills, he will soon be able to become a top Chunin. Unfortunately, it's destined to be a rough fate. In fact, if Itaki Uchiha studied for 1 more year, the developmental benefits would not be that great. Obito will torture him however he wants. The more mature the mind is, the more intense the torture can be. Hopefully, his 8-year-old mind will allow him to better cope with all of this. Notify me. Does that mean he wants me to be his guiding jonin? Suddenly, Uchiha Ren's mind moved and he thought of a possibility. The patriarch sent someone to inform me, most likely with this idea in mind. After thinking about it, Uchiha Jin also felt that there was nothing wrong with it, rather it was very normal. Although his relationship with Fugaku was not the best, it was not bad either. And his behavior all along has clearly shown that he is a family party. And the most important point is strength. Shisui is also very strong. At this moment, he is not even inferior to Fugaku. He can even fight against a cage-level opponent. But it's still worse than Uchiha Jin. What's more, Shisui is a little too close to the Hokage lineage. Although there were changes, they were not enough to reassure Fugaku. He straightened his back several times. Fugaku and the Hokage had a very bad relationship. After venting the frustration in his heart, what he got was that he and the Hokage looked down on each other, and he completely gave up the idea of getting close to the Hokage family. Fugaku's attitude is completely different from the original. Even Uchiha Jin was a little confused. I don't know what factors caused things to develop to this point, but it's all good. In this case, I will be Itaka's guiding Jonin, so it's basically settled. How could Itaka be tortured by Obito under his own hands? Moreover, with ideological education at any time and anywhere, Itaki has less chance of betrayal. The more he thought about it, the better it seemed. It would be better if Shisui didn't instill the will of fire into Itaki every day, although Shisui no longer has such a deep will of fire. However, it is always more reassuring to guide yourself. When good things happen, people feel refreshed. In the basement, Uchiha Jin's training efficiency has also improved a lot today. Time passed and a month went by. The change in the nature of Uchiha Jin's lightning release finally caught up. The thunder escape body tempering technique has also been basically perfected. At the same time, what surprised Uchiha Jin the most was that he had made progress in understanding natural energy. Although I didn't clearly feel the existence of natural energy, but he was already certain that he could feel the energy reaction in the air. This is a big step forward. If you can feel the reaction of natural energy, then it will not be a problem to perceive natural energy smoothly. None of this is the most important. The important thing is that the Hyuga clan branch finally broke out a few days ago. The bombs that Uchiha Jin bought exploded. After the mission, many of the branch family's Jonin were very excited when they returned to the village. There was a big fight with the Zome family. Uchiha Jin was also confused. He was only responsible for guiding the emotions of these people, making them dissatisfied with the main family and the Hokage. Unexpectedly, it exploded in just 1 month. Following their commotion, the entire branch family started to make a commotion again. The conflict with the Zome family is almost about to be completely aroused. Uchiha Jin was enjoying the show. Hinata Hayashi had a terrible headache. In his imagination, there were some contradictions between the branch family and the main family, which weakened the strength of Hyuga in disguise, so at least they would not be suppressed by the Hokage. However, there is a bottom line to all of this. It is impossible to accept suppression without any bottom line. Now, with the situation of the main family splitting up, the family may be in an unimaginable conflict at any time. He even heard that some children of separated families were visited by people who said that someone was supporting them and asking them to promote ideas such as equality and become independent from the family. It almost drove him crazy. How is this possible? However, at this time, if there really is someone powerful enough to support him behind the scenes, and he continues to shout that he doesn't want to be a slave, and makes a big fuss and incites the villagers, he may not be able to withstand the pressure. And are there people who are powerful enough? That old dog Danzo is watching us eagerly. Hinata Hayashi even suspected that it was that old dog who did it. This is really unfair to Danzo. This initiative was not started by him, but by Uchiha Jin. Of course, no one paid attention to such details. Didn't he take action after realizing the problem? Moreover, Uchiha Jin was indeed waiting for the other party to take action. He represented a root member, recruited disciples from the branch clan, and was then discovered by Hyuga Hayashi. Uchiha Jin's shadow clone dissipated immediately. Then, Hinata Hayashi made up his mind completely. The Hyuga clan held a clan meeting. The meeting centered on family unity. The treatment for separation of families has been improved. These are not the most important things. What is important is the family's attitude towards suppressing them for 3 generations. The outbursts of several branch clan Jonin were due to their feeling that they were being treated unfairly. It's not that they have been targeted or suppressed recently. After Hisashi Hyuga's death, the 3rd generation saw his attitude, and at the same time, internal conflicts broke out within the Hyuga clan, and the behavior of suppression was actually not very obvious. It's not as obvious as it was to the Uchiha clan back then. In fact, speaking of changes, after the surrender of Kumagakure, the village's suppression of the Uchiha clan became even more obvious. The reason for the outbreak was the subconscious that Uchiha Jin bought. The bandages on the branch family's heads attracted attention in themselves, which was fine at first, but after the incident caused by Hinata Hayashi and some guidance from Uchiha Jin, they reacted more strongly to the behavior that they used to accept. Uchiha Jin himself didn't expect this effect. This is also the area that gives Hinata Hayashi a headache. The village's attitude towards them hasn't changed that much, and they even have to go against the Hokage. Seeing that the family was about to fall apart, under pressure, Hinata Hayashi announced many decisions that he had previously been dissatisfied with. Request the Hokage to change the agreement with the Hidden Cloud Village. The 3rd generation even felt that Hinata Hayashi's behavior was somewhat unreasonable. The agreement has been signed, and even Hyaga Hisashi is already dead. What can be changed at this time? Do you have to go to war with the Hidden Cloud Village for the sake of your family's stability? Konoha is a peace-loving country, and such acts of proactive provocation and war are absolutely not allowed. 3 months passed in this quarrel. The conflicts within the Hyaga clan stabilized, but the relationship with the third Hokage and Danzo reached a freezing point. To be honest, the power of the Zone family is too great. The existence of the bird in the cage means that even if conflicts really arise during the separation of the family, there will be nothing that can be done. Without a so-called spiritual leader, it is impossible to organize a real rebellion, and the branch family cannot escape the control of the main family no matter what. The so-called contradiction is actually a struggle for one's own rights when the family is divided. At this time, the main family cannot suppress it forcefully, otherwise it will cause a backlash, and it is very likely that the branch family will really fight to the death. The system of dividing the family property is very strange. Uchiha Jin even found it difficult to understand why such a system came into being in the first place. The Uchiha clan has never had any restrictions. Whoever steals my bloodline will never be forgiven. Ultimately, it all depends on strength. Once your strength is gone, no amount of measures can make up for it. Just like the Hyaga clan, isn't it useless for them to look down on the Hidden Mist village? The Uchiha clan was of no use to Kakashi's. There's nothing I can do. However, this was a gift from my own people, so I could still accept it. At least on the surface it's acceptable. Of course, the reason why Uchiha Jin can think so is actually based on the huge consumption of the Sharingan itself. In the hands of an outsider, the consumption of the Sharingan is terrifying, almost 5 or 6 times the consumption. The powerful benefits brought cannot even make up for these consumptions. Unless it is the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would be a loss to steal it. Not only did his strength not improve, but he also got into trouble. On the other hand, the Byakugan does not have such a heavy burden that it has an all-round detection field of view and can observe the meridians of the human body and the flow of chakra. There are so many people who care about me. If they were not a bird in a cage, after the Warring States period, almost every force would probably be able to get some Hyaga clan blood. For 3 months, Uchiha Jin has been practicing. During this period, he also carried out more than 10 missions, most of which were in cooperation with the spies of the Uegakur village. Of course, as time goes by, the frequency decreases significantly. The conflict between Konoha and Uegakur gradually eased. In addition, there are some tasks to investigate the movements of other ninja villages. The Hidden Mist village is very closed and there is no sign of war with Konoha. The third battle of the Hidden Cloud village and the battle of the Hidden Uegakur Konoha started at the same time. After that, the war with Konoha continued, and the villagers also suffered a lot of losses. Now they began to recuperate. The Sand village has only recently recovered. At this time, there was a very peaceful atmosphere in the entire ninja world. During these 3 months, Uchiha Jin was also struggling with whether to practice other bloodline limits. The final decision was to practice would release well. Mastering this bloodline is better than spending time practicing other bloodlines. If you are greedy and do too much, you will waste so much time just fusing each bloodline, and you won't have enough time to improve your mastery level. Although Uchiha Jin was very confident in his talent, he still rejected the idea of practicing multiple bloodlines. 1 or 2 is the limit. If there are more, the integration alone will take too much time. After integrating one technique after another, there is no need to practice anymore. Unless it is at the bloodline elimination level, Uchiha Jin will not spend time to fuse it. Wood release is pretty good. The 5 elements escape technique, combined with wood escape technique, is the limit of what Uchiha Jin can practice in a short period of time. For each attribute, 1 or 2 shadow clones are arranged to comprehend it, and then the main body and the remaining shadow clones need to research and develop various means. Man, life is so tiring. Although Uchiha Jin felt this way, he still felt very at ease and fulfilled. This feeling of becoming stronger step by step gave him a sense of accomplishment. It's just that lifespan and such can't be increased, otherwise everything would be perfect. However, ninjas improve their strength very quickly. That if you can enjoy the years of overwhelming success in a short life, then a shorter lifespan doesn't seem to matter. Uchiha Jin thought about it again and felt that there was nothing wrong with this. Bang! The chakra in his hand exploded. The shadow clone dissipated. A memory suddenly appeared in Uchiha Jin's mind. The simplification of the hand seals for the Kiwanzan has gone quite smoothly. I can basically release it without any hand seals. However, the preparation time is still long, so I need to continue working hard. It has been more than 4 months since I received the title of Blue Flash. No, actually, ever since he used the Chui Yuan Zhan in actual combat, it has been nearly 2 years now, and he has been in the process of simplifying the Indian style. Now, it can finally be released without any seals. It just takes about 3 seconds to build up momentum. If you seal it, it will take more than 2 seconds. However, being able to simplify the seals is an improvement. Later, when you become familiar with the process, you can always shorten the time required. In addition to Qi Yuan Zhan, he also improved Shui Duanbo. It is no longer just the shooting of high-pressure water jets, nor is it limited to spitting out from the mouth. Release chakra from both hands and compress it to the extreme, forming a blade-like stream of water. He even extended a water blade from his hand and slashed. Water blade slash. Uchiha Jin didn't know whether this ninjutsu existed originally, but he named the one he developed after that. In addition, the combination with sealing techniques also allowed him to develop specific sealing devices. It can temporarily seal water chakra and compress it to the extreme. As the seal is formed, it is remotely controlled to reveal a tiny gap, eventually achieving a trap-like water wave breaking effect. Using the same principle, Uchiha Jin compressed his fire style to increase its power and developed a similar device. Now, he has reached a very high level in the cultivation of the three types of escape techniques that his body possesses. The power that can be unleashed by a single sect is in no way weaker than that of the third generation. At most, it is still a little lacking in breadth and the combination of various departments. But these are not problems. The third generation just takes longer to practice. Earth escape and thunder escape just follow. Uchiha Jin's attitude towards these two techniques is obviously completely different. Lightning release is auxiliary in his plan. It is used for bodybuilding during normal practice. In battle, he would activate body cells, but it would not be his main method of attack. Earth escape is responsible for defense. Wood release is more important. It is not exactly the same as Hashirama Senju's wood release in terms of fusion, but the two undoubtedly have many similarities. Otherwise, Uchiha Jin would not have been able to develop his own wood release based on his understanding of Hashirama's cells. He guessed that what Hashirama mastered was a wood release that was a balanced fusion of two attributes. It can be seen from the time when he merged that Hashirama Senju's wood release has a very good guiding effect on his own wood release. Well, Uchiha Ren thinks it can also be used as a reference in future practice. For example, Hashirama Senju's would release ninjutsu. For example, the fusion with Yang Dun. The 54th year of Konoha. Itaki is graduating. However, not many people graduated this year. There are only a few early graduates. That's right, not much. In the late stage of the Third World War, the third generation changed the ninja school to a one-year system, where ninjas would study at the ninja school for 1 year and then be sent to the battlefield to serve as cannon fodder. That period was quite difficult. After the end of World War III, this measure was still used for 1 year during the tenure of Minato Namikaze. After all, there was a lot of work to be done after the war, and so many ninjas had died, so fresh blood was needed. In the 51st year of Konoha, when Minato Namikaze was still alive, it was changed to a 2-year system. In the 52nd year of Konoha, the system was changed to a 3-year system. In the 53rd year of Konoha, students who entered in 51 years and graduated from the 2-year system. In the same year, the enrollment system of ninja school was changed to a 4-year system. This year is the 54th year of Konoha, and the only students still enrolled in the school are the two classes that enrolled in 1952 and 1953. This year, it seems that there will be no change to the academic year system. The 4-year system must be continued for at least 1 year. It will continue to expand next year. It seems that the lessons of World War III are still fresh in our minds. The third generation learned from the lesson and planned to change the school system to 6 years if possible before the next Ninja World War. In this way, if there is a shortage of ninjas again in the future, there will be 5 classes that can graduate directly from the ninja school. Grit your teeth, graduate from the 2nd grade or above, and implement the 2-year system. 2 years of training is always better than 1 year. What can you do in a year? You learn to refine chakra, but you haven't fully mastered the 3 body techniques that you were basically asking for death. With 1 more year, at least I can finish learning the 3 body techniques and practice some physical skills. If they hold on a little longer, those who graduate from the 3rd grade or above and shorten the program to 3 years can still complete the most basic training. Even in a war atmosphere, they can become more qualified students than the newly graduated genin trained normally. Post-war recovery is also easier. All of this is still in the planning stage, but Uchiha Jin knows that this will indeed be realized in the future. Naruto and the previous class were completely 6-year students. However, the future 4th Ninja World War will not be a war of attrition. It breaks out on the same day and ends on the same day. Itaki entered school in 1952, and their school is a 3-year program. Those who enrolled in 1951 had already graduated the previous year. This also resulted in there being few graduates this year. The few students who graduated were all led by senior ninjas sent by the forces behind them. The village is only responsible for keeping watch and does not organize any formal meetings to guide the senior ninjas. Perhaps this is also the reason why Fugaku allowed Uchiha Itake to graduate this year. Good arrangement. Along with Uchiha Itake, there was also a child from the Hyuga clan and a child from the Sarutobi clan. This is very confusing. Uchiha Jin felt a little dizzy when he received this information. I don't know what the 3rd generation is doing. There is no problem in being the guiding jonin, Fugaku reported. But why are these 3 people under his command? Uchiha Jin had no objection to the student of the Hyuga clan's branch. He thought that this person was just the right person for him to hook up with, or rather, to trade and cooperate with the Hyuga clan, the ninja of the Sarutobi clan. In this world, the importance of inheritance can be very important or almost non-existent. If they don't want to teach, don't value it very much, or look down on it, then the guiding jonin is only responsible for leading the newly graduated ninjas under his command to adapt to the life of a ninja, and then let them go and perform their tasks on their own. The other type is the one who teaches everything he knows. This kind of relationship usually occurs between jonin who don't want to lead too many generations. They either train genin every year, or are very optimistic about the students they train, or see some familiar shadows in them, and will teach them seriously after confirming their identity. People like Uchiha Jin can barely be considered the second type. Between Itaki and him, he is Itake's father, Fugaku, who accepted this student out of necessity. But the other two, he might spend a little more effort to train the one from the Hyuga clan. As for the Sarutobi clan, they will most likely not like them. Therefore, Uchiha Jin couldn't understand what the third generation was thinking. Send someone to monitor me? Or monitoring Itaki? Or monitor the Hyuga clan? Or are they monitoring the Uchiha and Hyuga clans? Uchiha Jin's heart moved. Sending the Hyuga clan's ninjas to my command is itself a test. Nodding, Uchiha Jin almost understood the third generation's thoughts. The graduation test was completed just 2 days ago. Today, he will go to the Hokage's office to pick up these outstanding students who graduated early. Those who can graduate early are naturally excellent students. Of course, among them, Itaki is the best. An outstanding person who is a real outstanding person. He had the ability to graduate a year ago, and graduated with honors. Now he has even reached the level of Chinin. If you work hard in the next few months, you might be able to be promoted to Chinin. Compared to Itaki, the remaining 2 seem mediocre. They are all ordinary results. But I was able to graduate. Anyone who studies hard in ninja school and has decent talent can reach this level. Especially these 2 people may be the faces of their respective families who are pushed forward to graduate. There shouldn't have been any graduates in the entire 54 years, but can't there be any? Konoha also needs fresh blood. Every family has 1 or 2 graduates. These are just small heads. The real big deal lies in another training system, not just in times like these, but in any period. Another training system. If you are not qualified enough to enter the ninja school, whether it is physical fitness or chakra qualifications, but still want to be a ninja, you can join the second type of training, tougher than ninja school. Poor condition. The teaching is not very dedicated and comprehensive, but at least I can enough to be a ninja. Some of them are 8 years old, while others are in their teens. After the Third War, many adults who originally had poor aptitude but were hesitant about whether to continue decided to join this kind of training in order to rebuild Konoha. This is also rare in the past 2 years. In the past 2 years, most of Konoha's fresh blood has been replenished in this way. Many important tasks still rely on the support of the star ninjas who emerged in the 3 wars. For example, Kakashi. In the past 2 years, he was transferred to the Umbu, saying that it was to keep him away from the outside world and relieve the pain from the 3 wars. In fact, it was to drag him over and exploit him. The Umbu basically has 2 or 3 missions every day. I'm busy every day. And Uchiha Jin. The third generation was so compromising, wasn't it because Uchiha Jin was the newly promoted Kage? Although he has a bad temper and doesn't get along with him, but in the final analysis, who is easier to command than Orochimaru and the others? It can be said that the village is the capitalist and the ninjas are workers, all of whom are exploited. Uchiha Jin has only recovered recently. People should jump out to see everything clearly. Otherwise, you will only be confused, driven, and exploited. They will also be extremely grateful and secretly proud of the other party for even the smallest bit of charity. Hokage's office. Uchiha Jin led the 3 children out of the office. The third generation seemed to be observing Uchiha Jin's attitude throughout the whole process, but Uchiha Jin didn't care about it. He didn't even bother pretending. Is there any way to ease the relationship between myself and the third generation? No, there is absolutely no chance of relaxation. Not to mention the conflicts between them, the third generation did not give him the qualification to exchange forbidden techniques, and Uchiha Ren repeatedly did not give the third generation face. Take Danzo for example, Uchiha Jin must be killed. Could the third Hokage allow it? His wife is gone, and only Danzo is left. Will the third generation allow it? And family. If Uchiha Jin wants to push his family to the top of the ninja world and restore its glory, he must become the Hokage. The third generation must step down. Danzo must die. The entire Konoha system must also change. Uchiha Jin's ambitions are also quite big. The Mangekyo Sharinan may also depend on talent, but if you master the method, you can always create a few. Just like Uchiha Jin, he relied on the Nine Tails chakra to stimulate his emotions to complete the final eye opening. There may be other reasons, that is, when he traveled through time, his original body had experienced death and pushed the 3 Megatama to the last step, just lacking the last little bit of stimulation. But even so, Uchiha Jin's method can actually be replicated. Select tribesmen with good talents. The 3 Megatama are upgraded to the peak. Then kill them suddenly. Reincarnation and resurrection. Isn't this a natural outcome? Is it worthwhile to exchange your own reincarnation for a few pairs of kaleidoscopes? The biggest problem is the side effects of the reincarnation technique. This is a transfer of life force, and it is very likely to cause death. But Uchiha Jin doesn't intend to die himself. He has wood release. Moreover, it is a wood release technique that possesses the characteristics of life and vitality, and this characteristic is very obvious. He had the idea of developing a wood release ninjutsu that could plunder vitality, so how could he not have thought of improving his own reincarnation technique to plunder the vitality of others to save them? As for where to find these people, Uchiha Jin has a conscience, but not much. He can choose not to look for those refugees and not interfere with the lives of ordinary people, but he can choose not to look for the enemies of other ninja villages, right? It's okay to capture enemies during conflicts with Konoha, right? Of course, the most ideal situation is to cultivate Hashirama cells, absorb their vitality, and resurrect people. Regarding plundering vitality and vigor, Uchiha Jin has actually made progress. This kind of plundered vitality cannot be absorbed by oneself, nor can it be returned. It is still far from what one imagines, which is to plunder vitality to restore one's own injuries and consumption. Ahem, back to the topic. Uchiha Jin brought 3 students to the training ground. From now on, our class will gather here, at the 3rd training ground. This year, there are only a dozen or so graduates, so there are only a few classes, and Uchiha Jin and his classmates are in the 1st class. The 3rd training ground is also the closest to the Uchiha clan. Please introduce yourself. My name is Uchiha Itachi. I like sweets and hate war. My dream is to watch my younger brother grow up safely. Uchiha Itachi looked cool and was introduced according to the template that Uchiha Jin said. When he mentioned his younger brother, his expression softened considerably. My name is Hinata. I like to practice and hate being told what to do. As for my dreams, I want to do what I want to do. Uchiha Jin listened to the speech of the little boy from the Hyuga clan and roughly understood his character. He was probably trying hard to cultivate, but at the same time he longed for peace, and he hated being criticized because of his own separation. My name is Ryu Sarutobi. I like to eat meat and hate people who cried out. My dream is to dedicate myself to Konoha. If this voice hadn't sounded, Uchiha Jin would have almost forgotten that he had a student. Sarutobi Ryu. A thin little boy, only 1.2 meters tall, and extremely thin. Uchiha Ren couldn't imagine, is this the body shape of someone who likes to eat meat? The brainwashing of the 3rd generation was also very successful, and his descendants all had such a firm will of fire. Thinking of the will of fire, Uchiha Jin felt inexplicably irritated. He did not like the will of fire. This is a means of brainwashing, and it is also a useless theory created by some people for their own ambitions and so-called image. Therefore, the initial impression of Sarutobi Ryu, who was deeply influenced by the will of fire, was not very good. Thoughts are fixed and it is difficult to change them later. However, he was his student after all, so Uchiha Jin controlled his expression and did not reveal his thoughts. Uchiha Jin had no interest in the boring trick of snatching bells. There's no need for 3 geniuses to do this kind of thing. He let Hyuga Gun and Sarutobi Ryu fight against each other. Sarutobi Ryu was a little dissatisfied. His entire personality is completely inconsistent with his appearance. Thin appearance, strong character. He wants to fight Uchiha Itachi. If you can defeat the group, I will let you fight Itachi. Sarutobi Ryu had no choice but to look towards the Hyuga group. The 2 sides formed a seal of opposition. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Sarutobi Ryu leaped back, putting some distance between him and the Hyuga group, while forming hand seals with both hands. Even in midair, his hands remained steady in forming hand seals. It can be seen that he has a solid foundation. On the other side, the Hyuga group rapidly closed the distance between the 2 sides. However, after observing Sarutobi Ryu's hand seals, he judged the situation of both sides, stopped, and retreated. By making hand seals, you can judge the ninjutsu performed by the enemy. This is also a course in ninja school. For example, the last hand seal of fire style would be Tiger. This is to better mobilize the fire chakra to spray out from the mouth. The Hyuga group made their decision just by seeing Sarutobi Ryu's hand seals, not because they saw the last tiger seal. The information about Sarutobi Ryu is actually not a secret. He mastered the art of dragon fire and was very good at it. In the actual combat assessment of graduation, he relied on a move to solve the problem. Decisive enemy. Knowing that the other party is good at dragon fire magic, and looking at the first 2 seals, you can basically make a judgment. Hinata Hikaru moves away from Sarutobi Ryu. No more reckless approach. His soft fist did need to get close to the opponent, but the current situation was that when he was about to get close to the opponent, he would be bombarded by the oncoming flames. As he retreated, he also began to form seals. Uchiha Jin observed that he performed the clone technique, using smoke to cover up the exchange of positions, and at the same time performed the substitution technique again. The smoke from the two spells was released almost simultaneously, covering up all actions. The main body quietly slipped away from the side. Sarutobi Ryuwu had now spewed out a large amount of flames, attacking the smoke. Flames exploded. The air was filled with smoke and dust. When the fire and smoke dissipated, only a charred piece of wood remained in its place. The moment Hinata Hikaru used the substitution technique to slip away was when Sarutobi Ryuwu spewed out flames, taking advantage of the opponent's blocked vision, which was extremely clever. Sarutobi Ryu went forward to check the situation and cried out that something was wrong when he saw the charred wood. At this moment, a blue light shot out. Click on Sarutobi's leg. The intense tearing pain almost made Sarutobi Ryuwu cry out. After being hit in the leg, he seemed to have lost consciousness and could not use any strength. Even more, there was a continuous pain in the thigh meridians. The Hyaga group rushed out from the side. The blue light in his hand flashed repeatedly. Sarutobi Ryu was hit in multiple places. In the end, they had no choice but to surrender. In the first game, the Hinata group won. Uchiha Jin's eyes lit up. This Hyaga group is still okay. When he pressed the acupoints just now, he released chakra through the air. Although Uchiha Jin knew that this was not the real Bagwakong Jan, it was at least a prototype. Moreover, the Hyaga group used everything very well in the battle. The foundation is quite solid, not bound by form. The strategy can be adjusted as needed. Good. Uchiha Jin first affirmed the two people. After all, they are much better than many ninjas who graduated normally. Master a ninjutsu, or multiple techniques, and use them in combat. However, Sarutobi Ryu is too careless. In battle, one must make the most comprehensive judgment and not put oneself in danger. If you don't know that fire style can't kill people, you will be the target of sneak attacks in the future. Of course, such words cannot be said. Their Uchiha clan is the most famous family for fire escape. How embarrassing it is to say it out loud. You're taking a bit of a risk here. The chakra you pointed out wasn't concentrated enough. If Sarutobi Ryu was a little further away, it would have dissipated without even being targeted. Also, it consumes too much chakra. Before you master the 8 trigrams palm, it's better to use this tactic less. Just now, if Sarutobi Ryu had a special physique and was more resilient, or even more ruthless, he would have been able to jump away even with his leg injured and perform ninjutsu at the same time. Or, Sarutobi Ryu should be more cautious. When you get close, use the clone jutsu or substitution jutsu, or the defensive ninjutsu that you have prepared long ago. Then you will be basically useless. The air attack just now was excellent, but it also consumed nearly half of Hinata Hikari's chakra. Do you want to fight Itaki again? Uchiha Jin asked the Hyaga group. Hinata group shook his head, curled up on the ground and began to refine chakra to recover. Seeing this, Sarutobi Ryu didn't know what he was trying to do and also began to recover. Uchiha Jin was helpless and looked at Itaki. You fight me and let me see your condition. Itaki nodded, and the two stood at a distance from each other. Okay. Uchiha Jin did not open the Sharingan. For a newly graduated genin, even a casual glance at the 3 Megatama might attract his attention. This was the effect of Uchiha Jin's practice of illusion, which resulted in some weak illusions being cast by him even when he activated the 3 Megatama. 5 kunao appeared in Itaki's hand and he threw them out. It drew 5 different arcs, enveloping Uchiha Jin. He quickly formed seals with his hands. It only takes 1 second, and 4 seals are completed. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique, balls of fire burst out of his mouth like bullets. Surrounded by kunao and flames, Uchiha Jin had no choice but to retreat. Fire style, great fireball technique. Itaki Uchiha's chakra seemed endless, and he stood in place and continued to form hand seals. His hand speed is very fast. I don't know how they developed this skill at such a young age. A huge fireball spews out of its mouth. Boom! The explosion of the huge fireball caused the earth to tremble slightly. The Hyaga group and Sarutobi Ryu, who were secretly observing, shuddered. Especially Sarutobi Ryu, his heart was pounding. Fortunately, I didn't fight Uchiha Itaki. Considering the power of this great fireball technique, it would probably be very difficult for any Chunin to encounter it, right? Is this guy a pervert? Moreover, such a large fireball would consume a lot of chakra. I'm so envious. The Uchiha clan seems to be outstanding in their Sharingan, but their physical fitness is also good. Especially the chakra amount. As the 6 Paths bloodline, their chakra amount is also the highest among all the major ninja clans. Even ordinary Uchiha clan members have about twice as much chakra as normal ninjas. Not to mention Uchiha Itaka's talent, his chakra amount is much more than that of his peers. He could graduate early, even becoming a Chunin in a year, or a Jonin around the age of 11. Anyone who can become a Jonin before the body develops and the amount of chakra increases rapidly has no weak body. Ahem, even Kakashi can do this. Compared with his peers, his chakra amount is definitely far ahead. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is even comparable to the ordinary members of the Thousand Hands tribe. His hollow is also hindered by the Sharingan. It is such a torturous thing to bear the consumption all the time. Even the Uchiha clan couldn't withstand keeping their Sharingan open 24/7, let alone outsiders, who would consume even more energy. It's really not easy for Kakashi to survive. There are actually quite a few people who have stolen the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan hunted down some of them, but there were always some that slipped through the net. However, in the entire ninja world, no foreigner with the Sharingan could be found. Why? It's just that the chakra won't allow it. After putting it on, I felt drained. This actually happened. Drained to death by the Sharingan. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. Uchiha Itachi performed two extremely powerful ninjutsu, and his face turned only slightly pale. Uchiha Jin retreated to avoid the bombardment of flames, and when the smoke rose up in the sky, he suddenly rushed out from the smoke. As if he had expected this, a few kunao appeared in Itachi's hands again. After being thrown out, he jumped away quickly. Uchiha Jin twisted his body in the air to avoid the kunao, then his feet exploded and he appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi in an instant. Bang! Itachi turned into a puff of smoke. Uchiha Jin rolled forward, and in the distance, 3 kunao were stuck in the ground with a clang of ding-ding. You're really rich. How many kunao does Itachi carry with him? Sarutobi Ryu was shocked by Uchiha Itachi's strength, but at the same time, he also lamented that Uchiha Itachi was how rich. Kuko is very expensive, especially those refined kunao he used. Itachi rushed out with a shuriken in his hand. Uchiha Jin fought against him. Itachi's attacks were quick, accurate and ruthless, and Fugaku's teachings were very effective. However, there is still a lack of murderous intent. It is cruel, but it does not make people feel fear or oppression. Make the enemy feel cold in their hearts. Uchiha Jin teaches through concrete actions. He snatched Itachi's shuriken and stabbed it with his backhand. It was an ordinary stab, but it felt extremely tricky, and even gave people the illusion that they were about to be stabbed. Itachi's reaction was quick. After he dodged it, he felt an inexplicable sense of luck in his heart. At this moment, the body issued another warning, and an extreme sense of crisis came. He dodged again and again, but the sense of crisis in his body never stopped. Every attack of Uchiha Jin makes people subconsciously aware of an immense sense of crisis. This is murderous intent. Hide? The attack occurred silently. After the extreme sense of crisis, Itachi lost his body's warning and subconsciously relaxed, and was put on the neck by Uchiha Jin's shuriken. The coldness on his neck made Itachi realize that he had lost. Do you feel it? Uchiha Jin asked. Itachi nodded. Murderous intent is essential. Because the attack was filled with murderous intent, the opponent's body subconsciously tensed to the extreme, and even every blow caused the opponent's subconscious sense of crisis. Once the opponent is familiar with everything, a silent attack will be extremely deadly. This is just one of the points. Uchiha Jin was very satisfied. Itachi is much better than the other 2 students. His strength has now firmly reached the level of Chunin. It means that I have never killed anyone and have never experienced the baptism of battle. Killing does not mean getting used to killing, but having the experience of killing. You can never imagine the struggle and resistance a person puts on before death. Also, how to deliver a fatal blow. This is also very different from the theory, and teaching by words and deeds will not help. That you need to explore it yourself. Because in the teaching process, reason will tell learners that this is unscientific. Itachi's speed, accuracy and ruthlessness are still lacking in these aspects. Alright, today we've gotten a rough idea of your respective abilities. Training will officially begin tomorrow. Uchiha Jin did not hesitate and announced the disbandment. Return home and continue your practice. Today it is the real body that is out, from now on, it will just be the shadow clone. He also made plans for the cultivation of the 3 people. First of all, it was Itachi. Uchiha Jin would leave everything else to Itachi to figure out on his own except for the key guidance. He would answer questions about cultivation, but he would not elaborate on combat techniques and strategies. Geniuses like them are born with combat wisdom. As long as the basic means are solid and in place, there is no need to worry about their application. Then came the Hyaga group. He has a good grasp of the acupoint pressing technique of soft fist, can perform 16 palms of Bagwazang, and has even figured out some techniques of Bagwakongjang. Unfortunately, many of the keys are not easy to figure out, especially since he's just a kid. For someone like Niji, who was able to cultivate the power of chitin on his own, it can be called a miracle. Uchiha Ren's requirement for him was to master Bagwazang first. He would do his best to help the other party practice Bagwakongjang. The advanced techniques in soft fist are mastered by the main family and cannot be obtained by the branch family. The recent conflicts between the branch family and the main family have made the main family more vigilant, and they have not handed over these secret techniques to quell the anger of the branch family. They are also cunning. When conflicts break out, they will immediately direct the conflict elsewhere. For example, Danzo, and the discrimination from others. Don't think that these are the conspiracies of Uchiha Jin and Danzo, or the results they caused. The Hyuga clan itself also has guidance. However, if it is just about concentrating the chakra and keeping the chakra shockwave from dissipating, then Uchiha Jin can still help. He also worked hard to maintain the Qi Yuan Zhan. I have experience in this area. He also has experience, so he is still confident in teaching the Hyuga group. There is also the practice of the three-body technique. The Hyuga group is very talented and cannot be abandoned. At the same time, they must also learn the technique of blinking body. Many physical techniques cannot be abandoned. In the final analysis, soft fist is also a physical skill, which requires excellent physical fitness and the coordination of other physical skills. Acupressure is not suitable at all times. As for the final Ryu Sarutobi, Uchiha Jin's plan for him was to follow their family's original plan. Uchiha Jin was responsible for explaining some of his doubts about ninjutsu training. In 2 months, the three of them made significant progress. There are not as many D-level tasks as in later generations, but they still exist to help novices become familiar with the task process. Using the mission, Uchiha Jin is also training the basic abilities of the three. Climbing trees and treading water are also normal. The three of them had already been practicing in this area, but under Uchiha Jin's guidance, they made faster progress. A large number of battles, a large number of attempts, and sufficient time for training have made their progress visible to the naked eye. Uchiha Jin's real body was also practicing at his own pace. He had already discussed the matter of senjutsu with Orochimaru. The other party said that he could take him to Longdi Cave, but the specific time has not been determined. In addition, Uchiha Jin also conducted several forbidden technique transactions with the other party. It's better to get something like Flying Thunder God as soon as possible. A lot of research is not something that can be mastered easily. Moreover, not to mention Flying Thunder God, just the sealing techniques inside, if Uchiha Jin mastered them thoroughly, his own sealing technique level would be raised to a higher level. It has to be said that Tobirama Senju is a real genius in developing ninjutsu. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was also amazing that he could even understand the manuscripts of Tobirama Senju. As we all know, the manuscripts of geniuses are unique. A large number of these processes will carry something like obviously. Even many difficult transitions were applied by these geniuses as if 1 + 1 = 2, resulting in many steps being discontinuous. Uchiha Jin had complained silently many times. If he hadn't studied this, and read 2 steps of reasoning every time, which did give him a better understanding of the sealing technique, he would have thrown the thing away long ago. Grass. It would be great if Orochimaru gave me the manuscript of the fourth Hokage. The fourth generation certainly left behind a more detailed process. Although Uchiha Jin felt a bit of a headache when thinking about the detailed process, the explanations in more than a dozen scrolls were better than the content of this half scroll. Leave 5 shadow clones for research. Uchiha Jin decided to leave 5 shadow clones and inject them with sufficient 9 tails chakra so that they could exist for more than 20 days to study the manuscript of Flying Thunder God. Then he took the first team out to carry out the mission. After 2 months, they were able to go on their first mission outside. The mission that Uchiha Jin chose was a bandit suppression mission. An ordinary bandit suppression mission. There are a lot of tasks. After his selection, he found 6 or 7 bandit dens on the way out and back. Only someone of his shadow level could accept 6 or 7 tasks at the same time. Moreover, these tasks are all sea level. The Hyuga group and Sarutobi Ryu were very excited about being able to go out of the village to carry out the mission. They have never been out since they were young and they really yearned for life outside. Itaki was much calmer. As for the outside world, his impression is still stuck on the Third World War. At that time, he witnessed the cruelty of the battlefield with his own eyes. He was well aware of the cruelty of the outside world. Although Sarutobi Ryu and the others were excited, they had received enough education in the family and knew about the cruelty of the outside world. Also know to be cautious. Stay vigilant along the way. Although Uchiha Jin was there, he was also training their vigilance. One line is not fast, but it's very stable. In the middle, they encountered several waves of robbers. When they saw the Konoha Ninja logo, they ran away without looking back. Good performance this time, let's go. Uchiha Jin appeared and spoke to the 3 people who were sitting on the ground gasping for breath. This time, they knew the importance of last hitting. Dragging his tired body, he finally rested after repairing all the knives. Moreover, learn to draw inferences from one instance, know to prepare some backup plans, and arrange sufficient precautions before taking a rest. 3 geniuses, with quick minds, making rapid progress. Uchiha Jin chose a bandit's lair, which had no other special features except that there were a lot of enemies. It was normal at first, but then it became more and more frequent. He was calculating the abilities of the three people. The large amount of killing gave them a real understanding of the skills of killing. It turns out that the most theoretical method is not necessarily the most appropriate way to kill. At the same time, the stimulation of blood makes their practice more efficient. After completing a task, Uchiha Jin would give them sufficient time to recover and practice. This mission is expected to take 1 month. The shadow clones that Uchiha Jin left in the basement were all heading towards the 20-day mark. Even if they are a little lazy, they can exist for a month without any problems. Notice, Uchiha Jin shouted, and the three of them immediately stopped their training and stood guard. Uchiha Jin himself activated the 3 Megatama, continuously refining chakra from his body, ready to fight at any time. What a keen sense! In front of us, a huge pitcher plant opened up, revealing a half-black, half-white figure inside. It was him who was making the noise, and it was very strange. At the same time, a vortex appeared in space, and a figure wearing a vortex-shaped orange mask appeared. Uchiha Jin's face was solemn. Absolutely. Obito. These two guys actually came. He glanced at Itaki imperceptibly. For Itaki? Uchiha Ren was puzzled, thinking that this efficiency was too high. Itaki was targeted the first time he went out on a mission? Moreover, the whereabouts of him and others, although not secret, are at least not that easy to find, right? It's probably that old ghost Danzo again. Uchiha Jin cursed inwardly. Actually, it's not necessarily all due to Itaki. I might also be Obito's target. Uchiha Jin knew that as a member of the Uchiha clan, he had always been a thorn in the hearts of some people after he became a kage. He never revealed his pupil technique, nor did he reveal the fact that he had opened the kaleidoscope. The strength of the cage level is also achieved by relying on the illusion technique and the 5 elements escape technique. However, the Uchiha, who possesses powerful strength, always reminds people of those terrifying eyes. Therefore, Danzo, the third Hokage, and Obito, who had truly experienced the power of the Mangekyo, all paid a lot of attention to Uchiha Jin. It's just that I haven't had the opportunity before. Let's deal with Danzo's problem when we get back. Let's deal with these two guys first. With the same cage level, Uchiha Jin is confident that he can fight two at the same time. He knew very well what was going on with these two guys. Knowing their abilities, especially Zetsu, even an elite Jonin could handle them. You three go ahead and head directly to the next mission location and carry out the mission as normal. Obito. Godly power. Uchiha Jin said to himself that this was a good opportunity to see if the strategy he had thought of in the past few years could restrain this guy. The ground beneath his feet cracked open, and the instant body movement technique was performed. At an extremely fast speed, the wind chakra merged into the air, blocking the fluctuations of the air and making his movement without a sound. Even the air in front of him separated actively, and there was more air behind him pushing him forward. A series of phantom bodies were left behind. Uchiha Jin did not perform any illusion. Low-level illusions are useless against Obito, who possesses the Mangekyo. Uchiha Jin added the wood-release wooden stakes and some substitution techniques to the clone technique, making it very realistic. Even if you have the Sharingan, you can easily be confused. Uchiha Jin never stopped. He shifted between different avatars. His hands didn't stop. When his figure was completely revealed, there was already a disc emitting blue light in his hand. The extended sharp wind blade spins rapidly. Whoosh! Uchiha Jin threw out the Kienzan. On the side, a swirling flame came. The orange-masked man had come to Uchiha Jin's side without him noticing. Uchiha Jin was not at all panicked. The body was wrapped in chakra and forcibly moved to avoid the fire attack. The Chi Yuan Zhan was approaching in an instant, and Zhu twisted his body at a very unreasonable angle in the face of the Chi Yuan Zhan. Then, he disappeared into the ground. On a nearby tree, a pitcher plant grew, revealing a half-black, half-white human figure inside. Hey, I'm not good at fighting. As he spoke, he merged into the tree again. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air resounded, and the big tree fell to the ground with a loud bang. Zhu appeared on another tree. Hey, I'm not the main enemy, okay? In Zhu's impression, Uchiha Jin's trump card is the key Enzin. Isn't it a bit of an overreaction to use it against himself right away? I can't fight. Uchiha Jin had a blank expression on his face. While controlling the Ki Enzumaki to attack Zetsu, he was also on guard against Obito's attack. The opponent was so elusive that his reaction speed was difficult to keep up with. Lightning chakra is transformed from the body and stimulates various parts of the body. Uchiha Ren's nerves became much more sensitive. Obito's attacks and control methods are only at the quasi-cage level. That is to say, he has to cooperate with the strange divine power, otherwise he is not worthy of fighting with the cage level. Uchiha Jin also discovered that this guy would not appear within half a meter of a person. I don't know if it's a restriction or I'm afraid of being killed, but it was okay, as it gave him enough time to react. Moreover, Obito was in the same state when he disappeared as when he reappeared. It disappears during a charge and reappears while still charging. If the state changes, then it requires time to be spent in the Shinwei space. In this case, it is not actually teleportation, giving Uchiha Jin more time to react. Uchiha Jin was not at all shocked by Kamui, which made Obito feel very depressed. He wanted to see other people's shocked expressions. What? Space-time ninjutsu. And panic. Face his panic. I don't know what kind of mental illness it is. If Uchiha Jin knew about this, he would definitely call him a pervert. Uchiha Jin sighed as injuries began to appear on his body. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. A green light flashed on the body surface. That was the light his would-release chakra emitted when it was activated. It's not Yangtun chakra. Wounds recover and heal quickly. The 3 megatama in his eyes spun rapidly. In the distance, Zetsu stared at Uchiha Jin's eyes and watched with his own eyes as the 3 megatama became illusory and then turned into a symmetrical shape. Whoosh! The Chi Yuan Zhan swept across, cutting off Ju's figure. The black color squirmed and merged, and a white figure rushed out from the ground and merged with it. It has never been recovered. Ignoring the yelling Zetsu, Uchiha Jin only stared at Obito. In the ninja tool bag, the kunao was sacrificed by him. When Obito disappeared, a small kunao also disappeared with him. The kaleidoscope form greatly enhances the ability of insight. Uchiha Jin was more adept at dealing with Obito's attacks. With the help of the green would-release chakra, the injuries on his body recovered visibly. Obito and Zetsu thought that the green chakra on Uchiha Jin's body was the yang release chakra used when performing medical ninjutsu. He didn't think in the direction of wood release. Although there is a sense of familiarity, Uchiha Jin's wood release is ultimately different from Hashirama Senju's. Uchiha Jin has always been vigilant. Obito had never appeared within half a meter of him, but that didn't mean it wasn't a trap set by the other party on purpose. After disappearing for a while, Obito rushed out. The kunao in Uchiha Jin's ninja bag was sacrificed. Obito saw the movement of his left eye, his pupils contracted, and his hair stood on end. He had been keeping an eye on Uchiha Jin, but except for the initial moment when the opponent's left eye accelerated its rotation, he had not used any eye technique since then. He was also wondering what Uchiha Jin had done at the beginning and was always on guard. Now, the opponent used the pupil technique again, and he reacted immediately. But there is still a reaction time, and he rushed out too fast. The kunao had pierced his skin. A vortex appeared and Obito's figure disappeared. This time, kunao did not enter the Kamui space together. Uchiha Jin was a little disappointed. It seems that I was overthinking it. Normally, for convenience, Obito might move himself and everything within a certain space nearby, but in a critical moment, it is completely fine for him to consciously move only his own body parts. And yes, only body parts are included. Perhaps, everything in his body can be removed. Uchiha Jin's left eye did not stop moving. Another disappeared kunao now appeared in front of Obito. In the Kamui space, Obito looked at the kunao that fell to the ground and fell into silence. As for the outside world, Uchiha Jin felt a sharp pain in his left eye. Blood gushed out. The wood-release chakra immediately circulated in the muscles of the left eye. The pain is relieved. There was deep excitement in his eyes. By using sacrifice, you can send things to the Shinwei space. Especially since Obito used Kamui to communicate with that space in front of him, he could send things in at a lower cost. What a pity, he sighed. I should have delivered the kunao that had pierced Obito's neck just now, otherwise Obito might have been dead. At the far end of the field of vision, a vortex emerged and a man in an orange mask slowly appeared. The mask also blocked his face, otherwise Uchiha Ren would definitely be able to see a face that was extremely smelly. His own divine power space was no longer a private space. Obito felt an inexplicable fear. He was afraid that one day, something like an explosive talisman would suddenly appear in his space. Obito no longer appeared, and Uchiha Jin did not pursue him. Today's battle confirmed many of his speculations. The most important point is that his sacrifice can send things into the divine power space. If everything developed according to the original work, he could send a wave of detonating tags and when Konan activated the 600 billion detonating tags and directly blow up Obito. Of course, with his changes, things would definitely not continue in this way. This is just an example. Obito said nothing as he was once again enveloped by the vortex and disappeared. Ju shouted a few times, then realized that something was wrong and quickly slipped away. Uchiha Jin will not let this guy go. Chi Yuan Zhan slashed down. The black part condensed, and another white figure appeared. Earth escape earth flow wall. In the blink of an eye, a very thin earth wall rose from the ground. Separate the black figures from the white figures. Black Zetsu realized that something was wrong and slipped away underground. The earth flow wall was hit by the white figure, and a hole appeared. This is a low-quality earthen wall designed for faster construction. It's enough to stop it. Uchiha Jin didn't pay attention to this and stepped forward to grab the white figure. White Zetsu. People in ancient times evolved into a kind of existence under the influence of infinite Tsukuyomi. After Uchiha Madara, a group of white Zetsu were modified and integrated with Hashirama cells, which was considered the earliest successful product of Hashirama cell research. Bai's compatibility with Hashirama cells is almost perfect, and he has diluted Hashirama cells in his body. Perhaps it is because white Zetsu already masters would release and is the product of the transformation by the Ten Tails, so there is this compatibility. Uchiha Jin didn't care much about the so-called reason. His main purpose is to capture white Zetsu. With white Zetsu, many of his research projects can make great progress. Of course, you have to check the other person first. There are no hidden tricks left by Obito and Black Zetsu. In fact, it was originally the body that Black Zetsu used to merge with himself. How could he have any hidden tricks when he had nothing to do? Uchiha Jin sealed this white Zetsu. Head towards the direction where the first group of 3 retreated. He quickly caught up with the 3 and continued the unfinished mission. This time, with him around, Uchiha Itachi did not suffer from Obito's perverted torture. If he continues to maintain this state, he should not develop a paranoid personality. This time, Uchiha Jin was not worried at all about the exposure of the Mangekyo. If the third generation Danzo and others knew this information, then, Danzo is definitely in collusion with Obito. By then, Uchiha Jin will not care about anything. If you dare to turn against me, I will turn against you. Want a kaleidoscope? Seeking to seize the kaleidoscope? That would also mean that the Uchiha clan would completely confront Danzo. Real confrontation means bloodshed. The real civil war in Konoha. It just so happens that now is the right time. Once Akatsuki starts causing trouble, it will be really dangerous. The subsequent mission went very smoothly, and Uchiha Jin also captured a rebel ninja from the hidden mist. After the kill, I left the team briefly and exchanged the bounty at the black market. At the same time, the main body went directly to the Tomikawa clan to get supplies, and split out a shadow clone to return to the village with the first team. Before returning to the village, the original body returns. This mission made the 3 of them very tired. Uchiha Jin gave them a day off. When he returned to the family, he was invited by the patriarch. Fugaku asked about Itachi's performance and was very satisfied when he found out. Uchiha Jin also saw Suzuki. It was a small one, hiding in the corner, secretly looking at him with resentment in its eyes. Suzuki was very unhappy with the guy who kidnapped his brother. I don't know what made the other party unhappy, but Uchiha Jin didn't care. Children are ignorant. Just give him a beating. He hasn't practiced yet, so his body may not be able to withstand it. Later, maybe I can be his teacher and beat him hard. No one dares to gossip about it. From Fugaku, Uchiha Jin learned that the Hyuga clan had been in a very unstable situation for the past month. During a mission, the children of the Branch family carried out the mission together with the village ninjas. In the end, the son of the Branch family died, and the rest of his companions were not even slightly injured. When saying this, Fugaku was also very emotional. Looking back, wasn't this what happened when the Uchiha clan was first targeted? In fact, it was more violent than the Hyuga clan. The former clan leader personally went to the Hokage's office. He was still young at that time, but he felt aggrieved for a long time. Why did the village treat him so differently? Finally figured it out. It's not the village's problem, it's the people's problem. Unfortunately, the power disparity between the Uchiha clan and those people is huge. After repeated setbacks, Fugaku was also affected by seeing the previous clan leader looking frustrated again and again. After taking office, he endured it again and again. Fortunately, the appearance of Uchiha Jin changed his situation. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would have been completely destroyed under his hands. Uchiha Jin didn't know what he was thinking. At this moment, I was just thinking about the current situation of the Hyuga clan. Clan leader, now that the conflict between the Hyuga clan and the third generation has been aroused, we must seize the opportunity. Fugaku was surprised but quickly understood what Uchiha Jin meant. He nodded, a look of realization in his eyes. The Uchiha clan, together with the Hyuga clan, is still not as powerful as the entire ninja village, but at least they have the power to resist. Both of the two powerful families have inherited powerful eye techniques. It is even fair to say that the Sharingan and the Byakugan are the two strongest bloodlines in the entire ninja world. One evolved Samsara Eye, the other evolved Reincarnation Eye. The ordinary ninjas of the two powerful clans are stronger than civilians or ninjas from other clans. If this really happens, Konoha will lose at least half of its strength. At that time, the Sand Village might have been able to capture Konoha. The two clans joining forces is enough to make the third generation completely fearful. Not yet. Uchiha Jin reminded that now is not the time. The Hyuga clan and the Hokage lineage have never had any irreconcilable conflicts, and have not yet reached a situation where they are as hostile as water and fire. What Uchiha Jin wanted was for the Hyuga clan to completely break with the Hokage. In this way, there would be no third generation's persuasion and conciliatory policy, and the Hyuga clan would not be wavering. At the same time, his intentions also made the clan leader Fugaku aware of his ambition. This is to completely go against the third generation, and there is only one purpose for doing this. You want to be Hokage. Fugaku looked at Uchiha Jin with a somewhat intimidating gaze, as if he was scrutinizing him. Don't you want to be the clan leader? Uchiha Jin asked back. There was no timidity. The conflict between the Hyuga clan and the third generation is still brewing. No, it's not actually a conflict between the three generations. More importantly, it is a problem within the Hyuga clan itself. The death of the branch family disciple during the mission was really an accident. He accidentally fell into a trap. After Uchiha Jin opened the floodgates of inferiority, the branch family became extremely sensitive, and coupled with the current situation, this triggered a series of consequences. The problem of inferiority complex originates from within Hyuga. However, it evolved into a confrontation between the Hyuga clan and the Hokage. Danzo is not a patient person. He could no longer tolerate the Hyuga clan's trouble. How can a great Danzo tolerate your anger? You are not Uchiha Jin. I can't beat Uchiha Jin. But you are from the Hyuga clan and you are not at the cage level, so I am not afraid of you. After Danzo actually took action, the nature of everything changed again. This is real and substantial suppression. It was all fiction before, but if I really come clean and explain it, there's still hope for reconciliation. In fact, Danzo's idea is very simple. He was already drooling over it, and now that he had a legitimate excuse, he wasn't going to let it go. Send people directly to kill the Hyuga people. Even a member of the Hyuga main family was assassinated. This is serious. For the Hyuga clan, it was like the sky had fallen. The Zone family was assassinated. Hinata Hayashi was also assassinated by spies in the village. This is a great shame and humiliation. Although the other party carried out the assassination in the name of spies and even made full use of the details, Hinata Hayashi could be sure that these ninjas came from the roots. The Hyuga clan reacted violently and completely confronted Danzo. Before the third generation could come to his senses, he was dragged into trouble by his old friend, and there was no possibility of easing the situation with the Hyuga clan. There are many conflicts within Konoha. It is said that the Hidden Cloud village is showing signs of starting a war again. Over at Iwagakure, the conflict also had a vaguely eerie feel to it. In the village, spies from all walks of life began to show their abilities. Even Uchiha Jin felt that everything was developing a little too fast. Danzo was heavily tied up in the Hyuga clan and was also responsible for the war in the Iwagakure village, so he had almost no energy to attack Uchiha Jin. This made Uchiha Jin, who had originally planned to turn against him completely and try to kill this guy again, feel very uncomfortable. I just want to kill Danzo. Why is it so difficult? How can I explode if Danzo doesn't take action and doesn't give me a reason? Uchiha Jin is not a person who looks ahead and behind. He also wanted to maintain his reputation in front of the villagers, so he had to have a legitimate reason for such a big thing as killing the village elder. Unless Danzo leaves the village, giving Uchiha Jin the opportunity to frame him. Ever since encountering Obito and returning to the village, Uchiha Jin has been observing the situation of the Hyuga clan. I also learned a lot of information from the student group Hyuga. Even through the Hyuga group, I got to know the other party's parents, a senior ninja from the Hyuga branch family. After Danzo attacked and killed Hyuga Hayashi, the Hyuga clan went to the Hokage's office and the situation became really chaotic. After this incident, the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku openly. I feel that the impact of this time is too bad. If it was really Danzo who did it, his position as elder needs to be revoked. At the same time, the roots can no longer be left to this guy to manage. Danzo's nose was crooked with anger at that time. Hinata Hayashi didn't explicitly say that I was the one who did it, and you don't know either. Be more subtle? No evidence. But what the hell are you so confident about? Yes, Fugaku's tone was very firm. Even though he was giving an example, he was very serious and solemn. Many ninjas who were familiar with him also discovered for the first time that Fugaku had changed. Compared to the Third War and his previous forbearing self, the current Fugaku is showing his edge. After that meeting, Fugaku openly met with Hinata Hayashi. We talked for a long time. 3 generations were worried. The Hidden Cloud village is eyeing Konoha with eagerness, ready to tear up the agreement and restart the war. The Hidden Cloud village is also keeping a close eye on Konoha's movements. Every day, Konoha can find 1 or 2 spies from the Hidden Cloud village. Even the Sand village began to increase the number of ninjas on the border. Just at this moment, Jiraiya also wrote a letter. According to the intelligence, Orochimaru was mixed up with a group of S-class rebel ninjas. After an in-depth investigation, it was discovered that so many S-rank rebel ninjas belonged to the same organization. An organization that was once active in the Rain Country. Akatsuki Organization. How could Jiraiya not know about the Akatsuki organization that was active during the Third World War? That was an organization founded by his 3 disciples. At the end of World War III, all news suddenly disappeared. Hanzo of the Salamander vigorously destroys the Akatsuki base. Everyone thought that the Akatsuki organization had been completely destroyed. However, during the hunt for Orochimaru, Jiraiya once again obtained information about the Akatsuki organization. Although in his opinion, the current Akatsuki organization is definitely no longer the one founded by Yahiko and the other two, Jiraiya's information also made the third generation worried. Orochimaru is also the one who is unfriendly to Konoha. At this time, if there is civil unrest in the village, the consequences will be unimaginable. He severely reprimanded Danzo and warned him not to attack the village ninjas again. Focus on dealing with Iwagakure. A month has passed since the last mission. The three members of the first team have almost digested the gains from the last mission. Having actually killed people, and killed a large number of people at that, and having experienced that kind of bloodshed, the mental outlook of the three men was somewhat different. Even Itaki, who had been on the battlefield, had changed a little. Among the changes, the most obvious is their chakra amount. The mind is stimulated, mental energy increases, and the amount of chakra also increases rapidly. And chakra is the basis of everything. With more chakra, even if other means remain unchanged, the power can be greatly improved by simply increasing the consumption when performing ninjutsu. Moreover, with more chakra, there are more attempts during training. In the past, when training the Dragon Fire technique, Sarutobi Ryu could only perform a dozen or so moves a day, but now he can do more than 20 moves. The Hyuga group has practiced Bagwazang to the 32nd palm. The next 64 palms are the clan's secrets. However, if one has enough talent, one can practice the 64 palms, but it may take more time and consume more energy. One needs to slowly explore the techniques to reduce consumption and exert force more coherently. With the help of Uchiha Jin, he also learned the basics of Bagwakongjang. The chakra is condensed and can at least strike targets within 5 meters around it. The farthest is 10 meters, but the chakra required is a bit too much. If you fail to get close to the enemy and perform Bagwazang before he recovers, you will probably waste chakra. However, this distance is enough for the time being. Uchiha Jin asked him to practice and return to heaven first. For the Hyuga clan, returning to heaven is the fundamental guarantee of strength. Only by mastering this move can you break through various attacks more easily and get close effectively. Otherwise, the enemy will keep launching long-range attacks and cannot get close, and the soft fist will be useless. Even the Bagwakongjang can be easily avoided if it is not practiced to perfection. Moreover, acupoint pressing from a distance can easily lead to deviations, resulting in ineffectiveness. For the Hyuga clan, close combat is still the best. Bagwakongjang is just a supplement. Unfortunately, even Uchiha Jin found the principle of turning the tide a bit troublesome. He also felt dizzy because he did not specialize in softboxing and did not have a thorough understanding of the meridians. However, simply by pointing out the problem, Uchiha Jin was able to provide an answer. For example, how to make chakra form a vortex and how to create a rebound effect. Uchiha Ren can still answer these questions. Going out on a mission again, this time, the mission is to escort a caravan. Uchiha Jin was very relaxed throughout the whole process. The performance of the three people was very good, which made him satisfied. Obito never appeared again. After his last encounter with Uchiha Jin, Obito was also extremely wary of him. It is speculated that Uchiha Jin may have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Because I was worried, I tried it myself. Sure enough, Uchiha Jin had opened his eyes. That would be fine, but the key point is that this guy's pupil technique can actually send weapons into his own divine power space. Obito was terrified at that time. After separating from Uchiha Jin and the others, he checked his Kamui space suspiciously and was cautious every time he entered. Obito finally felt relieved after confirming that the other party could not just send things in easily. However, he didn't dare to cause trouble for Uchiha Jin. The main reason why he was so reckless was that the space-time ninjutsu greatly increased his ability to survive. After Minato Namikaze's death, his Kamui was unstoppable. But now another Uchiha Jin has appeared. This made him afraid to waste time. The deterrent effect is maximized. It would be fine if Obito didn't come. Danzo doesn't cause trouble either. This made Uchiha Jin feel a little uncomfortable. In the past few years, he has been hiding as much as possible to build up his strength. Now that I am strong enough, these people don't even bother me anymore. It's really hard to understand. It took a month to digest the results after the first mission, and after that, Uchiha Jin did not give the first team such a long time to digest the results. Tasks are executed one after another. 2 months passed and Uchiha Jin gradually became more confident, and he would smuggle his own private goods into every mission. Take advantage of opportunities to go out and implement your plans outside. Since then, a ninja named Yamato appeared. The most attractive thing is this Yamato, he masters would release. The sand village was once infiltrated by this person, and a large amount of puppetry technology was lost. Iwagakure discovered it in time, and the four tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, Lao Zi, chased the other party for 3 days and 3 nights, but was ultimately unable to catch him. Even Konoha was visited. Yamato shows up at the Hokage's office building late at night. Eventually they were discovered by the guards, Konoha was in chaos, and ultimately they were unable to capture the other party. Even the Root, the strongest intelligence organization in the ninja world, was unable to investigate the identity of Yamato. Even the other party's origins are ambiguous. Danzo speculated that it was Orochimaru who did it. After all, the other party is one of the few people who have come into contact with Hashirama's cells. This Yamato is most likely the product of the other party's successful fusion of Hashirama's cells. Just like the nail in the root now. Since there is one Jia, there can be a second Jia, which is Yamato. The only puzzling thing is why this Yamato entered the major ninja villages to steal ninjutsu. The other party's target is obviously the foundation of their respective ninja villages. Is Orochimaru really so crazy that he wants to make enemies with all ninja villages? Or is it that Orochimaru is not actually behind Yamato? To be precise, it's not just Orochimaru. According to the Root's intelligence, Yamato has never launched a surprise attack on the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. Yamato caused a storm. Uchiha Jin leisurely led the first team to gain experience and level up. Itaka's strength has improved significantly, and the Hyuga group and Sarutobi Ryu have also made great progress. Uchiha Jin also registered them for this year's Chunin tournament. As for Yamato, what does what Yamato did have to do with me, Uchiha Jin? If Yamato causes trouble, you can go find Yamato. I, Uchiha Jin, also hate people who covet other people's secret techniques. Well, if I was not so busy, I would also like to help capture Yamato. I didn't accept any of the missions issued by Konoha to investigate Yamato's intelligence. Every time Yamato goes out, it is only when he leaves the village to carry out a mission. Although it doesn't mean that Yamato will be dispatched every time I go out on a mission, Yamato always appears when I am away. This is bound to be easily exposed. So Uchiha Jin was also a little anxious. He needed an alibi. Before anyone connects Yamato and Uchiha Jin, create an alibi. It would be better if you could do something big while Yamato does something big somewhere else. We need to hurry up and study the Flying Thunder God technique. To do this kind of thing, space-time ninjutsu is essential. He also felt that if he could cultivate Flying Thunder God earlier, many things would be more convenient. In the past 2 months, only one shadow clone was left behind to conduct the most basic training, and the remaining shadow clones were used to study the second-generation manuscript. The good news is that he finally read the manuscript, which was only half a scroll, from beginning to end. Each step was verified. Feel the spatial coordinates. Uchiha Ren got a headache when he saw this description. How can I understand this? Fortunately, he has a clearer understanding of Flying Thunder God. He carved the corresponding Flying Thunder God technique according to the records in the scroll. No kunao was chosen. The handle of the kunao is so small that it really requires a lot of skill. He has a big piece of iron there. Carved the sealing formula on it. During the technique, his chakra was sealed, allowing him to have a certain perception. Unfortunately, this is only what he can perceive in theory. Uchiha Jin, whose perception ability was not very good, could not sense the iron play 10 meters away no matter how hard he tried. This made him very depressed for a while. How can we play if we can't sense anything within 10 meters? Fortunately, Uchiha Jin has a spirit of not admitting defeat. Well, he really needs this skill. After his long research, he decided not to replace the perception part of Flying Thunder God. This technique tests one's spatial perception talent. It's not a talent for sensing ninjutsu, but simply the compatibility between the body and space, which enables one to sense faint signals along the space. This is the qualification required for the original Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Jin's perception was insufficient, so he improved on this. If I can't perceive it, then there's no need to perceive it. Can't I just calculate everything? We humans cannot sense various signals, so we have to rely on devices and sealing techniques. After a series of studies, he recorded the reactions of the chakra and then tried various techniques to test the sensitivity and changes of these reactions. Finally, a set of basic techniques was determined. These techniques are the means he uses to sense coordinates. By activating the technique, he collected the faint fluctuations of his own chakra emitted from a distance, and then determined the coordinates. Use data to reflect all information. This is the data-based Flying Thunder God technique. 2 months is still too short. Uchiha Jin simply passed these, and the subsequent specific debugging has not yet begun. However, it shouldn't be a big problem. Teleportation should be possible. At the same time, this kind of perception with the help of external objects is obviously not usable in actual combat. Fortunately, Uchiha Jin didn't need to use Flying Thunder God to fight. Things like Flying Thunder God / don't mean much to him. Instead, it is the strategic means that Flying Thunder God can achieve that are what he truly values. After the Third War, the Chunin exams resumed quickly. Each ninja village needs fresh blood, and promotion of job titles is crucial. In the 54th year of Konoha, the Chunin exam was held in the Uega Core village. The main force who graduated last year, some geniuses who graduated this year, plus a large number of ninjas who have been stuck in the genin level for a long time will all take part in this chunin exam. There are more than 100 people on the Konoha side. This is a big deal. Coincidentally, the first team led by Uchiha Jin also signed up, and the third generation directly assigned the task to Uchiha Jin. This time, Konoha was led by Elder Might N, assisted by Uchiha Jin and Nara Shikaiki, and escorted by 5 senior ninjas. The lineup is luxurious. Old fellow. When Uchiha Jin learned about the form of the appointment, he was also dissatisfied. I was just an assistant. To vent the dissatisfaction in my heart. After the team for the chunin exam was decided, on the 5th day, Yamato sneaked into Konoha village. Would release, Diamond Calling Wood. Huge tree roots burst out from the ground, and the roots shook. Some familiar scenes reappeared, and Danzo had an ominous premonition in his heart. Would release, cutting technique. The thick tree roots branch out into countless branches, as if they are infinitely splitting. Would release. Danzo's eyes were bloodshot. The root members had the experience from last time and had gone through several drills, so they rushed out instantly this time, but some of them were still pierced by the wooden thorns, and the vitality in their bodies was sucked away. A large number of branches separated, continuously absorbing the vitality, and finally bloomed in their bodies. Even if only the arm is pierced at first, the splinter will eventually spread to the internal organs and even the whole body. Danzo looked at the white figure in the distance, furious. Presumptuous. In the distance, the third generation also hurried over. The newly established route is closer to the Hokichi's office building. The third generation sensed the movement and rushed over immediately. He also gathered a large number of Umbu members. Uchiha Jin, oh no, it was Yamato, looking at the third generation who had arrived, his anger rose in his heart. At this moment, his skin was completely white, very similar to the white Zetsu that he had captured before. It looks very much like that. Wood style, wood dragon technique. A thick wooden dragon rushed out from the ground and swung fiercely towards the third generation. Earth escape, earth flow wall. A thick wall of earth rose up, blocking the wooden dragon's attack. But obviously, it's not that simple. Under Yamato's control, the wooden dragon continued to bombard the earth wall, which collapsed after only 3 attacks. At the same time, Yamato saw the presence of Might N. Would release explosive gun tree. Thick branches spread out from his hands and attacked the ninja behind the third generation. It seems so on the surface, but in fact the attack on Might N was the heaviest. The art of spiritual communication. Ape Demon. The third generation bit his finger and summoned the monkey demon. The ape demon turned into a big stick and became extremely thick in the hands of the third generation. When the earth wall collapsed, the third generation also collided with the wooden dragon with a stick. The branches extending from Yamato's arm stabbed out, repelling a group of Umbu ninjas, and Might N was severely injured. He still wanted to continue attacking. Ape Demon. The third generation threw away the big stick in his hand, and the ape demon transformed again, fighting with the wooden dragon alone, but was soon entangled by the wooden dragon. The mere contraction of the wooden bar made the ape demon extremely uncomfortable. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Earth escape, Earth Dragon Bullet. Wind style, Vacuum Jade. Lightning release, Thunderfang. 5 escapes, 5 elements. Great Link. A huge dragon of intense fire spewed out of the third Hokage's mouth. The earth trembled and an earth dragon condensed. Water chakra merged into the air. A large amount of sea water emerged and rotated to condense into a water dragon. Thunder and lightning mixed with strong winds, and 3 giant dragons entangled in it came towards Yamato. The tree trunks extending from his hands were entangled layer by layer, forming a line of protection in front of Yamato. Boom! The entangled dragon formed by the mixture of 5 types of chakra slammed heavily into the barrier made of interwoven wooden strips in front of Yamato. Yamato's figure retreated rapidly, the branches in his hands continued to entangle and spread, blocking the aftermath of the explosion. At the same time, the flying broken branches exploded instantly after falling to the ground, and tiny thorns extended from them. The intertwined tiny wooden thorns enveloped 3 generations. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The third Hokage's chest heaved violently, and 3 fire dragons spewed out of his mouth one after another. Burn the wooden strips made by wood release from the left, center and right directions to the maximum extent possible. Boom! Chakra flowed through his body as the third generation rushed into the flames and emerged successfully. Stretch out your hand. The ape demon transforms into the Rui stick. He broke free from the wooden dragon and fell into the hands of the third generation. Suddenly growing, the third generation swept the stick across and hit Yamato. Wooden escape, wooden spindle wall. Thick wooden stakes appeared around, forming layers of walls to block the impact of the Rui stick. Boom! Yamato made seals with his hands. The branches all over the ground merge into the earth. Then it bursts with vitality, rising from the ground with a loud bang. Thick trees rose from the ground, and a forest was formed in the blink of an eye. Under Yamato's manipulation, several trees were twisted into a thick vine. Throw it out hard. More than 10 vines were swinging, which made a huge noise. Fire style class. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. At this moment, there were nearly 100 ninjas present. Especially the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Jin arrived with a large number of guard troops. At Uchiha Jin's command, the Uchiha ninjas formed hand seals and spewed out huge fireballs from their mouths. Dozens of fireballs fell, and the entire forest instantly turned into a fire zone. The flames receded and Yamato's figure disappeared. Uchiha Jin, you. In the Hokage's office, Danzo opened his mouth to accuse. Obviously, Yamato's sneak attack on the route made Danzo very annoyed. The third Hokage arrived in time, and with the ninjas around him, he was confident that he could keep that guy. However, they were eventually entangled by the guard troops led by Uchiha Jin, causing the enemy to disappear while the flames shot up into the sky. Uchiha Jin felt very aggrieved. The many Uchiha ninjas behind him also felt that Danzo was ungrateful. The third generation is also a headache. To be honest, Yamato's fighting power was a bit overwhelming for him. Even the bloodline of wood release is nothing. Many of the ninjutsu that the other party mastered were left behind by Hashirama Senju. The opponent couldn't use the large-scale ninjutsu like Tree World Advent, but he could use the simplified version very smoothly. Just over 100 ninjas cannot provide an advantage in numbers. Let's not talk about these twists and turns. Today, Uchiha Jin came to support and repelled Yamato. In the eyes of so many ninjas in the village, it was an act of letting bygones be bygones. Everyone knows that Uchiha Jin and Danzo are not on good terms. People have come to support you, and not only do you not appreciate it, but you also blame them for not doing well. Ungrateful person. Danzo was also holding back his anger. He didn't believe that Uchiha Ren would be kind enough to save him. Last time, the other party was about to kill me. He wished I would die sooner rather than later. How could he possibly rescue me? However, no matter what he said, even the third generation felt that he was a little unreasonable this time. In the end, they parted on bad terms, and Uchiha Jin even threatened that if a similar situation occurred in the future, he would not be so enthusiastic. It's like trying to please a cold butt. No one on the Konoha side died in this battle. However, several ninjas were seriously injured. On the root side, Danzo did not provide any data. This is all confidential. The information of every root ninja is not revealed to the outside world. Therefore, casualty statistics do not count the entire situation. Mizudamanyan was pierced by a wooden thorn. Although he tried his best to suppress it, a large number of meridians were still pierced. Even the internal organs will be affected if not treated in time. Yamato. Looking up through the window at the portraits of successive Hokage on the Hokage rock, the third Hokage was extremely worried. Well, when did Konoha provoke such an enemy? Thinking of the possible situation, the third generation sighed. His once proudest disciple, Orochimaru, holding a grudge against the village? The third generation could roughly guess the reason for the attack on the root. The experiment of transplanting Hashirama cells was originally led by the roots. Perhaps, Orochimaru transferred this successful experimental subject away before defecting. Now, the other party is seeking revenge. The third generation seemed to have grasped some information, but it was not very clear. Orochimaru, who was far away in the land of wind, heard the news but didn't pay attention at first. But after going to the black market several times and hearing some rumors, I was a little caught off guard. Send people to attack Konoha yourself? Thinking of the information about Yamato's attack on the route and the previous speculations of many people about Yamato's identity, he finally reacted. So, do you all think that Yamato's attack on Konoha was related to Orochimaru? He narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He stuck out his tongue and licked his face. Ranjun, this kind of thing doesn't come without a price. Yamato's attack on Konoha caused a small but not insignificant disturbance. However, he quickly calmed down before the Chunin exam. Uchiha Jin led the team, Nara Shikaiki was in charge of the command, and more than 10 senior ninjas followed. A group of hundreds of people set off towards the Uegakure village. The Uegakure village is under a lot of pressure during this Chunin exam. No, it's because of the Chunin exams in recent years, the organizers have been under a lot of pressure. The Third World War lasted for more than 2 years and caused huge losses to all sides. In recent years, each village has needed to replenish the number of Chunins. On the one hand, it is just for show. On the surface, we must make up for our own strength and create a false prosperity to deter other villages. On the one hand, it is also a preparation for the selection of higher-level ninjas. Where does the Jonin come from? Not a Chunin yet. For a village, the most important reference for its strength is the number of Jonin. In order to produce Jonin, there must be enough Chunin. It doesn't mean that you have to pretend to be rich, but the salary and benefits of a ninja are determined according to his title. If you want to improve your strength, resources are very important. It's not about money. Rather, it is a resource of ninjutsu and ninja knowledge. Obtaining these resources makes it easier and more convenient to obtain the rank of Chunin. Actually, there is money. Some high-level missions can only be taken by Chunin, not Genin. Higher-level tasks mean higher rewards. Moreover, higher-level tasks also mean more merits. Therefore, the replenishment of Chinen is more about giving these resources away. Otherwise, relying on the connections of a genin, do you want to have the strength of a jonin without changing your rank? You're dreaming. All major ninja villages need to recruit Chinen, so there have been a lot of people taking the exam in recent years. With the influx of a large number of foreign ninjas, who are still in a relatively weak state, it is normal for them to be under great pressure. It is really necessary for Uchiha Jin to lead the team. After all, there are so many people. If a conflict occurs, the side without someone to calm the situation will definitely suffer. The Hidden Cloud Village is home to Derui, known as the fourth Raikage's right-hand man. He possesses the Kekkei Genkai Storm release, which combines the offensive and destructive power of lightning with the characteristics of water, allowing him to easily control it, transforming it into a laser that can be freely controlled at opposite angles. The opponent's strength is extremely powerful. The Sand Village is led by Ebizo. The leader of the Hidden Mist Village was Ao, a man with the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai. During the Third War, Ching of the Hidden Mist Village and his men fought tooth and nail to kill a member of the Hyaga clan and his guards, and seized a Byakugan. His own right eye was disabled, and his men transplanted the Byakugan into his right eye during treatment, thus gaining the ability of the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai. This is the eternal pain of the Hyaga clan. Ching is sensible and always wears a black mask when he goes out so as not to expose his white eyes. But even so, it was common knowledge that the Hyaga clan looked down upon him. Among the genin who came with him, there were Hyaga group and some other Hyaga ninjas. Even among the dozen or so jonin, there was one ninja from the Hyaga clan. Naturally, he was excited when he saw Ching, but he suppressed it in time. If a conflict occurs within the Uegakure village, it would be normal for the village to find an excuse to kill a few people. Intimidation? That's too light. The fact that you're causing trouble in my village is a provocation in itself. Can't I kill a few people? The Uegakure village had already prepared a place to accommodate these candidates. Konoha Embassy. Nara Shikaiki instructed the senior ninjas to keep an eye on their junior ninjas and not to act on impulse. As for the Hyaga clan's senior ninja, he was also talked to alone by Nara Shikaiki. It must be said that with the former head of the Nara clan around, Uchiha Jin felt quite at ease. He didn't need to worry about many details. He created a wooden clone and had it take on Yamato's appearance. Slip out of the embassy quietly. The Uegakure village is so lively, how could Yamato not come and join in the fun? Last time, I was discovered by that hateful old man and was chased for so long that I have to be careful this time. There was almost no progress in the fusion of wood release with Yang release, so Uchiha Jin naturally set his sights on eliminating the only bloodline in the ninja world. Dust Escape. The power of the bloodline elimination formed by the fusion of 3 attributes is a qualitative breakthrough compared to the bloodline limit. Uchiha Jin will not practice this bloodline elimination because he is too busy to do so. He just wants to learn from it. Let's take a look at the idea of integrating the 3 attributes. It's nothing at all. The ninjutsu developed by Dust Release is not as thorough as Wood Release. Hopefully this time it will be easier. As long as he can withstand the counterattack of the Hidden Rock Village this time and it does not exceed the endurance of the wooden clone itself, then he can preliminarily complete the task of having 2 identities appear at the same time. Onoki, you don't want to cause any damage to the village just by beating me, right? There are so many strong people. If the Uegakure village is short of a cage-level person to chase Yamato, and a conflict breaks out between Uchiha Jin, Derui, Ebizo, Ao and others, the Uegakure village may not be able to suppress it. If something like this were to happen, it would be a joke. I stole your dust escape technique. As long as I don't practice it, don't pass it on to others, and don't use it, who will remember what happened today? If the lockdown is tighter, no one will even know you lost something today. Yamato sighed. I really think of others. He changed his appearance and shuttled through the streets of Uegakure village, gathering intelligence from all sides and observing the locations of the powerful men in Uegakure village. Assessment: hurry up. This wooden clone truly inherited half of Uchiha Jin's chakra. If I really persisted, a month would be no problem, but the amount of memory I would accumulate would be terrifying. Also, I wouldn't have any chakra left for fighting by then. Fortunately, the Chunin exams put a lot of pressure on the Uegakure village, and they were looking forward to the exams ending soon so that these guys could leave early. The next day, the written test of the Chunin exam officially began. Not many candidates were eliminated in this exam. The main thing is that we come prepared. This game is a test of your ability to obtain intelligence. As long as you can copy the answers, it doesn't matter if you don't know anything else. Moreover, there were so many people that the examiner's efficiency in catching people was greatly reduced. Only more than 30 people were eliminated. There are still more than 700 to 800 people left in all the ninja villages, big and small. Day 3. The death trial, the cruelest of the Chunin exams. It is also a link with a very high elimination rate. Even so, most of the people were eliminated, and there were still 300 people left. Uchiha Jin also took a deep breath. It is unknown how long the ring competition between these 300 people will last. Moreover, the workload of screening these people will be greatly increased. It doesn't mean that you can become a Chunin just by winning. Generally, the candidates' performances in the competition will be comprehensively considered, and as long as they pass, it will be fine. Basically, passing the first 2 trials will meet the requirements, and being able to perfectly demonstrate your abilities in a one-on-one battle will qualify. But there are too many people. It's probably based on the ranking. In this case, the rules will also change. The original purpose was to recruit a large number of Chunins, so the requirements for quality and so on were not that high. Sure enough, from Nara Shikaku, Uchiha Jin learned that in the past 2 years, unless they were particularly outstanding, only the ninjas who entered the 3rd round would be qualified as Chunin. That is, take 1/4. Uchiha Jin nodded in understanding. Itaki and the other 2 successfully passed the trial of death and collected the scroll of heaven and earth. The final competition will determine whether they can finally become true Chunin. Alright, in fact, whether they succeed or not has little impact on them. For family ninjas like them, the resources of the Chunin, especially when the elders in the family are at least Jonin, are gone once they are gone. Ninjutsu itself can also be passed down. There will be no problem if I hand it over to my son and grandson. Otherwise, it would be too much for the 3rd Hokage to let Orochimaru practice so many forbidden techniques. On the other side, after the ring match started, Yamato had been paying close attention to Onoki's movements. On the 3rd day after the ring competition began, the 16-man competition began and Onoki went to check. Itaka successfully advanced to the top 16, the Hyaga group survived 2 rounds, but Saratobi Ryu unfortunately drew a veteran genin in the first round that he had experienced 3 battles and his strength was not far from that of a jonin. Yamato saw an opportunity. Sneaking into the Tsuchikage's office. Looking at the betting in the corner of the office, he couldn't help but admire Onoki. He is indeed the most dedicated actor. Boom! Before he finished his admiration, Onoki's voice came. Idiot, you're here. Yamato. Uchiha Jin, first of all, Yamato is not me. I am not an idiot. Boom. Yamato felt as if sandbags were tied all over his body and he couldn't stop sinking. Office buildings collapsed under the weight. Yamato felt an unknown anger in his heart. I was actually called a fool? Damn Onoki. Be prepared. Maybe you're even hanging yourself. The one at the Chunin exams was most likely just a clone of the other party. I was careless. Yamato felt a little annoyed. Earth escape, heavy rock technique. Yamato felt the pressure on him growing. Would release chakra emerged from the body surface. Idiot. The pressure had reached the limit of the wooden clone's endurance, but before it dissipated, Yamato still made a sarcastic remark. Bang! A piece of wood shattered under the weight, and there was no trace of Yamato. Onoki, with a gloomy look on his face, walked forward and examined it carefully. The old man's originally proud mood now turned to be extremely sour. I was actually tricked. Damn it, don't let me catch you. In the distance, Uchiha Jin, who was watching the Chunin examination, suddenly had some more memories in his mind. The memories from Yamato made him feel both amused and helpless. Well, luckily it's not the real body that goes there, the shadow clone is watching the game here. Although he mocked back in the end, Uchiha Jin knew that it was just luck. I have to be more careful next time. In other words, when going out in the future, try to let your clone explore the way and be more careful. As long as nothing happens to the main body, it's fine. If you encounter this situation, you can still curse back. However, he felt very sorry that he did not get the scroll of dust escape. Such a good opportunity. In fact, for the Uega core village, how could they not take strict precautions against something as important as dust release? Even if Yamato had not coveted him, Onoki would be extremely cautious and would never give anyone an opportunity to take advantage of him. Not to mention the last time Yamato was discovered, which aroused the other party's vigilance. Uchiha Jin still underestimated the status of dust release in the Uega core village. Well, in that case, I'd better study it myself first. At worst, I can study some medical ninjutsu and get started with Yang escape first. The development of wood release's vitality has also been improved. Plus magic. The 3 directions are moving forward at the same time, and Uchiha Jin doesn't believe that he can't figure it out by himself. Of course, if we want to speed up the development of wood release's vitality, we still need research data on the technique of reincarnation. Uchiha Jin didn't care whether his reincarnation technique had been completely developed. Preliminary basic research is also very important. It would be enough to allow him to develop wood release more smoothly. He is no longer picky. Ebazo. Glancing at the old man and the Sand Village team, Uchiha Jin thought of the 4th Kazekage and Kanaha's collapse plan. Itaki is very powerful. At the age of 8, he was already qualified enough to have a place among the Chunins. However, he still failed to activate his Sharingan, and his signature fire escape technique could not burn anyone to death, so he was eliminated in the semifinals. Uchiha Jin was still very satisfied. This is because many of those who take the exam have participated in the 3 wars before, and at least have their own special means and techniques, and after becoming a Chunin or even later, they can quickly become a Jonin. Itachi is very talented, but not so talented that he can completely crush these people at the age of 8. In the end, Itachi and the Hyaga group were successfully promoted to Chunin. After the Chunin exams ended, the Uegakure village immediately announced that the participating teams could leave. All foreign ninjas in the village were cleared out that day. Uchiha Jin sent a wooden clone to follow the Sand Village team under the identity of Yamato. His real body returned to Konoha with the main force. On their return journey, they were on a similar route to the Hidden Mist village, and the Hyaga clan ninja in the team asked to leave. Uchiha Jin knew his purpose. Nara Shikaike had warned him before, but he didn't stop it. Even though Nara Shikaike said not to create unnecessary complications and affect the mission, Uchiha Jin also had his own judgment. The first thing is to establish good relations with the Hyaga clan. Nara Shikaike is from the Nara clan, a Hokage faction, and is not in the same camp as Uchiha Jin. His suggestions can be used as a reference, but there is no need to follow them. Isn't it the greatest promotion to the relationship between the two tribes to take back Qing's white eyes? Uchiha Jin accompanied the Hyuga Jonin to kill Qing of Kirigakure, leaving behind the Shadow Clone to continue leading the team back to Konoha. We have arrived at the territory of the Land of Fire. With Nara Shikaike here, no accidents will occur. The Kirigakure team merely passed through the Land of Fire, brushed past it, and then returned to the Land of Water like the sea, not heading towards Konoha. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball rushed out from the dense forest next to it and smashed down in front of the Kirigakure group. Earth escaped, earth spiked, the mud splashed and turned into small needles that shot out in all directions. A blue disc flashed by and knocked down a group of people. The earth thorns flew towards Ling to Qing. It came at an extremely fast speed, stabbing in the firelight. Qing opened his Byakugan and clearly captured the earth thorns. After forming a seal, water swirled and rose around his body, forming a water curtain that scatters the earth thorns. Whoosh! Kunao flew in arcs from all directions, surrounding us. The water curtain continued to spin, deflecting the kunao. At the same time, a series of phantoms appeared, and Uchiha Jin stabbed with shuriken in his hand. The water curtain was broken and the shuriken pierced into Qing's body. Qing's figure turned into a pool of water and fell to the ground. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata Jonin used the gentle fist Bagua palm to stop the other Kirigakure Jonin. As the 64 palms fell, the Kirigakure ninja's attack began. Hinata Yun's situation took a turn for the worse. Uchiha Jin's 3 megatamas emit a scarlet light. He took a quick glance and rushed in one direction. Wind style, great breakthrough. The wind chakra turned into a strong wind, and Qing's figure emerged. He was blown by the strong wind and his body could not stop retreating. Water style, water breaking wave. Uchiha Jin formed a seal with one hand. A tiny crack appeared in the device hidden in the distance, and suddenly a stream of water like a laser shot out. Water escape, water formation wall. A large amount of water gushed out of the muscle's mouth, forming a water wall in front of him. A steady stream of water converges to intercept the high-pressure water flow. Bang! The high-pressure water gun penetrated the water wall and shot at Qing, and his figure turned into a cloud of smoke. Another shadow clone. Uchiha Jin also found it very difficult. Qing, who has white eyes, has a very strong ability of observation. It is even better than his Sharingan. After all, it is too comprehensive. Moreover, Qing's hard power is stronger than anyone else in the Hyaga clan. The application of the Byakugan is limited to exploration and assistance, and there is no so-called soft fist system based on the Byakugan. On the other side, Hinata Yun was struggling to hold on, and a Kirigakure ninja broke through and came to support Qing. Water escape, water rush wave, water style, water dragon bullet technique. Water style, waterfall technique. There are also quite a few teams on the Kirigakure side. There are also 7 Jonin in total. Hinata Cloud couldn't resist it no matter what. That is to say, at the beginning, he took advantage of the sneak attack and used the 8 diagrams 64 palms to temporarily hold back the opponent's senior ninja. At this moment, when the opponents reacted and began to form hand seals and perform ninjutsu, he could only barely defend himself. Moreover, it was not easy for him to defend himself since he did not master the skill of turning the tide. The water flow hit Hinata Yun, causing him some discomfort. With the help of the Byakugan's vision, he struggled to mobilize his strength and tried his best to avoid the opponent's sharp attacks. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There were a large number of kunao mixed in the water. At the same time, the Kirigakure Jonin slashed with his sword. Hinata Yun had chakra in his hand and shot it at the enemy who was close at hand. Even when close, the other party still avoided him. Although the opponent was hit, it was obvious that the most important effect was not achieved. The purpose of soft fist is to press acupoints, but if the opponent dodges it and the attack fails to hit the meridians, it will have almost no effect. Since Bagua Kongjang is a long-range attack, it should not be the original acupoint pressing routine of Rokuin. No, in fact, from the very beginning, Rokuin should not have this kind of routine. The strength is weak, so acupuncture is used to achieve great results with small efforts. If you have strong power, then attack forcefully. The next step in practicing Bagwakon Jan is how to increase the power of the chakra shock wave, how to punch better and explode. However, the Hyaga clan today is apparently stuck on how to combine it with acupressure. Increase the force of the impact. Even if you cannot hit the acupuncture points accurately, you can still enter the opponent's body through the diffusion of chakra and affect the enemy's meridians. This is actually something that anyone can do, and it does not yet reflect the characteristics of the Hyaga clan. They leave hidden hands in the shock waves they send out, which can be controlled remotely to a certain extent. After entering the enemy's body, relying on the Byakugan's vision, he manipulates tiny chakra forces to destroy the enemy's meridians. That's a bit petty. The moves are insidious, the requirements are high, and they are a bit too picky. With that level of chakra controllability, it wouldn't be bad to improve it a little bit. Ching is stalling for time. After all, they have a lot of people on their side. The battle had been going on for 2 minutes, and Ching was sure that there were only 2 people on the other side. On their side, there are hundreds of ninjas with the strength of Chinin. Don't forget, Kirigakure's individual strength is the strongest. Even if we have to consume them, we can kill these too. Wind-style storm tornado. A violent airflow rolled up around Uchiha Jin, and a visible tornado rose with him as the center. Suddenly, it spread outward rapidly. Boom! The surrounding big trees were blown off in half and the ground was scraped off. The tornado spread and disappeared, sweeping across an area of 100 meters. Ching's true form was also forced out. Uchiha Jin looked at the other party with his scarlet eyes. The illusion is useless. Ching closed his eyes immediately and fought, only relying on the vision of his Byakugan. Uchiha Jin must keep an eye on the other party's true form and not give the other party a chance to leave his sight. Water style, great waterfall technique. In the distance, there were Kirigakure Jonin coming to help, but facing Uchiha Jin's storm tornado, they could only hide temporarily and only came closer at this moment. Huge waterfalls rise up on 3 sides and rush down. You might have forgotten that I'm also good at water escape. Uchiha Jin felt disdainful in his heart. He mobilized the surrounding water flow and formed seals with his hands to assist. Water style, water spout. The water spun and formed a tornado, wreaking havoc in all directions, especially the few Kirigakure ninjas who came to support. Water style, water breaking wave. A stream of water spurted out of his hands rapidly, forming a blade-like stream of water. The art of instant body movement. The disappeared Uchiha Jin appeared in front of Ching, raised his right hand, and the blade-shaped water flow suddenly increased. Water blade slash. Even from a distance of more than 10 meters, Uchiha Jin's water blade still gave people a sharp feeling. The oppressive feeling made Ching realize that the knife was very sharp. Boom! The water blade slashed the ground, and suddenly a crack about 10 meters long appeared. The ground picks up dust. Ching felt somewhat relieved in his heart. Uchiha Jin turned around and swept the water blade in his hand again. A 10-meter-long water blade. Ching kept dodging, avoiding the water blade slashed by Uchiha Jin. Bang! From deep in the grass, a thin column of water suddenly burst out. Ching, who was already in a panic, was unable to avoid it. He was in the air, and even the water blade was about to sweep down from below his body. Any movement would cause his body to become unbalanced, resulting in him being cut in half by the water blade. After so many slashes, Ching deeply realized how sharp Uchiha Ren's water blade was. The water column came towards Ching's right eye. The water column is approaching. Ching's figure flew backwards. The 2 talismans hanging under his ears activated automatically after sensing the crisis. It covered Ching's right eye, blocking the water wave. Uchiha Jin had no regrets. He just wanted to consume the other party's 2 talismans. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get rid of the cold shoulder later. A good roll of eyes cannot be ruined. Holding it in your hand is more intimidating. Illusionary body technique. He took out a large number of kunao from his ninja tool bag. A handful of spilled. The kunao seemed to have eyes, drawing arcs and finally shooting towards Ching. It comes with Uchiha Jin's wind chakra. The sharp aura lingering around it makes it very intimidating. Bang! The smoke produced after the transformation technique is broken. This was the first time that Uchiha Jin performed the illusion technique that combined illusion and transformation techniques. Now, for him, illusion technique refers to a complete school that combines illusion technique with 3-body technique. As for adding the instant body movement technique, it is the illusion instant body movement technique. The large kunao scratched Ching's shoulder and blood gushed out. The illusion technique is applied to the kunao, which is also a reference to the art of sword shadow clone. A shuriken appeared in Uchiha Jin's hand and he stepped forward to stab it. Ding ding ding. The short shuriken is more intimidating than the long sword. Holding a knife in his hand, Ching was also tense all over, and the shuriken in Uchiha Ren's hand seemed to emit a cold air. Only now did he feel the gap between himself and Uchiha Jin. A breakthrough in front of you? Has the potential been exhausted? No progress in half a year of war? Pooh. Bullshit. Those idiots from the Hidden Cloud Village got fooled and even helped the other party spread the news. His hands were shaking as he held the long knife. Even though it was just a shuriken, every strike of Uchiha Jin was packed with immense force. He has an extremely strong physique. By using sacrifice, Uchiha Jin had no idea how much he had improved his physical fitness. He now holds a shuriken and stabs precisely. Although he needs to control the strength, the power of the shuriken is no less than the power transmitted by fists and feet, which are more convenient for exerting power. Ching felt as if he was being bombarded by punches, and when the long sword in his hand chopped down, it was as if he saw steel plates. The opponent's hand was steady, holding the shuriken, blocking his slash without the slightest tremor. Ching was even a little desperate at this moment. He found that Uchiha Jin seemed to have no weaknesses. Needless to say, illusions are also a thing of the past. Illusion is incorporated into every move. He is proficient in 3 types of ninjutsu, and the power of each attribute's escape technique is extremely enormous. At this moment, he also discovered that the opponent's physical skills were also quite powerful. His fighting skills were superb, and each strike was accompanied by enormous force, leaving no chance for survival. It was as if every strike was blessed with some kind of strange power. Of course, the amplitude is a little weaker, but it is also very abnormal. Ching had no idea that Uchiha Jin's strength was entirely due to his physical fitness. Water escape, water rush wave in the distance, the waterspout finally dissipated. The Kirigakure Jonin came to rescue Ching. Earth escape, earth dragon bullet. Earth dragons rose from the earth, entangled and mixed with the water waves, forming cement impacts. Water escape, water formation wall. Water jutsu chakra was released, and a large amount of water flow formed in front of him, turning into a wall. The water flows, dissipating the impact. Kunao flew all over the sky to stop Uchiha Jin's next attack. Ching breathed a sigh of relief. With a sudden jump, a hole formed on the ground. The chakra belonging to Uchiha Jin dissipated. The art of beheading in the heart. Uchiha Jin's shadow clone rushed out from the side, feeling a little regretful. Eye rolls are too much of a nuisance. The flow of chakra can be clearly observed, making it difficult to launch a sneak attack. On the other side, Hinata-yun was already on the verge of danger. Uchiha Jin sent a shadow clone to assist. He also knew that this was just a drop in the bucket and it would be impossible to intercept them for too long. It has to be as soon as possible. Uchiha Ren gritted his teeth and made the decision. Water style, mist hidden technique. The airflow in the entire space was chaotic and mist was rising. The remaining water flow after performing the water escape technique just now turned into mist and enveloped the surroundings. Ching didn't know what Uchiha Jin's intention was in using the mist hidden technique. You know, this move is the signature move of the Hidden Mist Village. The other party uses their own signs to use against them. Although it was a little ridiculous, he felt an inexplicable panic. The Byakugan's field of vision can still observe almost everything in existence. He could see Uchiha Jin's chakra and the chakra of his shadow clones. Even through the distribution of chakra and meridians, one can judge the posture of various parts of Uchiha Jin's body. The shadow clone stepped forward and attacked Ching frantically. Compared to the original body, Ching felt that the power of Uchiha Jin's shadow clone was simply not on the same level. This is the strength of a normal person. But, why is this shadow clone so resistant to damage? He discovered that the damage he caused to Uchiha Jin's shadow clone did not cause it to collapse. It hasn't dissipated yet. How could the shadow clone withstand such great damage in Uchiha Jin's hands without being destroyed? The shadow clone was shaking and making some mistakes. Ching thought that the injury had finally taken its toll. There was no crash, but the action was affected. Bang! Cut it down with one knife. Ching grasped the timing very well, and his knife fell. The shadow clone made a bang. In the Byakugan's vision, a large ball of chakra dissipated. Only there is also a ball of chakra that is quite dense and condensed. Since it was right in front of him, he opened his left eye and looked over. Wood block. Ching was a little at a loss, and then felt a chill in his heart. The hair stands on end. Uchiha Jin appeared and swept over with the water blade in his hand. And the place where Uchiha Jin was originally in the Byakugan's vision also arrived in front of him in an instant. Before losing consciousness, Ching had the answer in his heart. Flying Thunder God technique. Unfortunately, at this moment, he couldn't even pass on this information. The mist hidden technique is indeed not Uchiha Jin's area of expertise, but at least, this technique can obscure the vision of those Kirigakure Jonin. Give yourself time to prepare. He just stood there motionless, locating the position of the shadow clone. Shadow clones are actually wooden clones, which contain the technique of depicting the Flying Thunder God. It can be regarded as the last trump card left by Uchiha Jin. Sure enough, it was used. Niu Fen Shen's final mistake was also unavoidable. Uchiha Jin finally got the position and launched Flying Thunder God. There is a problem with Niu Fen Shen's side. After his death, there was another period of time before Uchiha Jin successfully teleported here. From this we can see the level of his Flying Thunder God. In actual combat, it is almost useless. Just like the tactics this time, once it was known to others, after killing Uchiha Jin's wooden clone, they retreated immediately. Even after Uchiha Jin completed the teleportation, it was of no use at all. At the same time, if he has the Byakugan, he can find Uchiha Jin and stop him without giving him time to locate him. It is even possible to seize the right opportunity and launch a sneak attack on Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin used psychological tactics and ran to the boundary of the mist-hidden technique and slowly positioned himself. Several Kirigakur Jonin wouldn't believe that Uchiha Jin would remain on the edge after performing Kirigakur's technique. Ching's reminder? Didn't you see that Ching knew that the reminder was useless and didn't say anything? In this kind of mist-hidden technique environment, the opponent is the Uchiha clan who are good at illusions. Who would dare to believe such a sudden and ridiculous reminder? It's not like Uchiha Jin has displayed his illusion technique before. After getting rid of Ching, Uchiha Jin took out a test tube from the ninja tool bag on his waist. He tore off the eye patch on Ching's right eye, snapped off the white eye, and put it into the test tube. A success! Uchiha Jin's whole body relaxed. However, he recovered quickly, quietly left the range of the mist-hidden technique. Go to the other side of the battlefield and rescue Hinata-yun. Walk. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin's shadow clone knew that the outcome was set. Tell Hinata Kumo that they can retreat. The shadow clone stayed behind to resist the pursuers. At the same time, the main body formed seals with both hands. Water style, great waterfall technique. The man was in mid-air, and he opened his mouth and spurted out a huge waterfall. It was as if a huge wave fell from the sky. Impact. Behind Hinata Kumo, a group of Kirigakur ninjas were forced to retreat. Only after Hinata Kumo left did Uchiha Jin begin to retreat. Ao's death made the Kirigakur ninjas feel extremely heavy. They were very careful throughout the rest of their journey. Not only was he afraid of another attack from Konoha, he was also afraid of attacks from other villages. Now that they have lost Ching, their combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. They even didn't dare to continue to skirt the edge of the fire country, and directly entered the territory of the water trap country, passing through the sound country and the hot spring country into the sea. Uchiha Jin did not attack the remaining mist ninjas. On the one hand, it is indeed not necessarily possible to outlast the enemy, and on the other hand, more importantly, it shows an attitude. Just come for the eye roll. We have made our stance clear to Kirigakur and our cause is justified. At the same time, I made my position clear to the Hyuga clan. I am going to kill Ching for you. This is the key. It wouldn't be perfect if everyone was killed. Feeling the little chakra left in the body, Uchiha Jin didn't go far. He stopped halfway, found a secluded corner, and recovered some chakra. Only then did he feel at ease to continue chasing the main force. When he returned, Hinata-yun had rejoined the team. There was something meaningful in Nara Shikaike's eyes when he looked at Uchiha Jin. Without saying anything, Uchiha Jin returned silently. Konoha. Hokage's office. Sigh. Looking at the information in his hand, the third Hokage didn't know what to feel. This is the mission report that Nara Shikaike just submitted. It is exactly the same as the report of Uchiha Jin and others. It mainly describes the later part, in which Uchiha Jin and Hinata Kumo attack Kirigakur Ao, and then return to the team. As for the result, no word, but it's also obviously a very clear answer. He had just ordered the Umbu to go and gather intelligence. Has Wei and Ching been confirmed dead? A dark shadow flashed by. There was an extra scroll on the third generation's desk. Spreading out the scroll and looking at the contents on it, the third generation's face wrinkled. He looked up at the Hokage rock outside the window and fell into deep thought. After delivering the information, Kakashi returned home. Uchiha Jin has killed Ching. This gave him a great shock. After all, in terms of age, Uchiha Jin is about the same age as him. Uchiha Jin is 2 years older than him. Strictly speaking, they both graduated in the same year. Uchiha Jin returned to the family and told Fugaku about what he had gained from the trip. Let him connect with Hyuga Hayashi and see if the cooperation between the two tribes can be deepened. As for the eye roll, it would be better to leave it in Uchiha Jin's hands. The Hyuga clan wouldn't be stupid enough to just come and rob it. He couldn't even take it back from Ching's hands, let alone the stronger Uchiha Jin. As for the negotiations with the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Jin would not go there personally. Fighting and killing is tiring enough in this life. It's even more tiring to do something advanced and plan it out. For things like running errands and negotiating, it is better to use a tool if possible. Anyway, Fugaku has more authority when it comes to clan affairs. Even Uchiha Jin did not intend to become the Hokage in the future. Look at Onoki, he always has back pain. Don't think that this is a problem that only occurs when people get older. He was like this even when he was in his prime. It's all because I'm too dedicated to my work, sitting at my desk for too long and feeling tired. There are 3 more generations. He and Danzo are of the same generation, but their appearances are completely different. The 3 generations reveal an old age. And Danzo still has a touch of strength. Not to mention Danzo, he may have Hashirama cells, as do Mitamon and even Utane Koharu, whose mental outlook is very different from that of the third generation. This is the price a village's shadow has to pay. What did Naruto become like after becoming Hokage? What can Shadow do? It's better to let someone else take care of this kind of thing. For example, Fugaku is pretty good. As for myself, as long as Fugaku can listen to what I say, what does it matter if I don't become the Hokage? This wave is called holding the emperor hostage to control the princes. Well, this kind of dirty and tiring work cannot be done. Uchiha Jin knew what was going on. In this world, power is important, but there are things more important than power. That is strength. In the face of power, even the Kage level is no match for it, because with a single order from the Hokage, the entire village's strength is mobilized, and even a Kage level person has to escape, and there is a possibility that he may not be able to escape. But it is above the shadow level. Once you reach the level of Hashirama Senju, no matter how many people there are, what can they do? In this world, strength is ultimately the most reliable. While Hashirama Senju is still alive, who among the 5 major ninja villages dares to act presumptuously? Don't even mention that you don't dare to attack Konoha. They didn't even dare to attack each other. This is the deterrence of strength. Uchiha Jin's pursuit is naturally of this kind. Go back to the basement and take out the white eye. This eye roll is also a good thing. He placed the Byakugan in a petri dish in his lab. Then, use special instruments to extract some pupil power. Start researching. What is the difference between the power of the Byakugan and the power of the Sharingan? He had wanted to explore this for a long time. However, this kind of research will not produce results in a day or two, especially since Uchiha Jin is still unable to devote himself to it. Uchiha Jin is still more focused on his Sharingan. Samsara Eye? Well, it would be nice if I could break the fusion and get into my eyes. And it seems that I might actually be able to do it. Sacrifice. This pupil technique seems to have great potential if it continues to develop. Simply leaving behind a shadow clone for research, Uchiha Jin began his daily comprehension. Organize the cultivation insights transmitted by the shadow clone during this period. Then you also need to feel the existence of natural energy. He is now at the finishing touch. I can already clearly perceive natural energy. In fact, it has been able to arouse a little bit, but I just can't capture it. Still not understanding enough. If one has sufficient understanding of natural energy, then he will be able to control it directly. This is actually the same as chakra. However, chakra itself is a fusion of spiritual energy generated by one's own perception. You can control it directly. Natural energy belongs to the heaven and earth, to the entire world. Uchiha Jin needs to fully understand and comprehend it first. His chakra would then be able to capture the natural energy. Finally, achieve direct control over natural energy. This is a gradual process. The mind is empty, and the whole body and mind seem to blend into the surrounding environment, feeling the ubiquitous energy fluctuations between heaven and earth. He traced back to the source and followed the fluctuations to feel the natural energy. Chakra was released from his body under his control. Met it. Uchiha Jin's spirits lifted. He naturally came out of that transcendent state, but he did not feel upset. Instead, he quickly calmed down again. Chakra is released. I touched, in the air in front of him, Uchiha Jin's chakra touched another energy body, full of violent atmosphere. A bursting feeling. This was Uchiha Jin's first feeling. No wonder they say natural energy is hard to control. With such a violent temper, I don't know how much effort it would take to tame it. Not to mention, the tamed chakra cannot exist forever. It only has a shelf life of a few days. Somewhat uneconomical. Violence is more appropriate. Therefore, ninjas use natural energy by violently fusing it with chakra and then directly controlling it. As a result, the most obvious consequence is that the control over the fairy chakra drops sharply. The stronger the chakra, the greater the control. Uchiha Jin did not integrate natural energy into himself. Even just a touch would stop his chakra from penetrating deeper. It's not that Uchiha Jin is timid. Rather, the consequences are truly serious. He was just being cautious. Being able to feel the natural energy is a good start. He already had the foundation for capturing natural energy. After entering the Ryokai cave, you can directly start the process of fusing the fairy chakra. Continue. Uchiha Jin was in a good mood after successfully touching the natural energy. He felt like he was such a genius. I just don't know if Orochimaru is ready yet. When does he plan to let me enter the Ryokai cave to learn senjutsu? Well, with my talent, even if you don't let me in, I will figure it out on my own. Just kidding, just kidding. Uchiha Jin had previously analyzed the difficulty of practicing immortal arts, and his own realization was somewhat unrealistic. However, it is also necessary to continue to comprehend the energy of nature. Continue to contact and touch and gain more understanding and insights into natural energy. In this way, you can also improve your understanding of natural energy, and the integration process will be much smoother in the future. Uchiha Jin is very clear about the importance of basics. The understanding of natural energy is the foundation of practicing immortal arts. With a deeper understanding, we know the laws of natural energy riots and can even better control them according to these laws. Violent? I know what you are going to do next. During the fusion process, if you move to the left, the chakra eye control will also shift to the left. If you move to the right, the chakra eye control will shift to the right. Understanding natural energy is not something that can be achieved overnight. Uchiha Jin arranged a shadow clone, whose daily job was to understand natural energy. Before, when he was in the process of perception, since chakra itself could not capture natural energy, he had to empty his mind and feel it with his whole body and soul, tracing it back bit by bit, looking for and capturing it. But as his perception reached the standard and he successfully captured it once, the perception was engraved into his chakra along with the spiritual energy. His chakra became something that could touch natural energy. Shadow clones can also touch natural energy through chakra and understand natural energy through chakra feedback. In other words, all of a sudden, his workload was much less. Uchiha Jin spent the extra time on medical ninjutsu. He had made his decision before. I need to study medical ninjutsu, practice Yang Dun. If an ordinary Uchiha ninja behaved like this, some people would definitely find it difficult to understand, even persuade him not to go astray. However, Uchiha Jin's strength was already quite strong, so no one cared about him. To cultivate to their level, one needs to learn by analogy. Perhaps by practicing medical ninjutsu and gaining an understanding of Yang escape, one can gain some understanding of Yin escape of the Sharingan. What's more, this is recorded in the history of the Uchiha clan. There have indeed been such examples. After all, Yin and Yang escape and Yin and Yang escape, the two promote each other. However, there is a threshold to reach the level where they can promote each other. Medical ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan has its own heritage. The current medical system was established after the establishment of Konoha village. Even the concept of medical ninjutsu appeared after this. Spearheaded by Tsunade, it eventually grew and became an independent discipline. Even ninja schools have special courses to screen qualified students. However, this is only responsible for screening. There is no teaching work. Medical ninjutsu is a strategic secret. Various medical knowledge is not something that students in the ninja school can see. Otherwise, if any enemy spy sneaks in, Konoha's medical methods will be learned. The foundation is very low level, but it is the cornerstone of everything. The whole foundation was learned. This is the most terrifying thing. They may not be able to research your current system, but with your overall foundation, they may be able to combine their own things and create another system that is more suitable for them. If the ninja system can have so many branches, why can't the medical system have it too? Medical ninjas are also passed down from generation to generation through the master-disciple relationship. There aren't many medical ninjas in the Uchiha clan, but there are still some. What's more, although medical ninjutsu only gradually appeared in the ninja village era, its prototype actually existed in the Warring States period. The Senju clan, who are the best at this, are sworn enemies of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan has a lot of information on the Senju clan. Of course, it was not captured in battle, but was given to Hashirama Senju when the two clans resolved their feud before and after the village was built. Anyway, they are some healing methods. We are all family, there is no need to hide anything. Exchange these materials from the family. In fact, the exchange is unreasonable. He is now the pillar of the family. Although he does not hold any power, it is indeed the case in the eyes of all Uchiha clan members. Fugaku also relies heavily on Uchiha Jin. Wasn't his change in character also backed by Uchiha Jin's strength? After getting the information, Uchiha Jin began to practice. Getting started is easy. His chakra control ability has long been improved. Yang escape talent? Uchiha Jin doesn't know what the affinity is, but after a large number of sacrifices, the physical constitution itself should have a tendency in this direction, right? My talent is not very outstanding, but it is very solid. That's the feeling. Not to mention, he also has wood release, which allows him to comprehend vitality, and he has also gained some insights into yang release. Looking at the green light in his palm, Uchiha Jin sighed. Maybe I really am a jack of all trades. Ninjutsu, illusion, taijutsu, and even various developments, and sealing techniques. He can even learn the flying thunder god technique. Although it is a trick, it also shows that his talent may be enough to make up for the shortcomings in various aspects, so that he can master the original means that cannot be mastered. After praising himself happily, Uchiha Jin began to practice. It's just a fish. He is a cage-level player, so it's easy for him to catch it. Coming to the river, I began to gain further insights. He practiced medical ninjutsu, but he did not focus solely on the comprehension of Yang Dun. I haven't given up on treatment either. He has already experienced the effect of wood release chakra. In battle, the improvement in endurance is very obvious. Medical ninjutsu may not be enough, and simple would release chakra may not be enough either. Adding the yang release perception behind him, perhaps it can be done. I breastfeed myself. You just can't kill me. Uchiha Jin was silent for a moment. Isn't this Hashirama Senju? But, with his silly and foolish situation, does he really have such a brain? Uchiha Ren felt that this was probably a passive ability, not a recovery ability that involved any human factors. Well, never mind. Anyway, I have the same characteristics as him. If I don't tell you, who would know that distraction manipulation is required to achieve this? As long as I remain calm, I am passive. At worst, let him train it into an instinct. After the Chunin exam, Konoha gained a new group of Chunin. The Chunin quota must be given out, but it cannot be kept for nothing. A large number of tasks are naturally indispensable. At the same time, it is also a screening process to select the truly qualified ones and leave the outstanding elites. Itaki and his crew have been carrying out missions much more frequently during this period. Uchiha Jin will also accompany them on the mission. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to go out. The more frequently he leaves the village, the less connected Yamato's identity will be to him. Yamato can only do anything when Uchiha Jin leaves the village. This is obviously problematic. But once Uchiha Jin left the village very frequently, almost every day, no one would think about it. By then, even if this connection is brought up, it will be regarded as slander. Uchiha Jin is already able to use the Flying Thunder God technique. However, it was not enough to allow him to leave the village. Every ninja village has its own barrier. The task of the barrier team and the sealing team is to maintain the operation and maintenance of the barrier. During the battle with Kirigakure Ao, Uchiha Jin had to spend half a day to locate his position even though they were only 20 meters apart, and there was still a delay of about 1 second after launching the attack. Such a Flying Thunder God technique had no chance of success at all through the barrier. The positioning is not very clear, which may result in falling in the middle of the journey or being dismembered by the barrier. There is another reason to leave the village. He is interested in the research of the Sand Village's reincarnation technique, so he needs to come out to have a chance. Therefore, when it comes to selecting tasks, Uchiha Jin has always adhered to his usual style. That is to accept multiple tasks at the same time, and the longer you stay outside, the better. I usually go back once every half a month to replenish my energy before coming out again. During this period, Uchiha Jin infiltrated the Sand Village. After the last Chunin exam, the Wood Clone sent out disguised himself as a genin from the Sand Village and followed Ebizo into the Sand Village. Afterwards, he disguised himself as a genin and began his spy career in the Sand Village. The daily life of a spy who is a wooden clone. Of course, the duration of the wooden clone itself is also limited. In particular, it is necessary to complete tasks and consume superficial training. Every time when the village was about to dissipate, he would accept a long-term mission and leave the village. Then Uchiha Jin seamlessly connected and sent a new wooden clone over. He acquired quite a few ninjutsu from the Sand Village. Although he was originally disguised as a genin, he kept changing his identities in order to climb up the ladder. The original genin died inexplicably, and then another chunin was replaced by him. Climb up little by little. Uchiha Jin also changed 3 identities. Now, he is an excellent jonin of the Sand Village. This time the mission is to replace a medical ninja. Unfortunately, as a medical ninja, he basically only stays in the village. In the Sand Village, pure medical ninjas are very rare. Uchiha Jin, bah, that's not right. Yamato can only wait for the opportunity. Studying medical ninjutsu is still very useful. By then, if you truly understand medical ninjutsu, it will be relatively easy for Yamato to connect with you. Moreover, Uchiha Jin is also developing some techniques related to wood release to absorb vitality. After coming into contact with the information, the pressure to get started will be less. I hope I can find a professional match by then. Uchiha Jin, I don't know if it was Uchiha Jin or Yamato who thought this. No, I'm not here to help the Sand Village develop their own reincarnation technique. Uchiha Jin suddenly came around and slapped his head. My mission is to get the information. As for being wanted by the Sand Village and being hunted down by the Sand Village, that's all Yamato's business. All I have to do is for Yamato to disappear from the face of the earth in a few days. Even Yamato's strength is not enough to prevent them from targeting them. I'm afraid other villages will be more careful about what they have. Uchiha Jin thought about how he had failed to obtain his possessions and had been tricked by dust release. Since we only need to get the information, it will be much simpler. The plan can be more radical. So, Yamato started to execute his plan against the girl, against the former teammate of the medical ninja he was targeting. The 54th year of Konoha passed quickly. After more than a month of preparation, Yamato finally found the opportunity. It's out. He stared at the other person's disappearing figure with flickering eyes, notified the main body. Afterwards, he took on an outbound mission to another direction. Uchiha Jin himself went out in person to kill the target. Use the illusion of the kaleidoscope level to extract the required information, making it easier for the wooden clone to disguise himself. Afterwards, he created a wooden clone and disguised himself according to the intelligence he had obtained. As for the wooden clone who went in another direction to carry out the mission for Sand Village, he created the death scene himself and then disappeared. A new wooden clone appears. Return to the Sand Village and enter the Sand Village laboratory as usual. Open the door of the laboratory according to the specific Indian method. Verify your identity. Looking at the researchers in the entire laboratory, Yamato was also a little nervous. This is my first time doing this. First, go to the area you are responsible for and read the materials. Work day and night to conduct research. He is really researching. Study your own part. That serious attitude did not arouse anyone's suspicion. Quietly, night falls. Only a few people are left in the laboratory still working overtime on research. Yamato finally broke out. Wooden bars appeared silently and tied up the researchers. Wipe off the neck. Then take out the camera and load the film. Start taking pictures little by little. Yamato will not take all the information away. Otherwise, he felt that show would go crazy and the entire Sand Village would go berserk. If that happens, it will cause conflicts, which will be bad. The ninja world is peaceful now, and it is likely to last for several years, which is good. The external environment is unstable. How can I rectify Konoha? At the same time, Yamato also tried his best to hide his identity and purpose. If they steal all the confidential information, other villages will laugh at the Sand Village once they get the news, while they will definitely take strict precautions. It may be a bit difficult to copy this routine again. If the exposure risk can be prolonged, it is certainly worth the trouble. Yamato opened all the documents and took photos. All in HD, didn't leave immediately. Open 3 Megatama with both eyes. The wooden clone can borrow some of the Sharingan's abilities. Using illusions, Yamato modified the memories of several researchers. Make them subconsciously believe that they were knocked down by Fuga, the medical ninja played by Yamato. Fenja defected. After coming out of the Sand Village, Yamato returned to Uchiha Jin with the film. Then, the new Yamato headed towards the Uegakure village. The operation went very smoothly. He had another little idea in his mind. The method must have been wrong last time. He planned to use this strategy to see if he could gradually rise to the top of the Uegakure village and then steal dust release. The Sand Village conducted a thorough investigation into Fenja's defection. It eventually came to nothing. The main thing is to check carefully and make sure nothing important is lost. Bang! Hiss! The pain belonging to the wood clone caught Uchiha Jin off guard. Fortunately, it did not affect his condition. This Oniki. Rubbing his temples, Uchiha Ren was helpless. Oniki's protection of dust release was far too strict. Yamato was targeted just because he showed a little bit of thought. And what was exposed was not the intelligence investigation into dust release. Instead, he was targeted when he was investigating some intelligence about the Uegakure ninjas, focusing on several ninjas who might have come into contact with dust release. I can only say that he is worthy of being an old man who sits in the office every day and does not miss such details. Uchiha Jin has completely given up. Dust release is something he will never be able to obtain. This information is enough. Since he got the information from the Sand Village, he has also been studying it. More than half a month has passed, and my understanding of the changes in the nature of Yang Dun has improved like a rocket, much faster than Uchiha Jin's own understanding. Indeed, sometimes you can't just keep your head down and practice hard. Uchiha Jin thought about the position of Hokage. We should plan early. There is too much information that is controlled. If I can obtain this information, the difficulty of cultivation will be greatly reduced. Combined with my talent, reaching the level of Senju Hashirama is definitely not a dream. Uchiha Jin felt that what shackled him was not his talent itself, but his resources. Permissions. It's such a waste of time to figure it out on your own, so we still need to speed up. The situation in the ninja world has almost calmed down now. 3 months have passed since the Chunin exams. In the 55th year of Konoha, the second month arrived. At Uchiha Jin's suggestion, Fugaku has recently significantly increased his efforts in training his clan members. Among the Uchiha clan members who graduated this year, the proportion of those joining the guard forces has been greatly reduced. At the same time, many ninjas in the guard force were transferred and began to go out on missions. Uchiha Jin has been idle recently and joined the guard unit. With him in charge, any trouble can be solved immediately. The third generation could not find any problem and could only agree. The actions of the Uchiha clan aroused the vigilance of the third generation. It also attracted a lot of attention. The Hyuga clan responded bravely, and the ninjas in the family began to become active. The other ninjas stopped and watched. Many ninja clans, especially those like Inoshikacho, don't know what their feelings are towards the Uchiha clan. As members of the Hokage clan, they naturally felt somewhat hostile towards the Uchiha clan. This is the influence of 3 generations. If the fourth generation Minato Namikaze had not encountered any problems, this hostility would have gradually disappeared over time. Pity. As for the second generation, the second generation is a personal hatred. He never elevated his personal feelings to the level of the village as a whole. Even the establishment of a guard force is not motivated by selfish motives. Some people say that the existence of the guard force gives the Uchiha clan a lot of power on the surface, but in fact it traps the Uchiha clan. There are even statements such as the second Hokage calling the Uchiha clan an evil clan, and there are also various versions of statements circulating such as the Uchiha clan spirits have problems under the influence of the Sharingan. These are all slanders and an overinterpretation of the second generation's behavior. Establish a guard force to restrain the Uchiha clan? But, if you think about it the other way around, isn't this also protecting the Uchiha clan? The second generation himself also believed that the evolution of the Uchiha clan Sharingan was stimulated by the loss of the deep love in their hearts. So, is it possible that he asked the Uchiha clan to serve as the guard force in order to avoid tragedy? As a member of the Senju clan, doesn't Tobirama Senju pursue love, putting himself in their shoes, knowing the depth of love of the Uchiha clan? He actually wants to preserve this love for them. In this way, perhaps the Uchiha clan will love Konoha even more and become Konoha's most solid force. Unfortunately, this also led to the decline of talent in the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was spared tragedy, and the opening of the Mangekyo became a legend. However, this very point was overinterpreted by the third generation as the foresight of the second generation. Don't you think about it, is a person who can make a plan to completely integrate his family into Konoha so narrow-minded? In the eyes of narrow-minded people, no matter how great a person is, he will always be petty in what he does. Ahem, Uchiha Jin thought so in his heart and felt a little guilty. But, I can't help but think this way. He was rebelling against the third generation. Nature needs a positive example. For generations in power were too short. The first generation was silly and stupid, and probably not convincing at all. The second generation is the most rational and qualified, and the third generation was directly selected by the second generation to take office. Therefore, Uchiha Jin established the ideological foundation. That is, the third generation is not worthy of the instructions of the second generation. He misinterpreted the second generation's ideas and led Konoha into a bottomless abyss. There are also elders like Danzo. None of them understood the true meaning of the second Hokage. Even Uchiha Jin actually had a bold idea. If, he said if. In rebelling against oneself, no, it's to put down a rebellion. Before he quells the rebellion, if Orochimaru has already perfected the impure world reincarnation, can he borrow the second Hokage from him? Let him show up and personally deny the third generation? When I think about it this way, it seems pretty cool. Uchiha Jin himself was quite pleased. No, let me put my hands on my hips. I am such a genius. Uchiha Jin was proud for a while and then started to think about serious matters. As for the other ninja clans, just keep an eye on them, there's no need to worry. Ultimately, this is also a struggle between the Hokage and the ninja clan. Among the ninja clans, some are close to the Hokage lineage, while others are hostile. But, after all, they are all ninjas. The current third Hokage is undoubtedly willing to get close to the ninja clan, but he is also willing to suppress the ninja clan. The power of Hokage was best consolidated in his hands. He doesn't have the strength of the first and second generations, but he is able to hold on to power tightly, which shows how effective he is in suppressing the ninja clan. A root that not only frightens the outside world but also makes its own people wary of it. This world has been passed down for thousands of years, and the theory of bloodline is quite deeply rooted. The inheritance of a daimyo is bloodline. There is also the inheritance of bloodline limits. The ninja clan can recognize and identify with the village, and can fight for it and sacrifice everything for it, but they also don't want their clan to decline. Compared with civilians, ninjas of the ninja clan can have no resistance and no contempt in their hearts. However, the glory of the ninja clan cannot be cut off. Time passes. Half a year passed in a flash. Uchiha Jin is still focused on training the first team. In fact, he was taking the opportunity to be lazy. Leading the first team, the difficulty of carrying out the mission is greatly reduced. Especially after they grow up, they don't need Uchiha Ren to follow them all the time. The information from the Sand Village allowed Uchiha Jin to take a step further in the development of the reincarnation technique. The transmission of vitality between plants has been completed. As for animals, they involve complex souls, which Uchiha Jin is still trying to conquer. The Uchiha clan's ninjas carried out a large number of missions, experienced trials of blood and fire, and their strength generally improved. There is never a shortage of battles or conflicts in this world. The situation in the ninja world is calm, which means that the various ninja villages have no intention of starting a war for the time being, but the conflicts between them have never stopped. Occasional conflicts involving 7 or 8 people are common. The exploitation of potential cannot continue forever. The entire Uchiha clan's ninjas were divided into 3 groups, which were rotated to carry out missions, come back to serve as guard troops for digestion, and then go out again. This cycle repeats itself, forming a complete process. This kind of operation will not work for 3 generations. He even felt that the guard force was a real treasure. This, if used to cultivate one's own direct lineage. There's no need to make up all sorts of sanctimonious excuses. If someone under you needs a break, you can transfer them in and get some credit for it. The guard force makes a contribution simply through daily patrols. Uchiha Jin also learned from Fugaku that the 3rd generation had also started to have ideas about the guard force. It's both funny and sad. He hadn't thought of that either. I was originally thinking about how to infiltrate the other side. Now it seems that there is no problem at all. The guard force has always been in the hands of the Uchiha clan, and if the Uchiha clan wants to give up some of the quota, the 3rd generation must at least give up a corresponding share of the Umbu quota. What we want is not the Umbu, but the identity of a direct descendant of Hokage. Not the direct descendant of the 3rd generation, but the direct descendant of the Hokage. This needs to be made clear. The Umbu is a power organization directly under the Hokage. Entering it is like being coated with a layer of film. If Uchiha wants to be Hokage and stay in office for a long time, he cannot leave any evidence behind. Uchiha Itachi still entered the Umbu. Along with him, there were several other Uchiha clan Jonin, family faction. Unlike the original, Shisui did not enter the Umbu. With the support of Fugaku, I dare not reveal other information, but the information within the clan is very comprehensive. Shisui's temperament and other aspects were abnormal, and at the same time, he had experienced a fierce battle. Uchiha Jin was the first to know about it. After approaching, he confirmed that the other party had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. After some persuasion, he was not allowed to continue entering the Umbu. As expected, Shisui's eye technique is still Koda Amatsukami, which can change other people's thoughts silently. This is too scary. Every time Uchiha Jin saw him, he would put on layers of protection. Fortunately, his previous actions were not ineffective. Shisui had become disappointed with the village. He saw through some things. I also see through some people. The confused Shisui's current life goal is to find a good medicine to build the village. His pursuit was not the rise and development of Konoha, but the method. This made Uchiha Jin's eyes light up. Thus, the process of instilling some theories from previous lives into Shisui began. Of course, it doesn't mean to copy it completely. He also mixed in his own understanding into it. The great leader once said that theory must be based on the actual national conditions. Therefore, these theories, coming from Uchiha Jin's mouth, have been modified based on his understanding of the ninja world. From the time the kaleidoscope was opened until now, 3 months have passed, and Shisui's eyes have become brighter and brighter. It's as if I've been cleansed of my thoughts. Even Uchiha Jin learned a piece of news that was beyond his expectations. Shisui's eyes seemed to have taken a step further. I just wanted to brainwash you, how did it become like this? Uchiha Jin was very puzzled. He just wanted Shisui to get on the right path, so how did his Sharingan become even better? Of course, it doesn't mean that it will evolve into the eternal eye. Rather, it is equivalent to continuous development and reaching the peak performance at the same level. Just like the 3 Megatama, the 3 Megatama of different people are also different. The same is true for kaleidoscopes. But with development, the kaleidoscope is gradually losing its light. Only by constantly practicing eye techniques, gaining a thorough understanding, and developing the Sharingan itself can this slow progress be promoted. So, how did Shisui advance further without ever using Koda Amatsukami? Uchiha Jin was speechless. He has been developing it for so long, and this is all. However, this is also a good thing. At least, he knew that there were other ways to improve the Sharingan. Insights. This word came to his mind, and Uchiha Jin was almost certain that his personal understanding could hopefully promote the upgrade of the Sharingan. The same level of progress as the kaleidoscope can be achieved, but what about upgrading to the Eternal Eye? Is it possible to upgrade the kaleidoscope without fusing the brothers? In addition, also, what about the Sharingan at a lower level? The Sharingan is a manifestation of Yin release. So, if you fully grasp the changes in the nature of Yin done, can it be activated naturally? The impact of emotional stimulation is too intense, and the power that does not belong to oneself is forced to flow and under the influence of Yin-Ten chakra that exceeds one's ability. It is easy to have mental problems. There is no problem with this. So can it be avoided? Practice Yin-Dun's nature changes and activate the Sharingan. Uchiha Jin was thinking about this, not to find a new path for the younger generation of the family. He wanted to reversely verify, that the Sharingan could also be upgraded and improved through perception. Sure enough, he found many. For example, the Sharingan opens and evolves autonomously. Moreover, most of them are quite good at illusions, and have not experienced major changes in their lives, so they can activate their Sharingan without being emotionally stimulated. After the village was built, there were more such examples. It was indeed a rare occasion during the Warring States period, when people went to the battlefield at the age of 6, for someone to be free from stimulation and to be able to concentrate on his practice. After the ninja village era, the Uchiha clan stayed in the guard force, and such examples became more common. The advantage is that it is more recent, the information is easier to search, and more complete. Confirmed my guess in reverse. Uchiha Jin is almost certain that if he can master Yintun to a certain level, he can definitely upgrade the Sharingan to the Eternal Eye. Of course, we have to do both. Uchiha Jin still planned to continue with his previous plan. Having two paths actually increases the probability of success. We can ask Fugaku to release some information on illusion techniques so that the clan members can practice, further verify it. Illusion is the most direct means of practicing Yindun. As Fugaku opened up more illusions to the family ninjas, some training experiences were also relaxed, and each family member's understanding of Yindun naturally increased. Basic understanding is relatively easy. Uchiha Jin didn't notice the upgrade of the Sharingan. Anyway, he only knew that the ninjas in his family had taken their mastery of illusion techniques to a higher level, and their strength had increased significantly. Moreover, because of Uchiha Jin, many people imitated him and combined illusion techniques with techniques such as the three-body technique. Even Shisui had consulted him many times. Shisui is more inclined towards assassination. His clones were all created by illusions, without the use of the clone technique, so they seemed somewhat unreal. It seems that their styles are similar, but in fact they are different in essence and principles. The illusion performed by Uchiha Jin was more of an auxiliary function, making the clone look more real. At the same time, those who realize that the clone is fake will be disturbed by the illusion. As long as you look and discern, you will inevitably be affected. This may seem unsolvable, but it is not. Listening with your ears is very direct and effective. Anyway, Uchiha Jin felt that these methods would most likely be useless if he met Kai. You can determine Uchiha Jin's location by listening to the sound. Therefore, Uchiha Jin's current focus is on improving the technique of instant body movement. Incorporating wind escape into it can reduce resistance while also reducing the noise of wind caused by movement. This point can actually be discussed with the fourth Hokage. His instant body movement technique is a combination of wind escape technique. In addition to Flying Thunder God, the fourth Hokage's own instant body movement technique is also at an incredible level. Sadly, the fourth generation is gone too fast. As for Shisui, he did have many insights into the technique of instant body movement, but it didn't offer much improvement to Uchiha Jin. It can only be improved little by little. It has reached a limit and can only be improved slowly. Uchiha Jin was not in a hurry. His current level was enough and he even had a huge advantage among his peers. Itake's Sharingan seems to be open. Instead of continuing to worry about the progress of training, Uchiha Jin was interested in Itake's opening of the Sharingan. Without Obito's forced stimulation, Itake's eye opening time was relatively normal. He opened his eyes at the age of 9. This still couldn't attract Uchiha Jin's attention and interest. The important thing was that he didn't feel any excitement and just opened the Sharingan naturally. Of course, there are emotional ups and downs, but nothing as heart-wrenching as that. I just felt a little upset about something, and then I opened it. Uchiha Jin felt carefully and did not feel the normal madness from Itake. This is what makes him happiest. This shows that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can be opened with less difficulty through practice, so that after opening the eyes, the impact on the mind will be much smaller. After testing Itake's level of illusion and his understanding of Yindun, Uchiha Jin set this as a standard. This is the standard for eye opening. In other words, the standard is to have 2 Megatama when one opens his eyes. I will collect them slowly later. When cultivation becomes like killing monsters and leveling up bit by bit, it is a very pleasant thing to watch your data approach little by little. Cultivation may not become easy, but practitioners are full of motivation, especially low-level cultivation. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan generally have good talent in illusion techniques, at least they can get started. Uchiha Jin also did not intend to compile all the data. A low level is called promotion, which is called motivation and has an incentive effect, but data that is too high will make people despair. After collecting the data, Uchiha Jin told Fugaku his thoughts, and also asked him to collect detailed information about the opening of other clan members who had recently opened their eyes, as well as their level of practice in illusion. This kind of information is actually a bit beyond the scope. The ninja's own training situation is the most taboo thing to be known by others, but this is also for the family. Fugaku also tried it despite his fear. With Uchiha Jin's reminder, he also stated his purpose and the goal of collecting data first. Many ninjas in the family are actually very active. In fact, it is not as difficult as Uchiha Ren thought. Only the data in front of us is collected. Do you know how much I have improved after opening my eyes? Although the probability can be guessed, they still believe in their family. In the end, Fugaku completed his work relatively smoothly. From then on, if a family ninja graduates, they will inform the other party of this standard. Ninjas from many families also began to actively practice illusion techniques. No more passively waiting to open your eyes before learning. Mastering and understanding it yourself can promote the upgrade of Sharingan. Then the upgraded Sharingan allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of illusion techniques. This is a mutually reinforcing process. In the past, the tribesmen only took over the second half and rarely used the first half. Now, this process has been completed, and the Uchiha clan's appearance has also been completely renewed. In fact, the so-called standard is not a specific number. Rather, when one has reached a certain stage in the practice of illusion, opening the eyes will be smoother. When one reaches a certain stage, almost a small emotional excitement can cause the eyes to open. It is a fluctuating range. Besides, it's not that stimulation is not needed, but there is no doubt that it allowed the ignorant tribesmen to see the direction. In the past, due to the cruelty of blindness, no one would tell the blind no matter how much they asked. They always looked sad and tried to hide the truth. This is very uncomfortable. With the emergence of eye-opening standards, the conditions for eye-opening are no longer a secret. With direction and goals, the proportion of people who have opened their eyes to new things has increased significantly among the new generation. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since Uchiha Jin asked Fugaku to calculate the so-called standard. Among the 56-year-old ninjas from Konoha, a large number of them started activated the Sharingan. Their companions were all safe. The older generation in the family were very satisfied when they saw this, and were relieved that the new generation did not have to endure the pain they had suffered at that time. At the same time, there is hope. As this generation grows up, perhaps the family will be able to move towards new glory. Half a year, eyes open. Actually, it is not. It's 9 months. Ever since Uchiha Jin emphasized the importance of perception, the family began to actively practice illusions and perceive the changes in the nature of Yindan. Generally, Uchiha ninjas will only practice illusions after opening their Sharingan, which will achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, it is also accompanied by pain. In 9 months, talented players naturally succeeded one after another. The children of the Uchiha clan have a characteristic: very strong-willed. Don't think they are pretentious. But I still work hard in private, for fear of being caught up. People of the same clan and the same age are all secretly competing with each other. Let's see who opens his eyes first and who is more powerful. The 56th year of Konoha. After hearing the news from Shisui, Uchiha Jin was silent. Danzo invited Shisui to go to the route. Is there something they want to discuss? You didn't tell anyone, but you were still being targeted? Sometimes, first impressions are important. At the beginning, Shisui was a staunch supporter of the will of fire, and Danzo, and the third Hokage believed in him without a doubt. So Danzo thought he could control Shisui. After guessing that Shisui might have opened those terrifying eyes, he began to covet them. Even though he didn't know what Shisui's dojutsu was, or even didn't quite understand what dojutsu was, Danzo still coveted it, because he connected the Mangekyo with Uchiha Madara. In his opinion, Uchiha Madara is so powerful because of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just like he believed that Hashirama Senju's strength was due to his wood release in Sage Body, Uchiha Jin was also his suspect. But Danzo was afraid. He couldn't defeat Uchiha Jin, and he had a fear deep in his heart. He is crazy. But he was afraid of the even crazier Uchiha Jin. From that time, when Uchiha Jin used the Ki-En slash without hesitation, Danzo knew that this guy really wanted to kill him at all costs. No worries. Water stopping is different. Shisui is a firm successor to the Will of Fire. Although his recent performance has been somewhat unsatisfactory, his recognition of the Will of Fire is profound. For Konoha, I will definitely offer the powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Jin tells Shisui to be careful. He didn't stop. It can't stop anything. Shisui's thoughts have reached the standard, but to mature, he still needs the stimulation of reality. Allowing him to see Konoha's most sinister reality will be the key to Shisui's complete awakening. He reminded Shisui that the other party might have mastered Izanami and he should not be careless. In the original novel, Shisui did not expect Danzo to be resurrected, so he directly plucked out his eyes. Only after reminding the other party did Uchiha Ren feel completely relieved. Danzo, I was still worried, and you're seeking death again. Danzo lived long enough. You can go die now. Over 60 years old, not bad. Another half a year passed, and Uchiha Jin's talent had already improved greatly. The 3 types of escape techniques have also reached a certain peak. He had mastered each technique to its fullest. He even began to move on to earth and lightning styles, and after gaining understanding, he used chakra to hone his body and familiarize himself with them. Secretly, he also practiced Susanna several times and initially mastered this power. His own strength increased significantly, and even his family returned to the level before the Third War. He was just about to take action against Danzo and the others, but now that Danzo had come to him, he didn't hesitate. There is an irreconcilable hatred between the two sides. During the 3 wars, too many of the Uchiha clan's casualties were secretly caused by Danzo, and the Sharingan was also poached by his people. Can't let it go. The eyes of deceased members of the Uchiha clan were either destroyed or buried. Within one's own family, one will not transplant eyes to someone else except for the disabled one and with the consent of the other party or their descendants. Some powerful eyes were left in the ancestral hall as family heritage. Unfortunately, all of this was of no use in the original novel, as they were caught off guard by the sudden war of genocide. This time, Danzo invited Shisui to go to the route, which was a fuse. It was the fuse that triggered Uchiha Jin's attack. Originally, Uchiha Jin was still thinking, should we use the backup plan we had last time? He used Yamato's identity to attack the route last time. Afterwards, the main body brought the guards to rescue Danzo and drove away Yamato. However, Danzo was ungrateful and accused Uchiha Jin of deliberately letting Yamato escape. On that occasion, Uchiha Jin made a bold statement that he would never take action if the route was attacked again. With this excuse, he also planned to use Yamato's identity to directly attack and kill Danzo this time. However, it is still a bit childish. This plan was not very mature. It was originally more for venting, to cripple Mizuta and become the leader himself. The other foreshadowings were all dropped casually. Now that I think about it, there are actually a lot of loopholes. For example, the support of the third generation. By then, with the third Hokage's death protection, Yamato will not be able to keep Danzo. He didn't know whether the Sharingan arm came out, but Danzo definitely had a Sharingan hidden in his right eye. A chance to resurrect. As long as he can delay. Yamato was entangled by the third Hokage and many Konoha ninjas, so Danzo could not die. So it is more convenient to do it yourself. As long as the reason is reasonable, you can be confident. The Uchiha clan behind Uchiha Jin will also support him and fight against the third generation to the end. The Uchiha clan ninjas resisted the third generation, while he was responsible for killing Danzo, especially Shisui. Shisui might not be able to kill Danzo, nor the third Hokage, but it should be possible to resist 3 generations, right? He began to refine his chakra. Start adjusting the status. Evening. Shisui's figure appeared above the Hokage rock, heading towards the forest behind the Hokage rock. After 2 attacks, the entrance to the route was no longer a narrow passage. Certain expansions have already been made. Shisui arrived, made an announcement, and then went in. The entire route is very dim, with only a little light to reveal some outlines. Shisui has very good eyesight, and the feedback from the Sharingan makes his normal vision far superior to that of ordinary people. His eyes did not suffer too much damage as his pupil power was not consumed too much. Like Uchiha Jin, his eyesight is already a little poor at this moment. It's already a little blurry. Danzo-sama. Shisui's attitude was still very respectful. There was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. Shisui. Danzo called Shisui's name, then he told him about his impression of the glory of Konoha. The peace of Konoha. Shisui, in the ancient history of the Uchiha clan, there are rumors of the Mangekyo. Hearing this, Shisui's heart tightened. At the same time, he sighed in disappointment, thinking that it was just as Ranjan said. Danzo was also paying attention to the change in Shisui's expression. His eyes were sharp. Shisui, did you open those eyes? There was a look of anticipation in his eyes, a look of immense expectation. At the same time, with a hint of desire greedy. The naked greed that was almost impossible to conceal made Shisui's breath stop. Within the route, Danzo possessed absolute confidence. Even though you are well prepared, you still can't take down a water barrier? A turbulent Shisui. Hand it over. This evil force will bring disaster to the village. Uchiha Madara has mastered the powerful Mangekyo Sharingan and will ultimately destroy Konoha. He is a cautionary tale. Kaleidoscopes can corrupt people's souls. It's best to leave this dangerous thing to Konoha. Uchiha clan. Patriarch's residence. Fugaku looked at Uchiha Jin, still a little worried, and asked, Jin, are you sure you want to do this? Does the Patriarch think there is a better way? Uchiha Jin knew that although Fugaku had changed, many things in his bones were still deeply rooted, and worry was inevitable. But as long as he can say it out loud, he will be able to make it right. It seems that the Uchiha clan and Konoha can live in peace, but ever since Uchiha Madara's rebellion, the fate of the Uchiha clan has actually been determined. In Uchiha Jin's opinion, it would have been better for the Uchiha clan to join the rebellion back then. Perhaps they would have followed Uchiha Madara and directly gathered a large number of people to rebuild a village. Perhaps Uchiha Madara would die in the end, but the village could be preserved, and the Uchiha clan would not be suppressed, but would be the absolute leader. Staying in Konoha gives people a very uncomfortable feeling. This is very frustrating. At this time, it would actually be most appropriate to give the Uchiha clan the position of Hokage. Only in this way can the Uchiha clan be firmly established in the hearts of the villagers. Uchiha Madara became an evil being, and the Uchiha clan became the heroes of the village. It's not that Uchiha Madara is a traitor, but that the Uchiha clan was just cowardly for not following the defection. Some thoughts are like a snowball, they keep rolling bigger and bigger, and in the end no one can stop them. Just like the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan, the truth is to nip it in the bud rather than waiting for it to burn and grow. Uchiha Jin is not sure how the second generation acted, but starting from the third generation, their thinking was obviously distorted. They hate the Uchiha clan. Even the third generation actually had the idea of the Uchiha clan being restless deep in his mind. Every time Danzo brings up the second generation's ideas, is he really using the second generation's words to teach the third generation? Not really. Danzo was just giving face to the third Hokage and giving him a way out, allowing him to push all his deep-seated fear and dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan onto the second Hokage. If things develop normally, the next generation will be influenced by them and have a deeper misunderstanding of the Uchiha clan. In the end, the Uchiha clan was exterminated. This is inevitable. Uchiha Jin told Fugaku his thoughts. Fugaku wanted to use the fourth Hokage to refute, but after thinking it over, he didn't say it out loud. Yes, who was behind the deaths of 4 generations? It's hard to say about this kind of thing. After all, there is no evidence for many things. Uchiha Jin chose to put all the blame on Danzo and the third Hokage. Of course, there's also Obito. 3 generations didn't participate? When I say you participated, you can't refute it, and you are even too ashamed to know how to refute it. This is the reality. He can say with a clear conscience that he did not do it, but if you produce evidence, even if it is just evidence of his own frame-up, he will have nothing to say. It's funny, but it's true. The 4th generation was defeated by the 3rd generation Danzo, so any Hokage who does not conform to their theory of action will not live long and will not be able to obtain the so-called power. The year the 4th generation took office was the year of consolidating power, but in the end they were unable to take back all the power. The position of elder has always been the biggest constraint. So, the very definition of the village Hokage lineage is wrong. The Hokage lineage has become synonymous with hostility towards a certain faction. This is terrible. The only way to change this situation is for the Uchiha clan to completely become a faction within this lineage, rather than the hostile faction outside of all the factions of this lineage. Uchiha Jin's explanation was very thorough. Fugaku scratched his head and finally sighed, having to admit that what he said was the most correct. Only when the Uchiha clan becomes Hokage and breaks this precedent can there be true equality and everything can be eased. Uchiha Jin was also giving Fugaku a shot in the arm. He knew that Fugaku simply didn't have enough determination. The current situation in the ninja world is most suitable for my Uchiha clan. It can be said that this situation was not created by Uchiha Jin, but the general trend of the entire ninja world. During the 3 Ninja World Wars, the conspiracy hidden deep within the ninja world gradually emerged. No matter which point it is, this period is needed, a period of peace, development, and accumulation. Uchiha Jin also waited for a long time before the ninja world reached this peaceful situation. Chief, fight. Uchiha Jin finally stopped comforting him and said in a deep voice. Fugaku looked at Uchiha Jin and nodded. Beat, kill, opposite. Hey, we're not rebelling, we're trying to restore order. Chief, don't get too excited. Uchiha Jin persuaded Fugaku, who was about to say something treasonous. Today is just a battle to avenge our fallen clansmen and the heroes whose Sharinan were plundered, and to eradicate this cancer from the village. He emphasized that tonight, his only goal was to kill Danzo. I don't know if Fugaku continued listening. He waved his hand to show that he understood, then returned to his study and ordered the family's secret guards to notify everyone one by one and gather the family's elites. Uchiha Jin smiled. After waiting for so long, it finally begins. He left the patriarch's residence. Boom, midnight. A violent roar resounded. The entire Konoha was originally pitch black, but gradually lights came on. At the same time, behind the Hokage rock, a violent fire exploded, and the fire spread, and the entire forest was burning. The ninjas took action one by one. The 3rd generation woke up from his sleep, summoned the Umbu ninjas, and rushed to the forest behind the Hokage rock. At the same time, all the other ninjas in the village looked towards the direction of Hokage rock with serious expressions. Behind the Hokage rock, a fierce fire, the flames lit up the night sky red. What a terrifying aura. Go! The ninjas also started their own investigations. The pig, deer, and butterfly tribe leaders quickly gathered and headed towards the scene of the incident. The Hyuga clan didn't want to get involved in such things, they were the ones who least liked to join in the fun. But tonight, they also gathered a large number of people and headed to the back mountain. Fugaku led the Uchiha clan's senior ninjas and rushed towards the back mountain. The roaring fire dragon soared into the sky. A strong aura of fire escape hit me in the face. Afterwards, a green giant 50 meters tall rose from the ground. In the firelight, he swung the spiral sword in his right hand. Green flames spiraled into a sword, and when the green giant swung it, the earth shook and flames spread. Green flames burned the earth. On the way to the back mountain, the 3rd generation felt inexplicably empty inside. Tonight, he has something to lose. Damn it, came Danzo's voice. Shisui. The three generations' hearts were beating wildly. Shisui, what happened to Shisui? Why is this happening? Is that huge green giant Shisui's technique? Shisui, stop, are you going to destroy Konoha? Uchiha Jin watched in secret, waiting for his opportunity. Stop! The Sandaime shouted at Shisui. The green giant stopped attacking. Figures wearing masks and wrapped in strange green flames flashed around. Surround the green giant tightly. Danzo's figure emerged, his clothes were torn and there were marks of burns on his chest. The bandage on his right eye was also burned, leaving horrific scars on his face. However, what was strange was the scarlet color in his right eye. The look he gave Shisui showed no sign of concealing his boundless greed. The third Hokage glanced at Danzo, his breathing stagnant. Stare at the other person's right eye. Danzo! Hiruzen, I told you this kind of power shouldn't exist. The Uchiha clan shouldn't be allowed to wield it. Danzo was still immersed in his own world. Looking at the green giant and feeling the terrifying breath, he felt greedy, eager, and awed. But there is no regret. He was even trying to persuade his old friend. The power of kaleidoscope should not exist in this world. 3 generations of heartache. My old friend has become like this. The giant's size gradually dissipated. Shisui's figure emerged. He groaned, his eyes tightly shut, tears streaming down his face. He covered his eyes with his left hand, and used his shuriken to support his body in his right. His body was covered with scars. There were even some kunai that had penetrated most of the way and were stuck between the muscles. Danzo saw the opportunity and gave the order. Catch him. Stop, the third generation shouted, stopping the root members who were about to take action. He looked at Danzo. Danzo, what on earth is going on? Gritting his teeth and taking a few deep breaths, Danzo looked around. Only then did I realize that there were too many people gathered here. This night may really be a restless night. Danzo intended to take Shisui's eyes, but Shisui, in order to resist, overturned the entire route. To be honest, Danzo still underestimated the power of Mangekyo. Under Susanoo, their arrangements were somewhat inadequate and fragile. The surroundings still exuded a cold aura of pupil power, and the chakra condensed by the ultimate yin escape caused the expressions of the ninjas present to change constantly. At this time, Shisui also opened his tightly closed eyes. A four-cornered pinwheel pattern slowly rotated within it, surrounded by scarlet eyes and thick blood. Just one glance gives people a sense of illusion, with terrifying pupil power fluctuations and emitting a cold aura. The third generation also felt a familiar feeling from the cold atmosphere. Hiruzen, you have seen that the power of the Mangekyo is too evil and must be controlled by the village. He still refused to repent and insisted on his own views. Even other ninjas dared not say this out loud. The patriarchs of the pig, deer, and butterfly tribes had struggle in their eyes. Hinata Hayashi's eyes flickered, as if he understood something. All the ninja present understood. Is this an attempt to steal the other party's bloodline limit? The third generation's face was gloomy. He couldn't believe it. What's wrong with Danzo today? Doesn't he know how big a conflict such behavior will cause? The surrounding ninjas were also observing to see the reaction of the third generation. Fortunately, the third generation did not have such dangerous ideas as Danzo. Shisui, Danzo's actions may be a little radical, but he's all for Konoha. Taking a deep breath, the third generation explained to Shisui. Danzo was already somewhat unconscious. Being struck by the terrifying pupil power and that majestic strength, his inner desires and ambitions were all revealed. Perhaps the eye in his right eye was also playing a role. Despite being fully prepared, it still ended like this. He wanted it even more. The third Hokage orders Danzo to apologize. At the same time, he comforted Shisui and asked him to put down the shuriken in his hand, and the two sides resolved the conflict. There was guilt in the look he gave Shisui, as well as a hint of pity and disappointment. Shisui, he has changed after all. There was no longer any yearning for the will of fire in his eyes. The third generation can see this. Uchiha Jin can testify to this. Because, there was less dullness and confusion in Shisui's eyes. He had real thoughts. Have your own ideal? That determined look seemed to express his change. The slowly rotating four-cornered windmill never faded away, and the terrifying pupil power fluctuations never stopped. Although his expression was sometimes ferocious and he was enduring great pain, he still did not close his eyes. He was watching the third Hokage and also Danzo. Danzo's behavior is too extreme. I will punish him. The village will investigate this incident thoroughly. Shisui. This time, the third generation's tone was a little harsher. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan is cholera, and the Mangekyo is even more of a disaster. Danzo spoke again. Humph, isn't one Uchiha Madara enough to show you their true colors? He can even ignore the Hokage's words. He is going to betray the village. Danzo's words were heavy, but at this moment they touched the heart of the third generation, who valued his power the most. The other ninjas also held their breath. There was a hint of mockery in Shisui's eyes. Yes, Ranjun, you are right. Shisui, put down your weapons. Are you really going to betray the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen, call 3 generations by their names. Not Danzo, nor was it anyone present, but it was Fugaku who arrived a step behind. Are you sure, Shisui, that you want to betray the village? Fugaku's tone was heavy, his hand was already on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and his pair of scarlet Sharinan exuded a cold aura of pupil power. Behind him, the Uchiha Jonin and their pairs of scarlet 3 Magadama looked so strange under the dim night sky. The 3rd generation scalp tingled, looking at the person who appeared on the opposite side. The Uchiha ninja who was standing opposite him had his pupil shrunken to the size of a needle tip. His breathing was a little rapid and he coughed violently. Fugaku. There were bloodshot eyes due to anger. What is this doing? Threaten him? Cough, cough, cough. Hiruzen, I told you, the Uchiha clan is a cancer. Shut up, Danzo. Hiruzen, Uchiha Madara back then, the Nine Tails Rebellion, and tonight, are you still unwilling to admit it all? Shut up. Cough 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 cough, who the breathing sounds of the 3rd generation were very clear, because it was quiet all around. Shisui, come back. Fugaku's gentle voice sounded, and Shisui stepped back step by step and joined the Uchiha clan's team. Uchiha Jin appeared quietly and treated his injuries. Would release chakra, medical ninjutsu, and a deep understanding of yang release. Even though Shisui was seriously injured and even poisoned, with black blood constantly oozing from the wound, Uchiha Jin was able to suppress it. The 3rd generation's face was gloomy and his heart was heavy. Uchiha Jin. Although he was only treating Shisui, his intimidating power was considerable. At this moment, each ninja subconsciously retreated. They felt that what happened today was too weird. Some people don't even understand many things. Most of the ninjas present thought that some accident had occurred or that an enemy was attacking, and they came to rescue. There were also many Chuyunin and Genin, and they didn't know much either. They didn't understand and had no idea what they were arguing about. Those eyes are terrifying from the bottom of your heart, and they look very powerful. However, what puzzled them even more was the Sharinan in Danzo's right eye. What is going on? Most ninjas were not very clear about Danzo's background, but they knew that he was not from the Uchiha clan. Among the Umbu ninjas, there is a figure whose gaze is always fixed on Danzo's right eye. The Sharinan is the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, so why would it appear in the eyes of this person who keeps talking about destroying the Uchiha clan? He claimed that he wanted to destroy the other party's family, but he transplanted the other party's eyes into himself. An indescribable fear rose in everyone's heart. Uchiha Jin. Danzo said word by word. There was an inexplicable fear in his eyes when he looked at Uchiha Jin, but he quickly suppressed it and then turned it into endless cruelty. His scarlet eyes, coupled with his expression, looked incredibly ferocious under the dim night sky lit by tiny dots of fire. 3rd generation, are you still going to protect him? Uchiha Jin suppressed the poison in Shisui's body and performed simple treatment, then stood up. There was no awe in the look he gave the 3rd generation, but rather mockery. There was no concealment in his tone. He was questioning the Hokage as to why he was still favoring Danzo in this situation. 3 Megatama appeared in his eyes and slowly rotated. Although it was only 3 Megatama, it made the 3rd generation feel cold in his heart. These eyes seemed even more frightening than Shisui's own. The Uchiha clan betrayed the village. Hiruzen, why are you still hesitating at this time? Capture them. Danzo didn't know where he got the confidence from, but he was still talking nonsense. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and take action against them. Before that, I want to make something clear. Uchiha Jin interrupted Danzo and stopped him from continuing to incite. The entire Konoha was built by the Senju clan and my Uchiha clan. Anyone else might rebel, but my Uchiha clan will never do that. Danzo originally wanted to say bullshit and cite Uchiha Madara as a negative example. Uchiha Jin's eyes became fierce. Puff. From somewhere, a high-pressure water jet spurted out. Danzo's sense of danger exploded, and his body shifted slightly, but the water column still pierced his lungs. He fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. He tried to struggle, but he had no strength. The pain in his chest was so severe that Danzo felt like he couldn't breathe and was going to die. The real rebel is you, Uchiha Jin murmured, but his voice was heard by everyone. Step by step towards Danzo. At this moment someone stopped him. Jin, Danzo can't die. Looking at the figure standing in front of him, Uchiha Jin only replied, roll, outside Konoha. Jiraiya, who was originally quite leisurely, felt the violent vibration of Konoha's explosion and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. The terrifying cold chakra frightened him. Suzanua's chakra condensed into substance, which is no less powerful than the tailed beasts and is quite terrifying. The art of spiritual communication. He bit his fingers and made seals with his hands. With a bang of smoke, the figure of Shima Sennin appeared in front of him. Little Jiraiya, what's wrong? Sennin Fukazaku, hurry up and check if there are any toads from Mount Mayaboku in Konoha. Hearing the urgency in Jireya's voice and understanding his eagerness, Fukazaku Sage disappeared and then reappeared. Kasuk is over there, but it seems like some disaster has happened in Konoha. After hearing what Fukazaku-sen said, Jireya became even more anxious. Reverse psychic technique, bang! Jireya's figure disappeared and appeared on a street in Konoha. There is a frog on top. Jireya only needed a simple perception to know where the conflict was, and he jumped continuously, rushing there as fast as he could. Uchiha Jin tilted his head. He sensed a strong chakra fluctuation. Jireya, asshole, why are you back at this time? The third generation was surprised and relieved. I hope Jireya comes back. In this way, it will be easier to deal with the Uchiha clan. If possible, it is better to avoid conflict. Otherwise, Konoha cannot accept such a loss. Fugaku. Uchiha Jin didn't wait and directly notified Fugaku and was about to take action. His figure was blurry, as if he had completely melted into the wind, without a trace of sound or light, as he passed by the third generation from the side. Behind him, Fugaku made the tiger seal with his hands. A huge fireball spewed out of its mouth, with a diameter of 10 meters, emitting scorching heat. The fireball attacked the third generation. Really take action. Many ninjas were terrified and at a loss. Stop the Uchiha clan ninjas. The voice of the third generation came. He was enraged that Fugaku dared to attack him, and he didn't care about the consequences for the time being. However, the other ninjas were still restrained. Only the ninjas from the route, like hungry wolves that had been waiting for a long time, launched a fierce attack at the first moment. But the Uchiha clan's ninjas are not pushovers either, and those present are all elites. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Jireya could sense the sounds of battle from a distance. Chakra wrapped around him and moved quickly. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. Fuyu formed seals with his hands, took a deep breath, and burned violently, emitting a terrifying high warm, burning fire dragon spewed out of his mouth. Earth escape earth flow wall. Thick earth walls rose from the ground to resist the attack of the fire dragon. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. The Uchiha clan's senior ninjas formed seals with their hands and spewed out huge fireballs, which merged into a sea of fire. The dense fireballs lit up the entire mountain red. Damn it, faster. Looking at the flames on the mountain, Jireya only regretted that he could not use Flying Thunder God to reach the scene immediately. Open the door, open. Su-men, open. Open the gate of life. Injury gate, open. Duman, open. A figure burning with rich green chakra appeared and attacked Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin, no matter what, it's better to explain it clearly. Being stopped by Kai, Uchiha Jin formed a seal with each hand, and the sealing device in the distance sprayed out a high-pressure water column. Fugaku was clearly no match for the third generation. 5 elements combo bomb. The giant dragon entangled with 5 types of energy chakra circled and exploded. The third generation, with his hands free, formed seals with his hands. Earth escape earth flow wall. Uchiha Jin was angry, and there was a strong murderous intent in his eyes when he looked at the third generation. The water waves emitted by the sealing device in the dark were blocked by the earth flow wall. Uchiha Jin once again hated the third generation, and Kai rushing towards him also made him feel angry. I really want to use Susanoo to kill everyone regardless of the consequences. What idiots, damn it. Uchiha Ren cursed in his heart. Konoha whirlwind. Kai, his body emitting green chakra, spun in the air and suddenly chopped down with his leg. Uchiha Jin mobilized his chakra to wrap his arms and crossed them in front of his chest to block. Bang! He just felt his arms a little numb. Fortunately, he has a very strong physique. Better than Kai. A shuriken appeared in his hand and his eyes glowed crimson. Kai lowered his eyelids and only looked at Uchiha Jin's lower body. The shuriken in Uchiha Jin's hand flew out. Whoosh! At the same time, several kunao appeared in his hand again, drawing graceful arcs like flowers scattered by fairies, surrounding Kai. He controlled the kunao and shuriken to avoid Kai's field of vision. However, a nonkaku appeared in Kai's hand at some point. The dance was vigorous, forming a storm that blocked all the kunao. What a hassle! Uchiha Jin was speechless. Although Kai seemed to be only good at physical skills, he had almost no weaknesses. No matter how fancy you are, I can break it by myself. Make seals with both hands. Shadow clone technique. Bang! A shadow clone appeared beside him and rushed towards Danzo. The main body competed with Kaibi in physical skills. The third generation was about to come and stop the shadow clone. Well, Fugaku sighed, and 3 megatama in his eyes spun rapidly, forming a blurry black shadow. The moment it stopped rotating, it turned into a strange pattern. 3 slender blades were evenly spaced out, with a black dot between each. Mangekyo Sharinan. Uchiha Jin noticed this and was also surprised. He's really the perennial 6th. After hiding for so long, it turns out you have a Mangekyo Sharinan. I am speechless. However, it is no wonder that this guy became so rampant and changed so quickly after his rise. I guess it's because of the two movie-level titles that he is completely confident. Now, Shisui has opened the Mangekyo again, and is a cage-level existence again. No wonder he agreed to my plan. I guess this is also essential. The terrifying black flames appeared silently. The third generation immediately covered it with chakra to isolate it from the terrifying high temperature, but it still caused him great pain. The fire of Amaterasu burned everything, and the third generation only felt that the chakra covering his body was burning. The black flames were like maggots on the tarsal bone. He tried every possible way to extinguish or divert it, but failed. Uchiha Jin watched from afar, not knowing how to complain. You have 3 people in your family, so you all need an Amaterasu, right? It's a family inherited technique. The battle between the root ninja and the Uchiha clan ninja was fierce. The situation had become such that the other ninjas no longer hesitated and attacked with all their might. Shisui has recovered somewhat and regained some condition. The 4-cornered windmill rotated in his eyes, and his scarlet eyes seemed to glow. Everyone subconsciously looked at the red eyes. Jiraiya finally arrived and saw most of the Konoha ninjas trapped in the illusion. He shouted loudly, and his chakra was mixed in the sound waves. Even so, there were still a few ninjas who were unable to break free from the illusion. Jiraiya looked around the room, feeling heavy-hearted. He couldn't accept it. What happened? His heart was full of doubts. But we still have to stop all this first. The art of spiritual communication. With a bang, the smoke dispersed and a huge toad appeared under his feet. The 4 windmills in Shisui's eyes were spinning rapidly, and the blood on his face, which had originally solidified, became hot again, and new tears of blood were left. A cold atmosphere enveloped the entire venue, making everyone shiver. A terrifying aura swept through the entire venue, shocking everyone's soul. A giant emitting green flames condensed and confronted Gamabunta's figure head-on. Uchiha Jin's shadow clone rushed forward around Kai, not getting too close, and released a handful of kunao. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. The flaming kunao pierced into Danzo's body. His lungs were pierced and he was already dying. He had lost too much blood and was unable to move, so he was easily killed by the shadow clone. Uchiha Jin was not careless at all and formed seals with his hands. Danzo's figure appeared, and immediately, the blue disc in the shadow clone's hand shot out at a rapid speed. Danzo, who was killed by the ambush, had a gloomy face and looked extremely smelly. He adjusted his body and tried to avoid the Chi Yuan Zhan's attack. The shadow clone noticed that something was wrong with Danzo. His right eye was still there. The shadow clone blew out a gust of wind, disrupting Danzo's actions. At the same time, adjust the angle of the Chi Yuan slash. Buzz. With the Kienzan, Danzo's entire right arm, including the shoulder, was cut off and fell to the ground. Fire style, great fireball technique. The fireball exploded and the entire right arm was destroyed. In the firelight, Uchiha Jin saw the grayish-white skin and confirmed that it was the arm of Hashirama Cell. His eyes narrowed. It seems that the Sharingan arm technology has appeared. Hashirama's cells need to be suppressed by the Sharingan, otherwise they cannot be suppressed and will devour Danzo. So, Orochimaru still cooperated with this guy. Experimenting with the Sharingan, everything on Danzo's right arm became illusory. Eventually, an arm grew, and one of the 6 Sharingan hidden under the cuffs was permanently closed. Uchiha Ren was stunned, then suddenly realized. Sure enough, not everyone is stupid. The condition for unlocking Izanami is not just death, but also the destruction or severing of the right arm, or, sometime after being cut off? Never mind. Uchiha Jin knew it anyway. It was impossible to cut off Danzo's arms and completely destroy his chances of resurrection. However, this is also it's much simpler. A chi circle slash was condensed in his hand again. 2 discs circled and kept slicing towards Danzo's right arm. There was a fire burning in Danzo's eyes. Now that I have control over Hashirama's cells, why would I be afraid of you? I just hadn't recovered before. Would release wooden spindle wall. Wooden pillars rise from the ground, forming a line of defense. The disc flew by, and sawdust flew. Eventually, neat cracks appeared between the layers of wooden walls, but the 2 toughest layers in the center remained unbroken. Ha 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 ha. Danzo laughed wildly. Untie the arm restraints. A huge amount of chakra surged into his body, and he felt unprecedentedly powerful. A truly addictive feeling. His body began to show signs of slight petrification, but Danzo ignored it. Would release explosive spear tree. His right arm swelled wildly. As if deformed, a large number of branches burst out, instantly growing into big trees and rushing towards the shadow clone. Bang! The shadow clone did not resist and disbanded on its own. The main body jumped backwards repeatedly to avoid Kai's attack. The 3 megatama in his eyes rotated and eventually turned into a kaleidoscope pattern that belonged to him alone. The left eye pattern rotates. A large area of land disappeared from under Kai's feet. With nowhere to gain support, my body was a little off balance. The eye technique of sacrifice is actually an exchange, and the eye power consumed depends on the value comparison before and after the exchange. The more you get, the greater the price you have to pay. Of course, even if it is cost-effective, what you get is very little, far less than the value of the sacrifice, so a little handling fee is still required. If it is just a sacrifice and nothing is received, the loss will be much smaller because there will be fewer middlemen. Uchiha Jin sacrifices the ground beneath Kai's feet, causing it to fall. The chakra in the body was transformed into earth chakra, shaking the earth, causing the earth to close and the gap above to be blocked. Fire style, great fire extinguishing his hands formed seals quickly, as if he had practiced it countless times. A sea of fire spewed out from Uchiha Jin's mouth, covering the falling objects. Flame meets tree, dry wood meets fire. Boom! The raging fire continued. Using the technique of instant body movement, Uchiha Jin took the initiative to rush into the sea of fire. The water chakra covers his body, isolating himself from the effects of the terrifying high temperature. The activation of the Mangekyo brings all-round improvements, the most obvious of which is a sharp increase in the control over chakra. Wind style, double key N/2 discs quickly condensed on his hands. He threw the disc in his left hand, turned around to gather strength, and then threw the disc in his right hand as well. The disc arced and surrounded from two directions. Wooden escape wooden spindle-walled Danzo used the same trick again, summoning a combination of wooden pillars to form a wooden wall for defense. Uchiha Jin still had wood-release chakra in his body spreading along the ground, preventing Danzo's continuous injection of chakra from strengthening the wooden wall. A flash of light passed by. Danzo split into 3 parts. The wall of the wooden ingot had 2 thin cracks, which eventually expanded and split into 3 petals. Uchiha Jin rushed out instantly. The duration of his Inaga's effect depends on his strength, and his range is very small. His Inaga can be used in 2 ways. One is active triggering. It can last for 1 minute, turning things that are beneficial to you into reality, which is equivalent to 1 minute of invincible defense. The other is passive triggering. The 2 times Danzo displayed his Inamai today were both the result of passive triggering. The first time, he suffered severe trauma before actively activating it, and could only wait for it to be passively triggered after death. The second time, just now, I didn't expect that the wooden wall would be so fragile. This is the information Uchiha Jin obtained after a detailed investigation of the family. Staying near the place where Danzo died, Uchiha Jin carefully felt the changes around him. This way, to actively activate his Inamai, you need to make hand seals and record the current status. Uchiha Jin was right in front of him, not giving Danzo any chance to form hand seals. A kunao appeared in his right hand, attached with wind chakra, and stabbed directly and continuously. Uchiha Jin's physical skills completely crushed Danzo. The battle lasted only a moment before his kunao severed Danzo's right arm and wiped out his neck. The resurrected Danzo felt fear and lost all his initial confidence. Uchiha Jin was too powerful. When he was close to him and had no chance to form hand seals, he had no power to fight back. Look in the direction of your old friend. Hiruzen, save me. At this moment, the 3rd generation was busy dealing with Amateresu's fire. Jiraiya broke through Shisui's blockade and came to the 3rd generation. Fire sealing seal. He quickly formed hand seals and sealed the black flames into the scroll in his hand. Jiraiya's face was solemn as he stood side by side with the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd generation formed seals with his hands, summoned the ape demon, and made it transform into the Vajrarui stick, holding the stick with both hands. Without Jiraiya, Gamabunta had a hard time facing Shisui's Susanoo alone. Jiraiya. He was calling for Jiraiya's support. However, Jiraiya was not in a good situation either, as he was caught in Fugaku's illusion. However, with 2 sages on his shoulders, he woke up in time. The 3rd generation has clashed with Fugaku again. The raging fire from before still hadn't dissipated. Uchiha Jin harvested 3 lives of Danzo. He also felt troubled. Even though I died again and again, it was despairing to see my resurrection count reset to 0 again and again. But Uchiha Jin felt that there seemed to be something even more despairing. While suppressing Danzo, he formed 2 seals with his left hand, and a small amount of wood-release chakra in his body was transformed. Following the direction of his left hand, it formed into sharp branches and pierced into Danzo's right arm. Humph! Uchiha Jin sneered. The branches that pierced Danzo's right arm spread wildly, constantly branching out and destroying the internal tissues of Danzo's arm. In just a moment, the tissues within were destroyed. The tissue that powers the Sharingan is destroyed, and his Inamai will be unable to activate. The sudden attack left Danzo unable to react. He looked at the wooden stick in Uchiha Ren's hand with some disbelief. Uchiha Jin didn't give Danzo a chance to speak. He severed the connection between his left hand and the branch and slapped him in the face. Bang! His strength was so great that even without charging up, he was able to knock out 2 of Danzo's teeth. The kunao in his right hand was attached with wind chakra that emitted a sharp aura. He raised it and cut off his right arm directly. The kunao flew out of his hand. With his bare hands, Uchiha Jin punched Danzo again and again. Danzo wanted to speak, but was interrupted again and again. Really interrupt. Danzo felt pain all over his body, even his internal organs were shaken by the force, and many of his bones were broken. There was condensed chakra on Uchiha Jin's fist, and every time his fist landed on Danzo, part of it would seep into it. He has a student from the Hyuga clan. Although I can't see the meridians in my body without the help of my Byakugan, I can just destroy the chakra that penetrates into my body without any regard for the meridians. He wasn't fighting, he was killing. Uchiha Jin's physical skills alone are at the level of Kage. It was all thanks to his constantly improving physique over the past few years. Danzo had no power to fight back. Uchiha Jin gouged out his right eye. Ugh! The screams were also interrupted by Uchiha Jin. Only the sound of banging echoed. The flames gradually died down. In fact, the entire battle only took a few minutes. As Danzo's voice grew weaker, the battle outside gradually came to an end. There were many serious injuries, but no deaths, unless the root ninjas were counted. Seeing Uchiha Jin punching the mud again and again, making a bang, the people outside were also terrified. Completely ruined Danzo. He was unable to speak, and even after being punched in the face, the aftermath had shattered his left eyeball, and the chakra that entered his body destroyed all of his internal blood vessels and meridians. But even so, he still did not die. His right arm was cut off, but there was still some vitality provided by Hashirama's cells in his body, as well as a little bit of Uchiha Jin's yang release chakra. Faint but persistent. Danzo's life is hanging by a thread. Seeing Danzo's fate, everyone outside felt their scalps tingle. Their eyes looking at Uchiha Jin were also filled with fear. Is this person a devil? Uchiha Jin looked at the third Hokage, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Third generation, do you have any other instructions? In his eyes, unique patterns kept spinning, making the three generations feel threatened. His face turned pale and the third generation was speechless. The battle stopped, and Shisui finally couldn't hold on any longer and released Susanoo. Fortunately, Hyuga supported him in time, otherwise he might have fallen to the ground. Uchiha Jin, what exactly are you going to do? Jiraiya asked. You idiot who knows nothing, what qualifications do you have to give orders here? Uchiha Jin looked at Jiraiya with a dangerous look. He's out chasing Orochimaru every day and not doing his job, but now he comes back to cause trouble. If Hyuga had not possessed the Mangekyo to stop the third Hokage, once the third Hokage had broken free and entangled Uchiha Jin, the battle would have lasted for too long and become truly intense, and at least several members of the Uchiha clan would have died. Jiraiya was also frightened by Uchiha Jin's eyes and was speechless. Shiha Jin, the third generation slightly hoarse voice sounded, with endless anger in his eyes. However, he had to suppress it. He had just witnessed the power of the Uchiha clan. He also saw the attitude. His expression suddenly became a little lonely again. His body was hunched, as if he had aged countless times in an instant. Danzo, he has become like this. No, his sins have not yet been redeemed. He didn't give the third generation any look. I have investigated all of Danzo's crimes thoroughly, third Hokage, you are unworthy of being the Hokage. As he spoke, Uchiha Jin dragged Danzo's body to the flat ground above Hokage Rock. Bang! Chakra in his hand flowed into Danzo's body, controlling the other's limbs and making him kneel on the ground. Crawling. Eventually, these chakras transformed into spells, allowing Danzo's body to always maintain a kneeling posture of repentance. He needs to confess to the entire village. Uchiha Jin finally stimulated the tiny amount of wood release chakra in Danzo's body. Danzo's body began to turn into wood bit by bit. It did not transform into a towering tree. It maintains its original form, but its body tissues are gradually becoming wooden. From now on, he will repent here. A ray of light came from the horizon. Look, the light of dawn is so beautiful. No one objected to Uchiha Jin's words, which he enjoyed quite a bit. As for how many people agree with this, I don't know. The root of darkness, if you have such awareness, why are you still blinded by selfish desires? All for Konoha. I'm doing this for Konoha. Right, Sandaime-sama. Uchiha Jin ignored the silent third Hokage. He was in a good mood and turned to leave. The Uchiha clan ninjas also left. Uchiha Jin did not forget to take away Danzo's right arm. Although the interior is damaged, it still has great research value. The earth shook. Bang! Mud splashed everywhere. Uchiha Jin. Kai's figure rushed out from the ground and was about to rush over when he saw Uchiha Jin. Kai, stop, the battle is over. The third generation stopped Kai dejectedly. If the fight continues, Konoha will not be able to bear it. He seemed to have completely lost his energy and his voice was weak and haggard. Jiraiya, I figured it out. As you get older, it's easier to make mistakes when making decisions. The Sandai's voice was a little hoarse, and his tone was regretful. I intend to step down as Hokage and inform everyone that I will prepare to elect the fifth Hokage. I'll send someone to notify the daimyo. Besides the Sandaime paused and sighed. The root will be merged into the Umbu. His back looked somewhat lonely as he walked down step by step without looking at his old friend kneeling on the hill. Jiraiya looked reluctant, but in the end he just sighed and said nothing. The Uchiha clan returned with a great victory. After returning to the family, he held a party directly. The Hyuga clan was also happy. They were very happy that Danzo of the third generation was eliminated and the third generation was about to abdicate. The Hyuga clan also went to this battle. When the action was taken, they were the only ones who showed no reaction. After all, the Hyuga clan does not have as much confidence as the Uchiha clan. I can't backstab my allies either, so I simply didn't do it. Uchiha Jin naturally heard the third generation's final instructions, but it didn't matter. You want to abdicate peacefully? Arrange the next Hokage? Haha, I thought it was a bit too simple. The next Hokage can only be from my Uchiha clan. What the hell is this about giving Jiraiya orders? Do you want Jiraiya to be the Hokage? It is destined to be impossible. And Tsunade. In the original work, the reason why she finally became Hokage was simply because her hemophobia was cured. At this point, it is obviously impossible to let her take the position. Besides this, who else? Orochimaru was taken away by the third Hokage and his men. And Kakashi? Kakashi is a tough rival. Uchiha Jin said seriously, he didn't know if he would be evenly matched. What if the other party gets excited and uses the kaleidoscope pupil technique in advance? Kai's words. Uchiha Jin imagined himself wearing a green tights and having a watermelon head. Well, a watermelon head is fine. Imagine a guy in green tights, thick eyebrows, and big eyes giving a passionate speech on the stage. He was trembling all over. So, it's us, the Uchiha clan, who have to come. After a brief celebration, the Uchiha clan did not relax. At Uchiha Jin's reminder, Fugaku quickly sent people to investigate. Investigate the root information. The roots merge into the dark part? Just pretend you don't know for now. What? The message you sent after the Uchiha clan left us, Phuket Island. We thought that we were going to eradicate the great evil for Konoha. It will be handed over to our Uchiha clan for management. Hey, look at what happened. It's all a misunderstanding. This time, Fugaku came up with this excuse himself without even Uchiha Jin's reminder. I can only say that I learned it very well. The tribesmen also looked like they were learning something and ran excitedly to the roots to collect information. After sorting it out, all of Danzo's scandals were sorted out. Leave it to Fugaku. Then, on the flat ground above the Hokage rock, next to Danzo who was kneeling in repentance, a stone tablet with a list of his sins appeared. The above lists all his evil deeds one by one. Whether it was assassinating the Hokage or colluding with outsiders, no one was spared. During the Third World War, he actually profited from the war and stole the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. He even tried to steal the bloodline limit of the ninja from his own village, which was even more despicable. Human trials. Also, the Nine Tails Rebellion was also pushed onto him by Uchiha Jin. And the big word on the top of the stone tablet. It's time for you to go. Uchiha Jin activated the wood release chakra in Danzo's body. The land of water. Oh my god, Obito, a big conflict broke out in Konoha. He was extremely exaggerated and shouted at a person wearing an orange vortex mask not far away. Snort. Obito snorted. He hadn't been to Konoha in a long time. It's true that I was disgusted by Uchiha Jin last time. Although I know that the other party's ability most likely requires a certain distance, I may even have to display my divine power in front of him to send things into my divine power space. However, Obito didn't dare to gamble. He is not clear about this scope. The effects that can be achieved are also unclear. If their space is taken away, it would be even worse. Obito even suspected that Uchiha Jin's eye technique could be accumulated again and again, anchored in his own space, and then seize control. At least it should be an auxiliary pupil technique. Because Uchiha Jin has been so patient over the years, kaleidoscope is hardly used. Maybe it's not that it's not used, but that it's not easy to use in combat. Alas, such a good opportunity is all your fault. A fade out. If we had planned carefully, we might have been able to use this opportunity to cause a complete internal conflict within Konoha. Obito turned his head away, ignoring Zetsu's antics. Why doesn't this guy go himself? Isn't my strength enough? By the way, Afii, you've been circling Konoha for the past 2 years. Zetsu seemed not to notice Obito's dangerous look and continued talking to himself. Ha ha ha, you're not scared anymore, are you? Get out, Obito said angrily. He hasn't visited Lin's grave for 2 years. It has been 2 years since I last heard any information about Konoha. Snort. Uchiha Jin. The Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Iwa Village, and the Hidden Sand Village also received intelligence about the turmoil in Konoha. They stepped up their efforts, and spies from all sides kept a close eye on Konoha's movements. Although they have just begun to recuperate, if Konoha really shows signs of decline, they would not mind biting off a piece of flesh from Konoha and completely defeating it. In this way, future wars will be much easier. The Hidden Cloud Village is the most resilient and has launched many attacks on the border of the Fire Country. In short, Konoha's movements have attracted the attention of the entire ninja world. Even the Akatsuki organization in the dark began to inquire about information. Nagato asked Zetsu to investigate carefully, and was thinking about whether he could start his revenge on Konoha earlier. Of course, the more entangled issue is whether to continue to retaliate against Konoha. His enemy is Danzo, and Danzo was killed by Uchiha Jin, and he was killed in an absolutely shameful way. In a month's time, the turmoil that almost led to civil unrest in Konoha gradually subsided. According to the Uchiha clan, this is not civil strife. This is to quell the riot. This is the eradication of evil. This is the annihilation of lawlessness. Afterwards, the Uchiha clan made many clarifications and waged some public opinion campaigns to restore their image, completely expose Danzo's evil. This led to the villagers having some doubts about the third Hokage. This was also forced by Uchiha Jin. The third generation said he wanted to abdicate, so do it quickly. Don't hesitate any longer, or you may lose your reputation in your later years. Hokage's office. Bang! The Uchiha clan. Jiraiya was also a little helpless. Looking at the third generation sighing again, I was a little worried about the teacher's condition. Although he felt that many of the third generation's actions were wrong, as a student, he could only escape. Now that the Uchiha clan has stood up and openly stood against the third generation, he did not expect this situation. The main thing is that 3 cage-level fighters suddenly appeared in the Uchiha clan, and they all had killer moves, the kind that could potentially sweep away a group alone. He was well aware of the power of Susanoo. Even with the assistance of the 2 sages and the cooperation of Gamabunta, Jiraiya still had a hard time. The Uchiha clan likely has 3 of these powers. This is the most terrifying thing. However, thinking that this was all the power of Konoha, Jiraiya was also happy for the village. It was just that recently, this kind of happiness was difficult to express, and instead gave him a headache. Why can't the strong men in the village be in a line? Just like the 3 ninjas back then, and the Konoha White Fang, that period was truly nostalgic. Uchiha Jin has been very happy this month. After getting some information about the roots, his cultivation went more smoothly. However, due to the umbu, what he got was not very comprehensive. But it didn't matter, he could wait. It will only take a few months. Once I finish studying what I have, the rest will arrive. Although he did not expect the third generation to abdicate on his own initiative, it obviously did not disrupt his plans. Today, Uchiha Jin finally realized it. When I came to this world, I even forgot about the protagonist. When I came to this world, I am the protagonist. In a world of first-person cognition, who else could I be if not the protagonist? It's just that Uchiha Jin forgot Naruto's existence. It's not that he forgot, it's just that he has never seen him. Compared to the real Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I'm just a fake Jinchuriki. He joked. At this moment, Naruto is only 5 years old, and his whereabouts are kept secret. Not only his location, but also his news is strictly confidential. 1 year later, according to normal development, when he is old enough to enter the ninja school, the village will hold a high-level meeting for him, and the 3 elders in the third generation will make the final decision to let him enter the ninja school. Only later will he gradually appear in people's vision. Danzo, who failed to capture Naruto, vented his anger and led public opinion to make Naruto the so-called nine-tailed demon fox. Well, it's all just assumptions. Uchiha Jin, is this what do you think? Anyway, in the past few years that he has been in this world, he has not heard any rumors about the nine-tailed fox's child. Perhaps, he was the one who reversed public opinion from the very beginning, and even the Uchiha clan was not affected, so Danzo completely gave up the excuse of the Nine-Tails rebellion. Or maybe, the blow to Danzo was too great, and this guy was at a disadvantage to the third Hokage, and no longer had the confidence to act on his own? Never mind him. Uchiha Ren didn't hesitate and looked at the child in the white t-shirt. Yellow hair, blue pupils, and those 6 obvious whisker-like textures. Uzumaki Naruto. Uncle Ichiraku, give me a bowl of ramen. It's a big bowl. Uchiha Jin followed him into the noodle shop and ordered a big bowl of ramen. Looking at Naruto, who was slurping noodles in one breath, Uchiha Jin was very curious. Hey, that weird uncle, why are you looking at me? Naruto seemed to notice something and looked at Uchiha Jin with some confusion. So, you think my beard is handsome, right? Naruto showed a very sunny smile, chuckled a little, and posed, thinking he looked very handsome. The corner of Uchiha Jin's mouth twitched. Not handsome at all. Naruto at this period can only be described as a silly child. There is no question of whether he is handsome or not. However, what concerned him was that Naruto didn't seem to be subjected to any abuse. Oh, no, I'm not an uncle. Let me tell you, I'm only 21, so I should be the older brother. Uchiha Jin is only 21. He corrected. The reason why he was considered an uncle was simply because he had been very busy with cultivation recently and hadn't taken care of himself, so he looked a little sloppy. I didn't come here specifically to look for this guy today, it was just a chance encounter. Oh. Naruto obviously didn't care much and continued eating his noodles. He finished the bowl of noodles very quickly. "Uncle, another bowl." "Okay, okay." As he said that, he ordered another bowl of noodles. Uchiha Jin looked on in a daze. Can Naruto afford 2 bowls of noodles? In his impression, Naruto should be unable to afford noodles and always use coupons to buy noodles. Did you save enough coupons this time? Uchiha Jin thought to himself. In other words, he only eats a lot each time because of his strong physique and high consumption. A normal person, even an adult, would eat a large bowl. He suddenly realized. So, Naruto has a big appetite and he's eating himself into poverty. It's the beginning of this month and I have money, so I can still afford to buy noodles. By the middle of the month, I was out of money and had to use coupons to buy noodles. End of the month? Let's have some cup noodles. That's cheap. It seems to be true. The more Uchiha Ren thought about it, the more likely it seemed. So the third Hokage still had some conscience and didn't let Naruto starve. He just didn't take Naruto's appetite into consideration? No, the third Hokage was definitely wrong. Naruto was different after all. He was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki after all. How could the third Hokage not notice his appetite? After eating a bowl of noodles, Uchiha Jin left. There were no further interactions with Naruto. There's no need now. The future Naruto was what he needed to focus on. For now, let's just let it be. With human intervention, everything will become imperfect. Go to the training ground. The first class had actually been disbanded long ago. This title was also given to other graduating teams. However, Uchiha Jin still brought Uchiha Itachi and the other 3 with him. Occasionally practice in the training ground. Itachi's improvement in strength is the most obvious. Now he is 10 years old, and his strength is already outstanding. Among the Chunin, he is an extremely outstanding existence. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a prospective Jonin. It's just age limitation and incomplete physical development. As his body develops, it is almost natural for him to have the strength of a Jonin. Of course, for Itachi, being a Jonin is just a small goal, and his real upper limit cannot be so low. The Hyuga group also followed Uchiha Jin all the way here. During this period, there was some alliance between the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. As a gesture of goodwill, the Hyuga clan also opened up many soft fist techniques to the Hyuga group. Even though Uchiha Jin has no power, is not very prominent, and does not promote himself much in the clan, his position is absolutely solid. In this world, strength is the foundation of everything, especially the Uchiha clan. Because they are strong, they can be respected. Even Fugaku thinks highly of him. This is because he did not rely on the cage-level combat power possessed by Mangekyo, but achieved it through other abilities. This is a strong one that can last for a long time. You can do it with confidence. With the information from the main family, Hyuga Gun's soft fist became more and more advanced. Ryu Sarutobi, on the other hand, was an ordinary person. He participated in the last Chunin exam, obtained the position of Chunin, and has been practicing fire release ever since. Do you feel a breakthrough coming? Uchiha Jin was very surprised when he heard Itachi's narration. This talent for illusion is truly terrifying. Itachi opened his Sharingan easily more than a year ago by relying on his understanding of illusion and the changes in the nature of Yintun. Now, more than a year has passed, and he has gained a deeper understanding of the changes in the nature of Yintun after studying illusion techniques. I already feel like I can start trying to stimulate the evolution of the Sharingan. According to the tribe's standards, Itachi is the type that can break through under pressure stimulation. Of course, be unexpected. It is certainly impossible to know in advance. There is no need for the thrill of life and death, nor is there a need for the kind of drastic change that occurs when a companion dies and the perspective of time is impacted. I'll give you an A-rank mission that when the time comes, you'll complete it yourself. Then we'll see if you can rely on these upgrades. Uchiha Jin thought about it and said to Itachi. In reality, he was thinking that Itachi would be able to gain enlightenment to the point where he could naturally upgrade with just a little emotional fluctuation. After all, this upper limit is also very important in data statistics, and Itachi's talent is undoubtedly very suitable for them to collect this data. However, Uchiha Jin thought about it and decided to give up. The standard for promotion to 3 Megatama is too high. The original plan was that low-level Sharingan, especially those with open eyes, should have a standard to facilitate incentives. The promotion standard of 3 Megatama is actually difficult for some members of the tribe to meet. Making them watch those data one by one may make them even more desperate. It would be better not to count them and leave people with a glimmer of hope. Return home in the evening. Uchiha Jin entered the basement and began his research. After getting Danzo's right arm, he has been studying it and has gained a lot so far. For example, how to better suppress Hashirama cells. This greatly increases the upper limit of the cells that Uchiha Jin can inject when he senses Hashirama cells. There is also the cells between the pillars or the structures that power the Sharingan. Ask Uchiha Jin to further improve the energy core. The cultivation of immortal arts must also be put on the agenda. In the past 2 years, he has reached a very high level in his understanding of natural energy. He has already begun trying to draw on natural energy while performing ninjutsu to increase its power. Many ninjutsu involve this step when they are performed. Take the Great Fireball technique for example. After sensing the natural energy, Uchiha Jin discovered that in the process of the Great Fireball forming, natural energy was actually ignited to form flames, which were then drawn into the fireball to form the Great Fireball. This is especially true for water-based ninjutsu such as the Great Waterfall technique. Too many water flows are caused by chakra changes, which trigger changes in some natural energy and ultimately summon huge water flows. At first, Uchiha Jin just discovered it. Out of caution, he did not rashly mobilize natural energy. From then on, there was only one more way to understand the changes in natural energy: practicing ninjutsu. To be honest, Uchiha Jin felt that a joke he made many years ago almost came true. His understanding of natural energy has now reached a fairly deep level. After repeated realizations, Uchiha Jin finally stretched out his evil little hand. Relying on his ability to restore the power of the pupil, he began to artificially draw natural energy when performing ninjutsu to amplify the ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, it succeeded at once. He was so happy at that time. Then, a month of consecutive failures consumed a lot of his pupil power. Afterwards, through bit-by-bit analysis, Uchiha Jin began to have a deeper understanding of ninjutsu and began to analyze the principles of ninjutsu. Not only has his mastery of ninjutsu and nature changes advanced, but his understanding of natural energy has also improved rapidly. He has initially achieved the interaction with natural energy through the three techniques of fire style, wind style, and water style. Well, it means mobilizing a larger amount of natural energy while performing ninjutsu. Strictly speaking, this is a perfection and further improvement of ninjutsu. Sometimes Uchiha Jin wondered if he had already learned the magic technique. Increase physical fitness? Do I still need these physical qualities? Therefore, the magic technique that Uchiha Jin needs is actually to enhance his own ninjutsu. However, before learning the senjutsu, he had already completed the amplification of ninjutsu with natural energy. I can only say that the immortal technique is too simple. Uchiha Jin was just talking nonsense. He knew that he still needed to learn how to integrate natural energy and make full use of it for his own benefit. The tailed beasts are not very reliable. They are a bit confusing and difficult to study. It is better to start with the senjutsu first. He actually wanted to use natural energy to directly condense chakra, just like the tailed beasts, absorbing the natural energy between heaven and earth to quickly restore chakra. In this way, the strain on the body can be further reduced. But the idea is perfect, but the reality is cruel. The 9-tailed beasts are not normal lives after all. They are the 9 parts of chakra divided by the 10 tails. It has no entity, but is a life condensed from chakra, and is full of traces of the 6 paths sages yin-yang escape. If you want to study their methods of transforming natural energy, you might as well study the magic and master it step by step. Orochimaru needs to urge it on. And then there's the eye problem. It has been 5 years since I opened my eyes. Uchiha Jin's eyesight has deteriorated significantly, about 300 degrees. It has already affected his fighting ability considerably. With the mastery of Hashirama's cells, I hope to find a way to restore my pupil power. Uchiha Jin also studied the Mangekyo. At the same time, after knowing the effect of the changes in the nature of Yintun on the opening and upgrading of the Sharingan, he also attached great importance to the practice of Yintun. The kaleidoscope did reach a certain peak very quickly, but the feeling of the eternal eye was still missing. It was as if there was an insurmountable barrier blocking him. My pupil power has been depleted by more than half. I must find a way to solve this problem. Although it took 5 years to consume half of his eye power, Uchiha Jin did not relax. He knew that his pupil power would be consumed even faster from now on. Although he has not activated Susanoo and does not plan to activate it in the future, he uses pupil techniques to practice. If the frequency is high, the consumption will accumulate no matter how small it is. With so much information, my training has become more demanding. It's actually been very obvious this past month, and the consumption of pupil power has also increased. With a sigh, Uchiha Jin felt a little sad. Let's see if it works first. Taking out a Sharingan, Uchiha Jin made a decision. This is one of the Sharingan taken from Danzo. It can be said that it is a stone of very high quality, and its evolution and nourishment are both perfect. The left eye pupil technique is performed. Blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. Feeling the power in his eyes, Uchiha Jin breathed a sigh of relief. But his expression didn't change. It's useful, but the conversion rate is a bit low. He actually knew the result a long time ago. Ordinary Sharingan also has pupil power, which is actually a kind of chakra that has been transformed by Sharingan, and its quality is higher than that of ordinary ninjas. The exclusive eye power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is the product of further concentration of this eye power. After opening the Mangekyo, Uchiha Jin possesses 2 qualities of eye power. One is the pupil power used specifically for pupil techniques, and the other is ordinary pupil power. The 3 Megatama and Mangekyo forms, the casting of illusions and so on, all use this ordinary pupil power. Even so, it is still stronger than the eye power of the 3 Megatama that has not evolved. It's not that the exclusive pupil power cannot be restored, but the process is too slow. The Sharingan itself is also gradually compressing and condensing ordinary eye power into exclusive eye power, but this process is too troublesome and too difficult. The eye power recovered in a month is not enough for Uchiha Jin to consume in a day. The exclusive eye power that recovers naturally in a year is not enough for him to consume for a Susanoo summon. Sacrificing 3 Megatama and transforming them into the exclusive pupil power of one's own Mangekyo is actually treating the eyes as a processing factory, using pupil techniques to actively compress and condense the pupil power and transform it. About the same as Uchiha Ren felt it roughly and estimated it's equivalent to 2 or 3 years of natural recovery. And if the consumption of this pupil technique is offset, there will only be less than 2 years' worth of energy left, as long as there is profit. Uchiha Ren was not greedy. As long as the pupil power is greater than before, it is a good thing. At least it proves that if necessary, he can sacrifice his Sharingan to restore his eye power. It's so evil. He certainly couldn't target the eyes of his own people. So, Obito's eyes, it would be great if I could get it back. Even if Nagato's pair of Samsara eyes could be sacrificed, I wonder what we would gain. Uchiha Jin licked the corner of his mouth, with a bit of madness in his eyes. He never thought that after knowing this, Uchiha Madara would use his backup plan to revive and kill him. The heat in his eyes faded, and Uchiha Jin took a deep breath. There are also after effects. It's not because of the pupil technique, nor is it a side effect of recovering pupil power. The reason is that this pupil power itself is not one's own. Some of the impurities in it interfered with his emotions trouble. I don't know if I can sacrifice my own pupil power so that there won't be any side effects, Uchiha Jin thought. In addition to sacrifice to restore pupil power, Uchiha Jin has actually thought of other ideas one by one. Rewind, you can rewind the state of your left eye. Even sacrificing a kaleidoscope can directly create the eternal eye or something like that. I tried it initially. Uchiha Jin is certain that by sacrificing one's own ordinary eye power, one can obtain the Mangekyo eye power. There are some small profits in it. However, the problem is that after all of his ordinary pupil power is converted, it still needs to be restored. The transformations he made back and forth throughout the day, plus other cultivation, could almost be considered as the consumption of his ordinary pupil power to carry out all these cultivations. At least it slowed down the progression of blindness. Uchiha Jin was still somewhat relieved. At least, there is no need to worry about blindness. In this case, we have to consider the eternal eye. Human desires are infinite. Once you are satisfied with one thing, you will want more. The same is true for Uchiha Jin. Kaleidoscope will not be blind anymore, so he naturally wants to get more. My own eyes certainly can't do it. Uchiha Ren thought about the idea of sacrificing the Mangekyo to upgrade the eternal eye. At least his own eyes would not work. It's not just that I'm reluctant to rewind this pupil technique. Also, after his research, he found that the upgrade of Sharingan is actually the upgrade of pupil power. It is an upgrade of perception. The understanding of Yin Dan promotes the changes of chakra through spiritual energy, and then promotes the changes of pupil power. This is the key to the evolution of the Sharingan. The stronger the Yin Dan aura of the pupil power, the stronger the Sharingan will be. The advancement of the kaleidoscope is inevitably accompanied by changes in pupil power. When you sacrifice your own eyes, you actually gain your own pupil power. At most, it can replenish the pupil power of your left eye, but it cannot cause any change in the pupil power of your left eye. You still need other people's eyes. Uchiha Jin had a headache. 2 kaleidoscopes. Apart from our family, the only ones left are Obito and his pair. This is not something that can be done easily. Well, I just crave that divine power. If he really wanted to use it for sacrifice, he would rather use the eyes of Amaterasu. After all, the pupil techniques contained are different, and the value themselves is also different. There are no useless eye techniques, only useless Uchiha. But the key is that Uchiha Jin doesn't want to develop it. Isn't it good to use it without brain? Moreover, from another perspective, upgrading to the eternal eye does not necessarily require the fusion of 2 kaleidoscopes. This is the path explored by Uchiha Madara, but it does not mean it is the only path. The 6 paths Sage and Indra do not have the kaleidoscope stage. So, it's still a matter of pupil strength. Their bloodline is rich. After opening, their pupil power can directly transform into the level of the eternal eye. However, the current Uchiha clan bloodline cannot reach that level. Eye power comes from the mutation of chakra. Chakra is a fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. Bloodline should refer to the flesh. Therefore, they have some kind of perception or other information in their bodies, which, under certain stimulation, can affect their pupil power. Or, after being stimulated, the eye's conversion process is somewhat defective and lacks some ability. Same as the body's chakra properties. Just like everyone's body is suitable for certain attributes, the bodies of the 6 paths sage themselves have the qualifications to directly open the eternal eye. After Uchiha Ren made this comparison, everything suddenly became clear to him. As for attributes, although it does trouble many ninjas in terms of talent, it can be improved through training. Then, the deficiency of blood can also be re-engraved into the body through perception. No, why would I carve this thing? Can't I just comprehend it directly and use spiritual energy to empower it? Not feeling well? Come together with spirit. Uchiha Jin perked up. So, by understanding Yin Dun, can I successfully upgrade to the Eternal Eye? He was ready to give it a try. We must be prepared to catch both hands, and we can't let go of Obito's eyes. When it really comes to making a decision, Uchiha Jin will naturally not hesitate. Even if it means sacrificing divine power, one must push his own eyes to the level of the Eternal Eye. Uchiha Jin stopped thinking about it and began to concentrate on his research. He used the Sharingan arm in his hand to the fullest extent. He then turned his attention to the many pieces of information he had obtained from the roots. The permissions granted to the root are quite large. There is all kinds of information in it, including cultivation, secret medicine formulas, and other foundations of Konoha, which can all be found in the roots. There are also many shameful experimental data, process theories, etc. The so-called experiments also include the research of ninjutsu, the development of ninjutsu, and the improvement of ninjutsu training methods. These are the conclusions reached through exploration by generations. Whether it was the Warring States period or the current Ninja Village period, the various forces have never stopped. Just like the Hidden Cloud Village is researching chakra cannons, the Hidden Sand Village has been developing the self-reincarnation technique. The other villages each have their own forbidden techniques developed. On Konoha's side, most of the work was also handed over to the root. Uchiha Jin obtained a lot of data on the actual effects of training. He gained a lot of inspiration from this and first perfected his Chi Yuan Zhan. He also mastered a series of techniques such as water breaking waves more thoroughly. At the same time, he began to develop his own fire-style ninjutsu. The water style was deeply researched based on the second-generation Suidanpa, and the wind style was developed with reference to the Kienzan in the memory of the previous life. Uchiha Jin's fire style does not have a signature ninjutsu yet. According to his idea, Huohuo's Buddha's Wrath Lotus was an option. This move just requires a bit of a high level of flame control ability. The principle is the simplest, the effect is ideal, and the distinction is high. That's right, this is the ninja world, there's no such thing as bullshit strange fire. Could it be that I need to fuse fire release with other attribute release techniques to form different flames? Uchiha Jin complained, but then froze. It seems possible. Add some fire escape, the characteristics of lightning release, and the characteristics of wind release added. Good guy, he created the 9 dragons Thunder Fire and Wind Fury Dragon Flame. If we add Water Jutsu, does that mean it's the Heart of the Sea Flame, and Earth Jutsu, the Volcanic Stone Flame? Uchiha Jin patted his cheek, speechless. What are you thinking about? This thing is obviously not on the same level, but it's worth a try. If I just incorporate a little bit of other attributes instead of training towards the so-called bloodline limit, it should be easier, right? Uchiha Jin didn't know. He began to look for information on this subject. Special fire escape. He did find that some people's fire escape techniques were different from others, or had certain characteristics, or were more powerful, but there is no talk of integration. In fact, it is just a unique understanding of the changes in the nature of fire release. For example, some people comprehend the change in the nature of fire style, which is corrosion. The fire style that has undergone the change in nature will have a hint of black. The most common properties such as explosion, burning, and high temperature can also cause the color of the flame to change. Any fusion of two types of escape techniques will result in a bloodline limit. Uchiha Jin knew that wind style plus fire style was burning style, but burning style did not mean summoning flames. Therefore, it is impossible to fuse the burning escape. But according to his own ideas, he wanted to make the fire escape have some wind characteristics. You can't let the nature of wind escape be integrated into it. Instead, you need to extend the nature of wind similar to that of fire escape through the understanding of its changes. Uchiha Jin was distressed. This is a bit difficult. However, the 5 types of escape techniques are mutually exclusive. As for whether there is mutual generation or not, Uchiha Jin doesn't know, but they are definitely related to each other. Otherwise, there is no possibility of fusion of 2 different attributes. The so-called integration is to find the points of convergence, the similarities between the two, and the aspects that may be combined. As for Wind Fury Dragon Flame, the wind attribute should increase the temperature of the flame. This is the main purpose, so just focus on understanding the airflow associated with the flame's temperature increase. So, it's actually just a regular change in the nature of fire release. He gave up the idea of playing a prank on some youth version of Strange Fire. Just different flames. If 2 fireballs can explode when they meet, why can't my 2 flames explode? Just make them as different as possible when summoning 2 fireballs, and the repulsion will make the explosion between them more violent. That's not right. Uchiha Jin scratched his hair and looked at the hair in his hand with some worry. The flame isn't a true alien fire, so it doesn't have any rejection properties. flames can be fused. So, we still have to be realistic. He doesn't intend to refer to the original version completely. The Buddha's angry lotus sounds very reasonable, the principle is very simple, and the logic is rigorous, but it is based on someone else's world. It's still the compressed flame. The explosive power after compression is what I pursue. Uchiha Jin thought about it and finally decided to develop his own fire escape technique. This is the direction he has been pursuing, and it is now showing results. There is no need to lose sight of the main goal. However, you can still refer to the Buddha's wrathful lotus, the idea of different flame sources converging and exploding. In this way, you need to be familiar with the fact that fire doesn't have to come out of your mouth. In order to facilitate summoning and fusion, it is necessary to condense the flame from the hands. Lost in the development materials of many ninjutsu, Uchiha Jin's own technique was developed bit by him. Time passes. Itachi returned from his mission after 5 days, but the mission was too easy and he encountered no accidents, so he was not able to open his eyes. Uchiha Jin gave him another A-level mission. Jiraiya left the village and went out to look for Tsunade. This was what the third generation meant, that he was also very wary of the Uchiha clan. In his opinion, the Uchiha clan is not suitable to be Hokage. No matter what, even if Tsunade, who suffers from hemophobia, becomes the Hokage, he has nothing to say. At worst, Jiraiya will be there to assist you at any time. Uchiha Jin did not stop him. There is no point in stopping this kind of thing. Jiraiya and Tsunade are already members of Konoha and are a very important part of the force. It is necessary to gather them all together. By then, I will be recognized by them and become the Hokage, which will save me a lot of trouble in the future. Besides, Tsunade, a cage-level fighter, cannot be wasted. If hemophobia can be cured and cultivated as soon as possible, it will become a very powerful fighting force. It's really too much to live in the ninja world for a few years. More than half a month passed. Itachi's Sharingan was successfully upgraded to 3 Megatama, and his strength also improved rapidly. He practiced hard recently to adapt to the 3 Megatama, and then improved his illusion technique, and he will directly reach the level of a Jonin. This is also the talent of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi? 11-year-old Jonin? Rubbish, Itachi is only 10 years old now. Well, let me think about it. To be promoted to a Jonin, you need a lot of missions and merits. It will take more than half a year to accumulate these merits. And then there are the inspections and so on. It may really be delayed until next year. Uchiha Jin was speechless. The ninja's promotion requires very strict tasks. Forget it, I'd better focus on studying my fire style. Remind Fugaku to inform Jiraiya and the others when they return. He devoted himself to the development of fire release ninjutsu, and his progress was increasing rapidly. Another month passed. It's graduation season again. Konoha's academic system is constantly changing. The 3-station period was 1 year, which was too cruel after the war. In 1951, it was changed to a 2-year system, in 1952 it was changed to a 3-year system, in 1953 it was changed to a 4-year system, and there was no change in 1954. In this way, the normal graduation years are 1953, 1955, 1957, and 1958. This year is the 56th year, and there are no students graduating normally. However, there are 3 groups of students still in school, those who entered in 53, 54, and 55. Among them, the students of 53 have studied for 3 years and still meet the graduation requirements. There are also more than 20 people who applied for early graduation. Last year, we had a mixed system of 4, 5, and 6 years, and this year it was changed directly to a 6-year system. Uchiha Jin was still somewhat concerned about the reform of the ninja school. After all, children are the future. The education of the next generation determines whether Konoha will have enough backbones in the future. The last year he was referring to was 1955. The mixed system ensured that there would be enough ninjas graduating in 1959, 1960, and 1961. The 6-year system is implemented this year, and by 62 years, there will be real 6th grade graduates. This is actually just a hypothesis. Peace in the ninja world is very short-lived. There is really not much hope that this policy can be implemented until 62 years. The 3rd generation is just trying its best to complete this task. If Uchiha Ren didn't know the plot, he wouldn't believe that the ninja world could last for more than 10 years. Peace. And it is a peace in which conflict has almost completely disappeared from the surface. There were quite a few conflicts in the past 2 years, but recently, the entire ninja world has become strangely calm. To assign more than 20 graduates, the Uchiha clan sent 4 Jonin to serve as instructors for the 12 young geniuses. At this point, the attitudes expressed by their actions are also very clear. Jiraiya was not there at the time and Tsunade had not returned, so the 3rd Hokage was really alone at this time. For a while, he had no choice but to let these people serve as guiding Jonin. This time's early graduation included the younger generations of various clans and civilian geniuses, and the Uchiha clan also had some initial exchanges with these forces. The guard force has been very active recently. The frequency of Umbu's missions seems to have decreased. They have been accumulating strength recently and are quite wary of the Uchiha clan. The third generation was really afraid that the Uchiha clan would directly launch a mutiny to seize power. The third generation was just overthinking it. In fact, the Uchiha clan was just looking for crimes of the Shimura clan and weakening them. As the proud Uchiha clan, even if they wanted the position of Hokage, they would do it in a fair and upright manner. How could they resort to such despicable means as usurping the throne? Power that is seized will always lead to people speaking ill of you. Jiraiya's efficiency is a bit too low. He didn't even bring this back. It is likely that Tsunade is unwilling to come back. It's really troublesome. If Uchiha Jin went there, he would definitely knock him out and bring him back. Hurry up and decide on the Hokage issue. He was also anxious. He still had other tasks to do and didn't have that much time to waste. If these two guys don't come back, Uchiha Jin can only urge the third Hokage to quickly choose the next Hokage. If you don't come back, it doesn't mean we won't give you a chance to be selected. After getting the position of Hokage, Uchiha Jin not only improved his own strength, but also had to rectify the atmosphere of the entire Konoha. Reform is inevitable. In order for Konoha to prosper in the future, this great effort must be made. In addition, Uchiha Jin didn't want to stay in the village every day. He wanted to go out and had his own mission. Obito's Mangekyo, Senjutsu, and Nagato's Rinnegan. All of this requires him to go out and accomplish. Even though the Uchiha clan is now threatening the third Hokage, in disguise, Uchiha Jin, Shisui, and Fugaku are also trapped. Can't go out for a long time. Fugaku is okay, Shisui is also okay. One is the clan leader and the captain of the guard force, so he doesn't go out often. The other has just experienced a reshaping of his worldview and now really wants to rest and relax for a while. Uchiha Jin was really imprisoned. Orochimaru hasn't replied yet. Are you going to give up on this deal? No, I've already paid the deposit. Don't let me find this bastard. Otherwise I will have to tie you up and send you to Londi Cave. A month passed, and Jiraiya and Tsunade still hadn't returned. However, some information was reported back. Jiraiya had found Tsunade 2 months ago, but she didn't want to come back and didn't want to be Hokage. She was disappointed with the village, especially with the third Hokage, and was even more reluctant to come back at this time. Why not let the Uchiha clan serve as Hokage for once? Could there be any more accidents? From a doctor's perspective, although Tsunade felt that many ninjas in the Uchiha clan were mentally ill, and this theory was what she had advocated at the time, she still knew about Fugaku. Fugaku is still relatively stable. As long as he is the one who becomes Hokage in the end, Tsunade has nothing to say. Jiraiya was getting anxious. Although he subconsciously agreed and felt that Tsunade was right, he quickly reacted. Damn, Fugaku is steady? If I hadn't recently learned about what happened in the village in recent years, I would have almost believed it. It's okay to confront the third generation, at most it can be said that he has a hot temper. He led the Uchiha clan into conflict with the Hokage and his Umbu, and a battle broke out. If this is also allowed, then what about the kaleidoscope that he has endured for many years? This is really a case of Lao Lu, and cannot be viewed with common sense. God knows if everything this guy did before was just a disguise. After 2 months of persuasion, Tsunade still didn't want to come back. Coupled with the unexpected outbreak, Jiraiya had no choice but to pass the information back to the village. The riot at the Fire Temple. How did those two guys get near the Fire Temple? But then again, Tsunade goes almost everywhere, so it's not strange to see her anywhere. Fire Temple, riot, is that the fake nine-tailed fox? He felt this was an opportunity. The energy core in his body has never been exposed, and the source of the Nine Tails chakra is unclear. It is easy to be associated with the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion. It would be very troublesome if you were accused of this kind of thing for no reason. After all the backbone forces of the village and the grassroots ninjas have experienced the turmoil that I don't know how many people's loved ones died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Perhaps 10 years from now, this will still be a disaster that people will remember vividly. Can't be underestimated. Take away the fake Nine Tails, and the source of my Nine Tails chakra will be legitimate. Uchiha Jin packed up everything and prepared to leave. To be precise, this mission was issued by Jiraiya to the Uchiha clan, that although it was not explicitly stated in the mission, and Uchiha Jin guessed it, the mission itself was sent back by Jiraiya. Firstly, their Mangekyo can indeed suppress the Nine Tails chakra, allowing them to complete the task better. Secondly, it was to let someone from the Uchiha clan leave the village to relieve the pressure on the third generation. Fire Temple. It is also a very famous and powerful force in the ninja world. However, they live in seclusion and do not interfere in the affairs of the ninja world or participate in any struggles. The resources of the Fire Temple itself are also obtained from the daimyo. The current headmaster of the Fire Temple is Jiraku, one of the 12 guardian ninjas who were originally responsible for protecting the daimyo's safety. Inside the Fire Temple, a violent chakra rose, and a faint dark red light emanated from within. Senior Jiraiya, is there really no solution to this child's situation? A bald-headed monk asked Jiraiya. Alas, although I don't know what's going on, this child has the nine tails chakra in his body, and it's sealed in his body in the form of a Jinchuriki. Jiraiya was suppressing a child of 7 or 8 years old. His tone was somewhat puzzled and helpless. Although it is not a complete nine tails, it is just some scattered chakra, but it has nothing to do with the Jinchuriki. For such a long time, these chakras have been parasitic. In Sora's body, and multiplied massively. The Kuwabai is a top secret of the village. I will need to consult the village regarding Sora's arrangements. Jiraiya's tone was apologetic, but he didn't give in. He also learned about Kong's origins from Ji Lu, and found out that he was the son of Kazuma, one of the former 12 guardian ninjas. He immediately realized that there must be a conspiracy. Kazuma, a radical, did something big back then. He did not understand the existence of the Hokage and claimed that the power of the ninja village should be directly in the hands of the daimyo. It caused quite a stir back then. This was the case when Kong was sent here, so the nine tails chakra was naturally transferred into Kong's body by the other party. And the way to obtain the nine tails chakra, the nine-tailed fox rebellion, is one of them. There was also a chance that Kazuma, who was hostile to the Hokage, was nearby that night. Could it be that Kazuma was also involved in the nine-tailed fox rebellion back then? Jiraiya didn't think any further. The murderer of the nine-tailed fox rebellion has been determined. Even though the third Hokage tried his best to say that Danzo had lost his mind and was blinded, the facts are the facts. Danzo colluded with the masked man, which led to the nine tails rebellion. No matter what Ima's purpose is, it is definitely not good for the village and the Hokage. The nine tails chakra cannot be leaked. If possible, the village must take this child back. In fact, there is one thing that has never been said. He thought that since this child also had the nine tails chakra sealed in him, he could be considered a pseudo-Jinchuriki. Bringing him back to the village and training him as a Jinchuriki can also help Naruto disguise his identity. Although I feel very sorry for the child. He looked at the small figure wrapped in a red chakra coat, feeling a little lonely. Asking someone from the Uchiha clan to come here is, to a certain extent, also letting that person be the bad guy. Moreover, investigating the matter with Ma would also distract the other party's attention. I will take the opportunity to bring Tsunade back to the village and participate in the succession of the Hokage position. This is even more perfect. In this matter, Jiraiya really did put too much thought into it. You, Uchiha Jin, are not in the village, so it's impossible for everyone to wait for you, right? By then, without Uchiha Jin as an opponent, Tsunade's chances of succession would be very high. That is, thinking of Tsunade, Jiraiya got a headache again. He hasn't yet successfully persuaded the other party to become Hokage. However, she agreed to go back to the village. He really exaggerated the situation of the Uchiha clan. Something like there's going to be civil unrest or rebellion. There is also the idea that once Uchiha Jin becomes Hokage, he will definitely be extremely radical. Now that he holds power over the Uchiha clan, he can even make the clan attack the village. Once he becomes Hokage in the future, Konoha will be destroyed in his hands. In short, he grasped Tsunade's mind. He knew that what the other party valued most was the village left by his grandfather. Don't worry, Master Jillo, I have sent a message to the village. Someone will be coming soon to help Sora seal the nine tails chakra within his body. In fact, Jiraiya could have done it alone. However, he had other tasks. Uchiha Jin did not delay. He was also looking forward to the harvest, so he rushed there the next day. He looked at the imprisoned Sora, his body radiating red chakra, a shadowy figure with a tail whipping behind him in an attempt to escape the cage. Uchiha Jin, you're here. Jiraiya pointed at Sora and began to explain the situation. The nine tails chakra. A light flashed in Uchiha Jin's eyes at the right time. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt inexplicably nervous. Is this guy planning to take over the nine tails Jinchuriki? I feel like sending this guy out doesn't seem like a good strategy. Uchiha Jin turned to look at Jiraiya with a half smile. I will seal this guy well. As for the matter with the horse, leave it to me to investigate. After saying that, he patted Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya was tall and strong, so he could just barely reach it, which was a bit awkward. The village is still waiting for you two to return. Fugaku has been waiting for a long time. If you don't show up, he will probably be the only one competing for the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya's face stiffened. He stared at Uchiha Jin, somewhat incredulous. Fugaku, how could he be running for election? Jiraiya's mind was a little confused for a moment. Why didn't Uchiha Jin become Hokage himself? He is obviously the strongest. Jiraiya was preoccupied as he watched Uchiha Jin open his Mangekyo and suppress the nine tails chakra riot. Sora turned back into a normal child, performed a sealing technique, found Tsunade, and left the fire temple. Uchiha Jin summoned a crow and communicated some arrangements with Fugaku, then concentrated on his own work. Kong will continue to stay in the fire temple, and will come back to pick him up when he returns to the village. There are also talents from the Immortal Clan. I don't know if they are related to the thousand-armed Buddha created by Hashirama Senjutsu. I will try to get one as well. However, these will be more convenient after solving the problem of Hima. Uchiha Jin asked Dailu about Kazuma's movements, and then left the fire temple. Traveling eastward, they arrived at the Tamikawa clan in the Land of Waves. There's already a lot of information here that he needs. Sure enough, the black market's intelligence is more detailed. Regarding the whereabouts of a person, a ninja who has no village to cover up his whereabouts, the black market has the most comprehensive information about his whereabouts. Uchiha Jin tightened his control over the Tamikawa clan and others. After leaving, start looking for Hema. The information surprised Uchiha Jin. The other party appeared in the territory of the Fire Nation yesterday. From what Uchiha Jin knew, the other party's destination was the Fire Temple. He returned to the Fire Temple as soon as possible. Used the Nine Tails chakra to sense malice. This is a technique he developed that utilizes the characteristics of the nine-tailed fox. Hema's ill intentions towards him were obvious, and he could sense it once they were within a range of 10 kilometers. He followed the perceived malice. I found you, ultimate creation, take it. Uchiha Jin did not hold back at all, and instantly a large number of shurikens were released. A large number of compressed fireballs condensed out of thin air and attached to the shuriken. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. After his transformation, the seal of this technique was no longer yin. Drawing the natural energy in the air, the amplified fireball, its temperature and burning power are even more terrifying. As shurikens with fireballs attached flew by, the temperature of the air rose slightly. Uchiha Jin's sudden attack startled Kazuma. However, he reacted immediately. After all, he was once the guardian of the daimyo, so his reaction was quick. Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and finally slapped the ground, using the Earth Escape chakra to attract the surrounding earth. Suddenly, a thick wall of earth rose from the ground. Some of the shurikens arced in the air and bypassed the earth flow wall. Damn it! Hema cursed inwardly, holding a staff with chakra covering it, emitting a blue light. The staff spun and swung in his hand, deflecting the shurikens one by one. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Uchiha Jin has completed the seal again. A fireball condensed in each of his hands. He was originally able to summon a fireball that was 10 meters long, but now he compressed it into the size of a human head. There are terrifying energy fluctuations inside. Uchiha Jin threw out a fireball, turned in the air and threw another one. The fireball arced through the air and headed towards Kazuma. This is not the end yet. He transformed Uchiha Jin's ninjutsu into a continuous ninjutsu. Fireballs kept condensing in his hands and were thrown by him, hitting Hema. Due to the mobilization of natural energy, a large number of condensed fireballs consume less chakra and are more powerful. The explosion damage of the fireball was terrifying, and the horse was blown far away. Fireballs fell one after another, and he had no time to dodge. The fireball was thrown out too fast. He could only change the shape of his staff into a long whip, smashing the fireball from a long distance. The long whip was also damaged by the repeated explosions of the fireballs. He felt a little distressed. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he and Moiai put on a four-edged iron claw in their left hand, while waving a long whip in their right hand, sweeping and blowing up the fireballs along the way. He rushed forward quickly, infusing his chakra into the four-blade iron claws. Bite! A shuriken appeared in Uchiha Jin's hand, blocking the four iron claws. With the other hand, he pressed the fireball directly. Boom! He controlled the direction of the fireball's explosion. He kept the spear close to him stable, and all the damage from the fire explosion was directed towards Kazuma. The violent explosion pushed the air and blew Hema away more than 10 meters. Uchiha Jin's instant body technique was very fast and he caught up with Kazuma in an instant. At the same time, halfway through, a fireball condensed in the palm of his hand again. It was swung out suddenly, heading towards Hema's face. Illusionary body technique. Wherever he passed, phantom bodies took shape. At the same time, each phantom held a fireball in its hand, emitting a scorching breath. What a brilliant illusion! Uchiha Jin's illusion technique has spread throughout the ninja world, and everyone knows that it is a combination of illusion and clone technique. After seeing it for real, Hema was also shocked. Looking at those fireballs, he really couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Uchiha Jin's figure suddenly rushed out. He stabbed with a shuriken in hand. Hema responded hastily, and the four-edged iron claws shone with blue light. Bite! A huge force came, and Hema felt as if he was hit by a huge rock, and his body could not stop flying backwards. Just now, when he attacked Uchiha Jin, he couldn't feel it being blocked. Now, being attacked by Uchiha Jin's huge force, he truly felt the force. Is this guy still human? Could this be a humanoid-tailed beast? Hema felt a little numbness in the forearm of his left hand. While flying backwards, he completely forgot that there were 5 or 6 phantom bodies behind him. Because Uchiha Jin's true body has come out, the meaning of the phantom body has disappeared. If you pay attention at this time, you might fall into the illusion he casts on your body. Unfortunately, this inherent thinking brought him a fatal flaw. The technology is also constantly being improved and progressed, especially some people's special ninjutsu. A hot breath came from behind Kazuma, and 5 fireballs came towards him. How is that possible? Earth escape, earth wall technique. There was no time to form hand seals, so he could only instinctively mobilize his chakra. The simplest way was to activate it and then form a not very thick earth wall around his body. Boom! The violent explosion echoed throughout the dense forest. Uchiha Jin opened his 3 Magatama Sharingan and watched the movement in the flames. Not a single change escaped his eyes. Whoosh! A blue disc flashed and passed through the flames, even cutting a brief channel through the flames. What, when? Hima's eyes were full of confusion. He couldn't figure out when Uchiha Jin condensed the Chi Yuan Zan. The flames died down and Uchiha Jin stepped forward, looking at Hima, who fell to the ground but still retained some consciousness. And the horse's legs were amputated below. It's been bleeding. There were horrific burns all over his body. Uchiha Jin had no sympathy, but still shot out a beam of green chakra. It's just a small trick. Teach Hinata Gun and help him learn Bagwakongjan, and he will naturally master this technique. The weak yang-style chakra was keeping this guy alive. Uchiha Jin threw out several kunao, nailing them on his hands and crippling them, then slowly stepped forward. Carry this guy back to the fire temple. Is this, Kazuma? Looking at the horse that looked like nothing but a human in Uchiha Jin's hand, Master Dailu was a little bit unbelievable. He put his hands together and saluted. After all, they are colleagues. Although they have different ideas, he feels sad when he sees his opponent's current situation. This guy transplanted the Kyuubi's chakra into the child. Do we need Sora to see him? Uchiha Jin still has morals. Even though he killed someone's father, he still gave the other person a chance to meet him. Unexpectedly, Delu objected. Let's forget it. Sora has been fostered in a temple since he was young, and the bond between him and Kazuma is not deep to begin with. It would be inappropriate to force everything on him. The main thing is that Kong is going to be taken to Konoha by this guy, and Delu is worried that Kong will think too much about his life experience after knowing it. Let them meet and explain everything clearly, so that there won't be any trouble in the future. Just kidding, Uchiha Jin doesn't want any more accidents to happen in the future. If you can accept it, then accept it. If you can't accept it, Konoha will be more strict. Don't act nice now and then try to find out the so-called truth and then turn the tables on others. It's better not to unfold this kind of cliched plot. He was just asking for his opinion, and he didn't say that he would let this guy make all the decisions. Uchiha Jin carried Kazuma and found Kong, who was meditating. The 9 tails chakra in Sora's body was successfully suppressed by the 4-symbol seal and was no longer affected. I have recovered recently and started meditating. Delu allowed him to calm his mind and temper his character in this way. When your state of mind is high, the impact of the 9 tails chakra will be minimized. Uchiha Jin couldn't find any fault with this. He took the opportunity to ask Delu about some Buddhist matters. He also mentioned the talents of the immortals, saying that he had seen them in the literature and wanted to see them. Dailu didn't say anything, and Uchiha Ren also no force. Kong has a good character and was well trained by Dailu. After meeting Kazuma and learning everything, he fell into a rage. The 9 tails chakra was rising, and even the 4-symbol seal was useless. However, it did not enter the form of the tailed beast coat. Under the suppression of Uchiha Jin's Mangekyo Sharingan power, it gradually calmed down. After regaining his sanity, Kong apologized, then ignored the dying Kazuma lying in a puddle of mud and sat cross-legged in meditation. He was suppressing his inner feelings and calming his emotions. Uchiha Jin walked out of the room and could feel the 9 tails chakra boiling again. But I was always suppressed by Kong. He confiscated Kazuma's ninja tool bag and other items, and left the half-dead Kazuma in the house. He can do whatever he wants with the horse. Uchiha Ren pulled Delu and began to ask the immortals for advice. Delu had a sad expression on his face. The recent unrest in Konoha echoed in his mind. This Uchiha Jin is a guy who can do anything. Oh, forget it. For the sake of the people in the temple, why not let him visit? So, Delu took Uchiha Jin to the depths of the temple. Is this the secret of the immortal race's talent? Uchiha Ren looked at the Buddha statue in front of him, feeling the unique charm emanating from it, and asked aloud. In fact, he had already felt that this Buddha statue had a unique energy. Not chakra. It is not natural energy either, but it seems to have the aura of both, plus a very unique Buddhist and Taoist flavor. It should be the power of some system that utilizes natural energy. Uchiha Jin knew that the chakra was passed down by the Sage of 6 Paths after Kagaya at Satsuki was sealed 1,000 years ago. Before this, supernatural powers also existed in this world. The magic at that time did not seem to contain any chakra, but simply absorbed natural energy. At that time, in addition to magic, there should have been other power systems. What puzzled Uchiha Jin was the power of the Buddha statue, which seemed to have a high compatibility with chakra. The inheritance of the fire temple is also very old. Uchiha Jin sighed. Delu didn't know why he said this, but he continued. Legend has it that the fire temple's heritage can be traced back to the time of the 6 Paths sage. Legend. It's stated in the temple records. Uchiha Jin also sighed. Thousands of years. And then there was the chaotic warring states period. The Fire Temple was able to preserve complete documents, which shows that this force does have some foundation. Only the land of the earth seems strong now, but it was clearly not enough in the Warring States period. Perhaps, during the Ninja Village era, forces like the Fire Temple would also decline. Of course, it could also be the blessing of Daiming Prefecture. Everything in the Fire Temple is funded by the Daimyo Prefecture, and they don't even need to carry out missions to make money. It seems that there is nothing wrong with saying that it is an institution directly under Daiming Prefecture. Uchiha Jin had not looked up the relevant history, and did not know whether the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire had ever experienced turmoil, or whether the Fire Temple was under the control of the daimyo. He didn't care either. Is it really passed down from the time of the Six-Path Sage, he thought to himself. Has the first generation ever been here really? Dilu thought to himself when he heard Uchiha Ren's question. Knowing that the other party is interested in the talents of the immortal race, he is likely to want to pursue the power of the first generation. However, it is better for him to find the source of power and obtain it himself, which is much better than directly trying to use Hashirama's cells to possess the other party's power. Dilu nodded. During the Warring States period, the first Hokage came here. Even he admired Hashirama Senju very much. Uchiha Jin was probably sure of it. There's a high probability that Hashirama Senju's wood release technique was obtained from this opportunity. His eyes brightened a little. Can I gain any insights from this with my wood release technique? Also, Senju Hashirama's Senjutsu. If this was really left by the Six-Paths Sage, then is there any inheritance of immortal arts here? Uchiha Jin did not want more. Go forward and feel it first, and when you have gained enough, leave immediately. If you can't understand it, then pack it up and take it away. It must be because there is not enough time to reflect. 3 days should be about right. Uchiha Jin told Dilu about his request. Dilu was distressed, but he couldn't show it on his face, so he could only agree. If this guy uses Susanna here, the entire Fire Temple will be destroyed. For the next 3 days, Uchiha Jin stayed in the Fire Temple, feeling the unique aura in front of the Buddha statue. No one knew what method the Six-Paths Sage used, but he was still able to maintain this charm after thousands of years. However, when he thought about the fact that the other person had mastered the yin-yang escape, he felt relieved. He even reached out to touch it and use his chakra to dispel this aura. Feel that unique power. In 3 days, he really gained something. It should be a power of unique nature. If applied to chakra, it may enhance its power. This seems to be one of the differences in Hashirama Senju's wood release. This nature seems to be the Vajra power of Buddhism. This is how Uchiha Jin understood it. Different people have different emphases when perceiving the same thing, so he naturally wouldn't dare to say that this is correct. However, the power of King Kong did give him some ideas. Is the power of diamond related to the diamond blockade? He felt the Nine Tails chakra in his body being suppressed. This is a real and effective feeling. It's amazing. Uchiha Jin felt this aura and tried hard to comprehend it. Hashirama Senju should have realized this nature in wood release. His nature naturally carries this aura. Uchiha Jin did not stick to the rules, that he felt that this should be a very adaptable quality. As long as you shine the light on this Buddha statue, you will be able to gain insights into the various attributes of escape techniques. Could it be that Hashirama Senju was influenced by Ashura and directly realized the wood release? I'd better use wood release first. To be cautious, Uchiha Jin practiced wood release. Refer to the aura revealed in the Buddha statue and feel the changes in the nature of wood release. At a certain point, he began to experiment with other attributes. Fire escape. The affinity isn't very high, but it's achievable. A flame with this property has a golden glow. Water escape. The compatibility is not very high either. Wind escape. 2. Earth escape. It is very suitable, and it has a sense of heaviness and a majestic aura. Even when Uchiha Jin uses the Earth escape chakra, it feels like the natural energy is very respectful. Thunder escape. The compatibility is also not high. Oh boy, I found the reason. Wood release has the best compatibility with the Vajra power of Buddhism. Uchiha Jin was also speechless. But there are still some gains, and they are not small. The power of various escape techniques has been improved to varying degrees. Although it is very faint, it really exists. With the seed, as Uchiha Ren returned and slowly comprehended and polished it, the Vajra, the more perfect your mind becomes, the greater your improvement will naturally be. He could already feel that power. It really is worthy of being the Fire Temple. The 1,000-year heritage is well deserved. Uchiha Jin came out and started praising him. Next time, I'll come and comprehend it again when I have the chance. After saying that, without giving Dilu a chance to refuse, Uchiha Jin dragged Kong away. Kong was still meditating when Uchiha Jin suddenly grabbed the clothes behind his neck and lifted him up. It's just a kid, take it easy. When he returned to the village, he did not hand Kong over to the Sandai. I just described the details of the task and said what I could say. He then took Sora back to the Uchiha clan. The third generation was also angry. Uchiha Jin has almost shown no mercy. His meaning was very clear. and there was no trace of the Hokage in his eyes. He even felt like he didn't recognize this Hokage. Well, he suddenly thought of what his old friend had said. The Uchiha clan is too proud to be at peace. Once they gain control of the power, they will become arrogant and Konoha will sooner or later be harmed by them. Jiraiya and Tsunade. The third Hokage's gaze was fixed in the direction of the Senju clan's territory. It had been abandoned long ago and no one went there. Tsunade lived there after she returned. Jiraiya is now also trying to persuade Tsunade. The village still depends on you. He didn't stand by the window long, because if you look up you will see the Hokage rock, and above the Hokage rock is the traitor of Konoha. The figure was kneeling, and could not be seen from the Hokage building, but the top of the tall stone tablet could be seen. With Jiraiya and Tsunade returning to the village, there was no reason to postpone the selection of the new Hokage. The prologue officially began on the third day after Uchiha Jin's return. Jiraiya had previously thought of sending Uchiha Jin away, but he didn't expect that he would be captured and killed by the other party in just a few days. Even if Uchiha Jin stayed in the Fire Temple for 3 more days, he would be able to catch up with the selection. Only then did he realize how clumsy his original plan was. As Uchiha Jin said, he himself did not intend to serve as the so-called Hokage. In the minds of Jiraiya and others, there is already a deviation in their views on the position of Hokage. There are errors in cognition. In fact, it's not just the Hokage. Other villages also have deviations in their understanding of their own Kage. Film. Should it be the most powerful one? Perhaps influenced by the Warring States period, it was necessary for the leaders of each force to be the strongest, which led to the continuation of the ninja village era. But the so-called shadow is the person who manages the village and leads it to a better future. Yes, without strength, you cannot convince the public. However, if you really want to be a great Hokage, shouldn't you put aside the so-called obedience brought by this kind of power from the bottom of your heart? Only by relying on real talents to build a better village and gaining the respect of villagers through political achievements can one be a truly great Hokage. It would be even better if on top of this, there is strong power that can bring a sense of security to the villagers. Of course, it's acceptable if he's not the strongest, but he still needs Kage-level strength. Otherwise, he won't even be able to deal with assassinations. If he changes 2 or 3 Kages every year, that would be a bit troublesome. Love for the village, one's own abilities and contributions may be more important than whether one is the strongest. After all, after becoming Hokage, in addition to government affairs, he can also practice, and he can mobilize the information of the entire village. Especially the forbidden techniques, their strength can basically be gradually improved to the strongest level. Unless there are monsters, perverts, or people cheating at the same time. Jiraiya, out of habitual thinking, thought that Uchiha Jin was going to run for Hokage. Unfortunately, the person running for election is Fugaku. Ever since the news of the election for the 5th Hokage spread, the entire Konoha has been in a very tense state. Even the entire ninja world is paying attention to this selection. Will Tsunade and Jiraiya, the 2 disciples of the 3rd generation, be elected Hokage, or will Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, become Hokage? The villagers of Konoha were also in a dilemma. How would they know anything about struggle? The people at the bottom of society only care about whether what they do is good for themselves. The Uchiha clan was slandered by Danzo some time ago. Although Uchiha Jin fought a war of public opinion and fought back, and no major disaster was caused, it still left a negative impression on the villagers. However, with Danzo's death, his evil deeds were exposed, and the villagers began to sympathize with the Uchiha clan who were backstabbed by Danzo. He fought bravely for the village and made great contributions to the 3rd generation, but was framed by his own superiors and had his eyes gouged out because his Sharingan was coveted. Moreover, because of this, many people think of the contributions of the Uchiha clan in the 3 world wars. In addition, the guard force works diligently to maintain order. Therefore, this time there are actually many civilians who support the Uchiha clan. Among the Jonin, the 2 powerful clans, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, occupied a large share and both supported Fugaku's election. Even some ninjas were wavering and some chose Uchiha Fugaku. This is a struggle between the family faction and the civilian faction. It's not that Uchiha Jin hates hostile civilians. Does the civilian faction here really represent the civilians? The so-called civilian ninjas are just divisions created by some people for their own purposes. Competition cannot be completed in a short time. All parties need to win over people and give the villagers some time to figure it out. Especially the Jonin. They each actually represent the interests of some people. They also have a large voting share. If an ordinary villager's vote counts as 1 point, then a Jonin's vote would be at least 3 digits. Most of the Jonin can reach more than 400 points. A senior ninja who has completed many tasks and made special contributions to the village can represent 700 to 800 points each. The elite Jonin also reached 4 figures one by one. This world is not fair. Those who are strong and have made great contributions will naturally have more privileges. This is an eternal truth. At the high end, Uchiha Fugaku has a great advantage. As long as the Uchiha clan activates the 3 Megatama, it is easy to become a Jonin. They are considered the family with the most Jonin. The Hyuga clan isn't bad either. Including some Jonin who have friendship with Uchiha Jin, the number of Jonin who support Fugaku exceeds 1/3. It wasn't for nothing that Uchiha Jin served as the chief commander in the Kumagakure battlefield back then. Unfortunately, he is still far behind Tsunade. After all, she is a medical ninja who has saved countless ninjas during the 3 wars. Many of the current Jonins have received her favor during the 3 wars, and most of the Chinins and Genins support her. This made Uchiha Jin a little worried. How can we persuade Tsunade to give up this election? Uchiha Jin said that this was not a shady deal and he definitely did not intend to do anything shady. He simply felt that having Fugaku from the Uchiha clan as Hokage would make Konoha better. For Konoha, everything else must get out of the way. If Fugaku didn't become Hokage, how could he control Dadahem? How could he make the Hokage adopt his suggestions and develop and strengthen Konoha step by step? Expand territory, then unify the ninja world and establish a stable order. I'm not affected by Uchiha Madara. I don't want to destroy the world. I don't have any dangerous thoughts. I just feel that this world is too dangerous and too chaotic, and I want to change it. The ninja world is in chaos, with all parties eyeing it covetously. The threat to Konoha always exists. I am strong enough to withstand any crisis, but I will eventually become weak. The best way is to turn the entire ninja world into Konoha. That way, no matter how much civil strife there is, Konoha will always be Konoha. I'm doing this purely for Konoha. For Konoha, Uchiha Jin is righteous and awe-inspiring. Isn't all this for Konoha? Well, he pulled his hair and looked at the falling hair in his hands, feeling a little worried. Have a look. Look how much I sacrificed for Konoha. He touched his hair and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is still very lush. That afternoon, Uchiha Jin left the family and headed towards the Senju clan's territory, holding some essential supplies in hand. Outside the Senju clan's territory, Uchiha Jin's figure appeared and walked towards the inside openly. He did not restrain himself, and the aura of chakra had already been sensed by the people inside. After a long time, Jiraiya and Tsunade came out and looked at Uchiha Jin with serious expressions. Uchiha Jin, what are you doing? Jiraiya was very alert. At this critical moment, this guy coming here must be up to no good. For the sake of the Uchiha clan, this guy would do anything. Most of Fugaku's actions were probably instigated by this guy. At the very least, even if Fugaku was the most hidden, Uchiha Jin is still the sharpest blade in the opponent's hand. Fugaku was competing for the position of Hokage. At this critical moment, what was Uchiha Jin trying to do by running to the Senju clan and standing before Tsunade, who was superior to Fugaku? Are you still going to resort to trickery in the Hokage election? Jiraiya snapped. Because of the 3rd generation, Jiraiya has never had a good impression of Uchiha Jin. Before Uchiha Jin's rise, Jiraiya didn't even know of his existence. After Uchiha Jin's rise, the 3rd generation never treated him well and his attitude was hostile. Jiraiya's understanding of Uchiha Jin also came entirely from the 3rd generation. I don't know why you are so hostile to me. Did that old man from the 3rd generation say something? Uchiha Jin was puzzled and looked at Jiraiya. We're all working for Konoha, so why is there such a huge difference in treatment? His tone was filled with sadness. Jiraiya curled his lips and ignored Uchiha Jin, keeping a tight guard. He felt that even when Uchiha Jin was speaking, the sound waves contained some chakra, which could easily make people fall into the illusion. What does this guy want to do by coming to Tsunade at this time and using illusion techniques? Tsunade's eyes were also very dangerous. Asshole, get out. She had never been fond of the Uchiha clan. Wasn't it too much for this guy to go to the Senju clan's territory and perform illusions? Boom! The ground beneath her feet cracked, and a huge pit was created by her foot. Bang! Uchiha Jin crossed his arms, took Tsunade's punch, and flew back more than 10 meters. Puff! He bit open the blood bag he was holding and spat out some blood. The acting is not very good, very poor. But the effect is very good. When Tsunade saw the blood, her pupils contracted, her breathing became rapid, and her brain became dizzy. He, against Tsunade, this is more effective than illusion. Uchiha Jin was pleased with himself. A medical ninja suffers from hemophobia. Jiraiya thought to himself that this was not good and stepped forward to block Tsunade, otherwise he would see the blood on Uchiha Jin's body. Tsunade, close your eyes and don't look. However, Tsunade was already trapped in an illusion at this moment. Jiraiya turned his head and saw Tsunade's panicked look, and he immediately became flustered. He turned back to look at Uchiha Jin, extremely angry. Uchiha Jin, what have you done? He slapped Tsunade's shoulder with his palm, trying to interrupt her chakra and free her from the genjutsu. However, the effect was not very ideal. Blood. Tsunade's voice trembled slightly, and her body was already limp and powerless. In the illusion, she saw the unforgettable scene. The rope tree.is broken. She screamed and wanted to save the 2 people, but they were just 2 cold corpses. No matter how she tried to save them, the 2 bodies showed no sign of movement. Jiraiya placed his hands on Tsunade's back, violently interrupting her chakra flow, but it still didn't work. He glared at Uchiha Jin and demanded, "Uchiha Jin, what did you do to Tsunade?" Uchiha Jin shrugged, "Don't talk nonsense, Tsunade and I are innocent. I just cast an illusion." "You fart." There was no way Jiraiya could possibly believe this guy's nonsense. If it was an illusion, how could he not be able to wake Tsunade up? When Jiraiya started to form hand seals, Uchiha Jin quickly stopped him. "Hey, don't do it. You don't want any unrest to happen in Konoha at this time, right? Is there a possibility that Tsunade herself is not conscious?" Uchiha Jin reminded her. He had an innocent expression on his face. "I came to the Senju clan to visit you too. It's one thing for you to attack me right away, but you beat me until I vomited blood. That you were afraid of blood, and you put the blame on me." Uchiha Jin was wronged. From his tone, I could tell that everything was unfair. His acting when he vomited blood was not very good, but now his acting is perfect. Jiraiya himself was so angry at this guy that he almost vomited blood. What on earth is this guy doing here? How shameless. Isn't it just about getting rid of the two competitors and letting Fugaku take the position directly? If that happened, Jiraiya would definitely fight back with all his might. Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't expect that Tsunade, one of the famous three ninjas, actually suffers from hemophobia. Uchiha Jin shook his head and turned away. Without giving Jiraiya any chance, he pushed the instant body technique to its extreme. Evening. A piece of news spread wildly among the villagers. "Did you know, Lady Tsunade actually suffers from hemophobia?" Shocked, the greatest medical ninja has contracted this terminal illness. Tsunade actually had Uchiha Jin do this to her. All kinds of messy rumors are flying around. Uchiha Jin retired after completing his mission. Outline as a medical ninja, no, not to mention a medical ninja, as a ninja, suffering from hemophobia is itself a strange thing. She must withdraw from the election for Hokage, right? It's not that I'm being mean, but the third Hokage choice of Tsunade, who has hemophobia, as the fifth Hokage's candidate is irresponsible in itself. On this point, Uchiha Jin did not give in at all. Even Danzo would do the same for Konoha. Even Jiraiya himself was worried about whether something unexpected would happen if Tsunade, who suffers from hemophobia, became Hokage. If you're worried, don't let it happen. Hiding it from others, they think the probability of something happening is low, so they treat the safety of the entire village as a joke? You can't make decisions for others. Of course, top ninjas suffer from hemophobia, and the fewer people who know this information, the better. Uchiha Jin did something wrong, but didn't he make amends? The experience he gave Tsunade was painful, but definitely serious. Uchiha Jin's illusion was very direct, pulling Tsunade into the source of hemophobia. Tsunade, who was in a daze, would instinctively recall the scene of that day. Even if the chakra flow was interrupted, she would still enter the illusion again, until you break the barriers in your heart. Uchiha Jin's move was extremely ruthless. If she can break free, she will be a great fighting force of Konoha. Without Tsunade's hemophobia, her meaning is completely different. If he couldn't get out within 3 days, the Yinten chakra left by Uchiha Jin would have been consumed and the illusion would have dissipated by itself. Be gentle and considerate to women? Does not exist. For the sake of Konoha, Uchiha Jin has abandoned this kind of love. At least Tsunade is not big in any other way except that she is a little big. Ahem, there is no other way that is particularly big and can attract Uchiha Jin. The news that Tsunade suffered from hemophobia spread throughout Konoha in an instant. The ninjas who originally supported her to become Hokage also began to hesitate. They still respected Tsunade. Even in their eyes, Tsunade became like this and suffered from hemophobia because it was the price she paid for treating too many patients. Doctors see blood so often that they either become numb or afraid. This made them respect this great ninja even more, but they could not support Tsunade to become Hokage. This information has spread and is almost known to everyone. Tsunade becoming Hokage will bring her huge trouble. The moment the third generation learned the information, his blood pressure rose rapidly, he cursed loudly, coughed anxiously, and even fainted for a moment. A large number of ninjas changed their votes and no longer supported Tsunade, but chose Uchiha Fugaku. It's just a decoration. As long as they are a jonin, they know something about each other. That's a great writer. Especially some senior ninjas have realized Uchiha Jin's bottom line. The Uchiha clan must become Hokage this time. How many people support Tsunade? Then expose her hemophobia. If they continue to support Jiraiya, novels like that would probably be everywhere. It would be better to just choose Fugaku. The third generation knew this, so he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Uchiha Jin has begun to lose his martial ethics. At this time, no one could counter him. The Uchiha clan has 3 Mangekyous. Who would dare to use the same method to kick Fugaku out at this time? They even had to protect Fugaku's personal image and not allow spies from other villages to instigate him. This is the most disgusting thing. In fact, the 3 generations before them were very good at using this method with Danzo. Now, they have lost Danzo. No, it's not that they lost Danzo, but they have met Uchiha Jin, who has no bottom line and is more confident than them. The key to all this is not just Uchiha Jin's madness, it's more about his confidence. Konoha could not afford the Uchiha clan's rebellion. No matter how much conspiracy and trickery they use, Konoha will not be able to avoid heavy casualties unless the entire Uchiha clan does not resist. The silent genocide in the plot is impossible to happen. Under the influence of Uchiha Jin, the overall strength of the Uchiha clan has improved rapidly, and there is a trend of returning to the peak of the Uchiha clan in the past. No, it should be said that they are almost there. Apart from the lack of Uchiha Madara, their current strength is no weaker than that of the Uchiha clan back then. There are dozens of Jonin, more than 1,000 Shinin, but there are fewer Genin than Shinin. Such a terrifying proportion is unmatched by any other ninja clan. After illusion was listed as one of the compulsory courses for the Uchiha clan, almost all ninjas of the Uchiha clan opened their eyes, and opening their eyes meant that they had secured the rank of Shinin. Those who are still at the Genin level are just one step behind. After a while, perhaps except for the new graduates every year, everyone will reach the Chunin level or above. This is a very scary thing. Unfortunately, no one has realized this yet. All they know now is that the Uchiha clan has recovered very quickly in the past 2 years. As soon as Uchiha Jin took action, Tsunade withdrew from the election for the position of Hokage. Jiraiya is almost half eliminated. I only need to make a few moves, and that's already the limit of this level. It's not that he doesn't want to be Hokage, but this kind of thing is child's play and not worth his excessive involvement. Conspiracy? I broke them all myself. Uchiha Jin added a lot of drama to himself and his heart, and acted very childish. 3 days passed in a flash. Without Tsunade, the huge mountain, Fugaku's support rate instantly rose to 80%. Under the pressure of Uchiha Jin, the third Hokage was forced to abdicate and Fugaku succeeded him as the fifth Hokage. As for the position of the head of the Uchiha clan, it was inherited by Uchiha Itachi. Well, if Uchiha Jin doesn't want to be Hokage, does that mean he wants to be the clan leader? In the end, I can only leave it to this guy Itachi. But he is too young, so he is just a puppet. Ahem, just a nominal clan leader. In fact, many clan affairs are handled by Shisui. Uchiha Jin really doesn't care about anything. He is only responsible for giving advice to his family and Konoha. The handover of Hokage is very complicated. After Fugaku wins the final election, he still needs the consent of the daimyo, a period of adaptation and probation, and then he will be officially appointed by the daimyo and the Hokage ceremony will be held. In fact, the process is not that detailed or complicated. Uchiha Jin knew that the Uchiha clan was being targeted by the daimyo. Daimyo, do you have ill will towards the Uchiha clan? He frowned, so this meant he had some ill will towards Konoha as well. No, the daimyo must be eradicated too. To have a say, one must first have independence. If we want to reform, independence is the first thing that needs to be achieved. The village's supreme leader, the Hokage, actually needs the daimyo's recognition and appointment. Could it be that the village became a subordinate of the Fire Country daimyo? Uchiha Jin began to show his fangs. The family finally got the position of Hokage as they wished, and he also wanted to continue with his next ambition. Fugaku doesn't have enough control over the village right now, he needs to stabilize it for a while. Uchiha Jin suppressed his dissatisfaction and planned to keep the daimyo for a while longer. First, we must eradicate the remnants of F4, then vigorously develop the village. Trade must also be liberalized. The village's economy cannot be dependent on the daimyofu. Although the village has always had ways to accept tasks and receive rewards, the biggest expense is undoubtedly still from Daiming Prefecture. The annual funding from Daiming Prefecture is dozens of times the mission income. Once the daimyo withdraws its funds, Konoha will first face an economic crisis. Therefore, the economy must be independent. Politics also needs reform. However, Uchiha Jin was also struggling with the issue of the system. He didn't know how to formulate it based on the actual situation of the village. Constitutional monarchy? Parliament? Alas, for Konoha's sake, I have to learn politics. 3 days passed in a flash. Fugaku became the true fifth Hokage. Tsunade was unable to come out of the illusion. She woke up the next day after Uchiha Jin's illusion automatically lost its effect. During the 3 days, she was tortured by Uchiha Jin and became somewhat depressed. However, Uchiha Jin's torture was also good for her. Her hemophobia was not cured, but at least she had become somewhat numb to blood. That's right, numb. Both scared and numb. Played badly by Uchiha Jin. The advantage is that in critical situations such as combat, you won't be bothered by factors like blood. Uchiha Jin was also ruthless. Even though he revealed Tsunade's information, he did not reveal it completely. The information that she had hemophobia was revealed, but the enemy did not know that she had been cured in disguise by Uchiha Jin. Hemophobia itself is just a psychological problem, not a real disease. Tsunade's illness was caused by the deaths of Noeki and Kato Dan. Because there was a large amount of blood at the scene and it caused a great impact on Tsunade, the two were connected. Uchiha Jin broke this connection through very tough means. Tsunade has become numb to blood and will no longer associate it with the two of them. That this is a form of treatment, but it is only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. Uchiha Jin is also looking forward to Naruto growing up quickly. Tsunade could also have met Naruto earlier. Then the knot in his heart was opened up by words. When Fugaku came to power, the first thing he did was to reform the Elder System. In the eyes of many ninjas, the Elder System was a cancer. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en are really not very outstanding in this position and do not play the role they should. The position of Elder was originally intended to assist the Hokage, but later became a means to check and balance the Hokage, and then it became even more corrupted. Most ninjas agree to abolish this system. Uchiha Fugaku still has some prestige, and his strength is enough to convince everyone. On that day in the back mountain, he opened the Mangekyo and single-handedly stopped the strongest Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Jin only killed Danzo and trapped a man with a watermelon head in green clothes. That battle actually won Fugaku a lot of prestige. It can be said that Fugaku's position as Hokage was snatched away by force, and he won it through his own strength, without being constrained by the same constraints as Minato Namikaze. His movements were quick and swift. The first fire started almost the second day after he took office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former third Hokage, wanted to stop it, but he was constantly watched by several Umbu ninjas from the Uchiha clan, and was powerless. Fugaku seemed to have already had a plan in mind. He replaced many members of the Umbu and arranged a large number of Uchiha clan members. Of course, the Hyuga clan was not left out either. As an ally, it's my duty. The Guard Corps cooperates with the Hokage, which is a very strong control. Fugaku controlled every aspect. It was for this reason that no one could object to the removal of the two elders. The elders were removed, and all other aspects were proceeding in an orderly manner. At this time, many people were watching and not daring to take the lead. They were really not sure where this guy's next move would come from. The second fire soon came. Under the order of Fugaku, the fifth Hokage, the reparations for the two wars against the Hidden Cloud Village were brought to the table. In the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha won the final victory. In the final battle, the three major nations that besieged Konoha all signed an agreement of defeat. Afterwards, taking advantage of the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Hidden Cloud Village openly tore up the agreement and went to war with Konoha again. Although it was not as fierce as the Third War, both sides suffered heavy losses. In the end, Konoha won, and the Hidden Cloud Village signed an agreement again, with another huge compensation. The compensation was said to be paid off over 10 years, but everyone knew it could not be paid back. Defeat agreement? This thing only appeared after the Ninja Village era. During the Warring States period, there was no such thing as a defeat agreement. If you were defeated, your entire clan would be exterminated directly. After the Ninja Village era, under the one country one village system, victory meant either destroying the other country or reconciling with each other and signing a defeat agreement. Therefore, the defeat agreement only appeared in the Ninja Village era. In the 3 wars after the Ninja Village era, Konoha was the victorious side. Konoha adheres to the concept of peace-loving and took the initiative to lower its demands when signing the agreement, only condemning the other party's behavior of waging war. Even if compensation is required, no harsh measures will be taken to collect it. Over time, in the minds of all ninja villages, reparations after defeat are just a number, because it is highly likely that these villages cannot afford so much compensation at once, so you can only pay in installments. And the compensation will increase year by year, so there won't be much in the first 2 years. Because the war had just ended, the economy was in decline and production needed to be restored. However, if it drags on for a few years, there is a high possibility that there will be another war. The compensation was just evaded. As for the respective countries, are they responsible for paying the compensation in one lump sum? Yes, the Land of Lightning can be sent out, but will it be given to Konoha or to the daimyo of the Land of Fire? It was given to Konoha, but Konoha wanted such a large amount of compensation. Was it planning to get rid of the financial control of the daimyo prefecture? Or do you not want the funding for the next few years? The daimyo of the Land of Fire is actually very concerned about the strength of Konoha. It cannot be weak and must always remain the strongest ninja village. But it can't be too strong. Otherwise, why would the annual allocation fluctuate? As for the Thunder Nation paying compensation to the Fire Nation, this is even more nonsense. The Land of Fire occupies the richest land in the entire ninja world and is not short of money at all. War itself is an unspoken procedure among major powers. There are too many ninjas, the ninja villages under his command are too powerful, and it also costs money. The 2 payments of compensation that the Hidden Cloud Village had defaulted on were now openly brought up by Fugaku. It is said to be paid in installments, but Fang has been procrastinating. This small amount of money is not even as much as the money the Uchiha clan spends on its members every year. However, Fugaku refused to give in. Even if it's less, it's enough to feed thousands of ninjas. Moreover, according to the agreement, the amount will gradually increase in the future, and in the end, the annual compensation will have to reach the annual expenditure of the Uchiha clan in training clan members. With such a large sum of money, there is no way that Uchiha Jin, no, Uchiha Fugaku would give it up. If used well, Konoha will be able to have more than 10 jonin and 100 shinin every year. In addition, this is also a critical step. The village's finances are in the hands of the daimyo, which is always a thorn that must be removed. But suddenly turning against one's side is not an option. Daiming Prefecture must have means of restriction. These nobles are not stupid, as they have been able to pass down their tradition for thousands of years. In fact, they are very smart and good at this power struggle. We can't act too hastily, we should take it step by step. Isn't this damaging to one's own prestige? In the Sarutobi clan's territory, Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply puzzled after reading the information in his hand. What on earth is this Uchiha Jin doing? He could understand the removal of the elder's position and was very angry about it, but the second point was that the Hidden Cloud village was required to repay the compensation. This was something he had not anticipated. The Hidden Cloud village, which was waiting to watch the show, did not expect that it would be named. That's ridiculous. What does this mean? Hidden Cloud Village. A village stands among the towering mountains. In the Raikage's office, the fourth AI looked at the information in his hand and angrily threw it on the table. A crack appeared on the table. What does this Uchiha Fugaku mean? Is he going to start a war? Sure enough, the Uchiha clan is different from that old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen. He showed such brilliance just after coming to power. All the villages that received the news had the same idea. Even Konoha itself felt that the compensation proposed by Fugaku was suspected of provoking war again. He couldn't wait to win a war and establish his position as Hokage. Konoha is causing trouble. What should we do? Idiot, bastard Kiribi, shut up. The fourth generation AI stopped Kiribi, who was in the mood. Recent dash boom. Damn it, what happened? Just as the fourth generation AI was about to give an order to Killer B, a violent roar was heard. The fourth generation AI had a hot temper. He rushed out of the office and looked towards the source of the explosion with his eyes wide open. The body is shaking a little. What comes into view is a huge giant. The giant was formed by dark purple chakra, with purple-red flames all over his body. The mixture of cold and violent aura makes people feel terrified. What's this? The fourth Raikage was shocked. He looked at the huge figure. Kiribi followed closely behind, his expression much more serious. The Ushiki said that was the breath of the nine-tailed fox. The fourth Raikage almost slapped Killer B. If the other party hadn't added the oxtail, he would have thought that the other party thought he was a fool. Isn't Kyuubi a fox? How could it be that giant who was obviously wearing clothes and armor? In fact, they didn't think too much about it. After realizing the power of the purple giant, they didn't retreat at all and stepped forward immediately. Susanoo. The fourth Raikage finally found this part from his memory. During the turmoil within Konoha, that is, when Uchiha Jin killed Danzo, both Shisui and Fugaku had used Susanoo. All the ninjas who were spies in Konoha could clearly feel the terrifying aura. There were many ninjas who saw Susanoo that day, and the information was leaked. The fourth Raikage looked at the Susanoo, which had two different colors from the one in the intelligence, and immediately guessed the other party's identity. Uchiha Jin. He gritted his teeth. In such a short period of time, Uchiha Jin had already caused enormous damage to the Hidden Cloud village. He hated the other person very much in his heart. Compare. His body was wrapped in blue chakra, and his entire body turned into a blue light. There was a dense electric current on the four fingers, making a crackling sound. There is dark red chakra condensed on Killer B's body surface. Finally, it was wrapped in a layer of dark red chakra coat. Black runes covered the entire body, and 8 tails behind it were raging wildly. Forehand pass. Roar. Uchiha Jin had noticed the two of them a long time ago, and the natural energy gathered together, condensing into a high-temperature fireball emitting terrifying heat in the hands of the huge Susanoo. He threw out 2 fireballs. His huge body was not suitable for him to turn and throw in the air. The huge hands pulled out 2 long swords made of purple-black energy from behind. Cut down suddenly. Boom! The fireball exploded and the entire mountain trembled. Uchiha Jin swung his sword and cut the mountaintop in half. The charge of the fourth Raikage was not interrupted. He relied on the lightning chakra on his body and his strong physique to withstand the damage of the fire. After rushing out, the crackling sound in his hands could no longer be suppressed. Uchiha Jin controlled Susanoo and held 2 swords crosswise to resist. Bang! The huge Susanoo was pushed back several meters by this blow. He exerted force with both hands and slashed down fiercely, pushing the fourth Raikage out, then swept the blade horizontally. Roar! Uchiha Jin and Abi had a fierce battle. However, he clearly had the upper hand. He hadn't practiced for several days, and was accumulating enough pupil power to prepare for the battle at this moment. He was familiarizing himself with Susanoo's combat mode. Although he had taken the time to familiarize himself with Susanoo before, he had never used this form in battle. The terrifying Yin-Dun aura swept across the entire Hidden Cloud village. Among them, the mixture of the Nine Tails' violent chakra and the power emitted by the Eight Tails itself made the villagers of the entire Cloud Village panic. According to the agreement, the hidden Cloud Village owes Konoha 10 billion ryo. It has been owed for 2 years. Today is the deadline. Uchiha Jin's domineering aura echoed. From Susanoo, terrifying flames shot out in all directions, and while he was fighting, flames were sprayed towards the rest of the hidden Cloud Village. Stop! The fourth Raikage's eyes were bloodshot. The Jonin of Kumagakure gathered to defend against the flames shot out during the battle by Uchiha Jin. The purple flame is very terrifying, far beyond ordinary fire escape. As the battle progressed, the ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village gradually gathered. The power of one person is extremely small, but as the number of people increases and the ninjutsu is combined, there will be a qualitative change. Water style, waterfall technique, earth escape, earth flow wall. With the joint efforts of the Cloud Ninja, finally under the guidance of Uchiha Jin, the lives of most of the villagers were saved. However, so many buildings were still affected. Darui continuously fired lasers to intercept the purple flames, but even so, there were always some missed. Susanoo's huge body is 100 meters long, and the flames it emits cover a very large area. Boom! With the final roar, Uchiha Jin slashed out with both swords, and 2 terrifying sword auras seemed to plow the ground. There were deep knife marks on the ground. The 2 swords were put back into the scabbards behind his back. Orange-red chakra rose from the body of the purple-black giant, and his aura became even more terrifying. Following Susanoo's arm, the Nine Tails chakra condensed in his right hand to form a purple-black energy ball. He mixed natural energy into it, and the terrifying fluctuations were frightening. Not good. The voice of the Ushiki appeared in Killer Bee's mind, forcing him to stop this tailed beast ball. It felt threatened from this tailed beast ball. Unlike ordinary tailed beast balls, this one is extremely powerful. Uchiha Jin, are you trying to start a war? The fourth Raikage saw that Uchiha Jin had condensed the terrifying tailed beast ball, but he did not throw it out. Instead, he stabilized it and held it in his hand, waiting for something. In the 2 wars, the hidden Cloud Village caused huge losses to Konoha, but Konoha is a peace-loving country and has repeatedly yielded on the amount of compensation, but you have repeatedly pressed your limits. Konoha is right no matter what. The amount of compensation has already been reduced for you, but you keep shirking your responsibility. Anyone would be angry. Even other villages such as Iwagakure sneered at the actions of Kumagakure. In the next few years, they may take advantage of some unrest to unilaterally destroy the agreement due to the high compensation, but they should at least show some appreciation in the first 2 years. The hidden Cloud Village just keeps dragging on year after year. It's really disgusting. Acknowledging the agreement means not giving you the money. Typical Lao Lu behavior. Of course, what the Iwagakure village gave were more supplies, which were surplus to their own needs but were in short supply or had no use for Konoha. Compensation, 1 billion taels, not a single ounce less. The tailed beast ball in the purple giant's hand was somewhat unstable, and just a trace of breath that leaked out was enough to make one's scalp tingle. The fourth Raikage knew that Uchiha Jin was forcing and threatening them. If you don't pay the compensation, I will blow up your village. No one knows how this guy got in through the village's barrier. Without the barrier's resistance, the tailed beast ball would explode directly inside the village, which would be fatal. The fourth Raikage's face flushed red, and he was seething with anger. Give. But our Cloud Village cannot afford so much at once. In half a month, the compensation we owe will not be less at all. Uchiha Jin did not respond, and the tailed beast ball became even more unstable and could explode at any time. At the same time, Susanoo is also ready to be thrown at any time. Stop! What are you going to do? Uchiha Jin looked at Killer Bee, staring at him with his Mangekyo eyes. You should know that the tailed beasts are not that much of a threat to me. If you don't want the village to be destroyed, tell that idiot not to resist. Uchiha Jin's words were obviously directed at the Eight Tails. It suppressed its own chakra and did not allow Killer Bee to borrow it to enter its complete form. Uchiha Jin is right, it will be suppressed. What exactly do you want? The fourth Raikage was almost defeated by Uchiha Jin. No, it should be, what do you want to do with me? I'm just here to collect the debt. This time, getting this compensation is the most important thing. Destroy the hidden Cloud Village, or inflict a fatal blow to the hidden Cloud Village? These are all impossible, as the other 3 villages are always on guard. If the hidden Cloud Village is destroyed, Konoha will be targeted by 3 parties, and they will be targeted to death. In the 3 battles, Konoha fought 1 against 3 and finally won, which shows how powerful it is. Although there is an ally in the Sand Village, this so-called ally was also an enemy at the beginning. They only became allies after being defeated and signing an agreement. Besides, strictly speaking, Sand Village is the weakest village. Using the simplest calculation method, Konoha is stronger than the 2 villages. So what if there are only 3 major ninja villages left besides Konoha? Isn't this forcing people to unite completely? The Sand Village seems to have always been an ally of Konoha, but in fact, once the interests change, it can become a mortal enemy at any time. If you come, you have to take away all 4 ninja villages at once. When the situation develops to the point where one village is powerful enough to destroy the entire ninja world, what will Konoha be afraid of? Money and such are not important, as long as the intention is there. Uchiha Jin spoke up and said that supplies could be used as collateral. For example, various instruments. Isn't the Hidden Cloud Village the most technologically advanced? The various precision instruments the technology relies on are very valuable. The fourth Raikage hesitated for a moment. After thinking about it, he ordered Darui to go and find some non-core instruments. I have to ask Daming to reimburse the expenses this time. The fourth Raikage was already thinking about how to ask the daimyo for money. He threw the tailed beast ball in his hand into the sky. Uchiha Jin used all his strength to throw it 10,000 meters into the air. Boom! The terrifying energy fluctuations were still sweeping in all directions, and the mountaintop was very depressed because of the aftermath of the explosion. Suzanu's status is cancelled. Uchiha Jin took the scroll containing the instruments and equipment, shook hands with the fourth Raikage cordially, and smiled brightly. Don't be angry, Lord Raikage. This is for the sake of Kumagakure's external image. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, you're refusing to pay back the money. Isn't that a complete disgrace? Fortunately, this time, Konoha was aware of the views of some small countries and villages. Fugaku, the 5th Hokage, immediately decided to collect the compensation and save your village's image as soon as he took office. The 4th Raikage looked at the shameless Uchiha Jin and almost scolded him to get out. Now that the compensation has been paid, it's time for me to go back and report. Uchiha Jin looked around and chuckled at the Kumagakure ninjas who were vaguely surrounding him. Don't make seals anymore, it will be bad if you accidentally fire the gun. The unique patterns in his kaleidoscope slowly rotated, making people feel cold in their hearts. Uchiha Jin was not careless at all. He only breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the Hidden Cloud Village and quickened his pace to return to the Land of Fire. Although he was no longer afraid of the threat of numbers and his Susanoo swept across the entire field, this thing had blind spots, so he had to fight as little as possible. The 4th Raikage looked at the disappearing Uchiha Jin, with murderous intent and ruthlessness deep in his eyes. Unfortunately, that power is too strong. The village records state that eyes like that will eventually lead to blindness. The 4th Raikage knew this, but he didn't want to use the lives of his own ninjas to consume that bastard's eyes. Moreover, Uchiha Madara's eye seems to have been cured in the end, which is also worth noting. Perhaps, the breakthrough after blindness is even more terrifying. They didn't know the specific situation of the kaleidoscope, and thought that after becoming blind, it was like facing some kind of test. After passing it, they would regain more powerful power. Uchiha Madara is obviously the successful example. The 4th Raikage was unsure if Uchiha Jin could go any further. He can't gamble. We can't send our own ninjas to die, and we can't send that guy to a stronger team with our own hands. Count the casualties, Darui, head to the daimyo's mansion and demand funds from him. The 4th Raikage gave the order and began to count the losses. Double compensation for the sacrificed ninja. The village was bombarded for no reason and forced to pay compensation in public. What a humiliation. At this time, we cannot allow the village ninjas and villagers to become alienated. Uchiha Jin returned to the village happily with his spoils. The entire ninja world was no longer calm. Uchiha Jin went to the Hidden Cloud Village and used Susanoo to force and demand compensation. This piece of information shocked everyone. He was shocked by both Uchiha Jin's personal strength and the other party's audacity. And there are changes in Konoha. With Fugaku rising to power and the Uchiha clan in power, the transformation of Konoha was drastic and obvious. Even the Sand Village restrained its various tactics against Konoha at this time. Who knows whether the other party will catch them and demand the price of tearing up the alliance agreement in order to show off their power. The Sand Village is poor, so it's better to let other villages try this kind of behavior that may burn money first. The entire ninja world actually knows about Uchiha Jin's Susanoo, but they have just forgotten it. During the Warring States period, almost every generation had a Mangekyo. Susanoo was also a symbol of the Uchiha clan back then, but as time passed, it was buried in history. Those who have seen it don't want to recall the horrific scene, and those who have not seen it naturally don't know what it is all about. However, I didn't expect that after such a long time, the Mangekyo Sharinan would appear. Moreover, it was a triple-double in one go. The top leaders of the 4 major ninja villages all felt a little heavy. They are all waiting for these 3 pairs of eyes to go blind. Oh my, Obito, this Uchiha Jin is too domineering. He directly forced the Hidden Cloud Village to pay compensation. A strange black and white creature in a pitcher plant opened its mouth and made a weird sound. Why do I feel that he is more like Uchiha Madara than you, Uchiha Madara? Obito's face hidden under the mask was already somewhat distorted. Jew, this bastard, is he calling me a coward in disguise? There was no response. Obito remained silent, thinking about the current situation. The Uchiha clan took control of Konoha. He acts in a domineering manner, but he has the confidence to do so. In fact, from the moment the Hidden Cloud Village paid the compensation, Fugaku's position as Hokage was already secure. For at least the next 5 years, the ninja world will be in a period of silence. The plan against Uchiha Itachi must also be changed. We can't stimulate him to open his eyes. If they can stimulate a pair of Mangekyo, the Uchiha clan will be really powerful. Obito had a slight headache. He was behind Shisui's opening of his eyes that he had done so much, but in the end, Shisui was fooled by that bastard Uchiha Jin and returned to the embrace of his family. This caused him to lose confidence in Uchiha Itachi. Taking the trouble to stimulate the other party to open his eyes may just be giving the Uchiha clan a Mangekyo. The plan for Konoha must also be changed. Now is not the time to force a target. Especially the Uchiha clan, it is no longer something that can be suppressed by other forces within Konoha. Stirring up conflicts between other villages in Konoha, we can't let the ninja world be at peace. Originally, this period was actually the development period of Akatsuki, and Obito did have this idea that he wanted to take advantage of this time to let Akatsuki grow and develop, collect the tailed beasts, and then start his ideal war. However, with 3 pairs of Mangekyo, Obito couldn't guarantee that there would be no accidents. He always feels uncertain in his heart. It's time to stir up conflict between the villages. The ninja world cannot continue to be peaceful. As for the Akatsuki organization, they are also going to be mobilized to create unrest. At the very least, each of them must consume those 3 pairs of kaleidoscopes. Obito's understanding of the Mangekyo is much deeper than the records of other villages. Once the pupil power is exhausted, it is exhausted that if you want to go further, it is not your own breakthrough, but you need the eyes of your brothers. Now Uchiha Jin, Fugaku and Shisui are not related by blood. It doesn't fit this path. So he could put in all his effort and boldly consume the pupil power of the 3 people. The Hidden Mist Village can cooperate. In addition to being able to influence the Akatsuki organization, Obito also controls the Hidden Mist Village. As long as he plans properly, there is still hope. It has to be quick. He can maintain the recovery of his pupil power through half of White Zetsu's body. If Uchiha Jin and the others find a similar method, it will be even more difficult to deal with him. It is said that Danzo's arm can be equipped with the Sharingan, and it can be used to suppress the spread of Hashirama's cells. According to the information Obito obtained, the arm was finally taken away by Uchiha Jin. He felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Uchiha Jin must be consumed as soon as possible. If you are blind, it will be useless no matter what you research. Konoha. Uchiha Jin's action shocked the ninja world and also alarmed Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen ran directly from the clan to the Hokage's office. Fugaku, you're starting a war. If we are not careful, the ninja world will be plunged into endless war and chaos. The ninja world is relatively peaceful at this moment, which, in the words of the 3rd Hokage, became the achievement of his reign. Now, as soon as Fugaku comes to power, he will take tough measures, which will easily cause turmoil in the ninja world. Although he was very selfish and did many wrong things when he got older, which the 3rd generation acknowledged, he could not tolerate Konoha becoming a radical. Konoha advocates peace. Sure enough, what Danzo said was right. If the Uchiha clan became Hokage, war would definitely be triggered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, remember, I am the Hokage. Fugaku's attitude was very firm, and his tone revealed a hint of unquestionableness. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku was also very domineering back then. He had served as the captain of the Guard Corps and also as a commander in the Third World War. Although he was not the chief commander, he still had a lot of momentum. Especially after experiencing Susanoo, that kind of domineering attitude is engraved in the bones of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless for a moment. How did the words I used to oppose Danzo reach Fugaku? I am the 3rd generation of Fire Ying. You have the right to object to matters concerning the survival of the village. His hunched body seemed to straighten up, and he showed no intention of giving in to Fugaku. The 2 sides are in a stalemate. There were other jonin in the office as well, all of whom had come to express their opinions on the incident. However, they did not have the confidence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so they just stood silently on the side of the 3rd generation. The ninjas of Konoha are all peace-loving, opposed to, and even hate war. The beauty of Konoha is their vision of this world. During the war, they would fight to the death to protect the beauty in their hearts. However, away from the war, they actually hope that the ninja world can be as peaceful and beautiful as Konoha. Behind Fugaku stood the Uchiha clan's jonin. Their hearts, dormant for over 50 years, were now ablaze with life, and they saw nothing wrong with this. This is the attitude that a powerful ninja village should have. They firmly supported the Hokage. At this moment, there was actually a sense of confrontation between the Hokage faction and the old party. Peace is not weakness. As they were arguing with each other, Uchiha Jin's voice came from outside. He was full of energy, walking with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, and there was an inexplicable sense of power when he walked. A pair of eyes emitting a sharp light that makes people dare not look directly at them. Show your talent. In his hands was a bundle of scrolls, which contained instruments for harvesting sealed inside. Uchiha Jin, you have destroyed the relationship between the two villages and got these useless things in return. What are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at the scroll in Uchiha Jin's hand, looking very sad. Uchiha Jin raised his eyebrows, very surprised. Could it be that the third-generation master has been so used to a life of luxury that he doesn't even care about a billion? He chuckled. Yes, with just a flick of the wrist, we could potentially allocate billions of dollars to support root research. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself that this was not good. Don't stir up trouble. These instruments are priceless. They may be sold for more than 10 billion on the black market. The third Hokage doesn't even look down on them. Uchiha Ren would not be interrupted by him. He loudly accused the third Hokage of not understanding the people's feelings and not knowing the hardships of the ninjas below. More than 1 billion taels is enough to cover the expenses of 10 senior ninjas for several years. At the same time, he was also muttering in his heart, this old guy, could it be that he really thinks that more than 10 billion is too little and doesn't look down on it? He still felt that it was most likely because the old man was too old and didn't think things through, so he made a low-level mistake and was caught by himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't continue chatting with him about these irrelevant topics. Fugaku, you let Uchiha Jin go to the Hidden Cloud Village and wreak havoc. Do you know the consequences? Third Sama, Fugaku is now the Hokage. Apparently, Uchiha Jin had heard Fugaku's words outside before, and now he brought them out again to pressure the other party. Besides, we in Konoha love peace and don't like war. This has nothing to do with weakness. Dignity lies only on the edge of the sword, and truth lies only within the range of ninjutsu. We can choose not to start a war, and we don't want others to start a war with us. To do that, we must have sufficient strength, confidence, and a tough attitude. Uchiha Jin refused to give in and spoke fiercely. Konoha's weakness will only bring endless harassment from other villages. You are powerful, but easy to bully. There is no cost in beating you. If you win, you will gain huge fame and rewards. Why not fight? Uchiha Jin pressed forward step by step, his gaze captivating. Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had hurried over and hadn't had a chance to say anything, remained silent. Third generation, your philosophy was wrong from the beginning. Either you are so powerful that your enemies dare not even think about it, or you are so ruthless that others dare not provoke you. A weak attitude is gradually eroding Konoha's foundation. It seems like you've won victory after victory, but under your leadership, the situation in Konoha is moving step by step towards the abyss. During the Third World War, for ninja villages successively launched wars against us. Isn't this the best example? It would have been fine if Uchiha Jin hadn't said anything, but he got excited once he started talking. The more he spoke about many of the third generation's ideas, the angrier he became, and he even began to accuse them, saying that their strategy of the past 2 or 3 decades had completely led Konoha into the abyss. This completely negates the other party's achievements. It's simply murderous and heartbreaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was as ugly as the bottom of a pot at this moment, his breathing was rapid, and he kept coughing up blood. His right hand was trembling as he pointed at Uchiha Jin, his eyes full of anger. Such a simple truth, don't you all understand it? Uchiha Jin looked around and looked at the Jonin behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because he is the Hokage, his reasoning is greater than your opinions. Look at your current state. Uchiha Jin was sincere and turned his head suddenly to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have ruined this generation. What you broke was the foundation of Konoha. Uchiha Jin. Jiraiya couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted Uchiha Jin. Even Tsunade stood between the two of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt dizzy and had a stuffy feeling in his chest. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and then lost consciousness. Fugaku was secretly shocked. How mean was Ranjun's mouth? Killing people and destroying their hearts. This is the real murder. He elevated a small attitude to this level. Not only did he deny the achievements of the third generation, but he also accused the third generation of destroying the foundation of Konoha. Tsunade took the unconscious third Hokage away for treatment, and Jiraiya followed closely behind, his expression flustered and a little confused. One by one, the senior ninjas walked out of the Hokage's office, their eyes also confused. Uchiha Jin's words continued to echo in their minds. It seemed as if he was thinking of his comrades who died in the war, and the compromises he had to make in the end for peace. Not worth it. Yes, after the compromise, there will be the next provocation. It's reached a dead end, entered a cycle of death. The real solution is a simple, violent, and tough stance. One by one, they left the Hokage's office in confusion, and halfway through, after figuring it out, they returned home with a wry smile. Perhaps, tomorrow, there will be a completely different group of people. Uchiha Jin turned around and saw Fugaku's ghostly expression, feeling helpless. What's wrong, Fugaku? What's that look in your eyes? Fugaku sighed. Well, I agree with what you said, Jin, but sometimes I think you might be pushing the third Hokage too hard. 5-Dame Hokage. Uchiha Jin was very serious. There is no doubt about the third generation's strategy. He wants to suppress the ninja clan, but this is going against the grain. The village was built by our ninja clan, but in the end suppress all the ninja clans. They say they become civilians, but what exactly are civilians? Fugaku rubbed his brows and felt a headache. How come now, as the Hokage, I am being treated like this by Ren again? Ren, calm down, that you should save these issues for discussing with the third generation. He persuaded Uchiha Jin, who was addicted to reasoning. In the past 2 days, I have completely redeployed some positions and have completed the initial control. Fugaku is not a vassal of Uchiha Jin, nor does he have to obey Uchiha Jin. Back then, he just wanted to help the Uchiha clan survive the suppression of the third generation. What Hokage, what families rise, what peace in the ninja world, none of these have anything to do with him. When he became the patriarch of the family and his family was in danger, the only thing that mattered to him was his family. Uchiha Jin saved the family and strengthened the Uchiha clan. If that's the case, why can't Fugaku accompany Uchiha Jin to carry out these reforms? Uchiha Jin kept the useful instruments obtained from the hidden cloud village, and gave the rest to the village for research. It saved a lot of money. Uchiha Jin is not short of money, but if he can rob Kumagakure for free, why wouldn't he do it? Perhaps the weakening of the hidden cloud village is minimal, but any weakening counts. The position of elder has been removed, and the compensation for the hidden cloud village has also been settled. Next, it's the daimyo's turn. Uchiha Jin's goals are not limited to these. Konoha has changed a lot. The previous weak image was instantly wiped out. The Uchiha clan served as Hokage, and there was no decline within Konoha. The villagers still have a good life. To the outside world, the village's attitude is very tough and it is no longer seeking peace for the sake of peace. Uchiha Jin's next target is the daimyo. Wouldn't it be nice if the Fire Nation could just become part of the village? Anyway, under the rule of the daimyo, no one cares about the lives of the people, so let Konoha rule everything, so that people's lives will be better. But nothing can be rushed. For the next period of time, the ninja world fell into a strange atmosphere. The Hokage of Konoha was replaced with a full-scale succession, and then Uchiha Jin was ordered to go to the hidden cloud village to forcibly demand compensation. Then there was no movement. The entire ninja world is waiting for Konoha's next move, or in other words, waiting for which party to test Konoha. Under Fugaku's leadership, everything in Konoha was in order. After all, the Umbu and the guard forces are all under his control, and it is really easy to manage them. What surprised Uchiha Jin the most was that Fugaku discovered a presence from the Umbu. Tianzang. He probably knew who this was. The real Yamato appeared. However, the ID Yamato has been taken by Uchiha Jin, so Tenzang should still be called Tenzang. With Uchiha Jin's affirmation, Fugaku also worked hard to cultivate Tenzo. As for Kakashi, Guy and others, Fugaku did not target them at all. Instead, he promoted them slightly and paid close attention to them. Each of them will be a strong man in the future. The requirements for some ninjutsu have also been lowered accordingly. In the village's mission system, the requirements for exchanging B and C level ninjutsu have been adjusted. Merit remains the same, requiring you to complete enough tasks for the village, but the requirements for the ninja's title have been lowered. With a series of institutional reforms, the village's strength is improving. The family is also improving. The proportion of Chunin has increased significantly. As the clan members pay more attention to illusion, the family's information on this aspect has also increased. Uchiha Jin also entered some of his insights into the family's database for his clan members to practice. In fact, it's mainly about the understanding of Yindun. 3 months passed in a flash. Uchiha Jin began his research on immortal arts. He found that he couldn't leave. Orochimaru also kept making excuses and had no time to take him to Ryokai Cave. Uchiha Jin, who had already begun studying the effect of natural energy on the enhancement of ninjutsu, became even bolder and directly began studying fairy arts. Isn't it just a method of fusing chakra with natural energy? Why can't I study it myself? He didn't try it himself. Although he could save her with pupil techniques, he still acted cautiously. By using ninjutsu to further perceive natural energy, Uchiha Jin's understanding of natural energy can be said to be very profound. He tried to fuse chakra with natural energy outside his body. Explosions occurred more than once, but progress was somewhat slow. Boom! Deep in the death forest, terrifying flames shot up into the sky, threatening to set the entire forest on fire. Master Ren is over there. Several Umbu ninjas looked at the place where the flames rose, confirmed Uchiha Jin's position, and disappeared as a shadow. What do you want from me? Uchiha Jin was wondering what went wrong when the arrival of the Umbu ninja made him stop thinking. Taking the scroll from the other person's hand, Uchiha Jin looked at it with a frown. The Uchiha clan's ninjas attacked other ninja villages. He looked at the description of Fugaku in the scroll. The Uchiha clan ninjas have never acted like this. Is this Obito's revenge? However, he was not wearing a mask. Did he transplant it to someone else, or did he use some other method? Fugaku's response was also very timely. He carefully checked the list of family ninjas. The results are not out yet. It's still possible that 1 or 2 family members were bewitched. Uchiha Jin thought. In fact, What he was afraid of was that Obito would create another Uchiha clan outside. That is the most terrifying thing. However, judging from the other party's current actions, it is highly unlikely. Yes, Obito's goal is to create a world with Rin, not to develop a force with hundreds of Mangekyous. The more powerful beings there are, the more obstacles he may face. So he certainly won't mass-produce strong people. The Hidden Mist village reacted violently. This is understandable. After all, it is under Obito's control. It seems like it's time to get in touch with Mei Terumi. Ao was killed by herself. Without Ao's help, Terumi thought it would be difficult to regain control of Kirigakure. Even, they might not be able to detect the fact that the fourth Mizu cage was being controlled. It's okay to help the other party solve Obito's control, but Kirigakure will definitely have to pay some price. As for the Tsunagakure side, we should also give them a warning and make them firmly stand on the side of Konoha. In this way, 2 of the 5 major ninja villages will temporarily stand on the side of Konoha, and Konoha will have the possibility of becoming powerful. Fugaku's rise to power has caused too much trouble for other villages, and war may break out at any time. Konoha still needs some more time to develop. Just like the Uchiha clan. During this short period of time, the strength of many of the family's jonin increased, and the 3 Megatama had obviously reached its peak limit. Uchiha Jin was already considering arranging a Mangekyo eye-opening ceremony for them. It means that the art of reincarnation has not been fully developed. Uchiha Jin would release to perfect this technique so that he could absorb the life force of others and resurrect them. So far, it has not been fully perfected. Without the resurrection technique, the Mangekyo eye-opening ceremony cannot be performed. Research data on the reincarnation of the Sand Village, Kazuma's Earth Escape technique, basic information on the impure world reincarnation. Uchiha Jin has already referred to many forbidden techniques of resurrection. He got the impure world reincarnation recently. It was convenient for Fugaku to become Hokage, and he could also obtain the forbidden techniques. However, the impure world reincarnation recorded in the Konoha sealed book is not perfect. Strictly speaking, it is just an idea. As long as it is improved along the idea, it will definitely be a framework that can achieve the purpose of summoning the dead. However, even with so much information and the ability to link would release with vitality, Uchiha Jin was not able to fully develop it. It can only be said that the difficulty is really great. Why not consider adding natural energy? The foundation of the resurrection technique has not been completed yet, so the eye-opening ceremony can only be delayed. However, Uchiha Jin did not let it go completely. He was also thinking of various ways to open his eyes. It's a sudden attack, but it can't kill the opponent instantly, but it can make the opponent doubt life and then revive. If you succeed in opening your eyes, then you open them. If not, I can stimulate it with the 9 Tails chakra and assist it with illusions. I will most likely be able to open the Mangekyo according to my path. If it really doesn't work, Uchiha Jin can only say that this person may not have talent. You can also take Obito's route. Transplant the eyes to another person, and stimulate both of them at the same time to see if they can resonate with each other and let the emotions of both people stimulate the evolution of the Sharingan together. I don't know if the pupil technique produced in this way will be more powerful. Uchiha Jin felt that it was necessary to give it a try. Other people's eye-opening methods are inconvenient and simplified. There is no technique involved. When he arrived at the Hokage's office, Uchiha Jin met Fugaku, who had a very heavy expression on his face. What happened? Did Kirigakure take direct action? Uchiha Ren guessed it without thinking and asked. Fugaku nodded. The behavior of the Hidden Mist village is puzzling. Nothing, actually. Didn't the intelligence say that the 4 major ninja villages were attacked by ninjas from the Uchiha clan? During the battle, there was no serious overload. Either the opponent has a huge amount of chakra, enough to support the consumption of the Sharingan, or he is a member of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku nodded, agreeing with Uchiha Jin's analysis. So the first thing I did was to investigate the ninjas who had disappeared or died in the family over the years. There must be something wrong. It was too much for Obito to handle the attacks in multiple locations at the same time alone, and the intelligence also clearly stated that except for the Sand Village, the attackers from the other 3 villages did not wear masks. Hokage-sama, do you still remember the 9 Tails rebellion? When Fugaku heard Uchiha Jin mention this, a flash of lightning seemed to flash through his mind. It's connected. Everything works. I see. There's a traitor in the Uchiha clan, the traitor who opened the kaleidoscope. Fugaku felt a chill down his spine. He had previously thought that it was simply a frame-up by Danzo, and most of the time he was unwilling to think in this direction. Perhaps, he has long since left the family. Uchiha Jin's words silenced Fugaku. Have you left long ago? So who could it be? As time goes on, there will be too many suspects. Especially during the Third World War, Danzo collected Sharingan everywhere, and many bodies of Uchiha clan members were not found. To be honest, these people are all suspects. The other party has opened the Mangekyo. In this way, it seems possible to control the 4th Mizu cage. But, what on earth was the other party thinking by consuming such a huge amount of energy? Controlling a shadow-level warrior consumes kaleidoscope-level pupil power, and it is a continuous consumption, not a one-time thing. Fugaku himself didn't even dare to use these eyes normally, but the other party was so extravagant. Suddenly, he looked at Uchiha Jin. We must catch the other party. At worst, the other party must be killed. Fugaku ordered Uchiha Jin to deal with the issues on the Kirigakure side. He sighed only after Uchiha Jin left. Ah, no wonder Ren doesn't want to be Hokage. Looking at the various information on the table, Fugaku smiled bitterly. He was relieved to leave the affairs of the Hidden Mist Village to Ren, but there were also changes happening on other fronts. The Sand Village was attacked, and even the One Tail was captured. Previously, the Sand Village temporarily took a step back because of Konoha's sharpness and the amount of compensation in the alliance. Now, the agreement has been taken over by the other party. As allies, why would the Uchiha clan's ninjas attack the Sand Village? Fugaku got a headache just thinking about this. According to the intelligence, the Uchiha member who attacked was the masked one, and he was most likely the perpetrator of the Nine Tails Rebellion. The enemy had activated the Mangekyo, which corroborated the intelligence reports on the battle and the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion. But why did he catch another one? Could it be that his real target is the tailed beast? But in this case, during the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion, the other party who controlled the Nine-Tailed Fox should not have been destroying it wantonly, but should have taken it away completely. In Fugaku's mind, he was pondering the masked man's intentions. The Sand Village, we can't let Kakashi go to negotiate, nor can Guy doubt us for Shisui. I'm worried that it's Shisui they're waiting for. Fugaku thought about the list of people who could be dispatched. Jiraiya, he thought of a candidate. Just right, let him do something serious. Recently, Jiraiya stayed in the village and did not go out to look for the Child of Destiny. According to him, he won't go out again within a year. There's no need to worry about the Uegakure and Kumagakure villages, just keep a close eye on them. Fugaku sent Kakashi and Guy to take charge of the affairs on both sides respectively. In addition to the Uchiha clan ninjas attacking the 4 major ninja villages, Fugaku still has a lot of things to deal with. The first is the legacy from 3 months ago. The follow-up to Uchiha Jin's threat to the Hidden Cloud Village and demand for compensation finally fermented. Next year's funding cuts. Looking at the information from the Daimyo Prefecture, Fugaku fell into deep thought. This was actually something he had anticipated. When he cooperated with Uchiha Jin to do this, he knew that the Daimyo would step in. I heard that in the past 3 months, the Daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the Daimyo of the Land of Fire have been traveling frequently. Does Ren know all this? If you knew, why did you choose to force the Hidden Cloud Village to pay compensation? The instruments that were returned at that time were useful, but they did not seem to have any obvious benefits. It's a thankless job. Oh, yes. Konoha's image changed very quickly after that incident. Is it just to take the opportunity to provoke opposition from 3 generations, then mock them and deny all their political achievements? Not really. Ren, what exactly are you going to do? He called out to an Umbu ninja and handed the letter to him. Send it to the Daimyo Prefecture to request more financial allocations. Konoha is currently in a period of rapid recovery and needs this funding. Fugaku still followed the procedure and applied for more funds. There's no way around it. Konoha's development in these 3 months has been extremely rapid. After all, the majority of Konoha's ninjas are civilian ninjas. If you count carefully, you will find that civilian ninjas occupy most of the territory. Of course, the proportion of civilians among high-level ninjas such as Jonin is still less than half, but the proportion of mid-level and low-level ninjas is far more than half. These ninjas' strength increased most rapidly after the village lowered the exchange conditions for B-level and C-level ninjutsu. With powerful ninjutsu, your strength will naturally improve. However, after their strength increased, they needed to spend more money, which indirectly pushed these ninjas to work harder to carry out their tasks. So, Konoha is short of money now. Uchiha Jin knows a lot of information, but it is not convenient for him to tell it. But it doesn't matter, he can reveal these through some of his own actions. Heading east. Ninjas are really good at traveling, whether they are crossing mountains, forests, swamps, rivers, lakes or seas, they can do it as if it were flat ground. The training of climbing trees and treading water is not only used to exercise the ability to control chakra, but also has practicality. This is the ability that is most suitable for a ninja. No matter what other more advanced training methods you use, you must first do this training. After crossing the vast ocean, Uchiha Jin successfully arrived at the Land of Water. He hid his identity and entered the Water Kingdom, where he began to gather intelligence. He only knows the general direction, and he also needs to investigate the specific details. Daimyofu, the Land of Water. When Uchiha Jin came here, he could clearly sense a cold aura of pupil power. So, the daimyo was also controlled. He was quite envious of Obito, who was able to control people like this. If a country's reputation is under control, then there is really no shortage of small amounts of money. Knowing that the daimyo is also under control, we can no longer expect to unite with this side. This alliance is naturally not the Uchiha Jin alliance, but someone who loves the village. How could there be no bloodshed when breaking free from control? However, when conflicts break out, some support is always needed. Although Ching is only at the bottom level among the cage level, he is still a powerful force after all, and was defeated by Uchiha Jin. The research on the white eye is still far from complete. I'll ask the group to assist me in a while. If it doesn't work out, I'll just hand the eye over to the group. Uchiha Jin has always used a large number of shadow clones to carry out multiple training or research tasks at the same time. The research on Byakugan has never stopped. However, knowing is one thing, and being able to actually do it is another. Just like the brother's eyes could merge into the eternal eye, Uchiha Jin had doubts about this. Survivorship bias. Perhaps only these two pairs of brothers tried and succeeded. Putting aside the success rate, can't the kaleidoscopes opened by two people who are completely unrelated be fused? Uchiha Ren had roughly guessed before that the upgrade of eyes was ultimately the continuous improvement of the quality of pupil power. Opening the eyes, upgrading the 3 Megatama, upgrading the Mangekyo. During these transitions, emotional stimulation can promote the improvement of pupil power. Emotions trigger spiritual energy, and spiritual energy is said to be the ultimate of Yin-Dan, which will naturally affect the pupil power of Yin-Dan attributes. After that, the Mangekyo was upgraded to the Eternal Eye, and Uchiha Jin's idea was to transform the power of the pupils again. The fusion of two different kaleidoscope pupil powers may be able to promote this step. The reason why Uchiha Madara thought of replacing his brother's eyes might be because he had researched to this point and finally made an attempt. The reason why they are brothers is because they can get along well. In addition to fusion, pupil power can also reject and even fight each other to the death. Although these things can be imagined through speculation, Uchiha Jin is in a real ninja world. He has to consider the authenticity of the speculation. A lot of experiments are needed to verify that what you think is correct. Make bold guesses and verify carefully. The same is true for the study of white eyes. He is studying the principle of eye lift. Unfortunately, perhaps it was not actually transplanted, and Uchiha Jin only strengthened the power of the pupils in his Byakugan. The quality of the Byakugan has not improved. The pupil power is enhanced, but the eyes do not undergo any changes in quality. He speculated that the eye might need to be transplanted back, which would require some special ingredients to be successful. The bloodline of the Hyuga clan might contain some information of similar nature, enabling it to achieve this. Just like the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, there has never been a case of it evolving in another person's body. Kakashi is an exception. Maybe it was because the two of them were very close at the time, and their emotional changes over the same thing created a resonance, and the required ingredients were transmitted through time? Yes, this does not rule out the relationship between good friends themselves. Uchiha Jin thought with all his malice. This time when we go back, let Kun give it a try. With the real Byakugan, he can truly break free from the control of the Zone family. Although he is a disciple of Uchiha Jin, he still has the caged bird curse mark. It's just that because of his identity, he receives better treatment from the main family. By replacing the right eye with this white eye, the power of the group's pupils may also undergo a transformation, thus breaking the caged bird. Uchiha Jin has 3 students, and Uchiha Itachi is guided by Fugaku and Shisui. He is now the nominal clan leader and has become independent very early. As for Sarutobi Ryu, Uchiha Jin is actually a little distant from him due to their relationship as members of the Sarutobi clan. The Hyuga group is the one that Uchiha Jin pays the most attention to. After leaving Daimyofu, Uchiha Jin created a wooden clone. Find an opportunity to eliminate a Kirigakure ninja who is out, and after getting information out of him, the wooden clone disguises himself as the other party and returns to the Kirigakure village. Then I started to contact Mei Terumi. Having done this kind of thing many times, Uchiha Jin is very familiar with it. The Hidden Mist Village. This place has always been called the Blood Mist Village. The cruel competition system makes the average individual combat power of the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village rank first in the ninja world. Therefore, the village is filled with blood and violence. The ideological conflict is even more intense, no less than the darkness beneath Kanaha's beautiful exterior. It was difficult for Mu's clone to enter the Hidden Mist Village and gather information, as there was no humanity at all here. He went directly to Mei Terumi's residence. Avoid going to the village center as much as possible. Beneath the violent chakra of the tailed beast over there is a cold aura of eye power. Who knows if Obito is monitoring the Hidden Mist Village now? This is it. Mu Fen Shen waited for 3 hours. The dark and gloomy streets a graceful figure slowly approached. The moment he saw Uchiha Jin, he was a little dazed, but he continued walking forward. Who are you to come to me? Beautiful appearance, cold voice. Come and rescue your people. What do you mean? Mei Terumi looked alert. She had originally thought that the village ninja had come to her to deal with something, but it didn't sound like what she had imagined. The Hidden Mist Village is on the brink of life and death. Uchiha Jin always talks about the survival of the Hidden Mist Village. Sure enough, This attracted Mei Terumi's attention. Boom! A stream of highly corrosive acid spurted out of Mei Terumi's mouth. A deep pit was corroded in the ground. Uchiha Jin squatted on the roof. "Hey, this is your house. Are you going to tear it down?" Mei Terumi brushed her long hair and said matter-of-factly, "Okay, you're qualified to continue." Uchiha Jin was speechless. What kind of perverted logic was this? How come she is completely different from the mature and gentle impression he had of her? Could it be a protective color against the oppressive environment of this village? Forget it, let's get down to business first. The recent unrest in Kirigakure is quite serious, isn't it? The Hidden Mist Village hardly interferes in the affairs of the ninja continent, especially after the Third World War. It seems to have disappeared. Their intelligence blockade was also very successful. But it was still revealed. "Oh, you know quite a lot, Your Excellency. It's not a top secret, you can still find out if you spend some time to find out. Without further ado, don't you realize the problem with the fourth Mizu cage?" Mei Terumi looked thoughtful, and Uchiha Jin didn't know whether he was thinking about his own identity and intentions, or was seriously thinking about the issue of the fourth Mizu cage. "Are you trying to stir up internal conflict within the Hidden Mist Village? Are you from Konoha?" Mei Terumi's reaction was very quick, and she quickly analyzed some of the information she wanted. She would not always let Uchiha Jin lead her by the nose. "My goal is very simple, I just hope that there won't be a conflict between the two villages." Uchiha Jin also boldly admitted his identity and revealed his purpose. "As an ally, I can help you, the Hidden Mist Village, escape this life-or-death crisis." "You keep talking about crisis. What crisis? You are not exaggerating." Mei Ming expected Uchiha Ren to continue to reveal more, but she did not give in. How could she not notice the abnormality of the fourth Mizu cage? However, this kind of awareness was simply the abnormality she felt from the other party's behavior. They were also attacked, so why did Kirigakure take the lead? The fourth Mizu cage seemed eager to engage in conflict with Konoha. That would have been fine, but he had previously wiped out the two major bloodline families of the Hidden Mist Village, causing the village to suffer huge losses as well. Thinking back carefully, many of the fourth Mizukage's actions seemed to have had serious consequences for the village. In fact, Mei Terumi already began to believe what Uchiha Jin said. The fourth Mizu cage himself had problems, and the seeds that already existed in Mei Terumi's heart took root and sprouted, and she soon believed everything. However, she still maintained basic vigilance. The person in front of me is definitely from Konoha, and is most likely Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin's methods were not simple in being able to oust the third Hokage in Danzo, a force that had been operating for more than 30 years, and allow the Uchiha clan to ascend to the position of Hokage. However, there is one thing that Mei Terumi attaches great importance to. Uchiha Jin has experience in seizing power. Although factors such as strength are crucial, the Uchiha clan was not as powerful as it is today at the beginning. At the beginning, Danzo and his men were even able to suppress the Uchiha clan. The Hidden Mist Village is different from Konoha. Once Mei Terumi takes action, it must be a thundering blow. When you are exposed, you succeed. If the person in front of her was really Uchiha Jin, she might have a better chance of success. The fourth Mizu cage has been manipulated, and the Hidden Mist Village is now in name only. Uchiha Jin revealed a fact that was unbelievable to Mei Terumi. How is this possible? Mei Terumi lost her voice, she couldn't believe it. Although she thought there was something wrong with Karada Yagura, she had never imagined that the Mizu cage of the Hidden Mist Village was actually being controlled by someone. She was a little dazed. No wonder, many of his actions don't seem like something a shadow would do. However, Mei Terumi did not completely believe it at first. She thought it was alarmist. After all, Karada Yagura is at least a cage-level warrior, and he is also the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Who can control him? Moreover, it is controlled silently. Mei Terumi thought calmly, analyzing this possibility. As a cage-level being, regardless of whether anyone else can do it, Karada Yagura has his own pride, and it is impossible for him to succumb to the control of the curse seal. If it is really controlled, then it can only be through illusion. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened as she looked at Uchiha Jin with a look of shock and anger. "Your Uchiha clan's Mangekyo." If there is anyone who can truly control the Mizu cage through illusion, then perhaps only the Uchiha clan can do so. Only the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharinan has the ability to do this. Uchiha Jin looked at Terumi Mei's expression and roughly knew what the other party had guessed. Yes, a former rebel of the Uchiha clan, a bastard who called himself Uchiha Madara. Konoha has already designated him as a traitorous ninja, along with those who attacked other villages. Knowing that Mei Terumi would definitely rebel and take back power in the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Jin was not in a hurry at all. Mei Terumi listened to Uchiha Jin's words with half belief and half doubt, but she still maintained a belief. Because, if such a person really exists, then everything is indeed reasonable. Contact Daming Prefecture. While Mei Terumi was thinking of a countermeasure, Uchiha Jin's voice rang out again, and this time, it completely chilled her heart. Don't even think about contacting the Daming Mansion. There's also a very obvious aura of kaleidoscope pupil power there. Obito's Mangekyo pupil power has a kind of obscure spatial fluctuation, which is difficult to perceive, but Uchiha Jin has dealt with him before, and he can identify it by feeling it carefully. Mei Terumi took a deep breath, her chest heaving, her beautiful eyes staring at Uchiha Jin. I wonder how the famous Phantom Shura plans to help me regain the position of Mizukage. Uchiha Jin grinned. Phantom Shura, another title of mine. It's just a title. Anyway, as long as my ability improves fast enough, I can keep refreshing it until I meet the right one. Uki, based on the principle of loving peace, Konoha will temporarily call the masked man Uchiha Madara, who provoked conflicts between the villages, Uchiha Madara. We in Konoha will take strong measures against Uchiha Madara. After the matter in the Hidden Mist village is concluded, I will personally be responsible for hunting down this Uchiha Madara. There was a hint of coldness in Uchiha Jin's voice. Obito started to cause trouble, which annoyed him a little. It's just right. While this fool doesn't know how to take advantage and hide, it will be easier to find him and get rid of him. Although my intelligence on the recent attack is not very complete, I think you should know that the so-called huge losses were probably caused by finding an opening. For an Uchiha ninja who has not opened his Mangekyo to incur such a loss, there must be an insider. In other words, the arrangement of the village that day was related to Karada Yagura. Sure enough, following Uchiha Jin's reminder, Terumi Mei recalled the arrangements at that time and found that it was indeed the deployment that Karatachi Yagura suddenly changed half a month ago, and then the only mistake was targeted. Thinking of this, she was basically certain that what Uchiha Ren said was true. There may be personal bias, but the truth of the matter is pretty much the same. Asshole, Mei Terumi is furious with the masked man who controls Yagura Karada. What a bullshit. Uchiha Madara, hiding and hiding, how dare you call yourself Uchiha Madara? Yes, if he keeps hiding, how can he have the confidence to claim to be Uchiha Madara? A conflict is about to break out between Kirigakure and Konoha. Konoha will suffer losses, but they won't be too great. As for Kirigakure, you don't want this to happen, do you? Mei Terumi remained silent. She really didn't want that to happen. She has been very busy with this matter recently, but unfortunately, no matter how much she advises him, Karada Yagura remains indifferent. There was no hesitation in the depths of her eyes. Tell me, what kind of help can you provide, and what do I need to pay? She had already accepted this fact, and perhaps would verify it further after the negotiation was concluded. But since it was likely already confirmed, she would first finalize the deal while Uchiha Jin was still around. Whether to follow the agreement depends on your own verification to see whether what the other party said is true. Don't worry, Konoha doesn't want to interfere in other villages' internal affairs. Uchiha Jin said this with a bit of guilt. We can't offer much help. Just me. Besides, it's just a clone. Uchiha Jin said what help he could provide. And all you need to do is ensure that peace is maintained with Konoha after the Hidden Mist village is settled. Of course, I hope that the information I help you with won't be leaked. Uchiha Jin finished speaking and performed the transformation technique. It did not turn into its own appearance, but into the appearance of white Zetsu with grayish-white skin. Yamato. Mei Terumi looked at Uchiha Jin's current appearance and recognized at the first time that this was Yamato, who had taken many actions a few years ago and then disappeared. The other party masters would release and is suspected to be the product of Orochimaru's forbidden experiments. Because of his hatred for the root, he has an unfriendly attitude towards Konoha. Mei Terumi used to think so too, but now she knows it's all bullshit. What's unfriendly? If you think about it carefully, Yamato's only action against Konoha is to attack the root. This is not unfriendly to Konoha, it is unfriendly to Danzo. The third Hokage and his group were too self-righteous and completely tied themselves to Konoha. Little did he know that Konoha could not afford to make trouble for the enemies Danzo had provoked outside. Danzo had brought the Akatsuki organization down upon himself. Ultimately, the entirety of Konoha might have to bear the consequences. At the same time, Mei Terumi also understood what Uchiha Jin meant by confidentiality. Yamato's identity may be used for other purposes by the other party and cannot be exposed. Yes, the Uchiha clan whom Mastered would release. Uchiha Jin was not aware of the various associations surrounding Mei Terumi. He simply didn't want rumors to spread. Konoha helped the new Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village to launch a coup against the previous Mizukage, which would make the other villages feel a little uncomfortable. Terumi understood the problem of Yamato's identity and decided to cooperate with Konoha after brief consideration. Konoha's request is not excessive, it just means to avoid conflict. This is something Mei Terumi has always wanted. After the two major bloodline families of Kagaya and Mizunatsuki were exterminated, the strength of the Hidden Mist village fell to the bottom. Now if another civil strife breaks out, who knows how weak it will be. At that time, even if Uchiha Jin didn't mention it, she wouldn't have a conflict with Konoha. Okay, what's the specific time for the action? Mei Terumi responded in a sweet voice, then placed her hand under her lips and twisted her body sexily, with a deadly temptation. Uchiha Jin was so determined in his heart that he just glanced at her. Don't you still need to confirm the authenticity of my information? I think, with a clear purpose, 3 days is enough, right? 3 days later, I will be hiding in the hidden mist village. When you start, I will also take action. Bang! After he finished speaking, a puff of white smoke came out of Uchiha Jin's body and a piece of wood fell to the ground. Mei Terumi walked forward, picked up the piece of wood, and waited. Why are you walking so fast? Outside the hidden mist village, Uchiha Jin's eyes flashed as he was influenced by the memories of the wood clone. Afterwards, he created a wooden clone, replaced another Kirigakure ninja, and entered the Kirigakure village. 3 days later? I will definitely be in the hidden mist village in 3 days. I guess I've kept my promise. When Mei Terumi returned home, she no longer felt like resting. Taking advantage of the night, go directly to the Mizuki's office. Entering through the window, she restrained all her breath. Arriving at the data storage area, she began to search. Strange, why do all these materials seem to have been tampered with? Mei Terumi wondered. She instinctively felt that these materials had been rummaged through. After carefully watching it, not missing a single detail, she didn't find any problems with the information itself. 3 hours later, Mei Terumi left and Uchiha Jin, no, it was Yamato who appeared. He skipped over the place where Mei Terumi had climbed over and began to look for his target. Found it. In his hand he held a scroll containing information on the crafting of 7 ninja swords. After carefully restoring everything to its original state and looking at the dimly lit horizon, he cautiously left and he breathed a sigh of relief only after he was far away from the Mizuki's office. It's not over yet. As he spoke, Yamato moved in another direction. The Kagaya clan. Uchiha Jin was interested in the Hyuga clan's bone veins, but he knew that this was not something he could obtain through practice. Even if we offer sacrifices, there is actually not much hope. Uchiha Jin already has a very clear understanding of his own eye technique. Sacrifice is a kind of processing of sacrificial items. Sacrificing a block of iron, you get wood out of thin air. Although the two may have similar values, the amount of eye power consumed is far greater than getting a kunao of the same value. The more complex the processing, the more difficult it is to achieve and the more the bigger the loophole that can be filled by pupil power. Price difference and processing fee. These are the 2 reasons for the consumption of pupil power. The cells of Hashirama are like this. He can only disperse the cells evenly throughout his body through sacrifice. If he wants to completely fuse them and directly obtain everything from Hashirama's cells, the processing involved is too much. Complete fusion is a huge project. One's own cells come into contact with Hashirama's cells, mutate, and then spread throughout the body. They are also stem cells, and then gradually metabolize to replace all cells in the body. In the end, the entire body is a brand new body that possesses the abilities of Hashirama's cells. Tianzang is such an exception, purely accidental. This even involves Uchiha Jin's blind spots in knowledge, a process where he has no idea at all. It is completely metaphysical and relies on pupil techniques to achieve it, and the consumption is even more terrifying. Well, the equivalent of design fees, intellectual property fees and the like are also included. By sacrificing other people's corpses, the body energy obtained is integrated into oneself to strengthen oneself. It is also the integration of the vitality of all the broken things. It is very violent and will not inherit the abilities of the original body. Similarly, the corpse bone vein is naturally something he cannot obtain. Perhaps, the eternal eye can do it. The corpse bone vein cannot be obtained, but Uchiha Jin is still interested in the Hyuga clan. After all, it is hard to say that the ability is so similar to Gonsha Uigu's is a coincidence. Not to mention, the family name of the Hyuga clan itself is extraordinary. According to Uchiha Jin's understanding, among Kagaya Atsutsuki's sons, the 6-path sage left behind the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, and then the Uzumaki clan split from the Senju clan. As for Atsutsuki Higoromo, he went to the moon and left behind the Atsutsuki clan. Later, some of the Atsutsuki on the moon split up and left behind the Hyuga clan in the ninja world. As for the Hyuga clan, there is absolutely no bloodline source. Although they correspond to the Hyuga and Atsutsuki clans, one inherited the Byakugan and the other inherited the Kodansha ash bone. But, didn't Atsutsuki Higoromo himself inherit the Gonsha Uigu? So, the Kagaya clan is most likely related to Kagaya's 3rd son, Black Zetsu. What Uchiha Jin was curious about was how Black Zetsu created the Hyuga clan. A pitch-black mass can also reproduce? Or could it be that the backup plan Kagaya Atsutsuki left him would allow him to create a family with the Shikatsuki bloodline limit? In that case, besides the White Zetsu army, what other hidden means does Black Zetsu have? If Obito had not exterminated the Kagaya clan out of venting his anger, would Black Zetsu have had the power of another Kagaya clan during the 4th war? Perhaps the Hyuga clan is not as powerful as the Uchiha clan, and this has been the case since the Warring States period. However, if the Hyuga clan's corpse bloodline really comes from Black Zetsu, then can he strengthen the other party's bloodline limit? Can the most basic temporary reinforcement be achieved? Although the White Zetsu army seems to be large in number, they are actually all at the level of Chinin, and the Hyaga clan of the strengthened corpse bone vein are at least Jonin. When combined, it's truly terrifying. The more Uchiha Jin analyzed it, the more it made sense to him. How could an old bastard who has lived for thousands of years not have made any arrangements? Is it just the various impacts on Uchiha Madara? What was he doing in the previous few hundred years? So, that fool Obito accidentally did a good thing. Yamato heads to the Kagaya clan's territory. This place experienced the baptism of war a few months ago and has become dilapidated. The Hidden Mist village lacks humanity, and the Kagaya clan has always been arrogant and has a bad relationship with other ninjas in the village. No one has come here for so long after the clan was exterminated. Yamato had a clear purpose and headed straight for the ancestral hall of the Hyaga clan, searching for the family tree of the Kagaya clan. Is it possible to preserve this thing? Well, Uchiha Jin was overthinking it. The Hyaga clan was destroyed, so how could Black Zetsu not want to destroy everything? However, he did gain something extra. For example, some secret medicine formulas that have the effect of enhancing physical fitness. Mashiro came. Apart from some not very precious formulas that don't seem to be core secrets, there is nothing special to gain. Yamato thought it was bad luck. Search among the Kagaya clan. Feeling this cold breath, a light flashed in Yamato's eyes. Orochimaru. He followed the scent, all the way to a deep dense forest on the edge of the Hidden Mist village. Yamato. Orochimaru looked at the figure emerging from the darkness, his yellow pupils contracted, then narrowed slightly, emitting a dangerous light, and his tongue licked the corner of his mouth. I don't know, should I call you Yamato or Uchiha Jin? Uchiha Jin was stunned. Was this discovered? Yes, I seem to have revealed to Orochimaru that I have would release, and it was I who gave Hashirama's cells to him. It seems that it is not difficult to guess that Yamato is himself. In this case, Yamato also cancelled the transformation technique and restored his original appearance. Orochimaru, why are you in the Hidden Mist village? Haha, if Ranjun can appear here, why can't I? With a snort, Uchiha Jin turned his gaze to the side, at the unconscious child. Is this what you got? It must be Kimimaro. Uchiha Jin's eyes were turning, thinking about how to make a fortune from Orochimaru. This guy promised to take me to Longdi Cave to practice magic, but there is still no definite news. You really have quite a lot of free time that you even have time to come here and find a little kid, but you can't even spare a moment to take me to Longdi Cave. Uchiha Jin's tone was very unfriendly. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and then retracted it, staring at Uchiha Jin with his slightly narrowed eyes. There's no need to fight. I'm just a clone. Uchiha Jin confessed that there was no need for the two sides to fight. Orochimaru suppressed the urge to attack. You'll have to offend me to get this child. Is there something special about this little fellow? Uchiha Jin seemed very interested in Kimimaro and was about to go forward to check him out. A sharp breath passed by his ears. A dagger flew past and sank into the ground without a sound. It seems to be really important. Uchiha Jin muttered to himself, as if thinking about how to conduct a deeper investigation. Orochimaru's eyes turned dangerous. This guy wants to snatch people from me? You don't want him to be affected by our battle, do you? Although it's just a clone, if a fight really breaks out between the two, this little guy might really die. What do you want? Orochimaru said coldly. He understood what Uchiha Jin meant, which was that he wanted benefits. After trading with the other party so many times, Orochimaru knew very well that the other party was very envious of many of his technologies or forbidden techniques. Uchiha Jin rubbed his chin, considering what would be appropriate. Immortal reincarnation. This may not work. Orochimaru is probably still perfecting his immortality technique and has no time for impure world reincarnation. Original in the novel, when Kanaha's collapse plan was underway, the impure world reincarnation was already able to summon the dead and exert a certain degree of strength, but it could not exert its full strength. Not only was there a problem with sacrifice, but the technique itself had not been perfected. However, during the 4 wars, this technique was perfected to the extreme. So much can be accomplished in just a few years, and the previous work won't take much time. Probably things will be more normal from now on. However, Uchiha Jin was not sure whether Orochimaru's immortality technique involved research on impure world reincarnation. After all, they are all techniques at the soul level. If it is involved, impure world reincarnation may also be improved in various other directions. Unfortunately, in this case, Orochimaru is destined not to give it to himself. Uchiha Jin began to think about the direction he needed. Regarding the art of resurrection, he was thinking about how to get Orochimaru to hand over the part he needed. What he needed were some aspects of the other party's technique of immortality, but he certainly couldn't say it directly. This is their foundation. You haven't given me an answer yet regarding the immortal arts. Uchiha Jin just brought up old things again. He has basically given up on this path. Now that I've started my own research, there's no need to keep waiting for Orochimaru. As for the fact that I can't figure it out myself, the worst that can happen is that I can just switch to another company later. After easing the relationship with Jiraiya, I should improve my strength for the sake of the village. He should agree, right? At the beginning, Uchiha Jin provided very valuable information for this transaction. Well, although these were free things, Orochimaru's excitement at the time was enough to show how useful this information was to him. So, with these two conditions put forward, we should be able to get enough benefits, right? Regarding the immortal arts, I don't plan to go to Longdi Cave anymore. After the last transaction and this one, I want information about resurrection. In the sealed book, the part involving impure world reincarnation is not included. Uchiha Jin stated his demands, and Orochimaru's eyes gleamed dangerously. Resurrection. Is this guy testing his own immortality technique? One's own eternal life is indeed equivalent to resurrection again and again, thus achieving the goal of eternal life. Orochimaru was surprised and suspicious, but he did not reveal a single flaw, and his long pupils stared at Uchiha Jin. Didn't see any changes. In this way, there is no need to bring this guy to Longdi Cave to practice magic. Uchiha Jin also nodded. In that case, then, he stretched out his hand, indicating that he wanted the information. Orochimaru summoned a giant snake, took out a large scroll from its mouth, and threw it to Uchiha Jin. Hopefully, your true self can get this scroll. As he spoke, a large number of small snakes suddenly appeared around him, biting Uchiha Jin madly. Wooden escape wooden spindle walled with Uchiha Jin as the center, wooden pillars rose from the ground around him, covering him and protecting him from the bites of the small snakes. The wooden ingot wall exploded, pushing the little snake away, and Uchiha Jin disappeared in an instant. The wind chakra wrapped around him and instantly moved him far away. He had no intention of getting entangled with Orochimaru. Techniques like clones do weaken ninjutsu-type ninjas, but the effect is not that obvious. At least ninjutsu can still be performed as usual, but the body's ability to withstand it is too low. For physical ninjas, they are almost completely useless. The physical fitness gained through exercise is of no use at all, and hand-to-hand combat will collapse at the first touch. So Kai doesn't use shadow clones. It's not that he doesn't know how to use it, but that he doesn't need to. No matter how difficult it is to create a shadow clone, is it possible that one cannot learn it in 10 or 20 years? It's just useless. Kai does have some talent for ninjutsu, unlike Rock Lee, who has completely failed in his training. At the same time, abilities such as clones also play a very important role in ninja combat and are an indispensable part. In a wonderful battle, the use of various clone techniques is a big factor. Physical ninjas don't use clone-type techniques, so they can't get high-level positions. Taijutsu has always been promoted on the premise that ninjutsu is not far behind. Combat power that relies solely on physical skills is not recognized, until Matt Day kicked it all into pieces. Might Guy inherited all of this and became a Taijutsu Jonin. His ability is indeed worthy of this position. Back to the topic. Uchiha Jin fled, his body blending into the trees, changing position to avoid the bite of the poisonous snake. Mei Terumi's residence is not in the center of the village, but a little remote. He immediately ran towards Mei Terumi's house. What are you doing? His appearance made Mei Terumi alert. Then, Mei Terumi's hair stood on end. Leap high and land on the wall. Venomous snake, Orochimaru. Just by seeing a large number of poisonous snakes, she made a judgment. Why did Orochimaru appear in the hidden mist village, and how did you provoke him? It was already a chaotic moment, and Mei Terumi was feeling very confused. Now that Orochimaru appeared, she felt even more uncomfortable. Is this the fate of the hidden mist village? There are problems internally, and we are also threatened by Orochimaru externally? Orochimaru seemed to have found a survivor from the Hyuga clan, and then took him away. I ran into him. Uchiha Jin spread his hands with a helpless expression and did not mention the transaction. After hearing his words, Mei Terumi's frown relaxed. A large amount of high-temperature steam blew out of his mouth, driving the poisonous snake away. You can leave now, but I expect you to make the move as agreed in 2 days. Mei Terumi spoke in a cold tone, expelled Uchiha Jin, and walked towards home. What? How come your expression changed so quickly? Women are so difficult. Uchiha Jin sighed and then disappeared. He has been to the Kagaya clan, and he also wants to go and see the Mizuno clan. However, in order to prevent Orochimaru from having any other tricks up his sleeve, he hid the scroll and then disbanded his clones. Uchiha Jin's original body regained his memory and created 2 wooden clones, disguised as Kirigakure ninjas, and entered the village. One is responsible for retrieving the scroll, while the other continues to act within the hidden mist village. Mizuno clan. This time Uchiha Jin did not see the scene of by being taken in. He found several training notes on ice escape ninjutsu in the ruins here. The scrolls were taken away, leaving only some fragmented notes. Ice release. He thought about it carefully and decided to give up. However, you can try to let the group practice ice escape. After all, soft fist is still too simple. Kagaya Atsutsuki's 80 God's air attack is very powerful, but she doesn't rely on the 80 God's air attack for every attack, right? Kill the gray bones together, teleport. Facts have proved that strong people try their best to make up for their shortcomings and have a full range of means. Except someone will clap his hands who doesn't have a wide range of skills? Put away the scrolls related to ice escape. Uchiha Jin had no idea whether he could succeed in his cultivation. The Mizuno clan's ice escape techniques are all the result of bloodline awakening. After mastering the ice escape chakra, they practiced the corresponding escape techniques. As for how to integrate them, perhaps we can study some details from ninjutsu, but it is impossible to fully restore them. It still depends on talent and luck. At first, Uchiha Jin seemed to master would release smoothly and easily. In fact, it's not easy at all. He also relied on the reversal pupil technique of his right eye that he didn't know how many times he twisted it before he finally relied on his clear feeling to move it step by step and integrate it into his own wood escape technique. Relying on Hashirama's cells, he personally experienced the use of wood release and gained insights. After removing these cells, try to fuse them yourself. He was seriously injured and his chakra was eroded. He used the rewinding pupil technique to start over and explore on the original path, and only then did he succeed. What is scary is not the difficulty of cultivation itself, but after failure, there will be no next chance. A large part of the difficulty of bloodline limits lies in the unbearable consequences of failure. The same principle applies to magic. There is still some ice left in the Mizuno clan that has not melted. Uchiha Jin thawed one of the bodies and put it into the scroll. The ice chakra in the opponent's body is also a reference factor for cultivation. In the Hidden Mist Village copy, he had searched for everything he could get wrong. It suddenly occurred to him that there seemed to be something he had forgotten. Sealing technique. The sealing technique of the Hidden Mist Village is not very famous, but their sealing skills are not inferior at all. After all, he had taken the lead in attacking the Whirlpool country and reaped a lot of rewards. At that time, except for Konoha, the other 4 major ninja villages had more or less gains, and even some small ninja villages had their own gains. The big cake of sealing techniques in the Whirlpool country has greatly enriched the sealing techniques foundation of each village. Of course, Konoha itself had a part of it, and with the inheritance brought by Uzumaki Kushina, they almost got all of it. Take advantage of this opportunity and look for it carefully. The 4th Mizukage was under control, had an unhealthy mindset, and was not very good at protecting the village's secrets. After all, Obito was just venting his anger, not trying to seize power and expand the village of Kirigakure. He didn't consider any of those little details. The last time Uchiha Jin found the record scroll of ninja sword making in the Mizukage's office, he did not see any scroll related to sealing techniques. Where is it? He thought about it and looked in the direction of Terumi Mei's house. Will it be at her house? I'm simply looking for the inheritance of the sealing technique. So, the next day, Uchiha Jin sneaked into a female ninja's house, searched everywhere, and even turned upside down the closet of her underwear. Oh, I said it couldn't be at her house. Uchiha Jin restored everything and left stealthily. Things like sealing techniques must be in the sealing class. Each village has several special classes. Interrogation class. There are also water escape class and fire escape class, but these escape classes are a bit large, and all ninjas who master the corresponding escape class are considered one of them. Sealing class. It has its own dedicated organization, which is staffed by people in the village who are proficient in sealing techniques and are responsible for the maintenance and operation of the village's barrier. At the same time, if various operations require the use of sealing techniques, personnel will be drawn from them. Uchiha Jin had seen the village distribution map in the Mizukage's office. Know where the sealing class is. Go straight to the sealing class. The sealing team is manned 24 hours a day, so it would be difficult for Uchiha Jin to steal information from them. Don't be afraid. His disguise method has a wide range of applications. From sneaking into other villages to stealing ahem, looking for reference materials, it can all be applied. Uchiha Jin found the arrangements for the sealing squad shift change in the Mizukage's office. In the afternoon, I waited at the home of the ninja who would be on duty tonight. Whoosh! A wooden spike shot out from the ground, leaving a wound on the opponent's foot. It absorbs the opponent's chakra, and then the wooden thorns continue to branch and grow. Uchiha Jin stepped forward and punched the opponent in the abdomen. The wooden thorns from his footsteps had already spread along his body and had reached his legs, absorbed the opponent's chakra and continue to grow. This is terrifying. The person who developed this would release ninjutsu must be a genius. The premise is that it was not developed by Hashirama. Uchiha Jin is now just a wooden clone, did not inherit the original body's strong physique. However, despite his strong physique and powerful physical skills, it is impossible for Uchiha Jin to rely solely on his physique to exert strength. He is also studying chakra burst techniques similar to super strength. It's been a small success. Moreover, this method of bursting can prevent the clone from being separated from the enemy, and the damage caused is all caused by chakra. With his deliberate planning and absolute overwhelming strength, Uchiha Jin easily dealt with the member of the sealing class. Leave the other person with a breath. When he was confused, he met Uchiha Jin's 3 Magatama Sharingan and fell into an illusion. After simply understanding the other party's habits and responsibilities, Uchiha Jin gave the other party a pleasant experience. Transformation technique, bang! After a puff of smoke, the bodies of the dead Sealing Squad members were destroyed, and Uchiha Jin turned into the other party's appearance. Or maybe the three-body technique is the foundation of ninja. The application is wide. After waiting for the shift change time to arrive, Uchiha Jin finally couldn't wait to go to the sealing team and started his work. First, search for the information you want in your duty area. At the same time, he set up an illusion and unknowingly eliminated several other members of the duty room. Uchiha Jin was very professional as he searched for the information he needed. No, it doesn't need to be too troublesome. This is the sealing class, most of which contains serious information, with sealing techniques accounting for the majority. What he needs is basic theory and advanced sealing techniques. There's actually research on the King Kong blockade. He picked up a scroll and began to examine it, finding that it was some records of the Hidden Mist Village's research on the diamond seal. Do you want to improve the diamond seal to achieve the same suppressive effect on the tailed beasts, but without the need for the special Uzumaki clan bloodline? After a quick look, Uchiha Jin knew the general direction of the research in the Hidden Mist Village. The diamond seal can suppress the tailed beasts, so the Hidden Mist Village covets this power. After putting away the scroll, Uchiha Jin continued to search for other sealing techniques knowledge that he needed. None of this is included in Konoha's sealing technique. That's right, not really. Konoha has a heritage, but it is not in the sealed book. Just because a village ninja possesses a certain technique doesn't mean the village possesses it. In this regard, it is impossible for the village to force the other party to hand it over. Especially the core sealing technique inheritance that Kushina brought with her. Except for the fourth generation who practiced it, it disappeared after Kushina's death. Uchiha Jin searched for it in Konoha but found no clues. Most likely the third generation take away. Uchiha Jin has the 4-symbol seal, and the 8-trigram seal improved by the 4th Hokage also has it. What he lacks is other inheritance. Diamond seal, Yin seal. These are all advanced sealing techniques, each with different effects. They are the culmination of the development of sealing techniques in a certain direction and are of great reference value. Not bad. Not only did Uchiha Jin get the content he needed, he even found some of their research materials in the Hidden Mist Village. His gains were greater than he had imagined. Improvements to the King Kong blockade. I happen to have the same idea. He thought of the characteristics of the Vidra power that he had realized in the Fire Temple. Just like a bloodline limit, after practicing to a certain level, it can be engraved into the bloodline, giving future generations the possibility of awakening. There seems to be no problem with the power of King Kong being fused with the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Is it Ashura? Perhaps Ashura has 2 or more descendants, some of whom inherited the Senju clan, while the other gave rise to the Uzumaki clan. In any case, obtaining the research data on the Vidra seal will be of great use to Uchiha Jin. After returning, let's try it and see if this Vidra power is what is needed for the Vidra seal. No one noticed anything unusual about the sealing class. After Uchiha Jin left, the 2 sleeping ninjas woke up one after another. In their minds, the member killed by Uchiha Jin left temporarily for something. Perhaps, he will be completely exposed only during the next defense change. The Hidden Mist Village is currently such a loose organization. When the time comes, Uchiha Jin sneered. By that time, I will have helped Mei Terumi regain the position of Mizukage. If she finds out about this, can she still come to question me? Everything is under control. He clenched his right hand in a confident gesture. With this harvest, Uchiha Jin left the Hidden Mist Village, handed it over to his original body, and then dissipated on his own. Wood clone technique. Uchiha Jin formed hand seals, and 3 wooden clones appeared around his body. They transformed into the appearance of Kirigakure ninjas that Uchiha Jin had prepared for them long ago and returned to the Kirigakure village. After all, Yagura Karatachi is also a Kage, and the 3 tails Jinchuriki, so Uchiha Jin needs to take him very seriously. However, the protagonist this time is not Uchiha Jin, but Mei Terumi is the main character. Today was her day to set things right. Boom, Yakura, you're not worthy of being the Mizukage. Uchiha Jin heard a loud shout, and his clones turned into Yamato's appearance. A huge heat wave came, bringing with it a chilling atmosphere. It's different from the cold eye power of the Uchiha clan, but it doesn't have that eerie feeling, nor is it the cold feeling of Orochimaru being stared at by a poisonous snake. It's a kind of coolness wrapped in the heat wave. Mei Terumi's melting release is different from that of Lao Ziai and others. It is different from Uchiha Jin's wood release and Senju Hashirama's. The difference between the two peoples' wood release lies in the difference in the priority of the attributes in the fusion. The wood release they display is generally the same, and even the ninjutsu can be used interchangeably. Mei Terumi's melt release should be specifically called dissolution release. Very strange. Uchiha Jin couldn't figure out which 2 attributes were fused together. As for water and fire, it should be boiling release, which is another bloodline limit mastered by Mei Terumi. As for water and soil, it should be wood escape. Uchiha Jin watched as 2 figures flashed by. A large amount of acidic corrosive solution emanated from Terumi Mei's mouth, emitting a flaming glow. Across from him, a green-haired boy was holding a strange stick-shaped weapon and spinning it to knock the corrosive solution away. Uchiha Jin observed and felt the acidic solution. There's a fire escape aura, and a water escape aura. Crucially, it's sticky, so I guess there's also an earth escape aura. He had a suspicion in his heart. Perhaps, when the fusion took place, Mei Terumi escaped by melting away, relying on the fusion of fire and earth escape. However, her fire style seemed to be affected by the boiling style, and was contaminated with a lot of the properties of the water style, which led to this abnormal change after the fusion. Her boiling escape technique is based on water, which leads to a tendency for her fire escape technique to be more water-based. At the same time, the environment of the Hidden Mist Village makes her fire escape technique unique. So, her melt style has the properties of water style. It is just a fusion of fire and earth, but the fire in it actually has the nature of water. Doesn't this mean that as she practices, it is entirely possible for her to use this to integrate water escape into her practice? By then, it will probably be a new type of bloodline that will be eliminated in the ninja world. Boom! Mei Terumi changed her method and spewed out a large amount of high-temperature mist from her mouth. The severe acid corrosion caused obvious damage to Karatachi Yagura's clothes. The chakra around his body was also partially corroded. Gaji Yagura's face looked grim. A dark gray, scaly tail grows out from behind. He exudes such a tyrannical aura. It's a huge amount of chakra. However, if I refine it with all my strength, I might be able to approach this level. With a large number of sacrifices and insights, Uchiha Jin's spiritual and physical energy are increasing. After reaching a certain point, he could no longer persist in the daily refining until his body was exhausted. Comparing the huge chakra of the three tails, he actually found that after refining it all, he might be able to reach the same level as the other party. It's not that it's almost the same, but at least his chakra is no longer an insignificant dot in front of the three tails. 1/3 to 1/2. However, these are all empty talk. Such a huge amount of chakra consumes all life. In battles that require a lot of chakra, he still prefers to use the nine tails chakra if possible. Fortunately, now is not that time. The thick tail behind Karujutsu Yagura swung, and a large amount of wind chakra escaped from it. Wind style, great breakthrough. A violent storm swept around Gaji Yagura, blowing away all kinds of acidic mucus and high-temperature steam. Would release, tree binding and eternal burial. Hiding in the dark, Uchiha Jin's three wooden clones formed hand seals together, and a large amount of wood chakra merged into the ground. In an instant, thousands of trees rose from the ground, wrapped around Yagura and entangled with him, and then grew into a huge tree. Would release, thorn killing technique. Would release, cutting technique. Inside the tree, the branches entangled with Gaji Yagura tightened, trying to strangle it. At the same time, the branch entered into Gaji Yagura's body. Roar! Feeling the deadly threat, Karatachi Yagura mobilized the three tails chakra. The crimson-tailed beast coat wrapped around his entire body, and the wooden thorns in his body were strangled by the three-tailed beast's chakra, while at the same time, the branches that bound him were shattered. Boom! A hole was broken in the tree trunk. Inside was a monster wrapped in a red-tailed beast coat, with black stripes on its body and three tails raging behind it. The Land of Rain. Rain Village. In a hidden cave, several figures appeared. Afei, deal with the follow-up of Yaiwei as soon as possible. Orochimaru, where are you now? A majestic voice sounded. Far away in the land of water, Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, his consciousness immersing himself in the ring. Does the organization still require every member to reveal their specific location? Ah, the annoying sand village, that old woman is too difficult to deal with. Afei's voice sounded, as if complaining. Explosions are art. Wahahahaha. A black shadow flickered and was blurry, eventually dissipated. Afei was furious. This guy. He was about to continue speaking when his voice suddenly stopped. The country of Sichuan. After the loud explosion, a huge bird flew across the sky, and above it, two people in red cloud robes were arguing. Asshole, don't explode casually. Obito was blaming Deidara for causing the explosion at random when he suddenly felt something and looked towards the direction of the water country. Goto Kibana Yagura was attacked? Inside the cave, Afei's voice suddenly stopped, and his figure became blurred and disappeared. Oh my, it seems a conflict broke out in the water country. Ju's voice sounded, reporting the battle in the water country. After the majestic voice fell silent, he continued to issue orders in a deep voice. Orochimaru, I know you are in the land of water. Sasori will go to the land of water to join you and help you capture the three tails. The land of water. Orochimaru felt the violent chakra aura coming from the direction of the hidden mist village, and his pair of long vertical pupils were filled with coldness. Look at the ring in your hand. Can you locate it? It should not be able to accurately locate, but it may be able to simply sense the direction and distance. These 2 points were enough for Nagato to guess that Orochimaru was in the land of water. Interesting. He stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth again and again. Orochimaru had no intention of throwing the ring away, but instead became interested in it. He releases chakra. The ring is removed from the finger and then intricate patterns are carved. After sealing the ring, he opened his mouth and swallowed it, then he took off his red cloud robe. Today, Orochimaru rebelled again. Then, he glanced in the direction of the hidden mist village and turned and left. He was holding a young boy in his hands. In the cave, Orochimaru's shadow suddenly disappeared, and then Nagato could no longer sense the aura of the ring, and roughly guessed the truth. Scorpion, there's no need to look for Orochimaru. I'll personally take charge of this operation. The domineering voice was very strong, and there was a strong sense of confidence in the tone. Uchiha Jin didn't know all this. Would release thorn killing technique. A large amount of would release chakra was transformed by him and poured into the ground, while at the same time attracting natural energy to explode and react. Countless thick trees shot up into the sky and entangled with the red monster. Roar! The three tails behind the monster waved and suddenly grew larger, breaking free from the stranglehold of the trees. Wood style, wood dragon technique. The monster escaped, and Uchiha Jin continued to guide it. The trees continued to entangle together, forming a huge wooden dragon. The most primitive collision with monsters. Sawdust flew. If there were a ninja proficient in fairy arts present, he would be able to feel that the thick wooden dragon was constantly absorbing the natural energy in the air to strengthen itself while also replenishing itself. The three wooden clones are only responsible for consuming a small amount of chakra to mobilize natural energy to produce effects. It's simply unheard of. Mei Terumi was also not idle. Melting escape, dissolving monsters. Large amounts of sticky liquid spurted out of her mouth, emitting a breath of fire. A vast sea of fire fell like a waterfall, and its severe corrosiveness made the air sizzle. The acid poured down like a torrential downpour, covering the crimson monster covered with black lines and spots. Puff, puff. Uchiha Ren saw that the red monster was constantly emitting gas under the acid, as if it was being corroded. However, its chakra was so huge that no damage could be seen. Uchiha Jin's wooden dragon fell and slammed it away. He was not in a hurry at all. His three wooden clones formed seals at the same time and controlled the wood dragon technique to completely suppress the half-tailed beast Yagurakarada. He integrated the power of Vajra that he had comprehended into the wood release technique. The three-tailed beast roared, as if it had gone into a rampage. The fighting styles have changed significantly, becoming less technical and more like pure power bombardment. The three tails raged, and the terrifying chakra swept across, smashing the wood dragon's head again and again, but at the same time it was also suppressed. Although he was very violent, his momentum was gradually reduced under the suppression of the wooden dragon. Purple-black energy condensed in the monster's chest. Uchiha Jin's eyes fixed, and he controlled the wooden dragon to strike out. Boom! As if it had caused a chain reaction, the wooden dragon was pulled out and a violent explosion was heard. The houses in the hidden mist village shook and collapsed. A large number of Kirigakure ninjas surrounded the battlefield, hesitating and not knowing which side to help. Mei Terumi was already explaining the situation. However, her words were obviously not convincing. The terrifying explosion of the tailed beast ball directly shattered the wood dragon. The terrifying chakra fluctuation still did not extinguish. Even more violent. At the center of the explosion, wood chips flew everywhere, smoke and dust dissipated, and a huge monster appeared in front of everyone. Would release Birth of the Tree World. During the time when the three-tail was transforming into its complete form, Uchiha Jin was not stupid and did not stare blankly at the center of the battlefield. While paying attention to the situation, his hands never stopped moving. The wooden debris scattered throughout the battlefield merged into the ground, and natural energy poured in madly, and under the stimulation of Uchiha Jin's would release chakra, it regained vitality. The entire battlefield was suddenly surrounded by tall trees, and towering trees rose from the ground. A giant turtle appeared on the battlefield. Its ferocious appearance and rough body gave people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Roar! In his mouth, there was an even larger tailed beast ball condensing. At this moment, Uchiha Jin could no longer tell who was in control. Is Yagura Karatachi or the real Three Tails? It is rare for Yagura Karada to be able to perfectly control the chakra of the Three Tails, but it is unknown whether he can retain his will in his complete form, or even control the complete form to fight. A large forest was born, and under the mobilization of Uchiha Jin, it gathered in an instant to block the huge tailed beast ball shot out from the mouth of the three-tailed beast. Boom! There was another roar, and the surrounding mist ninjas couldn't even bear the violent chakra explosion, and were terrified. They all fell back, not participating irrationally in this battle. Mei Terumi's chest heaved violently. Is this the power of this world's top strong man? Uchiha Jin, your reputation is truly well-deserved. She was alert. This is just the opponent's clone. It is hard to imagine how powerful the opponent's body can be when it bursts out with all its strength. A huge gyroscope spun rapidly, rushed out from the smoke and dust, and headed towards Terumi Mei. She seemed to know that she was the main opponent in this battle. No matter how brilliant Uchiha Jin's performance was, he was only a supporting role. Terrifyingly high-temperature steam spewed out of Mei Terumi's mouth, but unfortunately, it failed to stop the Three Tails attack. There are trees beside her. The wood grew, wrapped around her waist, and yanked it away, avoiding the charge of the Three Tails. At the same time, the power of natural energy diamond was unleashed, and the vine net woven by layers of trees captured it. The trees rushed forward and wrapped Sanwei in layers. Kill him or keep him? Uchiha Jin asks Mei Terumi whether Yagura Karatachi wants to stay. Mei Terumi felt a terrifying aura. She looked outside the village and saw a figure floating in the sky. That terrifying aura gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Pupil power? So scary. Viking's eye power is much more domineering, and not as cold as Uchiha Ren's. Extremely powerful. The three figures of Uchiha Jin maintained the suppression of the Three Tails, while also looking solemnly towards the sky. Yahiko? No, he should be called Nagato. Why is he here? Also, where is his real body? The three clones exchanged glances, and then the clone that consumed the most chakra collapsed, as if it was a normal reaction after the chakra was exhausted. Sanwei struggled even more violently. Likewise, on the other side of the Water Kingdom, Orochimaru threw the boy in his hand to the ground and looked at the figure opposite him with deep fear in his eyes, and greedy. Although Orochimaru wondered how Nagato could arrive so quickly, he didn't dwell on it too much. In this kind of situation, what good does it do to know the truth? Orochimaru stared at the figure in front of him, with endless greed in the depths of his eyes. Those eyes. The legendary Samsara eye. Orochimaru joined Akatsuki just for these eyes, so his true nature was naturally revealed. He felt that the one in front of him was different from the previous one. 6 clones, 6 puppets, each of which can control the corresponding part of the power of the Rinnegan. Before, Orochimaru met the strongest Tendo Pain, and now, the one in front of him is Shiradu. In the dark, countless poisonous snakes have quietly gathered. He suddenly opened his mouth, revealing his ferocious fangs. Orochimaru doesn't care why the Rinnegan appears on so many people. Instead, he just wanted to dig out these eyes. Thousands of poisonous snakes bit him, and Shiradeo used his fists and feet to blast the snakes away one by one with his terrifying strength. As for the poison of the venomous snake, it seemed to have no effect on him at all. Turning around, Shiradu's fist suddenly broke away and flew towards Orochimaru's body. Almost in the blink of an eye, the fist flew in front of Orochimaru. Even Orochimaru didn't have time to dodge. Boom! Puff! Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked the blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth. His long pupils contracted violently. Excited, he directly cooperated with a large number of poisonous snakes to approach Shirarode. Make seals with your hands in front of you. A violent storm blew up from beside him, turning into sharp blades that cut towards Shirarode. Shiradeo's fist had already returned to his wrist under his control. After some movement, it was surprisingly smooth. He pointed his hands towards Orochimaru, and his 10 fingers detached, then shot out with a bang. Earth escapee earth flow wall. A thick wall of earth rose in front of Orochimaru. The 10 fingers had great penetrating power, penetrating directly into the earth flow wall, immersing a full palm width. With the help of Orochimaru's changes in properties and shape, the earth flow wall is as hard as a steel plate. The wall of earth and flow blocked the view of both sides. Shiradu lost track of Orochimaru. The pair of eyes with ripples in them swept around. Boom! A huge earth dragon rose from under his feet and rushed towards him. A giant snake emerged from behind, its sharp teeth emitting a cold light. Drops of green venom dripped onto the ground, corroding a hole in the ground. Shiradeo's body underwent a huge change, summoning 3 heads and 6 arms, with long saw teeth entwined behind his back. Like a tail, under his control, it stabbed towards the giant snake. The giant snake's body came to an abrupt stop, pierced 7 inches by the saw teeth. Its mouth opened wide and a small sword shot out from it. Whoosh! The Kusanagi sword can cut through iron like mud. It is a divine weapon. Shiradu was caught off guard and his head was pierced through. After Orochimaru shed his skin, Orochimaru's figure emerged from it. Orochimaru came in front of Shiradu, drew out the Kusanagi sword, and looked at the other's head in surprise. Only then did he realize that Shiradeo's eyes had returned to normal. He didn't believe it and took off his eyes. It was really just an ordinary puppet. Crushing his eyes, Orochimaru narrowed them, his tongue lolling out from the corner of his mouth. Looking towards the direction of the hidden mist village, he hesitated whether to go there. Although the specific relationship between Shurapath and Pain Tendo is unknown, they both possess the Rinnegan and emit terrifying pupil power fluctuations, so they are definitely connected. Orochimaru guessed that the other party's appearance must be due to the civil unrest in the hidden mist village. I was given the task before, but now I come here on my own. Interesting. Finally, Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and did not go to the hidden mist village. Instead, he found Kimimaro and carried him away from the land of water. The hidden mist village. Tendo Pain in the sky opened his arms and made an attitude of dominating the world. Uchiha Jin's wooden clone looked at the other party from a distance. Pain comes to the hidden mist village. His eyes narrowed slightly. This was not surprising, after all, the other party's target was the tailed beast, and they were about to decide whether to kill the three-tailed beast. Once killed, it is unknown how long it will take for the three-tailed fox to be resurrected. Nagato might not be able to wait any longer. So come in person. But the key question is, how did Nagato arrive at the scene so quickly? Obito's Kamui assists? Or is it that he is already in the water country and is relatively close? Where is Nagato's real body? I will think about a series of questions later. Now it is better to think about how to deal with pain. Mei Terumi looked at the figure in the sky, focusing on the other person's eyes. Those eyes emitting terrifying power make people unable to help but look at them. Just like the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, it is very eye-catching and sometimes you will pay attention to it unconsciously. Is that the legendary Samsara Eye? Uchiha Jin spoke himself. He felt that Mei Terumi might be lacking in information, so he revealed his Rinnegan to let her understand the seriousness of the matter. At the same time, when he looked at those wavy eyes, there was a hint of heat deep in his eyes. Uchiha Jin also longs for that powerful force. Although he knew that Nagato had many backup plans for Uchiha Madara in his eyes, he still couldn't stop Uchiha Jin from coveting his power. At worst, you can still study it. The most risky approach is to use the power of the Rinnegan to stimulate the upgrade of your Mangekyo. If the fusion is successful, can it promote the qualitative change of one's pupil power and then open the Samsara Eye? At worst, you can roll back before you fail. Tendo Pain was flying over the hidden mist village. Look at the barrier below. Shinra Tensei. A huge repulsive force emanated from his body, forming a terrifying shock wave that bombarded the barrier of the hidden mist village. Boom! The entire mist village could feel the barrier trembling. What a terrifying power. Mei Terumi's face was extremely solemn. Sealing Squad, reinforce the barrier. She gave orders, and this time some people still obeyed. Outside the hidden mist village, Uchiha Jin's figure appeared. After learning about the development of the situation from the wooden clone that disappeared at the beginning, Uchiha Jin immediately took action. Pain appeared in the hidden mist village, and Nagato's real body must be nearby. Find them. Uchiha Jin carefully searched around the hidden mist village and found a trace of the trail. If we leave it behind, there will be clues, not to mention the terrifying fluctuations of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Jin's thoughts were also very simple. Its consumption. Nagato possesses the Rinnegan and has the power to explode at any time. He definitely cannot kill Nagato easily. Especially once the opponent summons the outer demon statue, the result is unpredictable. So if possible, Uchiha Jin would not anger Nagato. However, he must consume the opponent's vitality and even intercept some of his pupil power for research. The Samsara Eye is a must. Boom! Fire style, great fire extinguishing. Uchiha Jin confirmed Nagato's approximate location, did not approach, and directly summoned an infinite sea of fire. After studying natural energy for such a long time, he has reached a very deep level in his ability to mobilize it. Although he himself is unable to allow natural energy to enter his body and merge with his own chakra, he is able to influence the flow of natural energy through the regular movement of chakra, and even stimulate and amplify his various ninjutsu. Under his command, natural energy gathered, like an eternal flame descending and spreading across the entire hills. The terrifying high temperature made the air a little distorted. The flame spread, burning a large area in front of Uchiha Jin. The fluctuations of the Rinnegan's pupil power were within this range. Sure enough, Uchiha Jin soon felt the movement. Boom! In the flames, a large amount of paper flew, creating a path. Behind a beautiful figure, a pair of lifelike white wings fluttered. On her back was a haggard man. Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the two people appear. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. He formed seals with his hands, and his fire chakra merged into the air. Natural energy was mobilized by him, and the sea of fire on the mountain was gathered by him, and a huge fire dragon took shape in the air. The terrifying high temperature and explosive smell make people feel scared. In the sky, white papers were flying all over the sky, resisting the bombardment of fire. The fragile papers seemed to turn into a sharp weapon, trying to cut the flames. A piece of paper would be fine, just a moth flying into a flame, but the papers all over the sky were like the omnipresent wind, strangling the flame into pieces. The fire dragon was completely consumed. It's so hard to ignite? Uchiha Jin felt that Konan's paper escape technique was somewhat special. It was not like ordinary paper. Although it could still be ignited when encountering flames, the difficulty was greatly increased. Or is this a result that Zionin can control? Just like wood release, it is also afraid of fire, but this characteristic can be reduced as much as possible through the blessing of property changes and the energy of chakra. After all, it is matter that is materialized by energy, and in the process of materialization, it can be semi-materialized. Although it has lost some of its physical power, it can indeed resist this weakness. In the sky, a large amount of paper floated out from Zionin's body and folded into shurikens. Shurikens flew all over the sky, and Uchiha Jin opened his Mangekyo. Sherry Nan. Since his eyes were already exposed, he might as well open them during the battle. After all, as long as he used the pupil technique, the power of the 3 Megatama, which had been strengthened a lot, would be much stronger. Wind style, Chi circle slash. Uchiha Jin condensed 2 discs with his hands. He had cultivated the wind chakra to an extremely high level. The sharp aura at the edge of the discs cut through the air, making a harsh sound. While dodging the paper shuriken, he threw out 2 Chi Yuan Zan. His hands continued to gather Chi and slash, eventually throwing out a total of 5 discs. He controlled the disc to turn and strangle it continuously in the air, forcing Nagato to take action and get up from Konan's back. The empty body floated in the air, and a terrifying repulsive force emanated from his body. Boom! Even the Chi Yuan Zhan collapsed under the terrifying repulsive force. Uchiha Jin felt the terrifying gravity coming, and he exerted force in the direction of gravity to avoid harm as much as possible. Water style, water breaking wave. He opened his mouth and spurted out a thin stream of water, attacking along the line between the 2 people. Shinra Tensei. The gravity turned into repulsion. Fortunately, Uchiha Ren was not very close to the opponent now, so even the sudden change of force was still resolved by him. His physical fitness is not in vain. The other side. As Uchiha Jin took action, the attacks of Tendo Pain from the Hidden Mist village were restrained. After all, since he had to fight Uchiha Jin, Nagato had less energy to devote here. He didn't expect that he would be found by Uchiha Jin by following the clues. Especially at this moment, Shuridu was killed by Orochimaru. Mei Terumi uses the boiling ninjutsu to fight with Tendo Pain. The 2 wooden clones stayed as far away from Pain as possible, guarding against the opponent's Shinra Tensei. Remotely controlling would release, the thick wooden dragon entangled and fought with Pain. Uchiha Jin discovered that being able to fly was truly a powerful skill. It seems useless, but other than running away and dodging, it is actually extremely powerful when used in combat. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Jin's real body has already used the Nine Tails Chakra. By mobilizing the enormous natural energy to amplify the ninjutsu, any of his attacks had the power to move mountains and seas. The terrifying flames lit up the entire sky red. The violent explosion blasted huge craters across the entire battlefield. The earth cracked. A very strong Uchiha Jin made an internal assessment. Nagato's true form, even though extremely weak, is still powerful. The Samsara Eye is really hard to understand. The eye technique can be activated instantly, and it has an extremely powerful gravitational repulsion. It can almost be said that Nagato is immortal before his vitality is exhausted. Uchiha Jin didn't think he had the ability to kill Nagato when Nagato was unable to react at all. In the sky, large pieces of paper scattered, and Konan's figure split apart, flying with the paper. While avoiding the burning flames, it also interfered with Uchiha Jin's vision. Nagato's figure disappeared from Uchiha Jin's sight. Not good. He pushed hard with his feet, and with a bang, he rushed out. The wind chakra wrapped around his body and blended into the surrounding air, reducing resistance while carrying his body forward. Boom! A huge pit suddenly appeared at the spot. A hemispherical pit was neatly formed with Uchiha Jin's original location as the center. Nagato's body shadow landed at the bottom of the pit, looking in the direction Uchiha Jin had fled. Tianyin of all things. Uchiha Jin felt a strong gravitational pull on him, and this time he resisted with all his might. He had actually been prepared for this. The attack of gravitational repulsion seems difficult to deal with, but it is not. Chakra spurted out from behind, forming a driving force. At the same time, the chakra in his body was circulating, balancing the force exerted on Uchiha Jin and preventing his body from collapsing due to the force exerted on both sides. Only after he was a certain distance away from Nagato did Uchiha Jin look back. "I'm waiting for you." His body tilted slightly. A vortex appeared, and a figure wearing an orange vortex mask appeared, stabbing at him with a kunao. Noticing Uchiha Jin's dodge, the direction of the attack also changed. Obito also has the main Jikaya. Sharingan, and his dynamic vision is definitely not weak. He completely captured these actions of Uchiha Jin. Wrong. Finally, he noticed something was wrong, but he had already stabbed it out. Bang! A burst of white mist formed. Uchiha Jin appeared beside Obito. "I've been on guard against you for a long time." Uchiha Jin's fist was surrounded by scorching flames, and he punched out. The flames swirled and erupted. Obito's body became hollow and he dodged Uchiha Jin's fire fist. Boom! Flames exploded. The terrifying energy seemed to penetrate time and even affected Obito. The corners of Obito's fire cloud robe were burned. Uchiha Jin didn't wait and directly used the instant body technique to move away from Nagato, who was about to use the eye technique. It's very tricky. Those present today, Konan, Nagato, and Obito, are all people who need to be dealt with carefully. When they appeared at the same time, Uchiha Jin also felt the pressure. There is no need to say much about Nagato. The owner of the Rinnegan may be extremely weak, but there is more than an 80% chance that he can take himself with him before he dies. Uchiha Jinzai technique can break Obito's Kamui, but since the other party dares to show up, who knows if he has thought of a solution. The pupil technique itself is used for development. No matter what, Uchiha Jin cannot be careless. As for Xionin, do you know about the 600 billion detonating talismans? Maybe Xionin didn't have that many detonating tags at this time, but he definitely had tens of billions. Obito came out of his hollow state, and his expression under the mask was extremely ugly. This guy actually reacted so quickly. No, he was actually planning to lure himself in. He had long guessed that he was there too. The Hidden Mist Village. After Tendo Pain, the other four figures also appeared one after another. Shiradu was killed by Orochimaru, and since his body was not at the scene, there was no way to resurrect him even if there was Heldo who could resurrect him. By the way, the one who fought Orochimaru in the previous 2 chapters was Shiradu. That was a typo, I have corrected it. 5 of the 6 paths appeared, and all the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village joined the battle. It is definitely not enough to rely solely on Uchiha Jin's 2 wooden clones and Mei Terumi. Uchiha Jin couldn't get close and had to constantly avoid the 6 paths puppets, and Mei Terumi couldn't handle it alone. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village stood up one by one at this moment and spontaneously dragged down the 6 paths puppet. Unfortunately, the gap in strength is huge. Boom! With one shot of Shinra Tensei, Mei Terumi was blown dozens of meters away, her internal organs were shaking, and blood was oozing from the corners of her mouth. Uchiha Jin's 2 wooden clones were also on the verge of collapse. After all, it's just a clone. Even if the original body has a lot of chakra, there won't be much left after the clone is split. He just relied on his control over natural energy to save chakra as much as possible. Without a flesh and blood body, it is impossible to extract chakra and it cannot be continuously restored during the battle. Pain of the Heavenly Path defeated Mei Terumi, and Uchiha Jin's 2 clones were also suppressed by the Human Path and the Hungry Ghost Path. All the Jonin from the Hidden Mist Village took action to intercept the other 2. Pain repelled Mei Terumi, changed his target, and came to the struggling Three Tails. The Three Tails was trapped by Uchiha Jin's wood release and still couldn't break free. It can be seen that Uchiha Jin's wood release has reached a very powerful level, at least he has the ability to control the tailed beasts. The first 8. As for the 9 tails, Uchiha Jin was not sure. Even if he used his original form and mobilized a large amount of the 9 tails chakra, he could not say that he could definitely suppress it. The trees that bound Sanwei loosened slightly. Roar! The 3-tailed beast's roar shook the earth and contained an extreme rage. During the time he was bound by wood release, he struggled hard and felt very frustrated. A surge of anger rose in my heart. A purple-black energy bomb condensed in his mouth. Tailed beast ball. Uchiha Jin was awed. No action was taken. Tendo Pain was not in a hurry. At the moment the tailed beast ball was launched, Hungry Ghost Path appeared in front of the tailed beast ball. A sealing barrier emerged out of thin air, and the tailed beast ball was sealed and there was no movement. A black chakra stick appeared in Pain's hand and he threw it out suddenly. Whoosh! The 3-tailed beast was too big and was easily pierced by the black stick. Although his body had extremely strong defense, it was easily pierced by the black stick. The activity of the 3 tails chakra was suppressed and his body began to shrink. Roaring unwillingly still had no effect. Carrying the unconscious Yagura Karatachi with a black stick stuck in his body, Pain left one after another. The Hidden Mist Village did not continue to stop them. Uchiha Jin's 2 clones dissipated. Mei Terumi looked at the ruins and felt a dull pain in her heart. Karata Yagura did not die, but was kidnapped by a mysterious organization. Her mood was also extremely complicated. On the one hand, he did not completely kill the previous Mizukage, which added risks to himself. On the other hand, he did expose the situation of Karatachi Yagura and successfully seized the position of Mizukage. The position of the Water Shadow. Daiming Mansion. Only then did Mei Terumi remember that the daimyo was still under control. Besides, he is not the Mizukage yet. But now, Karatachi Yagura is no longer the Mizukage. Karatachi Yagura was controlled by Uchiha Madara, causing great damage to the interests of the village. She began to explain the whole story of what happened today. Mei Terumi still has a lot of prestige. She is a sexy beauty and very powerful, and her contribution to the village is not small. As she explained, some people quickly became her supporters and agreed for her to become the next Mizukage. The others were also reluctant, with Mei Terumi taking the lead for the time being. Mei Terumi immediately dispatched 6 jonin, divided into 2 teams, to the daimyo's mansion to rescue the controlled daimyo of the water country. She herself also went with him. Before leaving, she issued many orders, and some of the people who supported her at the first time were left behind to command her. A war had just broken out in the Hidden Mist Village, and they needed to recuperate. Boom! A huge fireball exploded in the hands of the huge dark purple giant. Nagato's figure was blown away. Even though the gravitational repulsion of the Rinnegan continued to reduce the force, his body was still shaking. The horrific explosion was enough to make one's brain go blank. Bring It had been a long time since two had launched a sneak attack, and the power of Susanoo was beyond imagination. Uchiha Jin hit on top of Susanoo, feeling a little disappointed. It seems that Nagato has no intention of summoning the Outer Path demon statue. Yeah, I guess he'd be dead by the time the spirit reaches him. Susanoo dissipated, and Uchiha Jin's figure flashed rapidly as he left the water country. Nagato did not pursue. Cough, 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 cough. He bent over and coughed violently, with blood coming out of his throat. The originally powerful aura was now extremely weak, as if it could die at any time. Obito stared at Nagato's weak back, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. Wait a little longer. The cultivation of the Samsara Eye is too difficult. A Uzumaki clan member like Nagato is more suitable. Nagato returned to the Land of Rain under the escort of Konan, along with Pain's 5 puppets. Shuradu's body was taken away by Orochimaru. The vacancy in Shura Road has become a fact, and Nagato needs to consider how to fill it. Jin, Kirigakure did a great job on this operation. Fugaku was very satisfied with Uchiha Jin's actions. The Hidden Mist Village has issued a clear statement, thanking Konoha for its assistance. In return, the Hidden Mist Village has promised not to provoke conflict with Konoha in the next 10 years. Even the daimyo of the Land of Water spoke out personally, expressing his gratitude for Konoha's actions this time. Mei Terumi successfully became the 5th Mizukage. The first thing she did after taking office was to reform the system of the Hidden Mist Village. The title of Blood Mist Village may no longer exist from now on. The village's harsh system for selecting ninjas was abolished. It was no longer a life and death killing, but became much milder. The daimyo of the Land of Water has also increased its funding, hoping that the Hidden Mist Village will recover its strength as soon as possible. It was really uncomfortable with Obito controlling him this time. I was controlled without even realizing it. This is terrible. Especially for the daimyo who controls the Water Kingdom, one of the 5 major countries. He now feels very insecure. A month has passed since Uchiha Jin was sent to the Hidden Mist Village. Mei Terumi initially reformed the Hidden Mist Village and entered a recovery period, and immediately expressed her attitude towards Konoha. On Jiraiya's side, the news is not going well. The situation in the Sand Village is also very complicated. In short, Jiraiya is full of compassion. Jin, I'll leave the Sand Village to you. You should call Jiraiya back and have him go to the Uegakure to assist Kai. When Fugaku learned about the situation in the Hidden Mist Village, he felt much more at ease and planned to send Uchiha Jin to the Hidden Sand Village. With Ren's methods, the Sand Village can also get sufficient guarantees. A month ago, under the control of the masked man Uchiha Madara, several ninjas with Sharingan attacked the 4 major ninja villages. Konoha, which had just successfully seized power and had the Uchiha in power and had an extremely tough and radical attitude, suddenly felt under increasing pressure. Fugaku dispatched strong men from the village to take charge of external affairs. Uchiha Jin's side achieved the fastest and most significant results. The Hidden Mist Village has basically promised not to take action, giving Konoha time to develop. Fugaku didn't believe what Mei Terumi said, but he was concerned about the loss suffered by the Hidden Mist Village. A war broke out in the Hidden Mist Village, and the 4th Mizukage died. Before that, the 2 major bloodline families of Mizuno and Kagaya were slaughtered, and their strength was reduced to the bottom. Only then can their words be trusted. Now, Konoha still needs a guarantee from the Sand Village. As long as 2 of the other 4 of the 5 major ninja villages stand on Konoha's side, the remaining 2 will not act rashly. Only then will Konoha be able to enter a true stage of reform and development under this situation. Atheta right, a Fugaku called out to Uchiha Jin who was about to leave. Hokage-sama, is there anything else? Uchiha Jin turned around and looked at Fugaku with a very calm expression. Well, Fugaku sighed and talked about the Fire Country Daimyo's decision to cut funding some time ago. During the days since Uchiha Jin returned from the Land of Water, he did not tell the other party about this matter. However, Uchiha Jin himself must have learned this information from other places in the village. Therefore, he was not surprised at all when Fugaku said this, but rather very calm. Fugaku, don't you think that the Fire Country Daimyo's control over the village's finances is too much of a hold on the village? Uchiha Jin's tone was gloomy. Fugaku was silent. Really? Up to now, he is still only the nominal Hokage, and he is the acting Hokage. He has not been recognized by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and no formal succession ceremony has been held. It would be a lie for Fugaku to say that he didn't care much about this. Becoming Hokage was not his idea. But since he had been pushed forward to be the Hokage, he was naturally angry when he encountered such a situation. The village and the country are not actually in a superior-subordinate relationship. When the ninja village was first established, the 2 sides had a cooperative relationship. The Fire Nation daimyo arbitrarily withheld financial allocations, and this will be punished. Jin, what do you think? Fugaku had seized this position, so naturally he immediately judged something from Uchiha Jin's tone and knew that the other party seemed to have ideas about the daimyo. He didn't feel anything was wrong, but was eager to try. If the village were not restricted by the daimyo, its development would indeed reach an unprecedented speed. When it comes to training ninjas, resources are the most important and money is absolutely essential, but these are firmly controlled by the daimyo. It is equivalent to the development of Konoha being completely controlled by the daimyo. When necessary, give more money to resist external attacks, when not necessary, suppress them. It has completely become a tool. The positioning of the ninja profession was wrong from the very beginning, Uchiha Jin said to himself. Even the ninjas themselves are unclear about the deviation in the definition of ninja. Ninjas are suitable for missions, but that doesn't mean they can only be swords in other people's hands. They are born for missions. First, ninjas are a group of people with extraordinary powers. Uchiha Jin did not dwell too much on the nature of ninja. Anyway, he never considered himself as a tool to carry out the mission. All tasks are just for the purpose of becoming stronger. So, Jin, regarding the compensation demand from the Hidden Cloud Village, was this what you thought of back then? Fugaku asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Are you waiting for the daimyo to cut the village's funding? Uchiha Jin nodded. He and Fugaku are now in the same boat. For the sake of Uchiha and Konoha, Fugaku may not understand the long-term part of his plan for the time being, but he still has to explain the plans at hand. Yes, the daimyo cut funding, and Konoha imposed a commercial tax. Uchiha Jin started to surprise Fugaku. Commercial tax? His eyes widened. A commercial taxes are not all. Does the Mingfu accept it? Uchiha Ren was disdainful. Daimyo Prefecture, did the Daimyo Prefecture protect them, or provide them with good areas and good business conditions? My Konoha is not a vassal of the Land of Fire. The introduction of commercial taxes will be enough for Konoha to develop vigorously. Fugaku's expression changed. I understand your plan, I'll think about it. With a wave of his hand, Fugaku indicated that Uchiha Jin could leave and go to the Sand Village to carry out the mission. Coming out of the Hokage's office, Uchiha Jin didn't look back and headed straight towards the Sand Village. As for the commercial tax, Fugaku will make up his mind. Merchants in Konoha will no longer pay taxes to the Daimyo Prefecture. Next, if the daimyo dared to make any reprimand, Uchiha Jin would arrive at the daimyo's mansion the next day and turn the place upside down. Not a single descendant of the daimyo lineage will be left alive. Well, that's a bit difficult. If I remember correctly, Tsunade is the princess of the Land of Fire, and her mother is the daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Then kill the daimyo and let Tsunade do it. Then slowly bind the position of the daimyo to Konoha, and the Hokage will appoint the daimyo as his choice. That's right.